say it's the William Montgomery Show, starring William Montgomery and the devious Casey Rocket, with the Tony Chin Orchestra, the William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. Yes, we're thinking about that. We're thinking we're going to take her to the mall and get a picture with Santa. We went to the Petco this past week and Santa wasn't there. Uh-oh. I know. He was not there. Disappointing. I know, so we might go to the mall and get a picture of him. Yeah, we're thinking dress her up as one to sell Santa's elves. She's real cold in the apartment right now. It's a surprisingly kind of cold day here. Yeah, it's a little bit chilly. You gotta keep warm this time of year. And nobody wants the unthinkable, especially this close to Christmas. There's no way. Nobody wants that. And you made it this far. It's like the people who get killed like on the last day of World War II. God, you were so close. Yeah, it's like if you died this close to Christmas, it's like almost made it to Santa's birthday. You almost made it, but some people don't. That's the sad part about this time of year. That's why some people get depressed, I think, around this time of year. It's just remembering the fallen who didn't make it to this year's Santa's birthday. Yeah, remembering those who were fortunate enough to get just one glimpse at the cookie tray. There's one bite out of it. Yeah, there's only one man. I know, just leaving the one bite out of that cookie. It's like you would think he would eat more, but I guess he's eating a bunch of cookies. So it's yeah, maybe one bite makes sense. He's actually a allergic to macadamia nuts. Not white chocolate. Which are wonderful. I love those. That's one of my favorite kind of cookies. I got some at Bucky's on Friday. 7 cookies in 2 days. Ooh, that's pretty good. That's not a bad cookie ratio. How was Bucky's? Was it real crowded? It was crowded as hell. Everyone getting their last minute gift ideas. A bag of sour bells. Getting some honey roasted cashews. It's fun for the whole family. Everyone loves this. Yeah, I've almost finished off my bag of dark chocolate covered cashews that I got from Bucky's. The servings are so big. Thank you, Bucky. Thank you. Was Bucky there? Yes, Bucky was there. And he had his little Santa's. Yeah, Peter doesn't need to be doing that.
I'm well, thank you.
Did you say hello?
You ready to take on the day?
Yeah.
All righty, madam. Excellent. We'll see ya.
Yeah, just had that Bucky smile. But that's what we love him for, so I don't know what I was really expecting to see, that classic Bucky smile. And look at that hat. I love how the Santa hat has a bill on it. It's kind of, it's fun. It's like a flat bill. That's pretty badass. It's like a modern take on Santa Claus for Santa gear for a beaver. His pupils are huge. Yeah, he's on something. Oh my gosh, Casey, I read. Have you seen all this hubbub about the DXM medicine? Everybody on the little subreddit, the DXM subreddit, or whatever the hell it is, people are saying people are about to start dying. Whoa, from what? From the cough medicine stuff. They apparently made some new cough medicine that has like a bunch of the active ingredient that gets people fired up. And it's like making people trip too hard. It's people. Everybody's guessing that people are going to be dead from this. Holy shit! People are going to drink too much. Oh, I wonder what it's called. Yeah, you can definitely beat my interest. I just woke up 45 minutes ago, and you telling me that was a cup of coffee. Was a cup of coffee to my brain. Whoa, new Super DXM. Did you have a good sleep last night? I slept like a little baby. I stayed up watching a movie.
Welcome everyone to tonight's part 2 of our Tshuva lecture series together with Dr. Noam and Dr. Agenson.
It was. It happened in Madison, Wisconsin in 2000.
We had a conversation with my Rabbi this past week. We were talking about potential additions, whether we should add to
she lived alone, so she was like,
and there's some discussions about the Rabbi's salvation practices. And I think my Rabbi is, I think for a lot of people in the shul, just getting them to say the words we have, not adding more, it's not enough. It's tefillah,
traditional grace. Okay. Because of course there's 4 different types: insectoid, mantis, reptilian, traditional gray. And some people want to group in the mantis with the insectoid. That's not the thing. Yes, it's totally and then the Nordic, so there are 5 white hairs,
and so, and everything is set a reminder that the goal of all of this davening and all the time that we're spending together over the course of the weeks is really to engage in constant tshuva, what tshuva means, but ultimately we're trying to connect better with ourselves, each other, and with the Bible. Really confident of having this new series, and tonight we're going to take a deep dive into Torah Devorah, and with Dr. Agenson, we're
do they speak English or is it an alien dialect? They speak an alien dialect. It's actually pretty cool. They speak, like when they speak, their skin ripples, like almost like a frog's throat. And they speak like that.
There's some free copies here for those who want. So,
are they nice to the girl at least? Or they were very aggressive. They sneak in her house and they're trying to steal her for most of the movie. Then they do steal her, and then they like heal her trauma at the end. I don't know if they're like good aliens or something, but they're actually pretty scary. There's one that's really big,
Thank you very much, Rabbi. I appreciate the
really?
introduction.
What, 20 feet wide or tall? 20 feet tall by 8 feet wide. That would be a strange alien the other way around. Yes, it will. Yeah, 20 feet wide and 8 feet tall, just the size of a bus.
So my goal for tonight, I am trying a little bit of an experiment technologically.
Did you ever see that? Is that James Cameron's movie? Yeah, I think we've talked about it before. Have you ever seen that? Oh, Freaky Friday. That's her.
At any rate, what I'm going to try definitely do is some
Everything she has.
here. So
Yeah, I can tell she has some trauma.
No.
I'd have some trauma if I looked like that too. Yeah, she I haven't seen The Abyss. Oh my gosh, Casey, you're a big movie guy. You have got to see The Abyss. It's wonderful.
Okay, so
I just
my
know the
goal
shooting
tonight
schedule
is
was
actually
a nightmare.
we're going to do a little bit of history first. I'm going to talk about this.
It's all in water.
Amazing
Yes, it's all
16th
underwater.
century
I have to watch it.
Kabbalistic text called Torah Devorah
Highly recommend. Well, I like
that really deserves a lot more attention.
but they might be
Humble and
aliens.
limited understanding
I was reading about how
of
Ed
the
Harris was traumatized by that, like almost
traditions of
drowned.
religions.
Yeah,
Just
Yeah, he was like really scared by it.
gloriously.
Yeah, you had to breathe water. They had this technology where you could breathe water, so that's why he was able to go see
Really is something unusual and it deserves a lot more attention. So here's just a little bit about what the book is.
And he got the
We're
art.
going to place it in its historical
Yeah, because think about it,
setting.
when babies were drinking water,
We're
breathing water. That's
spot
true.
in northern Israel,
Placenta.
which is an
Yeah,
itself a
so they did that too, and they did that math together so that you could
And then I'm
drink the
going to take
water,
you
you
into
could breathe the
sort
water
of
slowly.
Kabbalah 101. So if there's
Just
anyone
haven't
in the room
figured that
who's
out yet. They
140
figured it out.
possible, you know, this is your chance to
On your
leave
18th
right
birthday,
now.
you can breathe water.
Although the
Start
truth is
breathing
that
water.
the
I
author
know.
of
For anybody watching this,
advocate of
probably
studying
don't have the
Kabbalah
right
at the age of
to
20 onward, he felt that 40 was already,
do not. Or no, drink water. Don't breathe it. Yes.
Yes.
Please drink more
So
water.
I'll give
Santa
you
loves a good
just a
boy
little bit
that's
of
very
introduction
dehydrated. Yeah, you don't drink
the
tea.
basic ideas of Kabbalah as it relates
Santa will check your
specifically
pee. He'll
to
do
the
a
Torah
little
Devorah.
urine sample.
And
That's how he
from
really,
that
if
point,
he's on the
we can
edge
go
about it, he's coming out
into
here
the
nicely.
actual
For
flash
sure.
course
So
in
if
forgiveness.
it is
There
yellow,
are
make sure to flush it
13
before
distinct strategies
12 a.m.
for how to forgive
Yeah,
people
that's when he gets
in this
around.
book. And
Pretty
we'll have
dark,
time for
little
maybe
man.
3 or 4
I know,
ideas
and then he leaves you.
and
literally could
Cole
have
or
an
whatever
hour
he
and
leaves
each
these days. I
one of
don't know.
them and not exhaust all
Yeah,
of
probably
them.
a malware virus or something. Yeah, he hacks your iPad and puts malware
I
on it.
hope this will be a useful
Which you do
presentation.
not want.
I can tell you
Because
that
then you're
there's something
typing your
really
credit card
important
number
for
and
me.
they get your credit
I
card number.
first encountered Homer Deborah
Santa loves
just
fishing
turned about
scams.
30, and I came across a
Loves
copy
fishing
in my
scams.
local
And for
bookstore.
anybody
and
watching
I was
today,
kind of like, I knew it was Kabbalah.
I was looking at the comments last week. We were looking at the comments. It seems like there's a minority, but a very vocal minority who's hating these call-in shows. So you're going to have to please forgive us. We're working out the kinks. We're figuring all of this shit out. So get off our jocks, okay? We're going to figure it out. And we're doing a call-in thing today, okay? This is a special Sunday edition. We're filming on Sunday. We have very busy weeks next week. We have to film it so that we can call it. So for anybody who hates it, we greatly apologize. We're sorry. Yeah, what do you do? What do we do? What am I supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? We're very busy. Yeah, we're very busy these days around Christmas. So come on, crucify us. Come on. Come on. It's a holiday month. Yeah, we're in a holiday month. Black Friday to
sort of a toehold to be able to climb some of those great challenges in
we're
life.
in a rush, so that's a big part of the year. So we're in the middle of it. We're right in the thick of it, and we're so close to pulling off
So the book itself,
perfect Christmas. I can almost Yep, we're almost there. Okay, Grant. Yeah, do we want to? So do we have some people on here?
Yeah, we have a bunch. You want me to bring some on?
Yeah, a little bit in a second.
This was the first person
a little over a dozen
who joined like
leaving behind
4 hours ago.
Oh my gosh!
We'll see if they're actually paying attention and they're ready. It's kind of
It's impoverished by the
I've been waiting the whole time, dude. Wait, that's not even.
Oh no! What's your real?
David.
David.
Realized
How
are you?
Good. How are you today?
This one
Great,
is
man.
one of the
Great.
first
What
drafts
do you think is the scariest type of
the
alien?
author had put together.
Whoa.
It clearly has not
Because we're
gone
working
through a
with
second
what?
careful draft. There are
Gray,
mistakes in it.
Nordic,
At points he says like, no, there are two reasons for this, and has only this one.
I'm gonna go with
There's actually a couple
insectoid.
of wrong
That sounds
citations
intense.
tomorrow, so you can see
Pretty
that.
good answer. Yeah, no, that's a scary real. That's a scary. They're supposed to be pretty evil. The insectoids and the grays
was given to it by its later publishers.
They
We
don't
don't know
believe in
exactly
God.
what the Rothschild itself wanted to call it, or even why
Synagogue thing.
the
Nothing wrong
was
with
chosen.
synagogues,
It
but it's
doesn't
like a
occur
devil.
in the
That's
book
like
at all. It may be because Rabbi Batola was thinking of a different work which was published earlier called Elima Rabbi,
Yes.
in which
Yes, Space Church.
the
What a
author
fucking
laid
thing
out
to
70
think about
palm
that.
trees.
Would you go to Space Church, David, if you had the opportunity?
Yeah, totally. I'm locked in.
One small detail where
Where are you in Denver, Colorado?
His name
I am in Denver, Colorado.
One for one already. I saw your flag in the back. How are things going in Denver?
Oh, yeah. Dude, it's the place to be.
I love it.
Good.
I love it. Is it cold there today?
Dude, it's super cold. It snowed the other day, so it's pretty chilly.
Oh, beautiful.
What are the temps like out there?
I thought it was pretty chilly. It was very windy last night, and now it's kind of chilly. I don't know. I think it's getting up to 60 or something. So it's not bad. Yeah, it could be worse, but it is a little bit chilly.
Yeah, it's pretty Christmas-like out there.
It's starting to look a lot like Christmas around these parts, for sure. We're debating on whether to get a Christmas tree or not. We're going to be back in Memphis. We're going to
This book,
Christmas
Homer
tree
Deborah,
for
is
the
so
season.
amazing. I'm now going to include all of
Hard
it.
to tell. The eternal debate, right, David?
The aliens, dude, they probably want to use a tree.
They probably would like a tree. Do you have a tree?
Chapter 1 is about
Hard to
a
tell.
third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to
Yeah,
focus on
you know,
today.
teaching
The chapter on forgiveness.
Santa will check your pee. He'll do his frontal urine sample. That's how he really, if he's on the edge about it, he'll not your nice one.
Specifically that of
For
what
sure.
some have called
If it is yellow, make sure to flush
Mussar
it.
is, of course, like the
12
literature
a.m.
that builds towards ethical
Yeah,
development.
gets around.
Classics like Cobus and Above.
Pretty dark, little man.
One might say
I know, and
Separados.
then he leaves you.
but they all
Cole
have
or
like
whatever
different
he
sort of
uses these days. I don't know what he
different
uses.
sort of ways of
Yeah, probably
appealing
a
to
malware
some
virus or
user is
something.
like
Yeah,
really
he
super
hacks your
negative.
iPad and puts malware
We
on it.
Lithuanians tend to really
Do
enjoy
not
that
want.
style of
So you're typing your
harsh
credit card number,
criticism.
they get
Shame
your
that
credit
it's
card
sort of
number.
raw, that's sort of like the people to say.
Santa loves
Others
phishing
is kind of
scams.
like Gado Sahada of the great.
Loves phishing scams. And
things
for
like that. So this
anybody
particular
watching
genre
today,
started by
I was looking at the comments last week. We were looking at the comments. It seems like there's a
launching
minority, but a very vocal minority who's hating these call-in
It's not
shows. You're going to
theoretical
have to
Kabbalah
please
in the sense
forgive
of like
us. We're working out the kinks. We're figuring all of this shit out. So get off our jocks, okay? We're going to figure it out. And we're doing a call-in thing today, okay? This is a special Sunday edition. We're filming on Sunday. Very busy week next week. I have to film on Sunday. We're doing a call-in. So for anybody who hates it, we greatly apologize. I'm sorry. Yeah, what do you do? What do we do? What am I supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? We're very busy. Yeah, we're very busy these days around Christmas. So come on, crucify us. Come on. Come on. It's the holiday rush.
Imitation of God.
Yeah, we're in the holiday
So
rush.
the Ramak asks a really important question.
Black
If we
Friday.
have this idea that we are supposed to
Also,
follow God's way,
we're in a rush.
how do you actually do that?
Part of
I mean,
here, so
are we
we're in the
supposed to
middle
like
of
be destroying cities
right now.
like
Think of it.
Sodom and
We're
Gomorrah?
so close to
Are we
pulling off
supposed to be,
perfect
you know,
Christmas
like
economics.
making decisions over
Yep.
who lives and who dies? And
We're almost there.
those are all things that
Okay, great. Yeah, do we want
how do we
to?
know which
So do we have some people on here?
Yeah,
we have a bunch.
so he says,
You want me to bring someone up? Yeah.
first we have to understand.
I think this was the first person
And the first thing he
joined
does
like
is go into basically
400
anatomy of
bucks.
God.
Oh my gosh.
We'll see if
they're actually paying attention and they're ready.
There are some serious limitations for us.
I've been waiting the whole time, dude.
Wait, that's not even.
Oh
Oh no.
Yeah.
What's your real name?
That's exactly the proposition of
Davis.
this
Hello.
book.
No, David.
Know God so that you
How
know
are
you?
how to behave.
Good. How are you today?
And it is
Great, man. Great.
What do you think is the scariest type of
There was
alien?
a really amazing, unusual moment
Whoa.
in 16th century spot.
Because we're working with
Two
what?
things came together.
Gray,
One of them
Nordic,
is a
reptilian,
remarkably
insectoid.
forward-thinking tax
How do we go
policy
insectoid? That sounds intense.
that had opened up
Pretty
some
good
very
answer. Yeah, no, that's a scary, brutal, that's a scary one. They're supposed to be pretty evil. The insectoids and the grays. Yeah. They don't believe in God.
The Ottoman Emperor
Scared
offered the Ottoman Sultan offered a generous tax
How do we
go
policy
insectoid?
to textile
That sounds
merchants
intense.
in particular.
What?
Jews, of course,
What's your
have
real
a very long association with textiles.
Davis, hello. No, David. How
How's
are
it
you?
going?
Good. How are you today?
Great, man. Great.
What do you think is the scariest type of alien?
But it's the same thing. Textiles is sort of a nicer way to say it.
Whoa.
And so lots of Jews started coming to Tzfat because it had this generous tax policy to be involved in import and export of textiles. This was joined with
He'll do a little urine sample.
negative event.
That's how he really, if he's on the edge about who's something out here.
The expulsion of the
For
Jews
sure.
from
So
Spain.
if it is yellow, make sure to flush it before.
Not exactly an
12
expulsion,
a.m.
but Jews were driven out of
Gets
Portugal
around.
as well by
Pretty dark, little man.
forced
I
conversion.
know, and then he leaves
We
you.
don't know for
Cold or
sure,
whatever
but
he
it
leaves
is
these
most
days. I don't know.
likely that
Yeah, probably a malware virus or something. Yeah, he hacks your iPad and puts malware on it, which you do not want, because then you're typing in your credit card number.
this
Your
method
credit card
being
number.
essentially the Inquisition in
Santa loves
Portugal. They may
fishing.
even have been forcibly converted
Loves fishing
themselves.
skins.
We
And
don't
for
know whether he was possibly
anybody watching
himself
today,
born in
I was
Tzfat,
looking at the
that
comments last week.
raised
We were looking at the comments. It seems like there's
about
a
16 years old.
minority, but a very
they
vocal
were
minority
sort of
who's
like-
hating these call-in shows. So you're going to
I
have
like
to
to think
please
of that
forgive us.
generation as sort of
We're
like
working
being
out the kinks. We're
related to
figuring
this
all of this
horrific
shit
moment
out.
in Jewish history.
So get off our jobs,
Chronologically,
okay?
I
We're
see
gonna
our
figure it
relationship
out,
to the
and
Holocaust.
we're doing a call-in thing today. Okay, this is a special Sunday edition.
But they were both
We're
considered
filming on
like
Sunday. Very
earth-shattering
busy
events
weeks
in
next week.
Jewish
We have to film it
So
Sunday.
he was like
We're
the
doing a call-in.
generation
So for
survivor,
anybody who hates him,
maybe second
when we
generation
greatly
survivor,
apologize.
We're
We're sorry. Yeah, what do you do? What do we do? What am I supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? We're very busy. Yeah, we're very busy these days around Christmas. So come on, crucify us. Come on.
allowed
Come
for
on,
the
it's a holiday
expansion
rush.
of scholarship in the region. Lots of rabbis were invited and were
Black
supported
Friday,
by the wealthy merchants who were able to provide for them to have the
we're in
yeshivas,
a rush. So
synagogues, and so
it's
on.
a big part
And
of
the
the year. So
Lamach
we're in
and
the middle
Moshe
of it.
Cordero
Right in the
was
thick
one
of
of
it.
them.
We're so close to pulling
Itself
off
was kind of like a
perfect
nothing
Christmas
town
ideals.
until then.
Yep.
And in fact, it was sort of like a
Almost there.
blip on the
Okay, Grant. Yeah, do we want to? So do we have some people on here?
Yeah, good bunch.
You want me to bring some
prior
up?
to
Yeah.
this period.
I think this was the first person
It doesn't occur once.
who joined like
The term
4 hours
spot
ago.
probably comes from the word
Oh my gosh.
We'll see if they're actually paying attention and they're ready.
elevated and high and you
Looks like waiting the whole time,
but
dude.
he really has no still.
Wait, that's not even.
Empty.
Oh no.
And then it becomes
What's your real name?
place of Jewish energy,
Davis. Hello,
spirituality,
David.
for about 50 years.
How are
How's it going?
And then there's a
Good.
series of
How are
plagues
you
that raised
today?
that just washed through it,
Great,
killing,
man.
among others,
Great.
the Lamach.
What do
And
you
then it
think
dies
is the
down.
scariest type of
Always
alien?
kind of like, since then, since the 50s, 70s, it's
Whoa.
kind of like been,
Because we're working with what?
looking back
Gray,
towards that
Nordic,
period of
But it was a
reptilian,
period
it's
of
incredible. You have to imagine
I'm
gonna go with insectoid.
the number of
That sounds
scholars
intense.
and
Pretty good answer. Yeah, no, that's a scary, real, that's a scary thought. They're supposed to be pretty evil. Insectoids and the Greys are supposed to be
these apocalyptic ideas, and they
I don't
found
believe
themselves
in
all
God.
together in this tiny town on a hilltop, and they started
synagogue.
synergizing
Nothing wrong with
each other.
synagogues, but
Absolutely
it's incredible.
incredible.
It's like a
Kabbalah, as we understand it today,
Jesus. It's like
received
space
a
church.
tremendous leap
God.
during this time. The Lamach
Yes.
himself was one of the
Yeah, space
major
church. What a
contributors because
fucking
he wrote
thing
a
to think
particular book,
about that.
which was published in his
Would you go to
lifetime.
Space
It was
Church,
a regional
David, if
thing
you had the
called
opportunity?
Pardes Rimon,
Yeah, totally.
the
I'm locked in.
orchard of
Yeah.
pomegranates.
What? Where are you, in Denver, Colorado?
I am in Denver, Colorado.
Uh-oh, 1 for 1 already. I saw your flag in the back. How are things going in Denver?
Oh, yeah. Dude, it's the place to be.
I love
Things are doing good.
I love it. Is it cold there today?
Dude, it's super cold. Snowed the other day, so it's pretty chilly.
Oh, beautiful.
What are the temps like out there?
Oh, it's very, I thought it was pretty chilly. It was very windy last night, and now it's kind of chilly. I don't know. I think it's getting up to
the
60
art
or
scroll of
something.
the 16th century for Kabbalah.
Yeah, it could be worse, but it is a little bit chilly.
How do you put all those
Yeah,
things
it's
together?
pretty Christmas-like out
But it
there.
was like, oh my gosh,
It's starting to look a lot like Christmas around these parts, for sure.
Diagrams,
We're debating on whether to
until
do
he
Christmas tree or
graphed out
not.
Kabbalah.
We'll be
It was
back in
actually
Memphis, but
It
we
was
don't just take the
comprehensive.
Christmas
It
tree
became
just for
an
the season.
instant classic, and he was known as
Hard
the
to tell. The eternal debate, right, David?
This, by the way, is a map of
The aliens, dude. They probably want to get a tree.
that appear in
They
spots.
probably would like a tree. Do you have a
They're
tree?
frequently coated with this distinctive light blue paint.
You're a
as
tree
sort of
trouble.
Oh,
a-
dude.
Wait, Grant, throw the graph back up that showed the different Nordics.
Check it. It's my one ornament.
Oh my gosh, a Digimon. Are you a Digimon fan?
Dude, I love the Digimon. This is my favorite.
I'm kidding. Is that a Pokemon or Digimon? Charizard?
It is Pokemon, yeah. It's little Charizard.
David,
My one.
And we see here right at the
if
bottom.
you could name 3 Digimon, I'll Venmo you $25.
And, he is
Digimon,
the
not
father of Kabbalah.
Oh, no.
He was the oldest
Damn.
of the Kabbalists.
Is that your name? 3 Digimon?
No, I can't name 1
I
Digimon.
can't.
Yeah, are there a bunch of Digimon like there are Pokemon? There's a bunch of, but David, do you remember, and I don't know if you'd be the Digimon expert, aren't they named like numbers? Like 310 or 405?
Because there's that many of them.
I think they're named in numbers. It's a digital currency. Yeah, it's digital.
My younger brother was really into the Digimon. I was more on the Pokemon side.
Rightfully so. Yeah, I wonder what happened. I wonder how Pokemon was able to totally surpass Digimon in popularity.
They would go out on what they called
Pikachu, man.
Digimon.
Pikachu.
horses.
Yeah, Pika. Is that what they would say?
Go off and
Pika,
wandered
Pika.
throughout the hillside in the region of
So, David, what's your best present you've gotten for somebody thus far?
The Ramak wrote
Oh,
about this
man.
in a book called Sefer Gerushin, in
If
which
I'm being honest, I haven't bought any
described his
presents.
travels
Are you
with
going
his
to?
brother-in-law, who was also his dad.
Yeah, just
And they would like walk along.
I'm pretty-
They felt like
I always wait till the last minute.
spiritual
And I don't know what
influences,
to
and
get.
sit down,
I never know what to get.
daven or say Tehillim, and they would stay there for an
Trying to figure out
indefinite
what to
period
do
of
with
time
brothers right
until
now.
the feeling faded away, and then they went on. I mean, it sounds kind of bizarre, but this is the kind of stuff they did in
What to get for someone who
and
has
the holiness
always
of
a,
the
like
people
a
and
golf
their
tee.
Kabbalistic activities like this
Yeah.
Ooh,
Gerushin type
nice.
activity created a
Golf
kind of
tees,
spiritual
Love
tourism.
golf teams.
There's
golf
so
bag,
many
golf
other
bag would be cool.
rabbis,
The golf
especially
cup
Kabbalists,
covers for the
were
golf
drawn to
clubs.
spots like highly inspiring,
Nice,
highly
but no gloves.
to a
Yeah, those things are expensive. They're not buying clubs or gear at all. So are people. So when I used to live in Denver, I worked at the place on what was that area called? It's by downtown, kind of 5 Points area. Are people still selling a bunch of cocaine over there?
Yeah, that's the place to be if you're looking for the goods, if you will.
I love it. That's where I always used to get blown up. It's like an open air drug market, right? With selling drugs, yeah.
You guys plan on coming out here anytime soon?
Of 16th
As a
century
duo?
Kabbalah, and really the way in which we understand
Hopefully,
Kabbalah
if
today, heavily depends
hopefully,
on the
if Casey's still willing to come out on the road with me, so it's been a wonderful pleasure thus far. I'd love to go to Denver. I've always wanted to. I've been there a couple times. I'm sure we'll go.
ideas of Kabbalah.
Yeah, I would think so. Get some more dates up there. Sweet Adam, he's helping book some stuff. So it's things are generally looking up, other than my skin cancer.
Most of the biographical details of his life, what we have first of all his own writings, and he just writes autobiographical information like the
Side
Sefer
of my
Gerushin.
face. I'm gonna have to
We
grab
also
good things,
have
or
the
who knows, I might have to be
testimony
here
of
in a year. So
the collector
you
who
might have to
purchased
come
all
see
his
us somewhere else.
manuscripts, Rabbi
I almost saw you in San Diego, but I missed you. I was close.
Because you're him. I
Oh,
like
nice.
this.
Well, it's the thought that counts, David. Love hearing that. I totally appreciate it. You were
He
there.
Hell
was
yeah,
quite
no.
a bit, you know, like, 'cause he published
You're on the
this
front row at the
All
spear.
done. Yes, sir.
Cool. Well, David, wonderful to talk. You're so sweet. So you were waiting for a while. What were you doing in that span of some hours before this thing started? What were you doing?
So I was at work when I saw your Instagram post, and I was like, all right, let me just hop in the Zoom. And I've actually done this multiple times.
Also, there's a strong
And a couple times I've accidentally logged out. It's the only time I've ever used Zoom.
How's it working for you?
Dude, it's great. Worked out. A-okay.
Cool. Where do you work?
I work near DU. I manage residential construction sites. We got like 2 houses going right now.
Okay, so here's
What's
the
DU?
fundamental question.
It is, yeah.
DU?
So fancy stuff.
The Wildcats.
Really?
No, what are
I think it's the Pioneers.
Oh, okay. It's odd.
Yeah.
It seems to fit the Denver.
Wildcats always sounds good.
Yeah, I know. Wildcats. That's my fantasy world every team is the Wildcats. Yeah, they're just different colors. Yeah.
What's that, High School Musical?
I wasn't allowed to watch that. What was High School Musical? Was that a Bobcat or a Wildcat?
I think so. If I remember correctly. You look like a High School Musical fan.
Well, now that I don't live with my parents anymore, maybe I'll watch it tonight or something. But yeah, growing up, Larry and Francis didn't like me watching a show like that where people were singing, so I just wasn't allowed. But again, I'm not living with them anymore, so maybe in the coming days I might watch it maybe before Christmas. They don't know. Yeah, he lived in a song-free household. Yes. I always wanted to do the Nutcracker with Macaulay Culkin. Wasn't ever allowed to do that. Yeah, always liked the idea of musicals, but just could never watch them.
In which, if you remember your high school biology,
I had no idea about the Macaulay Culkin Nutcracker.
I considered that.
Yeah.
God has
It's a thing. I was randomly watching some dumbass YouTube video last night of some guy who was saying, "Oh, this is the worst Nutcracker movie ever," and he's using it against, I guess, the Macaulay Culkin Nutcracker was good or something back in the day. So I was comparing it to the Macaulay Culkin Nutcracker movies ranked from worst to best. Yeah, he said this one was too scary. Number one. Macaulay Culkin. Here he is. There's Macaulay. He is a Nutcracker.
Wow.
It's kind of like
It's an ensemble. Yeah, I love it.
Well, you're gonna have to see how that stacks up to High School Musical.
Totally, I will. Again, I need to get it out of my head that I can't, not allowed to watch that shit anymore. So get it out of my head. I'm not living with those people anymore. So, yeah, you're better than that. Yeah, I can watch whatever I want now.
Hell yeah.
David, well, have a wonderful Christmas. Very nice to talk to you. Thanks so much for calling in, dude.
Dude, Merry Christmas. You guys are great.
And also, David, so do you care that we're doing these? Because we're starting to get a lot of pushback on these phone call things. Are you in that camp? Or what are your thoughts, David? Are we doing it a little too much? Be very honest with me. Be very frank.
To be frank,
Yes.
awesome to talk to you guys. This could have been a boring conversation, you know? I thought it was pretty cool. Some people might hate it.
You think sometimes we talk to people that's boring? You think that's what the issue people have with it is?
And sometimes I'm just jealous despite that, you know? No, I'm just kidding. I mean, and it varies. You never know. So
Maybe just mix them in sometimes.
yeah.
It shatters. And that rains down a mixture of that hot oil, which is like godliness,
No rush. No rush. You guys are killing it, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, great. Wonderful to hear, David. We like that positive.
It's still too hot. So that second plate pot also shatters.
The good stuff.
That means we have a mixture of the first two.
Okay, David, wonderful to talk to you, dude.
Yeah, you guys too. I'll talk to you. I'll see you.
I was walking in downtown 6th Street last night, and I was at a stoplight, and this guy looks over at me, and he goes, "Casey Rocket." And he goes, "Dude, I'm watching your podcast right now." What's Louie up? He was watching it on his phone. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, he showed it to me. That's the way I look over to
With a tiny spark of godliness.
That's funny. Yeah, I went to some concert Friday night. Eric and Daniel Donato. They're great. They're wonderful. But yeah, I ended up just talking to a bunch of people. I had a disguise on. I thought I wasn't. But yeah, it's like I'm trying to listen to the fucking music. I'm not trying to fucking. No, you're there for the lyrics. Yeah, I'm there for the lyrics. I can hear the lyrics when they're talking. Fucking see that I'm
But it's just so
fucking
heavily weighed down
But it's all good.
by
People are just-
materialism, that it cannot
Whoa!
be, separated from its godliness.
Faulty plug, Grant. Yeah,
This is, by
Grant.
the way, one of the major differences
They're not
between the
saying
Lamont and his
Oh my gosh, and Grant had his whip today, the Corvette. Yeah, you see that? Hell yeah.
You guys can actually take a picture of it this time. I saw the post you guys did where you were next to it last time.
Yeah, I think if you're okay with that, Grant, it sounds like some people are reaching out to Casey about us literally renting the car out. Yeah, someone sent me $20.
I don't really understand
I
how
made
that
a post saying we'll be giving rides, and then someone was like, "I would love a ride," and sent me $20. I know. Not to tell you that. Yeah, I got it. Well, it's happening. It'll be you driving, William in the front seat, me. Is there even a back seat?
There's not, but we can see what we do.
Okay, me in between you guys, and then
a tremendous impetus to
yeah,
get out there and save
yeah,
those
Grant, are you
lives,
comfortable with
do
somebody
those
sitting
things
on your
that
lap while you're
have
driving?
people going on
Yeah.
the street and give out Shabbos canisters every
Okay.
time you do
Honestly,
it.
William, I don't know if
you're holiness, you're allowing it to
it
go
is so
up to
tiny.
original source.
You're
The
much
Ramah
taller.
has a much more kind of sedate approach, and it's not an accident. This is the way in which
I've
it
been
can
working out recently, but I don't feel that
It's
way.
not all
Tall people don't feel comfortable.
So it's not as easy as sell for followers. I'll give
Can't
you
walk
one more
that
metaphor
rewind
that
there.
is
Yeah,
even a little
so
better
big.
for understanding this idea of the spirit.
It's not
Is that
yeah, I don't think I'm that
okay,
big.
so
I
I
meant
the sun with the naked eye.
Massive.
Right? It's
You know,
way
like
too
massive.
powerful.
Well, that's
First, you
worse. I'm massive.
So what
I'm
you
not
can do
big.
is you
I'm
can get a
massive.
mirror
You took a
And
shot
when
on
I
that
pulled
last
up the
one.
mirror, and you can sort of glance at the reflection in the mirror.
Backtrack there.
Because the mirror itself absorbs some of the energy.
Okay, Graham, what else?
You want the next
But
person?
it also
Yeah,
distorts it, right?
yeah,
It's not perfect.
we'll
There's
move
a little
on.
bit of
Let's move on.
coloration, a little bit of a dull in the sound.
We
It's
like
still too strong
talking
to
to
look
you
at it
about
steadily. So you get another mirror, you put it over here, and you look at the reflection
All right,
of
this
the
next person
reflection of the
we're
sun.
shooting for is going by
And
the
it gives you
name.
like 10 mirrors all set up like this, reflecting the light back and forth like a pinball machine.
Hell yeah.
Then
Oh my
finally,
gosh,
at the
how are
bottom,
you, Japansy?
passes where it lives in
Pretty good.
regular sunlight.
Everything going okay? I hope.
The dilution of the light throughout.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Where are you, in your house right now?
I'm in my shop.
What are you
And
making
now
there?
let's try to understand how does that relate
I
to
do custom automotive fabrication.
So Ramak is saying
I was hoping you were going to say you do custom nose
that,
rings.
you know, we have to know
Did
who
that
God
thing hurt?
is in order to imitate him.
When I got it, yeah, I felt like I got punched in the face, and then I stretched it like 6 times.
Ew, you stretched it in what sense? You got a bigger ring?
Yeah.
Does it bleed
Like
when you do that?
The only thing that we can say about God, to the Kabbalists,
When you stretch
we
it
can
now,
say something
when you
about
get it
the
pierced,
way
yeah.
in which
Can you
God
do cocaine with
interacts
it?
with our physical universe. We can
I
observe
have.
God as it were, as if they're physicists, they have
Yeah, I didn't know if you could just go up one nose and then out the hole and out the other or something.
Oh, I lost one. Yeah, I lost another.
Oh my gosh, that concert we went to on Friday. We were going to smoke some weed and 2 dudes are doing kebabs right in front of us. And I was thinking, shit, if that was 3 years ago, I would be all over that. But that's for the best. So Japansy, so you got to work on Sundays.
No, I'm just chilling over here.
Oh, cool. What do you do in there?
And as you can see,
When I'm not working, just digging around with stuff. When I am working, working on other people's cars.
Do you ever intentionally don't like tighten the lug nuts real good on one of the wheels so they're going to crash and like a lot?
I know it sounds complicated, but there are
Have you ever
certain
wanted
ways in
to?
which it is just
Yeah,
I've actually done that to one of my own cars and tried driving it on accident, and then felt like I was gonna die.
Did the wheel fall off?
I almost fucked up the wheel pretty good.
Oh my gosh, fucking up wheels. I saw some video earlier of these 2 people on a motorcycle. And the guy did a wheelie, and then when he was going back down, they hit a sign, and there was a fire that started, and his whole head was burning. Oh, God. So be careful, Japansy. We don't need your head burning, especially with the hot rod, fast vehicles. We need you okay, Japansy.
Especially this time of year, you're so close to Christmas, you gotta play it safe. Almost there, home stretch.
Yeah, you gotta get your brothers a good present. What's a good gift, God? What do you think what's top right now for gifts? If somebody's watching, they want to get a gift for their brother or sister. What are you thinking these days in 2023? What are good odds?
So that's what the first
Shoot, I have a bunch of kids, so I don't buy gifts for adults. I just buy kid stuff, so for me it's Roblox and Minecraft.
Paddle with ball on.
Secondly, chapter 2 is also on Tether.
That's fun, or the clack ball things that you have. It's a clacker. You like do it like this, and then they clack. Once you get it into a real big zone, a good zone, they start clacking. So that could be fun.
Noisemakers.
There's 13 different ways.
Oh,
So now we gotta learn the
probably won't be using any of those because I have 5 kids between me and my girlfriend, so that would be a nightmare.
Probably memorize
How old are they?
13 attributes as we say them
My
on
oldest
the
is
Kippur.
10. 10, 9, 8,
7.
Those are called the Kabbalah, the lower 13.
Yeah,
Those are the
a bunch of the youngest is 3.
kind of like more
So somebody like me who's scared to have kids, what would be your advice? You're obviously good at it. You've been doing it. What's your advice to me? Somebody like me who's scared to have kids.
there is a higher 13 egos which we say only on Tasha.
I would say just do it, and you won't have a reason for that. You just have to figure it out and just keep turning back.
Okay.
They have to keep it going. Other than that one couple in California, though, I think they're in their van filled up with foster kids and drove off a cliff. So I guess technically it can't end at all, but it's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair to the kids. They're from Washington. They drove to California to drive off a cliff.
But it would take us way too long.
Yeah, there's probably a bunch of cliffs in Washington. Woo! I bet they were screaming on the way down. I would have been screaming. Having fun in heaven. It's very sad. It's horrible. Well, Japansy, wonderful to talk to you, my friend. Thanks so much for calling in, dude. Have a wonderful Christmas. I hope you and your whole crew have a wonderful Christmas. You got out of your Wi-Fi or something. Oh, what, Bubba? You have a question?
You guess where I'm at? It's kind of snowy here, but it also is hot as balls during the summer.
You in Boise, Idaho?
I'm in Caldwell.
Oh, Caldwell. That's funny. My friend Nick Daniels used to live there. He would do this great bit where he would go on stage and do his act, and then we would run on stage and beat the shit out of him. And then he would pretend like nothing happened and keep doing his act. Caldwell, Idaho.
Caldwell's, it's all right. It's like the I don't know if you know where Palmdale in California is. It's like the Palmdale of fucking Idaho. It's kind of ghetto over here.
Are there a bunch of Mormon folks here?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Caldwell's a military town, right?
No, I think Boise is more of military because they have the Gowan Field over there.
I love Gowan Field. Cool. Well, Japansy, wonderful to talk to you, my sweet friend.
See you, man. Yeah, great talking to you guys.
Yeah, be very safe.
Oh, I will.
Sorry, just like that, he's gone. We'll never know if he was safe. God will. Yeah, I only ever went to, where did I go in Idaho? Idaho State University. Pocatello. Moscow. Yeah, Pocatello. That's where my father's sister lives. Okay. Isn't that kind of nice up there? No. Coeur d'Alene. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it was like a medium-sized city, I think. It was like a bunch of fields driving there from Wyoming to there. It felt like it was in the middle of nowhere. Kind of pretty looking, though, but really small. Idaho's very, very populated. Not a lot of people.
Whatever it is. Every single moment
excited.
of the Avera.
We love it. That's where the potatoes come from. That's where the potatoes come from, and there's also a lot of which is a little sketchy. What's going on?
He said no cheeseburgers, and I'm taking the energy he gave them to eat more cheeseburgers.
With the insectoids. Insectoids in the parlor.
What's up with Nordic? Is it just Nordic people are aliens?
Yeah, so people see them often in abduction scenarios. They'll see Nordic. They kind of look like Scandinavian people, and they're supposed to be very nice, and they give a lot of wisdom. But the reptilians and the greys and the insectoids are supposed to be like pure evil, and they abduct people to like steal their souls. This is what the literature tells us. I didn't realize that was actually a thing, the Nordic ones.
Yeah.
I thought you were kidding or something.
No, people see
That's a real thing.
I didn't either until I saw that photo. When I was looking at the Nordic.
Yeah, people see them. Yeah. It'd be funny if there was all different, like people saw all different, because Nordic is kind of like a race of people. So like you went on a spaceship and it was just like Mexican aliens. What the hell's going on here? They would have a bunch of kids running around. When I was driving earlier, I saw there's a sweet couple and they had like 6 kids and they all looked like the same age. They must have been a little different in age. A very sweet couple, and the little girl was on top of her papa's shoulders, and I was thinking, I wish I could be on his shoulders right now. crossing the street. Let me up, Papa. Do you a sack of potatoes? That's what he used to say after we watch Are You Afraid of the Dark. He's like, okay, how you want to go upstairs to your bedroom? It's like, what do you want, sack of potatoes or on my shoulders? It's a sack of potatoes, Papa. And then that's where you just kind of, your body's around and it just kind of kicks you out. Dead away. Alright. My little finger. Okay, Grant, what,
You know, if you set a block on it, your parents will say something like, "Oh, you're going to make a big mala." If you set a block on nice and clear and loud, because you have to know when you do a mitzvah, you release positive energy.
Yeah, late July.
It's called a mala.
Yeah.
A messenger.
Always remember, it's like your first kiss. You always
kind of
remember the
like
last
Kabbalah physics. But the opposite is also true. Not often talked about. The Mishnah in Kabbalah also says if a person does a zera, they create a negative energy being, like a Tager. And
Her name is Taylor Deggerpont.
Or
And we kissed it.
Allie, a damage.
Party.
And this negative energy being.
You're going to parties in the 6th grade? It was just like, you know, like cookies and pizza. Little parties, but we kissed outside, and her breath started kissing. Smell like poop. Oh my gosh, God. I know, her breath started. Just tongue. We were waiting, so like, everyone like gave us time. And I didn't kiss her for like an hour. We stood there. Beautiful night. Sounds horribly awkward. I was so hungry. See what we did, and I think that was the only time we ever did, and then she betrayed me to my best friend, Rabbi.
Go to the source of their energy and withdraw what
Not
they
closely,
need.
but I think she's real.
They're kind of like an energy vacuum.
Okay, honestly, the Papa's not here.
Kind of electric circuit
Cool.
of energy.
Oh my
And by right,
it looks beautiful wherever you are. Are you in Glendale?
I'm a hateful being. I'm going to make you sick. I'm going to take energy from you.
Ooh, that's where Casey just was.
Oh my gosh.
Just there, Golden.
But Hashem is no sick one.
I wanted to go
Hashem
so
says,
bad.
"Oh, man,
Are y'all here? You know, but
Yeah, looks like you're coming in a little pixelated, but it's totally fine.
huge amount of energy
Look at Warren Zevon.
I will never let you do it.
oh, is that a compliment?
I'll make
Yeah, I know Warren was the
without going back to the creator,
Good job, I like that.
I'm sure the creator can do something.
Yeah, smile for us. You got a good grill on you, dude. Look at us.
I'm bringing it back.
Glowing, my dude.
So these figures,
Oh my gosh, are you actually? I am you don't ever. Hold on. Oh, is that Warren Zevon? Get real. Good reference.
Not a compliment.
Come on, you look great. It's a musical. It's a musical genius. Yeah, he had perfect pitch. He was one of 3 people. Him, Paul McCartney, and Mr. Music.
And we have that in common, perfect pitch, of course.
So you don't do the nitrous, though, do you?
Of course, yeah. I don't do it myself. But
So what? I have to ask you a very serious question. So you're a dentist. I probably need to stop. I'm down from 2 to 1 cents in my mouth. I probably need to just stop, don't I? Is that going to make my teeth fall out eventually?
maybe, but like I'm a cool dentist, you know. So I'm not. Yes.
But generally, in your professional opinion, I probably need to relax on it, right? What about Restream?
I have all of these, my lessons on the street, and they go and make the weather run, go to stock market, whatever the
Texas, USA, it's the Weird Recovery Show. Starring William Montgomery. The Tony Chin Orchestra. Dancers. As always, Williams is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strickler, William Montgomery. Yeah, you told me that out in the parking lot. I think that's sweet, and I think that's cool that you know what I'm doing. Going under the knife. Yeah, it was hard. I said before I go under the knife, would you mind if I said the sailor's prayer? So, almost gave me that. I said, and it was 6 or 7 minutes of that. It's long. It's a long prayer. It's like a ballad. The sweet man was standing there kind of bowing their heads. Yeah, very silent. Yeah, moment silent to fallen sailors.
There he is. How you living, pimp? Zoot. Are you ready? What percentage is your phone charged? That sucks. What percentage body fat are you? Jewish history lectures? What the fuck are you saying, dog? Just a moment, I'll tell you. Oh, these are in Kabbalah, the levels of forgiveness. This is a Kabbalah crash course. But one thing for which I'm not gonna need forgiveness is whooping your ass. Are you ready? Zoot, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna beat you as many times in a row as possible. And you're gonna hate it. What's up, pimp? No. Correct. Do you think you're dumb? Because you're not. Okay, I mean, why does it matter? Dog, are you gonna accept my invite? Are you just gonna jerk yourself off? Dog, are you gonna accept my fucking invite? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Are you sure? Oh, okay. We'll play darts later. You ready to see some high IQ A high IQ move? That was not it. That sucks. Oh, Zoot, no way. You're going to fuck this up. No doubt you're going to fuck this up. Oh, that was even worse than I thought it was going to be. What are we doing? To get your dick sucked? Attaboy. Do people go out on Sunday? Incorrect. If possible, you could get a girl over to your house and get your dick sucked. Zoot, I can't believe that we didn't score in that hole. That might be the first time that's ever happened. Okay. I'm not saying that you don't have a high opportunity to get your dick sucked tomorrow. Outside the house, you do. But if you wanted, you could probably get an in-call hooker. But if you live with other people, then I understand. Then probably outside of the house is better. Why don't you just go to a brothel, dog? Oh, well then get some chick to come over and blow you. So you know. All right. Do people go out on Sunday? Dude, I learned how to do this fucking hole. If you do it right, it's fucking amazing. Look how sick this shot is. Oh, wow. What a good shot, dude. Are you proud of that shot? Okay. What is this? What is this thing? To what thing are you going? What kind of influencer is she? Oh, tight. Tell her about me. Fuck yeah, it's a good idea, big dog. What are your thoughts on this shot? Dude, I told you I was going to beat you so many times. Oh, what a... No fucking way. Dude. Bravo. 10 out of 10 is right. I know, that's why I bought it. With like the coins you earn on this app. You probably have a lot. Yeah, but you still have. I wonder if I could check for you. I don't know how many. Click on your profile. Is it okay? It was like 150. I know. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? You're gonna miss your shot. Bravo! What a great shot. This is an important shot for you. Dude. Oh, shit. Stop. Zoot, you have a chance to win. Yeah. Now you know who he is. Oh, what an amazing shot. All right. You've never met him. You didn't even know who the fuck he was. You didn't know him. You don't know who he is. I had to teach you who he was. Incorrect. Adelaide is a metropolitan area of 1 million people. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Okay, you did. I knew everything about you, Zoot. Oh, Zoot, that sucks. Zoot, that was awful. Get it, baby. Because I told you about him. Did you blow him? Oh man, that was close. I'm pretty sure he's straight. Do you like James McCann? He's a comedian from Australia. Okay. Are you ready for me to end it right here? You're welcome, dog. I'm going to get 2 wins in a row right here. Unless you get a triple 18. Triple 18. That's tight. Are you going to be a comedian starting Monday? Tell me your first joke. Zoo, remember that time I sent you an invitation and you just jerked yourself off raw? Oh, triple 20. That's what they do. Yeah. Dude, you remind me of Bert Kreischer. Do you know who Bert Kreischer is? Yes? He's like one of Joe Rogan's dudes. So he was at a Target and this kid comes up to him and says, "Are you a YouTuber?" And Bert Kreischer's like, "No." And he's like, "Oh, okay. Why are you filming?" He goes, "I'm a comedian." And the kid goes, "Okay. Can you tell me a joke?" And Bert Kreischer goes, I was kidnapped by the Russian mafia when I was 21 years old." And the kid goes, "I don't think that's funny. I don't get it." It's hilarious. Basically, I'm the kid, and you're Bert Kreischer in this. Oh, Zoot, are you fucking serious? Zoot, I'm gonna win right here. And I did. That's 3 games in a row, B. Zoot, I'm starting to catch up with you. Zoot, Zoot, I'm starting to catch up with you. Zoot, did you know I got 87 points? You got 7. You got 16. All right, I'm gonna end it right here for you. It's over, baby. It's over. That's 4 games in a row. Zoot, tell me a joke. You're so lame. You're like, you know that it's rude for you to ask a stand-up comedian to tell you a joke. So you are not a stand-up comedian. Don't call yourself that. Once you do it a lot, then you can call yourself a stand-up comedian. As of right now, if anything, you're an open micer. Do you know what an open micer is? Someone who what? 100%. Oh fuck. Zoot, tell me a joke. What you're gonna say on Monday? Okay, you finally got me, Zoot. What are you gonna say on Monday? What are you gonna say? You know what? I think you're gonna pussy out. I think you're gonna get up there, you're gonna get nervous, and you're just gonna say, "I can't do this." Get it. Zoot, I'm going to win 6 more games against you. And then you're only beating me by 50. And then I'm going to cut into that lead. Oh, that sucked. Dude, that was bad. Dude, I'm out. It's done. You lost. Re? All right, Zoot, you're up. I dedicate this shot to Con. Dog, you're done. You're done. I do all the time. I don't know if Michael Jackson was guilty, but that there's an argument. Oh wow, Zoot. Fuck. Get that 12, Zoot. Fuck, Zoot. I keep busting, dog. There you go. Zoot, I think that you're a better singer than you are a comedian. Zoot, what's your joke gonna be? Yeah. It's not very good at humor. It wasn't funny. What's your first joke? That was great. Would you take that right now, 20 millimeters? 15, dog. That was impressive. Zoot, good job. Fuck. Dude, I did badly.
So black mold is, it's annoying. It's just really annoying. But it's really not that difficult to deal with. I'll tell you what, right now, you're not going to scrub it out, okay? Because it's kind of embedded. It's living down under the surface of the ground. Because your grout, just remember this about your grout. Your grout is a form of concrete, and it's porous, right? Pores all the way through. So there's plenty of places for the mold to hide in there, and you clean it, it comes right back. But honestly,
Dude, are you proud of the way that you've played?
these days, in a lot of ways, because a lot of companies out there would like to take advantage of your fear of mold and say, pay us $2,000 and we'll remediate the mold from your house. Here's the: if mold is out in the open, vinegar takes it down, bleach takes it out, baking soda takes it out, hydrogen peroxide takes it out. But mold is really kind of embedded. It needs to be solutions. They need to stay on
28.
And so here's the trick we use. Just dousing the mold with bleach is usually not enough to actually solve the problem. It'll hit the surface, it'll deal with something on the surface, but it'll come right back. The same solution.
Dog, what the fuck?
We need it to stay on the solution. Baking soda is your best friend here, okay? Because baking soda, you mix that with vinegar, or you can mix it with bleach, or my preferred one is to mix it with hydrogen peroxide, okay? And you make a paste. That's the thing. That's the key. With baking soda, the advantage is it's not that it in and of itself is a big mold fighter, although it does have some anti-mold properties to it. But baking soda, once you mix it with a liquid, it can become a paste, and then you slather it on the problem.
Dude, I just checked out. You got to get 32 right now. Get that double 16, son.
Doing what they do without evaporating and drying up too quick before all the mold is done. So, honestly, it's not enough to deal with. And then,
So who do you think's better at this game? You or me?
and now the key that Leslie is after that to go to the big box store, the hardware store, your tile supply store, and get some tile sealers, some grout sealer, and seal up the grout. Okay, your grout is old. There's a lot of it. Get it cleaned, and then get some sealer on it. And grout sealer is there. Its job is to kind of clog up the porosity.
Dude, I did not do well.
So that dirt, stuff like mold, doesn't have a chance to get down inside and start, getting comfortable, getting a foothold.
Zoot got a 17. A 3. Nothing.
Technique. And again, vinegar, hydrogen peroxide, bleach, it all works. Use a paste to put it in place so it really.
Dude, how did I play so badly?
Seal the grout after you're done in the future. Keep it sealed. Maybe seal it once a year or so.
16. Get another one.
Wipe on the sealer and wipe it off. That's all. Penetrating sealer, super easy to do, and you'll see that problem go away. Is there any particular ratio of?
What a checkout, dude. That was incredible.
Yeah, no, I like it. Again, the proper ratio in my mind is that you use enough hydrogen peroxide to the baking soda to make it like a paste.
Get a 16, Zoot.
If it's too watery, you've used too much hydrogen peroxide. If
Zoot.
it's too powdery, you haven't used enough. So just mix it until you get a nice
Zoot, what happened?
paste, and then you're good to go. Okay, I got that. Okay.
Get that 13, son. Great job, dude. When's the last time I vaped? I was doing it a lot, but it was getting expensive. It was orange. Oh, well, that's not good. Look who the fuck it is. Carom time, baby. 8 inches. Are you talking to Zoo? Who else do you think's here? Hold on. Hold on. Dude, I can't play so many games at once. I'll be. Yeah. All right, quit with Karen for right now. Riser, we're waiting on you. Dude, please tell Riser what your intentions are. Please tell Riser what your intentions are on Monday. Ask him what his first joke is. Zoo, what are you going to say? Are you fucking serious, dude? Wait, Zoot, please tell Riser what you told me when I asked you to tell me your first joke. You said it's rude. You said it's rude to ask a comedian what their jokes are. I said you're not a comedian. Zoot, are you gonna go? Oh, Zoot. Perfect. Zoot, are you gonna fucking jerk yourself off, or are you gonna go? Zoot, come on, man. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Zoot, are you gonna go? Or are you gonna talk? Why did you resign? Yeah, because this game does because Zoot quit. Zoot, why aren't you talking anymore? That hole sucks. Hold on. I want to see if he's gone. Why did he leave? How's he gonna do on Monday? Do you think they'd be silent, or they would just be like, "You're the worst"? Fist fight, fist fights him for wasting. No, the whole. All right, dude, are you gonna? This is old fashioned, just normal kind. I do too. Are you proud of your shot? No. Yeah, I make fun of him about it all the time. Oh, that was great, dude. I watched it. Okay, you want to see some shit? Watch this shot. Get in. Thanks, pimp. I wonder if I could make this. I want to know what happens if you get the little caroms all over to the point where you can't put anything down. What happens? Like, you can't move the slide. Yeah. It's an excellent question. I want to know what happens. You pocketed a disc. Oh, the things are called discs? Watch this move. Stop. No, dog. Oh, what do I do? Dude, I gave you 1,000 points right now. And mine are the opposite. Have we seen anybody put 2 in of their own yet? That was a big miss. I'll miss one right here.
Six are hospitalized in serious condition after a gray what appears to be four-door sedan drove into a crowd.
What the fuck was that?
At about 2 a.m. this morning, a captain with the fire department says it appears the driver lost consciousness and hit a taco cart before plowing into.
Look how sick that shot was.
The cleanup investigation. County sheriff's deputies were killed Friday morning by.
That was dirty. Okay, now I don't know how to do this.
Sources say the device had been picked up Thursday in Santa Monica. The blast happened when the deputies were moving the ordnance and the training. Says it's the largest life in a singular such incident since
Get it.
1957. The Trump administration continues to request detailed information. California jails.
The Department of Justice has formally asked that Los Angeles provide names of criminal inmates. Attorney General Pam Bondi supports the decision.
That was bad, dude.
Now LA County Sheriff Luna is explaining why 20 local inmates were transferred to ICE custody. Mark Mayfield has more. Luna says it.
Yeah, the other one's like impossible.
Also says the transfers are rare, but
No, you can't.
most of the inmates transferred to ICE
Don't even think about it.
were facing serious.
Don't even think that you have a chance.
Two suspects have been arrested and charged. Killed by a stray bullet back in 2021.
Dog, look how sick that shot is.
Identified as Muhammad Abdul Malik and 31-year-old
Dog, look how sick this shot is.
13-year-old Moreno was playing video.
Dog,
Gunman in the street fired. One of the bullets went through Moreno's.
what a comeback, dude.
Police say Abdul Malik
What a fucking comeback.
driven by Flemings. Southland weather from KFI. Partly
Freestyle 120.
He's closer to 90 in the IE. Followed by
All right.
overnight lows in the mid-60s.
Freestyle 210.
Morning giving way to mainly sunny skies.
Just for you.
Tomorrow again around 80. Right now,
Who's your favorite
65 in Claremont.
sports icon of all time?
From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Scott Kahn. Looking at a crash out.
Perfect answer. Fuck yeah, I know who you're talking about. I bet I know more about him than you. I bet I'm a bigger John Daly fan than you are. Where'd he go to college? University of Arkansas. What major did he win? Incorrect. The British Open. It depends. Usually blonde with a mullet. No one knows the answer to that question. Yeah, and they won a tournament against Tiger Woods and his son.
Yes, and I'm very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is that is right.
What's a I don't know. I heard about it like 5 years ago. What's a John Daly drink?
Members shared my expenses. There was, let me tell you, crazy.
Are you serious that didn't go in?
That is just
Same. A John Daly drink is an Arnold Palmer with vodka.
very thankful for that share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very.
I think that's what it is. It's a good question.
Number one on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFI.
Do you really know the answer? No, I mean he's like lost all his major sponsors. I can tell you, it was like Hooters for a long time. Well, I don't know if it was. I don't know if they were official sponsors, but here's the lore. So every year at Augusta, he would go to the Hooters parking lot with an RV and just sign stuff for people all day and take pictures of people. Exactly. I hope he's in Happy Gilmore too. He could do it. He, he could do a cameo that would be really big. Yeah. No, not what I mean. He could do a cameo like in the movie. I don't like that it's not going to be in theaters. To me, a movie isn't a real movie if it's not in theaters. It's like basically like straight to video. Yeah, but it's just not the same to me. It's not a real movie. Yeah, it's like lame. Like if it was gonna be a really big movie, then they would have it in a theater. Dog, you're doing well. So sick. Do you see what I see? Got it. I don't know. I think you just have to get it, and then um, you just have to get it, and then have something cover it, and you get the points for it. This is 120. I had already I I had already selected it when you said do the 210 one, so it was in my queue. I figured why not just get it done. What- That was a big shot.
And Brandon, hello, Brandon. Welcome to. What can I do for you? Hey, Bill. In December of 2024, I applied a hotel chain offer to my credit card. It stated that I had to spend at least $750 before March 20th to receive a $150 cashback credit. I reserved the hotel in December for a stay in February of this year. When I went to the hotel and stayed there, I found out that the
Bullshit.
following my payment, I did not receive the cashback credit from my credit card. Followed up with them.
No way you get this. No way you get this. Yeah.
Do I have a lawsuit here considering when I reserved the hotel, they were part of the chain? Does the angle of how I trust them with offers moving forward add to this? And then finally, this impacted my travel budget for the year. So I chose the hotel because of the offer and wouldn't have stayed there otherwise. Does that also impact? Okay, 3 questions. So let me answer this.
Oh, fuck.
On track with you. So here you are. Now, if it turns out that for some reason you couldn't go, or your plans were changed, and that cost you money, that's
What the fuck, dog? What was that?
not change. No, nobody cares. The fact that somehow
What was that, dude?
you're going to be ruined, no. Always do something else. Images that are recognizable.
This game's over.
The rest of it, no. It's going to finding a hotel room that you booked still works.
Which one?
Here's my view.
Classic?
Ruined it. Therefore, want my money back. Well, what they're going to do is give you your money back to the extent that they charge a premium for the better view. Those are your answers. Get all your money back? No.
It's a good question.
No.
Um,
Something or give you some kind of credit, but that's basically it.
like you mean which one has the weirdest laws? Probably Mississippi. It has the lowest literacy rate. But like Florida, weird. They have some weird people there. It's like a nice state, but it has some like backwoods parts of it. You have people living with giant reptiles. You've got a theme park with a mouse surrounded by giant lizards. You've got like a cocaine like element of it. It's very diverse. They have like a strange law that is kind of one of the reasons why Florida Man is a thing. It's like there's some law in Florida that says like if somebody, why didn't that go in? Why didn't that count? Oh, because I thought we were playing the other way. Fuck. They have a thing like if you do something illegal, in some states they can't publish it, but in Florida they do. And why else is it weird? Yeah, maybe Florida's the weirdest state. They have like in other states they have like drinking hours, but in like Miami you can drink 24 hours a day. I guess Las Vegas is like that too. But Nevada's pretty weird too. Um, they have. Hey, did you listen to that Howard Stern stuff? That's cool. Yeah. Like what state is backwards historically? Um,
We're giving away a Jeep Gladiator. Earn entries now playing table games and be here the 31st at 10
well,
p.m.
Florida has kind of a weird story.
July gift giveaway.
Um,
Your barbecue grill when you earn
anything from the Confederacy kind of has a weird story. They like actually chose to leave. Um, dude, what is up with it? What if I put one of yours in and one of mine? Would it be worth it? Probably not. Um, what? What else? I'll just go through the states. Maine is boring. Vermont is boring. Or New Hampshire is boring. Vermont is boring. Connecticut is boring. Massachusetts is sort of boring. Um, Rhode Island's super boring. Oh, thank you. Um, New York is exciting and cool. Nothing like really that strange about its history, though. I mean, there's some things, but nothing like crazy. Pennsylvania, kind of cool, but nothing too crazy. Um, Delaware is weird. Delaware is a weird state because of its business laws. Like every major company is incorporated in Delaware, all the banks and stuff, because the laws there are very favorable to um, they're very favorable to corporations. Um, what else? Look at me.
Been a minute since we hit the trail. Why not roll me over to Goodwill? Donating me helps Goodwill's mission to provide career training and support services. Right? And that keeps us. Donate today. Your nearest
Oh,
please visit
Newfie.
goodwill.org. Goodwill, where new lives. National Geographic Society
All right. What?
to explore.
Nice. New Jersey. New Jersey can be kind of weird. Virginia, kind of not that weird. Oh, yes, it is because it like seceded. Um.
Will you join us? Visit natgeo.org/wonder.
Okay, so probably Portland. Portland's. Oh fuck. Portland's motto is "Keep Portland Weird." Portland's weird. Las Vegas is weird. Um. Yeah, or Austin can be weird. There's a phrase "Keep Austin Weird." Um. Good job. Let's see, what else is weird? It is a little weird, but it's pretty. It has normal aspects too. Yeah, it's weird. It's like its own thing. If you've ever been there, it's like its own state. Um, what else is weird? I mean, LA can be weird. New York City can be the weirdest. Um, well, Toronto's the most diverse city in the world. I don't know if it's that weird. It's pretty normal for being so diverse. Oh, Vancouver's kind of weird. No, but it's got a huge Chinese population, and it's like in Canada. Um, like more than 50% of its real estate is owned by foreign nationals, so that's kind of weird. Um, what's a weird global city? Um, Dubai. Dubai's a weird city. It's like this huge that's just has skyscrapers. Um, Las Vegas is weird. Macau is weird. Hong Kong is weird. Hong Kong might be my choice. That's a weird city. Yeah, dude, it's literally a it was a British protectorate for like 100 years. You have Chinese people speaking English there really, really well. What a shot. Um, Hong um, I don't know if they're weird. They're different, but that's just like culturally different. I guess weird is culturally different, but um, what else is weird? Amsterdam is weird. Amsterdam, I yeah, but they have legal drugs and brothels. Like that's weird. Yeah, Tel Aviv is pretty weird. It has the highest rate of homosexuality in Israel, yet it's surrounded by very religious people. Um, South Africa or Cape Town is weird. It's like on a predominantly black continent with very diverse people there. It was a British and Dutch colony. Yeah. Um, but people liked it because of the weather. When the French colonies didn't have as nice a weather, I know a lot of South African people. In fact, my synagogues are like almost a majority South African. They're it's like 50% South African, 50% everything else combined. Irvine's got a lot of South African people because they're like the same latitude, but just on the other side of the equator. It is. It's just like whatever. We're at like 33 degrees north latitude. They're like 33 degrees south latitude. The weather is very similar. And after the apartheid period, like they started becoming targets. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Hold on. Yeah, you're right. Well, am I not? I know. Yeah, apartheid. Yeah, you're 100% right. Um, why did I say it that way? I don't say that word that often. I guess apart. No, aren't they different? Apartheid. Yeah, we'll look it up. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's okay. You're not gonna hit this. Nope. Okay. Um, apartheid. Why do non-South Africans pronounce apartheid as apartheid? Apartheid as apartheid. Um, okay, I've lived under both regimes for 60 years, and my parents did great before me. Okay, so how do you pronounce this shit? Okay. In American English, the H sound disappears in practice when preceded by a consonant such as T. In particular, in English, we use TH to represent the Greek sounds of theta and delta, thick and thin versus dis or dat. And so when we encounter an exception such as coat hook or apartheid, the T is pronounced and the H often dropped in practice. Okay. No, I'm going to look up why ChatGPT will explain it to us like Joey Diaz. Please explain the pronunciation differences like the comedian William Montgomery. They say yo dog. I got you. This is exactly the kind of bit William Montgomery might mess around with. Super dry, borderline absurd word mango. Real pronunciations. Apartheid or apartheid. Okay, wait. Okay. Apartheid. Apartheid. Origin. Afrikaans, meaning apart. Definition. Wait, no, I want pronunciation. How to pronounce Okay, in American English, it sounds like apartheid. In British English, it sounds like apartheid. Nobody pronounces it apartheid. Does anyone pronounce it a party? Yo, apartheid is that's hilarious, and it sounds like something someone would say. Completely wrong, but with full confidence. No, apartheid. Why a mix-up could happen, dude? I think it's fucking apartheid. It's not, but okay. Why is apartheid not pronounced apartheid? Apartheid. It's pronounced apartheid or apartheid with a bit of a Dutch style hide at the end, like height with a D. It's made from apart and hide. Apartheid. Why Americans say apartheid or apartheid? Yeah, so why am I saying it like Parthian? Because it's spelled that way. Apartheid. That's exactly how it's spelled. Apartheid. Apartheid. I mean, I'd use both of them, but I don't know if I've ever said Parthian. No, apartheid is what they say. But it's like it seems like it's a Greek, like the Parthenon. I think that's where I was getting that from, but it's not. It's apartheid. Though I think we should change it to apartheid. I think so too. I've never used it in front of them. I was asked about it one time what my thoughts were on. Yeah, why is it not pronounced a par the id? Great follow up. Why apartheid is not pronounced apartheid? Because it's not an English word originally. It comes from Afrikaans, and in that language, hide is pronounced like hate or height, not head or id. Breaking it down. So, what is apartheid? It's What words are like Parthian? No, you don't. Well, it's not. Why have you been up? Why have you been up for like till like 8:30 in the morning, dude? I go to sleep at like 11 in the morning. Pardon me. I yeah. No, you're right. Um, yeah. I mean, Zoot's the one who fucks me up. I can tell you that. I point the figure at Zoot and apartheid. I'm telling you, in the future, people will call it apartheid. They should. It should. It should be apartheid, like APART. I don't understand it. In the future, though, people will say it the way that I say it, and that's apartheid. And or they'll change the writing of it, and it'll be apartheid, because I guess it's because it's an Afrikaans word. Yeah. How does a Chinese keyboard work? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, hold on. I thought you meant the music keyboard. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I've seen it. Isn't, dude? I think they dominate the world because of that. I really mean that. I have a theory about that. Right, right. Their autocomplete is incredible. No, that's great. I don't know why when you asked it first, I thought it was a joke. Like, do you know what you do? You know, right? Exactly. I thought it was a joke. I thought, what did you say? Do you know how a Chinese keyboard works? And I was gonna be like, no. What's the punchline? But then I thought you meant like a musical keyboard, and so I was like, you mean it's not like black and white keys like a normal one? And then I recognized that you were talking about the Chinese keyboard layout. Dude, it's incredible. It's incredible that they have that one, and their autocomplete is like 30 years ahead of English, and then you have the iOS version that just sucks complete dick. It's like, aren't you guys seeing like the people who are using these keyboards? Like one of them like has to like literally go through like 25,000 words with each press to autocomplete for you, and the other one's like, oh, you wanted dog? Well, here's dogma, or you know what I mean? It's not even like close. Yeah, I've seen that one. Oh, I don't know if it's the same documentary, but yeah, it's incredible. And how when they first started with computers, they had to like figure out that autocomplete thing, or they wouldn't have been able to like type it all. Word dog. All right, will you get your sleep? I'll do my best. You know that there's a big UFC tonight? Dude, you just gave me an idea. I don't know if this is a good idea. It's not, but I bet it would be a really big. I think it would be really big. Okay, you ready for it? Okay, imagine it's like UFC, but let me think how this could work. Okay, it would be UFC for women, and they wear strap-ons. It would, I guess, they would both consent to a like it would be like, yeah, but they're consenting. Like you had just said, like the word, I guess, because it's consensual, and that stuck in my head. Like, well, could you have it where it'd be non-consensual? I guess, like if it were just like one person beating up another person. Yeah, but I could see that working. I could see that people loving that shit. So basically, you get two lesbians, and they like to fight. Yeah, exactly, exactly. It's disgusting. Yeah, no, it is. Well, it's not like something that I into which I would be, but you when you said like they're consenting, it just brought into my head like consent. What if you had it where they didn't consent? And then I thought, well, then that's just a guy beating somebody else. But what if they still wanted to fight, but you made a sexual aspect of it? Anyway, I'm sure somebody's thought of that before. And oh no way. Okay, so people have said that before. So you don't like UFC? All right. That's true. So this way, I guess they would just have sexual trauma. Oh yeah, no, I meant in this sex fight world. I bet you that becomes a thing someday. It's not my. It's not. Senior citizen boxing grandmas. Why isn't why isn't Nerf like a sport? Yeah. No, that shit hurts. I'm talking about something that you don't have to wear like goggles. Yeah, didn't I show you that thing? I think we did. We went through that laser tag that you can play with your phone. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, laser tag is tight, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't have that as well. But just Nerf guns where you just had like a warehouse and just with inflatables and you had people running around with Nerf guns shooting each other. I think that would be very popular. Well, the dodging part would be part of why it's cool. And it's also cool that they don't shoot that far. So you'd have to like run up to the guy and get kind of close and fire. And they make those Nerf guns with like huge like amounts of little bullets. I don't know why that's not a thing. You could play it with between adults and kids. You could have like 10 kids versus. Great idea. I like it. So, how would you do it? Like in an Olympic sized pool? Okay. You know what I think would be really big nowadays if they did it again is battle bots. Do you remember battle bots? I get you. I know what you're. Right. I find that to be very, very satisfying and soothing. Like how sharp their giant fucking saws are. Right. Or when they're chopping like a little, like I don't know, like a triangle into a tree, and then they do the other side and watch it fall. Or I don't know if this is the same sport, but like even when they do the log rolling on the water and they try to get somebody else off, that's pretty cool to watch. Like I love. So are you talking about with chainsaws, or you're talking about lumberjacks? They have. I get that. Wait, with a chainsaw? They do the one where they they just like have to. I don't know. There's just something satisfying about watching a chainsaw go through lumber, like where they cut it and it's like in the. They just try to make as many like discs of it as they can, and they're like competing against each other. And they also have it where like it's going so fast that they have to put like water on it to like give it like so that their chain doesn't get too hot, or they do something like that. It's fascinating. They make a kind of chainsaw proof or resistant pants that I find really interesting too. That like basically you can take a chainsaw to them and it doesn't it doesn't kill you. I think that's fascinating. They wear those. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the guy's name. Hey, he had a name. Uh, do you want William Montgomery to say this? Yo, dog, can you please tell me, like, William Montgomery, the comedian, what the real life Texas Chainsaw Massacre was? Yo, dog, absolutely. So apparently, there's this guy in Texas, right? But instead of like Whataburger or riding a horse, my man was making lampshades out of people. I mean, what is this? Hobby Lobby meets hell? The real life inspiration behind the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The movie wasn't actually based on a real chainsaw massacre in Texas. It was loosely inspired by a real sicko from Wisconsin, not Texas, but nevertheless. Oh yeah, Gein, whatever. I don't know how to pronounce anything today. Ed Ed Gein, the real life psycho. Name Edward Theodore Gein, born 1906, Plainfield, Wisconsin. Nicknamed the Butcher of Plainfield. Vibes: creepy loner, obsessed with his mom, lived in a farmhouse full of body parts. Crimes: dug up graves and made furniture, masks, and suits from human skin. He murdered two women. When police came to his house in 1957, they found a box of noses, human skin lampshade, a belt made of nipples, a woman's face peeled off and hanging on the wall like a trophy. But wait, where's the chainsaw? There was no chainsaw. That chainsaw part was Hollywood flair added by director Toby Hooper, who got it who said he got it the idea from staying in a hardware store, thinking of a faster way to cut through a crowd during holiday shopping. Movies inspired by Ed Gein: The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Psycho, and Silence of the Lambs. I did say a belt made out of nipples. I don't think they allow you to sell that kind of stuff. You can't sell human parts on eBay. So there's only one of them in the world? Because they used to make necklaces out of like people's ears in Vietnam. But if it's just a nipple belt, I would say it would be a way of how you could like show people how many American GIs that you killed. You put like their ears on a necklace. Um, all right, so and like indigenous people did scalping, and you would count how many people you had killed through that. Okay, but the nipple belt probably, yeah, probably like in today's money. I mean, it's just worth what somebody would pay for it. But I bet somebody would pay $1 million for it. Yeah, lore. Right. Now let me check. Let's find out other weird shit before you go. Yo, aside from like a human nipple belt, indigenous people would like scalp people, and didn't like the Viet Cong cut off GIs ears and make necklaces out of them? What other weird shit have people done like that through history? Yo, dog, buckle up, cause human history is full of some straight metal savage nightmare fuel stuff. Okay, scalping and ear/head necklaces. Indigenous tribes, steppe nomads, Viking soldiers. It wasn't uncommon to collect body parts like scalps. Plains tribes for spiritual or warrior clout. Ears and noses. Vietnam War soldiers and older Asian Middle Eastern empires. Heads on poles from Celts to Aztecs. Fun fact: some Mongol warriors would sew enemies' ears together into long necklaces to prove body counts to their commanders, like a murder version of a friendship bracelet. But I heard what they would do sometimes too is if they didn't have enough, they would go to a cemetery and try to find freshly buried people and then just dig them up and then like count that. So they were like inflating their numbers. Skull cups and goblets. Scythians, ancient steppe warriors, and Mongols would turn enemy skulls into drinking cups. Vlad the Impaler, aka Dracula, dude was real. He had a whole forest of impaled bodies and reportedly dined among them, straight up like a haunted Applebee's. Shrunken heads, the Sansa people, Javrovian tribes in the Amazon, like the Shuar people, would shrink enemy heads, called Sansa, to trap their spirit and flex that W. They boiled the head, sewed the lips shut, filled it with hot sand, and wore it like a charm. Western collectors went wild for these in the 1800s, so they started making fake ones out of sloths and goats. Fat blood, you boil the head, you sew the lips shut, and you fill it with hot sand, and it likely like condenses. Fat blood bone medieval remix. In Europe, people ate mummies, drank human blood, and used ground up skulls for medicine. Yes, even royalty like Charles II was sipping on king's drops, which were made with human skull powder. In some battlefield rituals, people would drink blood from a warrior's heart to gain strength. Trophies of war, Nazis, and the Pacific Theater. Some Japanese and Americans in the Pacific took skulls and gold teeth as souvenirs. There are photos of American GIs mailing home enemy skulls or bones, which got published in Life magazine, which was a huge scandal. Bones and jewelry or tools. Ancient and tribal societies worldwide used finger bones as flutes, human ribs as needles or combs, teeth and nails in necklaces or charms. Some believe they offered protection or magical powers, others just flexed on their enemies. Honorable creepy mentions: Aztecs built entire skull towers called Zampanti of sacrificed enemies. Celts supposedly nailed heads to their walls like trophies. Maori preserved tattooed heads in smoke both to honor both to honor and as war spoils. There you go. People are fucked up. Would you wear one? Would you wear one? That's cool. It's legal to own a human skull in the United States. It just, uh, yeah, it. There's some kind of laws on it. Hold on, I'm almost certain it is. I mean, I've never known anybody to do it, but it's legal to own a human skull in the United States. Yo, dog, great question. Yes, it's mostly legal, and but there are state by state exceptions. So common sources are medicine specimens from old anatomy labs, antique dealers, oddity collectors, think Ripley's, or Instagram taxidermy people. You'll even find some websites like Skull Store, Bone Room, and eBay back in the day where human skulls were sold. There are some states that restrict it. Um, so there are like 10 states that allow it, or 7 states or so. Um, or 7 states that ban it, I should say. Um, there's no specific federal law banning it, but unless it's Native American remains, traffic parts across state lines or provenance. If you can't prove it came from a legal source, it could be bad. A fun, creepy fact: in 2016, a man in Florida was arrested for trying to trade human skulls for weed. No joke. And another guy in Pennsylvania had a Craigslist ad looking to buy a skull, no questions asked. That dude got charged. I wonder why he got charged. Why would he get charged? Like, what did he do wrong? I don't know. All right. No, he just put a Craigslist ad up saying he was willing to buy a human skull, no questions asked. They say he got charged, but that doesn't mean he was found guilty. That is terrible. No. No, we don't do that as Orthodox Jews. We feel that the body should remain intact through burial. Yeah, we don't donate our bodies to scientific research. No, we do. Other people can do it, but we just don't do it. I mean, there are some Jews who do, but mainstream traditional Orthodoxy, the body's to be preserved through burial. Canada's a diverse place. I used to know these statistics better. It's like, well, how do you define religiosity? And do you consider, like, we could go, yeah, I mean, we'll just get the answer. What percentage of the world is religious? So they say 84% of the world's population, but I don't agree with that. You meet a lot of Christians who said that they were just born into that. They don't really practice. You can find Jews who say that. Islam, Hinduism. So some people just identify culturally. So I mean that's why it's like a hard thing to factor in. I mean, if you were to take, yeah, but I mean, like even Judaism or Israel is a secular state. Most of the people there are not religious, so you wouldn't even include that. Um, yeah, no, it's 80% Jewish and about 15% Muslim and 5% Christian. But of the Jews who are there, most of them are secular people, meaning they're either agnostic or atheist, or they maybe just see Judaism as a cultural identity, but not necessarily a religious identity. The black hat payas rabbis you're thinking of are less than 5% of people there. Um, Probably like Vatican City, if that counts. Okay. Um, well, I mean, it probably is. I mean, there are only like 1,000 people there, and they're probably all Roman Catholics. Um, so are you talking what percentage of the population is religious? You know, I used to know this. I thought it was Jordan for some time, but I could be wrong on that. I don't know why I want to say that. Let's look it up. What is religious country in the world? Probably. Um, yeah, it's not. It's. I mean, like probably Somalia says practically 100% Muslim. Yemen, 99% Muslim. Mauritania, about 100% Muslim. Afghanistan, 99% Muslim. No, it's not. Okay, but it's not in the Middle East. No, Central Asia. I mean, we'll look it up. So I said Jordan, and Jordan is like 97% Muslim and 3% Christian. So I mean, that's a big one. Okay, but let's see this. Yo, dog, is Afghanistan in the Middle East? It's not. It's South Central Asia. Middle East is Saudi, Iraq, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Iran, Turkey, Yemen, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and sometimes Egypt. Central. Hold on. Every stand is in Asia. Who are you saying that? Who says this? Oh, Doug. Let's go to the Wikipedia, and they highlight it, and Afghanistan is not in it. The Middle East is the Arabian Peninsula, Egypt, Iraq, Levant, and Turkey. So, if you want a list of the states that are there, it's Akhtari and Dekalia, Bahrain, Cyprus, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. No one includes. No one includes that. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. The second Bush administration in the first decade of the 20th century called the Greater Middle East Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan, and Turkey. So you can agree with George W. Bush. He also, I bet, pronounced it apartheid. Of anybody who pronounced it apartheid, it is he. That's how you know it's right. Doug, he also pronounced it. He pronounced nuclear the way that you pronounce it. Do you? Sometimes you say nuclear. That's how some Americans say it. Which is interesting because if you just look how it's spelled like new clear. Like, why do people think to add syllables to it? Diesel. 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 Yeah, probably both, but diesel. If I'm like, it should be the. Do you say Z? No. Do you say you don't say Z? You say Z. Fuck you. Spell color. H. No H. Do you pronounce it? Do you pronounce it herb or herb? I like that. I don't think anybody like properly pronounces it herb. Or do they? No one says herbs. Herb? Oh, like yeah, some good herb. No, they say herb. Wouldn't they? Okay, herb. Yeah, exactly. Um, you know what I'm watching? Well, after watching Family Guy, Cool Whip, but usually just Cool Whip. Do you? It's a weird thing. It's it's like an oil. It's not whipped cream. It doesn't have dairy or something like that. Yo, dog, what is Cool Whip made out of? Isn't it some kind of oil? It's it's water and vegetable oil. Usually a blend like coconut oil, palm oil, or canola oil. It's not like real whipped cream. Hydrogenated vegetable oil like coconut or palm oil. Before you go, here's one last thing. Yo, dog, didn't Napoleon invent margarine because it could be taken like on long travels and not spoil, unlike butter? In 1860s, Napoleon III of France challenged scientists to create a cheap butter substitute for the army and lower classes, especially one that could handle long storage and travel without spoiling. Butter was expensive and perishable. A French chemist named Hippolyte Megamores came through and invented margarine in response to that challenge. Margarine was made from animal fats and later vegetable oils, designed to be cheaper and last longer. So Napoleon III's role was more like the initiator of the idea, but not the inventor himself. Peace, pimp. Enjoy your Cool Whip and margarine. Thanks, baby. What the fuck am I thinking?
Incredibly fancy snowsuit, which was sort of like a spacesuit. It was like silver in color, and had like flags and like patches and stuff like that. This is when sort of man on the moon and everything. And I thought it was like the most amazing thing ever. I also thought it was waterproof. And I'm walking home from my school one winter day. It was like a kind of a yucky fall day, and I'm wearing my super space suit, which is brand new. And I walk next to the ditch, and I say, "This is great. I'm wearing my spacesuit. I can go right into the ditch." And I dove into the ditch, and I discovered my spacesuit is not, in fact, waterproof. And I came home, and I was like completely covered in the filth from the ditch. I walked into the store. My parents had a store, and we lived in an apartment on top. And I was like sopping wet with stinky ditch water. It was cold, right? It was probably, I don't know, September, October time. And my mother, she's so saintly, not a word of criticism. She just took me upstairs, helped me get out of this disgusting, clammy thing, get into the bath. Not a word of judgment against me. She never said, like, "Oh, take care of yourself. Go, you ruined your brand new snowsuit." But it was just she herself said, "Don't worry, son. And that's like when Hashem forgives us. He doesn't like give it to some employee to do it. Once you take care of yourself, he says, "You're ready to be forgiven. I'm going to do it first." Very, very powerful, direct metaphors. Oh my gosh. This one is my favorite. The one I use frequently. I call it the Main Lunch, and it is on the Chafetz Chesed passage in the Mikvah. And this is actually one of those pieces of art by Rebecca Odessa that this was inspired by a discussion. This is supposed to be like me, and this is supposed to be like my wife. And the metaphor inside, it will take too long to give you all of it, but basically the Ramak describes a bizarre incident in, I think it's in Zephaniah, that is also discussed in the Pardes Harmonim, of how Hashem is so angry with the Jewish people at one point, he wants to destroy them all. So he sends Gabriel, the Malach in charge of destruction, go down, get some of the coals from under the Galgal, which is some kind of like strange thing, like under the Aron Kodesh in the base of Mikdash, there's like some kind of like nuclear sort of Raiders of the Lost Ark energy kind of thing, and Gabriel is supposed to go there, supposed to get some of those radioactive coals and spread them out over the entire Jewish people, and they're supposed to be destroyed. And Gabriel goes there, and he opens up the Galgal, and he looks inside. He's about to take some of those coals out, and inside the coals, there is the image of a glowing hand. And Hashem says to Gabriel, just wait a second, hang on. And the hand represents Chesed, the hand represents tzedakah, giving to others. And after a while, the Pardes Harmonim says 120 years, Gabriel's standing there with the suntan from the radioactive elements there. Hashem says, okay, forget about it. We're going to let them go. And he calls it up. And the whole story, as the Ramak explains it, is that Hashem, as it were, knew that he was going to get angry with the Jewish people at some point in the future. And so therefore he left himself in advance a reminder of something that he appreciates about the Jewish people. He left in the Galgal itself this image of a hand, as it were. I know these are bizarre anthropomorphisms. I don't know what to do with them. It's Kabbalah. But the hand reminded him that even though they deserve destruction, they are charitable. They do give to God. And so therefore he said, and now here the Ramak says explicitly, this is especially good for spouses, that when you are angry with your spouse, which in my case happens about once every 20 or 25 years, you have to put in your mind some kind of little token. You have to prepare in advance. This is like forgiveness requires work in advance. Put in your mind a token that when you get to that level of anger, you remember that token, and it will kind of like be just like a little stop sign. You can run right through a stop sign. I've done it many times. Not literally, but you can run through a stop sign. But it is some kind of reminder. And the reminder that I have is that my wife always makes me lunch. Even if she is a little irritated with me, which again rarely happens, but she always makes my lunch. She always thinks, okay, what is my husband eating next? And it's usually very delicious and nutritious and stuff like that. And like that's just Another one is maintaining a core of love. And I'm showing you these pictures, or family pictures, because, there's no greater laboratory for interpersonal reactions in the family. This is where you really get to the hardest levels of learning how to live with other human beings. This is some guy, and this is his cute son. He's about 3 years old, about to get his first haircut. And he looks somewhat pensive here. I'm not exactly sure what is going to happen. And the Ramak says that, we have this passage, we'll read it on Rosh Hashanah, right? We say this all the time, as it's escaping What does it say something like that, Rabbi? I will give fame to whoever I want. Arachim, kasher. No, that's not it. Well, I'll remember it later. I'm glad this is live stream because it would be embarrassing and all for people that seem not remember it. But at any rate, Hashem, as it were, has kind of like a fail-safe in his forgiveness. That for every human being, he sets aside in a special otser, special treasure room, says the Malachim are not allowed to enter that room. It's like, so to speak, sterile. No one can go in there and mess things up. And in that room is special memories of whatever this person did that was good. And nothing can touch that. A person can do, like, you may have this idea that, I did an Avera that's worth 2,000 Avera points. I just cost myself 2,000 Avera points. And I've only got 20 mitzvah points in that special room. They're gone immediately? The answer is no. That's not the way Hashem does math. Those 20 mitzvah points are there forever and ever. They cannot be touched. They're like solid, and that is like a space where you remember just how much you care about this person. So even when this little boy grew up, and I'm looking around the room, most of you have small children. I know it's hard to imagine this, but when they become teenagers, it's like they're taken over by aliens from another planet, and they become much more difficult to deal with. And, he was a hard kid to deal with in a lot of ways, but if I can remember, like, what he looked like when he went to the first haircut with me, vulnerable and uncertain, it's hard not to just protect those 20 points and love that person forever. That little core of love. By the way, this is what he looked like after the haircut. I'm not entirely sure that this was a good idea, but nevertheless. So I'm going to give you now the last one. This is, of course, a very high Rabbi, our eldest daughter. And this is the 13th level. Is the Ramak says that if all the other 12 levels fail, this one never fails. Really trying hard to forgive someone. And again, sometimes people ask me, what about this? I don't know. I've only used this in my personal life with the regular slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. I've never had, like those kind of awful traumatic experiences. I don't know what to say about those things. But in regular life, he says, if you can't forgive a person with the other 12 levels, this level will always work. It is guaranteed in every circumstance to always work to forgive a person, but I have to say it's like hugely exhausting to do it. I have used it on occasion, maybe 5 or 6 times. I've looked to level 13 to try to forgive someone, and it extinguishes a part of your soul. It is really, really hard to do. And basically, what he says is every human being had a moment of innocence. Usually when they're infants, but every human being had a moment where they were completely toppled. There's nothing wrong with them. They're beautiful works of art. Everything, and there's nothing wrong with those works. And what you have to do is you have to go back to that place. You have to imagine that person as that perfect human being before they did anything wrong. And the specific metaphor he gives, although he does talk about childhood, is being under the footstool. He gives that beautiful section from the Navi of how Hashem found us in the wilderness and then became our husband there. And that moment of pure joy, and you're under the footstool, you're saying, I'm so fortunate. How did I get so fortunate to marry such a wonderful person? And like nothing is wrong. The entire universe is aligned in your favor. Later you will have arguments. Later you'll, but that moment of purity and energy that is uncontaminated by any other feelings, that's where you have to take yourself to. And if you can take yourself to that moment, you may still be angry about who knows what other things, but that anger will be muted by the overwhelming message of, yes, you had that connection at that time. And that's the 13th level. It is exhausting. When you're really angry with someone, it's hard to think of that moment. But it is, well, we're still married, 34 years later, right? Okay, so I'm going to conclude now. And I'm just going to tell a story about the same daughter. This is Rafaela when she was about 2 years old or so. And I think one of the most powerful lessons in Tshuva I ever learned was from Rafaela. And it goes like this. So this was when I was doing my dissertation, and my wife was working at Westchester at the Federation, and I was unwisely in charge of Rafaela and her sister Denise. And I would be working, writing my dissertation papers all over the place, and the kids would basically be doing whatever they want in the rest of the house. And then I would look at my watch, and I know my wife would come home in 15 minutes, so then we rush around cleaning things up. And everything was okay. And one day, I'm working really hard on particular writing, and I realized I don't hear the kids, which they found something really tasty to do. So I come out of my office and start walking through this split-level house we're living in Muncie, and I find them in one of the bathrooms. They have discovered the joys of plumbing. They're washing each other with the toilet brush, and there's toilet paper everywhere. They soaked up the floors. It was like, and yet Rafi was, I guess, about 4. Denise was about 2.5, 3, something like that. It was a huge mess. And of course, it was within the 15-minute window before my wife would get home. And I was livid, right? The veins in my forehead started pulsating, and I started tensing up, and the kids knew they were in big trouble. And Rafaela, if I were she, I would have lit out of there. I would have immediately headed for the hills because they were going to be in big trouble. But instead, this little girl, maybe 4 years old, she ran straight up to me and threw herself on my legs and hugged my legs. And I was like, oh, how can I be angry with her, right? She has, instead of running away, which would have been the obvious thing, she ran to me. And she said, oh, I didn't know we weren't supposed to do this. I'm really sorry. And I immediately forgave her and did it. And I think the lesson from Tshuva is really obvious that, we may think we're smarter than God. We may think we'd be able to look out of here before Hashem realizes that we were the ones who messed things up. It's not going to happen. The only way to succeed is to overcome our fear and hesitancy and run to Hashem. And as it was, fasten around your legs and say, Tati, I'm sorry. And I really want to be better. I hope that this introduction to Tomer Devorah has been useful for you. It's been very therapeutic for you listening. I wish you all a Tzida Tova and a good Shior, and hopefully we should share many happy occasions in the future. Okay, that's a thunderous applause, by the way. Okay, I suppose I could take a couple of questions from the audience. Does anyone have any questions, arguments, objections? Okay. I was thinking of that actually, but it's interesting that you said you never mentioned his wife's name. Usually when you write something, you just say, hey, Tony, welcome to Handle Law. Well, he does talk about his wife. He does talk about the marital relationship, and rather surprisingly sometimes. But he doesn't like personifying her. Really. He's just grateful for her and so on. But it's a little bit like a Tznius thing that she wants to remain anonymous, maybe, and it's not at all unusual for 16th century writing. Today, okay, Alana, go ahead.
When there is no house there to argue the closure was not dilapidated. When they originally took out the walls, they had to no.
That's the reaction they have.
No, they don't get banned brand new big mansions. What they get is the cost of building the house the same size.
So I'll repeat the question for those of you who are on Zoom land. Is there any unusually good-looking woman in the audience who asked, did any of these men do laundry? I mean, they seem so disconnected. They're all ethereal. The truth is, the monk speaks very much about physically getting into the weeds of daily life. In his chapter on, I have to remember which chapter it is, but he has a huge discussion of do not turn your eyes away from poverty and distress. He has a whole discussion of how, you're supposed to be engaged with people's suffering because that's why we're here, to try and alleviate other people's suffering. So definitely in that area. He also discusses in another place, a Gemara in Baba Basra, about how what these great rabbis would do Erev Shabbos. And then so many of them were doing totally mundane things to get ready for Shabbos. And that is like, you think that important rabbis would have like house help to do them. No, these are things they would sweep, they would do sponge up, they would do these things because that's part of it. And my favorite, by the way, is Rava would always prepare the herring. He actually would prepare the sheep. Yeah. Okay, so I think, on the contrary, especially when it gets into the marital realm, the Kabbalists were deeply involved in discussing the aspects of it. Sometimes it's actually sort of R-rated to read what they say about what it means to be married. Like, why did God create us with two sexes? What was that all about? So the Kabbalists say, there's a tremendous amount of Torah in the fact that we have male and female. That's it. Okay, I'll have some Zoom questions, but I do have a whole bunch of Zoom people here. It's great. Yes. Yeah, no, definitely talks about it quite a bit, but I don't want to put that on recording. Okay, we got lots of things from Tablets of Stone. Tablets of Stone is actually a student who lives in London, so I don't know what time it is there now, but I hope you get some sleep soon. The question of evil is a huge and too difficult question to answer right now. But it is a really important one. And the Kabbalists do have solutions. Margaret Newhouse, nice to see you. She says this was so inspiring. Thank you. What about self-forgiveness from Richard McDonald? Yeah, that's a tough one. Self-forgiveness. So the Ramak in Tomer Devorah principally discusses the way God forgives us and how we should take those lessons for forgiving others. He does not go into discussion, because it would be logical, of how does God forgive himself, therefore we should forgive ourselves. He doesn't take us there, I think for obvious theological reasons. But the fact is that I have found that by learning how to forgive other people better, I've gotten a lot better at forgiving myself. Most people are pretty good at it usually. But often when we forgive ourselves, we tend to do it in a very superficial way. And in the dark of night, then we revisit why we really shouldn't forgive ourselves. But when you read the Tomer Devorah and you feel empathy for other people's feelings, then it's easier to give yourself a little slack as well. But definitely a topic worth a lot more exploration. We're way out of time tonight. And I've done here my 5 fav. Jenna Primmers have done my fave 5, my favorite 5 ones. Is there a resource or summary teaching that you can amend for the entire work? So I actually have a whole series of lectures on each one of the levels online. So just look under the title Kabbalah of Forgiveness, which is the title I gave to the book that I wrote about this. And there's actually, in English, I think there are maybe 4 or 5 translations out there. Some of them are really quite excellent. And there's also on Safaria, you told me, is it an English translation as well? 2 or 3 English translations on Sataria. So there's a lot of resources available. Okay, thank you very much for enduring this presentation, and I hope you all have a few in St. Torah.
Or the judge, if it's a bench trial, well, the judges involved said
How this
this is
works,
what it's worth. I mean, everybody asks me, what is a lawsuit?
It's like online in a few different places. The regular.
Injury, that's easy because I know what insurance company does. So, but the rest of it.
There's a microphone here.
It's for live.
Watch your step.
Are we live? Okay. Welcome everyone to tonight's part 2 of our Tshuva lecture series together with Dr. Noam and Dr. Abramson. I'm really grateful for all you guys being here and those who are watching at home. I had a conversation with my Rabbi this past week. We were talking about some potential additions, whether we should add to the Matzah. And there's some discussions about the rubs or salvatrix that practices. And I said to my Rabbi, I said, I think for a lot of people in the shul, just getting them to say the words we have, not adding more, is probably enough. I said, tefillah these days is hard enough. And he had a line to me about Shana that I thought was very sharp. He said, it's not halavai they say the words of the city. He said, halavai they do truth. And I think that he caught me. He was giving me a mussar, but he wasn't intending to. Like, one could go through all Rosh Hashanah, not clap one off 8, and not really do any tshuva, because it didn't ever say anywhere in Rosh Hashanah to do tshuva. And so, in my Rabbi was a subtle reminder that the goal of all of this davening and all the time that we're spending together over the course of the weeks is really to engage in the process of tshuva, different opinions of what tshuva means, but ultimately we're trying to connect better with ourselves, each other, with the Dr. Abramson really prompted having this new series, and tonight we're going to be taking a deep dive into Torah Devorah, and with Dr. Abramson, we're very grateful for him for sharing his time, his wisdom, expertise with us. And there's a bonus. We have some merch for those who came. Dr. Abramson actually published a book on Torah Devorah. We offered for those who are interested. There are some free copies here up front for those who want. So, we know where he lives now. So, excited, yeah, that might not be free. You would like a copy of Dr. Abramson's book. So they are here in front, but we're grateful not just for having the book, the man, but be able to learn live together with Dr. Abramson.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. I appreciate the introduction, and thank you all for coming early. I only bought a small number of books, so I think it's probably that to be passed around right now. So those of you who are early, just get one. Everyone else is sad. So my goal for tonight, I am trying a little bit of an experiment technologically by live streaming this on YouTube, and I'm not sure it'll work, but we'll have a go at it. At any rate, what I'm going to try definitely do is to move this down here so it's not quite so. And I move it. No, that was the wrong thing. Here we go. How do I move it? Part of me, everyone online, sir. Okay, so my goal for tonight is, as you can see from the Prezi, we're going to do a little bit of history first. I want to talk about this remarkable, amazing 16th century master Kabbalistic text called Tomer Devorah. It is a work that really deserves a lot more attention. In my humble and limited understanding of the literary traditions of world religions, it is just a gloriously, supremely wonderful book that talks about something that I don't know any other tradition that has anything similar. It really is something unusual, and it deserves a lot more attention. So we're going to talk just a little bit about what the book is. We're going to place it in its historical setting in the famous Safed Circle of Tzfat in northern Israel, which is in itself a fascinating historical chapter in Jewish intellectual history. And then I'm going to take you into sort of Kabbalah 101. So if there's anyone in the room who is under 40, possible, this is your chance to leave right now. Although the truth is that the author of Tomer Devorah was a very strong advocate of studying Kabbalah at the age of 20 onward. He felt that 40 was already, it's too late now. Only when you're 20 is when you really get into it. So I'll give you just a little bit of introduction to the basic ideas of Kabbalah as it relates specifically to the Tomer Deborah. And from that point, we're going to go into the actual crash course in forgiveness. There are 13 distinct strategies for how to forgive people in this book. And we'll have time to maybe do 3 or 4 of them. Ideally, we could spend, literally could have an hour on each one of them and not exhaust all of the tremendous wisdom in them. But we'll just got my favorite 4, and then we'll wrap it up for the night. So I hope this will be a useful presentation. I can tell you that it's something really important for me. I first encountered Tomer Deborah, I had just turned about 30, and I came across a copy at my local bookstore, and I was kind of like, I knew it was Kabbalah, and I was sort of like, ooh, this is, am I allowed to even look at this? And so looking over my shoulder, kind of like, can I get a brown paper bag? Maybe I can bring it home like that. But it just, the first 12 pages just blew me away. It was so overwhelming. It was so amazing that, as the rabbi said, I spent a fair bit of time translating it, and I really, I got a lot out of it. It's one of the 10 books that changed my life, and I think it has the potential to change anyone's life. It's really a phenomenal work. Change the relationships with the people around you, change your relationship with God, you maybe even change your relationship with yourself. I will not say that, now once you read this book, you suddenly forgive everybody and never have another angry moment again. That's fantasy, but it does help a lot. And it's really, given me sort of a toehold to be able to climb some of those great challenges in life and continue to benefit from it. Okay, so let's look at the book itself. Put it on the screen here. And so here we go. So the book itself, here is the Editio Princeps, the first printing, came out in Venezia, in Venice in 1588-89. It was published posthumously. The Ramak, who will go into his biography a little bit in a second, he had passed away a little over a dozen years prior, leaving behind a widow and an 8-year-old son named Gedalia, and they were desperately impoverished by the devastating plagues that had ravaged northern Israel at the time, and they sold all of his manuscripts to a real Talmud Chacham, a real scholar who was a collector named Moshe Basola, who realized just how powerfully valuable they were, and he went about publishing them. This was one of the first drafts that the Ramak, the author, had put together. It clearly has not gone through a second careful draft. There are mistakes in it. At points he says, now there are 2 reasons for this, and then he'll only list one, and there's actually a couple of wrong citations from the Gemara, so you can see that it's his first draft. It was untitled. The strange title, Tomer Deborah, the palm tree of Deborah, was given to it by its later publishers. We don't know exactly what the Ramak himself wanted to call it, or even why Tomer Deborah was chosen. It doesn't occur in the book at all. It may be because Rabbi Basola was thinking of a different work which was published earlier called Elima Rabati, in which the author laid out 70 palm trees, and this section bears some resemblance to one of those palm trees. That's a supposition, but we can go into greater detail. One small detail that I should mention is that his name is frequently rendered as Cordovero, which makes you think that he comes from Cordoba in southern Spain. That's probably incorrect. As you can see from the spelling here, and we'll see it also on his Matseba, his gravestone, it's Cordoero. It's a Portuguese spelling, but it's kind of a strange thing to pronounce in Hebrew, so it was sort of mangled into Cordovero, and that has become the standard, even though it's probably not correct. Nevertheless, it gained phenomenal popularity soon after its first publication, largely because it was picked up a generation later by the Shalach HaKodesh, the holy Rabbi Horowitz, who wrote a massive, very popular collection of hashkafic and halachic essays, and he basically said, this book, Tomer Deborah, is so amazing, I am now going to include all of it in my book, the Shalach HaKodesh. And because it is a very short book, the entirety of Tomer Deborah is about 30 pages long. Chapter 1 is about a third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to focus on today. the chapter on forgiveness. This particular book represents a new initiative in Jewish intellectual tradition, specifically that of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that builds towards ethical development, classics like Kodesh Vavos and Shilas Yesharim and so on. One might say Pirkei Avos, but they all have like different sort of tracks, different sort of ways of appealing to the reader. Some Musar is like really super negative. We Lithuanians tend to really enjoy that style of, harsh criticism, like Shevet Musar, like rod of Musar, like the beat with the shape. Others is kind of like Gadlus Adam, the greatness of humanity and things like that. So this is a particular genre started by the Ramak Kabbalistic Musar, which uses the Kabbalah as the launching pad for discussing ethical concepts. It's not theoretical Kabbalah in the sense of like, how did God make the world, and what is the soul, and what is the afterlife? It's not theurgic Kabbalah in the sense that we're not trying to like create a golem or some kind of magical act. It basically asks the question, what does the Kabbalah have to teach us about our interpersonal relations? That's what he really started here. The fundamental premise of Tomer Devorah is it's an exploration of the concept V'halachta b'drachav, and you shall walk in his ways. Meaning you shall imitate God, or to use the Latin term imitatio Dei, the imitation of God. So the Ramak asks a really important question. If we have this idea that we are supposed to follow God's ways, so how do you actually do that? I mean, are we supposed to be destroying cities like Sodom and Gomorrah? Are we supposed to be, making decisions about who lives and who dies and plagues and things like that? Those are all things that Hashem does. And Tanakh, how do we know which action to choose and which actions not to choose? So he says, if you want to do that, first we have to understand who God is. And the first thing he does is go into basically an anatomy of God, a personality analysis, if you will, of God. There are some serious limitations to that, as we shall see in a second. But once we have this kind of working idea of who is this God that we worship, then we can say, all right, we only know what we have to imitate. That's exactly the proposition of this book. Know God so that you can know how to behave, so you know how to imitate God. And it is overwhelming, as I will show. So, when was this book written? There was a really amazing, unusual moment in 16th century Tzfat. Two things came together. One of them is a remarkably forward-thinking tax policy by the Ottoman Empire that had opened up some of these areas. You can see here, this section here in this green, which includes, of course, Israel, and Tzfat is right here, sort of in the central north of Israel, towards the Sea of Galilee. The Ottoman Emperor offered the Ottoman Sultan offered a generous tax policy to textile merchants in particular. Jews, of course, have a very long association with textiles. It goes back really to antiquity, and also specifically in the Eastern Mediterranean, very strong tradition of working with textiles. Even my own father, Oliver Shalom, was involved in textiles. He called it shmatas, but it's the same thing. Textiles is sort of a nicer way to say it. And so lots of Jews started coming to Tzfat because it had this generous tax policy to be involved in import and export of textiles. This was joined with an incredibly negative event in Jewish history, the Gerush Tzfat, the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and then shortly afterwards, not exactly an expulsion, but Jews were driven out of Portugal as well by extremely draconian policies of forced conversion. We don't know for sure, but it is most likely that the Ramak was the child, he was born in 1522, of refugees from Portugal. He spoke Portuguese, and this meant that they were fleeing essentially the Inquisition in Portugal. They may even have been forcibly converted themselves. We don't know whether he was possibly himself born in Portugal or born in Tzfat. He was definitely raised in Tzfat. We know he was there from when he was about 16 years old. But they were sort of like I like to think of that generation as sort of like being related to this horrific moment in Jewish history chronologically as we are related to the Holocaust. There are difficulties in comparing these two events, but they were both considered like earth-shattering events for the Jews of their time. And so he was like a first-generation survivor, maybe second-generation survivor from Ger Sfard, and they landed in Sfat, where they were deeply involved in all kinds of Jewish research and especially Kabbalistic research. The money generated from the textile trade allowed for the expansion of scholarship in the region. Lots of rabbis were invited and were supported by the wealthy merchants who were able to, provide for them to have yeshivos and synagogues and so on. And the Ramat, the Moshe Cordero, was one of them. Sfat itself was kind of like a nothing town until then, and in fact, it was sort of like a blip on the scope of Jewish history. So it really has no significant history prior to this period. It doesn't
I hate you, but it's still hard. It takes away a piece of how close we might. I hate
to look out because it is quite elevated, it's high, and you get towards the landscape all around. But it really has no significant features until the 1520s, and then it becomes a critical place of Jewish energy, spirituality, and creativity for about 50 years. And then there's a series of plagues that just wash through it, killing, among others, the Ramat, and then it dies down again. And it's always kind of like, since then, since the 1570s, it's kind of like been in a retrospective mood, looking back towards that period of genius. But it was a period of incredible genius. You have to imagine the number of scholars that came there, and specifically lots of Spanish and Portuguese rabbis who had endured the Great Expulsion and came there with, these apocalyptic ideas, and they found themselves all together in this tiny town on a hilltop, and they started synergizing each other and doing some absolutely incredible things. Kabbalah, as we understand it today, received a tremendous leap during this time. The Ramak himself was one of the major contributors because he wrote a particular book which was published in his lifetime and gave him regional fame, called Pardes Rimonim, the orchard of pomegranates, in which he basically took up all of the bizarre and strange and scattered ideas that appear in the traditional texts like the Zohar and others, and he systematized them. He wrote in a 2-volume work, this is how Kabbalah works. This is the general principle 1, the general principle 2, and so on. And all of a sudden, all kinds of people who were looking to Jewish mysticism for some kind of succor, some kind of support intellectually and spiritually, they said, oh my gosh, this is like, the art scroll of the 16th century for Kabbalah, which is, I can't even imagine I just said that. Like, how do you put all those things together in one idea? But it was like, oh my gosh, I actually understand Kabbalah. He was really big into drawing diagrams and pictures, and so he graphed out Kabbalah. It was comprehensible. It became an instant classic, and he was known as the go-to person to explain Kabbalah. This, by the way, is a map or a photograph of some of the graves that appear in Sfat, and they're frequently coated with this distinctive light blue paint as sort of a prosthetic prophylactic against the Yetzer Hara, the Ayin Hara. I'm a little nervous. It's such a big crowd here. So please, you can't have the other. Just to give you a sense of who is in Sfat at this time and what are they doing, this is another section of the famous graveyard of Sfat, and we see here right at the bottom the Ramak, right, Rabbi Moshe Ben Yaakov Cordero, and he is really the father of Kabbalah in Sfat. He was the oldest of the Kabbalists there, with the exception of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who came a little later. He made his way through Kabbalah, but he ended up being Sfat as well. Of course, the author of the Zohar and a master Kabbalist himself. So here is the Ramak, and just to show you in great proximity, here is Rabbi Shimon Levi Al-Kabetz, the author of Rechad Dovili Tras Allah, that we sing every Friday night. It's a universal minhag among the Jews. This was his brother-in-law. slightly older than me, and the two of them had this strange kind of habit that they would go out on what they called the or literally door streets or headsides. They would go off and wander throughout the hillside and the countryside. And they were just like, and they were not worried about it. They looked like they were innocent. Described his travels with his brother-in-law, who was also Rabbi, and they would like walk along until they felt like special spiritual influences, and then they would sit down and travel in a certain way, and they would stay there for an indefinite period of time, and so the feeling fades away, and it's gone. I mean, it sounds kind of bizarre, but this is the kind of stuff they did in the past. And the whole thing is that the people and their Kabbalistic activities, right? The growth of type activity created a kind of spiritual equation where so many other rabbis, extended Kabbalists, were drawn to thought like Aaron,
So a bunch of puppies shoved in a container or a cup.
It came from Cairo, the region of Cairo, specifically to study the Ramah. The Ramah was the Arizal of the Rabbi. They were together for about 9 months before the Ramah died. The Arizal died shortly thereafter. But the Arizal, according to his students, that it can be taught, always considered that the reason accompanied the Ramah that the rock was his Rabbi. So we're talking right now about the roots of 15th century Kabbalah, and really the way in which we understand Kabbalah today is heavily dependent upon the Ramah. Okay, so that's sort of like the history stuff. Now we're going to get into the woo-woo part of my lecture.
I can't, it's wrong
to
train them. And they're out of control, and I'm not really a seasoned line understander. I tried.
Does anyone have any questions?
I tried with this. I got a little Westie poodle. I love my dogs, man. I let them go to the bathroom on baby
the biographical details of his life, when we have the book his own writing, and he just writes autobiographical.
You know when they eat, right?
We also have the collection.
Scratch, they just do they think, and when they go, wow.
But you're right, I like this
decided to try me.
Salo, he wrote quite a bit, like he published it on the board. I mean, it's amazing book. So we have to about it. We messed out a lot of things. We don't know if we're going to
it's usually the Westie, because he got the cutest look.
Who was the lone executive of the world. But in the 16th century, printing is around now, so it is possible to put together a lot of detailed stuff. Also, it's a strong bibliographic tradition, right? Like when you have a Rabbi like the Ramah or the Arizal, you write down all these personal details about it.
Everybody's happy.
So we do have
and then, because when I was younger, this is how you train dogs. It was easy. You just put them down when they first get in the house, and you just hide them in the corner, and you just wait. You wait until they go to the bathroom when they ain't supposed to.
So
As soon as
here's
you
the
crunch up,
fundamental
you go to
question
the bathroom, you gotta wait till the first, and then you just run.
If we believe that God is good to us,
How's that feel? Shitty face, your face stink.
that an infinite being translates into a finite universe. That being has no boundaries whatsoever, and what am I? And I either somehow completely succeeded in God, it didn't feel like that.
We may go
Most
there,
of the time I
but
get
here,
questions like that. Sometimes it's really good.
you pull the cigarette out first, we
I know that I feel like this table.
something happened with me. It's bad. Can't even get near there.
So how is that
Heroin, he get near that spot.
infinite and finite? No.
Drug costs more than you.
So these Kabbalists, you see this really as very, very good sources, but it's explained with great clarity by the Ramah.
I'm trying to save you, man, because you
God
are the
has
future.
observed engaged in a process of self-contraction called
I'm
syncing,
stuck.
shrinking, in which, if you remember your high school biology, you kind of like the reverse of like when the Prometheus swallows up something else. God as it is opens up a vacuum within himself to say, here is a not bad place. But then if God is not in that place, having anything existed, what exists other than God? So then God inserts himself. I mean, there's lots of diagrams of this. Usually you see like these big concentric circles with a tiny little block coming out of the center. And God reinserts himself into that vacuum, and that is the physical world of the living. It's kind of like an intentional removal of God and an careful reapplication of God. And they're very different. Also, the metaphor that's being used is that of the spirot, which are these successive sort of containers of godliness that eventually translate into the material world. You may have heard of the famous doctrine of ViralRabbi, the destruction of the vessel, which basically goes like this. That God, as it were, the metaphor is God like pours hot oil into a ceramic pot. And the ceramic pot is unable to contain the hot oil. Right? You have to imagine hot oil is like the infinity of God. The ceramic pot is the attempt to create a finite unit. But it can't handle it. It's overwhelming. So the pot smashes the pot. And the guys go, like what guys do. I speak fluent dude, man. I understand how we are. I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, ladies, how many times have you been a guy in your life? Guys, where there's been men in your life who want to sleep with you, but you didn't want to sleep with him. It shatters. And that rains down in the spirit of that what that means, there's a philosophy there. Together with the material of the he wants to sleep with you, but just because you lost clay vessel. But it's still too hot. So that second clay pot also shatters, and then that means you have a mixture of the first two vessels with the light of godliness. There's the third pot of clay that says, finally, by the time you get to the bottom, Malchut, which is where we live, then finally the oil has cooled through its interaction with the broken pots, and then it can exist in its world. And so the idea is the world we live in today, like let's say this computer or this gender, is a mixture of the material dross of the broken clay with a tiny spark of godliness that allows it to contain its existence. There are four levels of existence. There's those who speak, which is the highest level of humanity. Then there is those who walk, that's like animals, the second highest. The third level is vegetation, and the fourth level is domain, silent. And even silent things, meaning rocks and chairs and things like that, have a spark of godliness in them that allows them to continue their existence, but it's just so heavily weighed down by materialism, literally material, that it cannot be, separated from its godliness. This is, by the way, one of the major differences between the Ramah and his student, the Arizal. And one of the reasons why you have lots and lots of Hasidim who follow the Arizal, not so many who follow the Ramah, because the Arizal, and I don't really understand this, I'm really talking without knowledge here, but the Arizal portrayed this whole process as some kind of strange cosmic accident. I don't really understand how that works, but the idea is that the universe, by the way the Arizal describes it, has been set on fire. And we are in a crisis where we are sparks of holiness trapped within material entities, and the purpose of our existence is to free those sparks. This gives Hasidism, in particular Chabad Hasidism, a tremendous impetus to get out there and save those sparks and do those mitzvahs and have people put on tefillin on the street and give out Shabbos candles, because every time you do a mitzvah, you are releasing the holiness, you're allowing it to flow upwards to its original source. So Ramak has a much more kind of sedate approach in which he says, no, it's not an accident. This is the way in which God intended it. This is the way the universe is designed. It's not at all any kind of like crisis. So it's not as easy as sell for followers. I'll give you one more metaphor that I think is even a little better for understanding this idea of the Spirot, is that, okay, so you can't look at the sun with the naked eye. Right? It's way too powerful. It burns out your retinas. You can't do it. So what you can do is you can get a mirror and you can like hold up the mirror and you can sort of glance at the reflection in the mirror in a passing way. Because the mirror itself absorbs some of the energy, the radiation of the sun, but it also distorts it, right? Because it's not perfect. There'll be a little bit of a coloration, a little bit of a dulling and so on. Still too strong to look at it steadily though. So you get another mirror, you put it over here, and you look at the reflection of the sun, easier. And then if you have 10 mirrors all set up like this, reflecting the light back and forth like a pinball machine, then finally at the bottom in Malchut, you can, as it were, live in regular sunlight because of the dilution of the light through all these images. So that's kind of like Kabbalah 101, Shvira Sakeli, and now let's try to understand how does that relate to what the Ramak is saying. So the Ramak is saying, you recall that we have to know who God is in order to imitate Him, but it is philosophically impossible for us to know who God is. God is incomprehensible to us. God is infinite in every way. The only thing that we can say about God, say the Kabbalists, is we can say something about the way in which God interacts with our physical universe. We can observe God, as it were, like if you're a physicist, they have those bubble chambers. You can't see an electron, but if you put it in one of these bubble chambers, you can see the path that it took, right? Or the biblical metaphor, you can't see my face and live, but you can see my behind. You can see where I've been. So the Sefirot are God's communication to the universe. The Sefirot is God saying, I could have created the universe in any way I wanted. I chose these Sefirot for a reason, because you're supposed to know what these Sefirot mean and translate them into your life. And as you can see, they all have names, right? Keter means the crown, Chokhmah is wisdom, Bina is understanding, Chesed, Ura, Tiferet, and so on. They all mean different things. They have lots of correspondences to human limbs and things like that. You have to study these things and the various possible permutations of light going through different ways. And from that, says the Ramak, you will be able to understand how to direct your life. I know it sounds complicated, but there are certain ways in which it is just incredibly powerful. So in his book, Tomer Devorah, he goes through each one of the Sefirot, and he explains this is what God means in terms of Chesed. Look at what God does for Chesed, and now you do these things as well. And it's phenomenal. It's incredible. The first two chapters are about Keter alone, the crown. And by the way, you may notice some differences. Chabad follows the Arizal and adds dot in the center here. There's no dot in the Ramak's Torah. Keter, the crown, has two qualities. These are the first two qualities with which God interacts with the universe. Amazingly, the first one is mercy. Even before God creates us, He forgives us. Even before we exist, God says, if I'm going to create the world, they're going to mess up. I'm going to forgive them in advance. So that's the first chapter is all about God forgiving us in, of course, the good Gimel Vidos of Rachamim, 13 distinct ways. And so that's what the Ramak is going to do. He's going to walk us through all 13 of those ways. And then secondly, chapter 2 is also on Keter, and it's about God's humility, which is also a mind-blowing chapter. Way too much for us tonight. But chapter 1 is what we're going to look at, the 13 attributes of mercy, because that's what happens in Keter. God's first interaction with the world is through forgiveness. Does it 13 different ways. And so now we got to learn those 13 ways and how they apply in our own lives. I will mention one last detail. You probably memorize the 13 attributes as we say them on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur maybe 200,000 times, right? Hashem, Hashem, Garat, Makan, Erev, those are called Kabbalah, the lower 13 attributes. Those are the simpler ones, the easier ones, kind of like more basic. And they relate to our plea for sustenance,
Discipline don't mean nonsense, right? Same thing with love. Just because I'm lovable. Doesn't mean that you're lovable too. You're just likable to me.
Everybody survives by the way.
You didn't do for me what I did for you to feel that way. You understand what I'm saying? It's very simple. So you just wait for me to love
so
you.
let's do selective strategy. Yeah, I would love to
Then
do all
you'll be all right. You might have to wait a while.
but it would take us way too long.
But men don't have the option to muscle you like you muscle us. You gotta either shit or get off. All right, we've been together this many months, and it's time for us to discover with like men don't say nothing like that to muscle you, man. That's I can't go look. We've been going out
It's not
for
like
a week now. It's time for you to roll these panties down for us. It's been too long. I've been buying you drinks, and you got to either shit or get off the pot.
One of the highest names. I spend a lot of time thinking about names.
But when your woman loves you, it's very difficult to get past that. A woman's love is so beautiful, man. It's not men's love is not as beautiful. It ain't pure because it's work, it's job. I look at my girl Lane, I be like, man, I want to call out sick from love. I be like, damn. But she's sleeping right there. I want to get to call that sick boy. I can't make it to love you today. But when your woman loves you, man, you feel weird. I try to start arguments with my girl all the time, just so that she loves you less. Cause she just the way she loves you is just too much. I'm like, damn. It's not necessary. But she loves, man. And love for a woman embodies everything. It's like, she's concerned about my health. Ain't no man in here ever asked how their woman's health is. Ever. How long y'all been together about 2 years. Have you ever asked her a health question? It ain't happening.
Unless there's an angel striking it and saying, grow. Grow. So the energy is constantly flowing to us from God to allow us to do everything we do. And say the Malachim, the angels, that is also true when we choose to do Averos, when we choose to stay. So if I were to go to McDonald's and have a cheeseburger, every single act of peristalsis as I'm swallowing the cheeseburger, God is saying, okay, here you go, here's some more energy. Please don't eat that cheeseburger. Okay, all right, fine, here's some more energy. And God is allowing my heart to beat. God is allowing me to, walk over and say, can I have a shake with that, please? And whatever it is. Every single moment of the Avera is completely supervised by God and completely facilitated by God, even though it's exactly the opposite of what He has asked me to do. He said no cheeseburgers, and I'm taking the energy He gave me to do no cheeseburgers. And this is why the Malachim look at this and they say, this is astounding. How can God possibly tolerate this? How can God tolerate such a chutzpah, such an incredible chutzpah that people would use His energy against Him, to rebel against Him? And you can think of the comparable kinds of things in human interactions too, God forbid, if a person has a child with an addiction, and they say to the child, I'm going to give you this money that you need, but please, don't spend it on Vegas or whatever stuff is or whatever. And you give the money to the child, and the child goes and spends it on exactly what you don't want, something which is harmful to him. And nevertheless, they'll come back again and give money again. And that's just the way that we interact with God. And the Malachim look at this and they say, Miss Paula, this is the exalted king. How can you tolerate it? And so the metaphor for us, as the Ramah says, is the very first thing that God does in His creation. He knows that we're going to.
We don't know when she last time she checked her titties for.
Never when she says, I'm just trying not going on.
Check the titties for.
Everything about that.
If you take pills, do your man go, have you taken your pills? No, we don't give a shit.
The second level, this is how we're going to
she knocked your pills off the pills, you sick bitch.
very excited about the temple. describes
Sound like little rockers around here. You're sick. And it's not that we don't care about you. It's just the way we care is not the way, you know.
So this gets also a little bit weird.
Men don't care about health in general. We don't care about being sick. I should be getting prostate checks every week. I should be at least doing my own prostate check. You can. If your prostate's swollen, you can put your own finger in your belly, right? To see if your prostate swells, because you can't. But all of that, I'll never know, because I'm not going to step out. I'll let my prostate fall out my asshole first. I'll be walking out, fall on the ground. I'm like, my prostate just fell out.
And this is pretty basic kind of like development.
And I still want to go to the
But
hospital.
the opposite is also true. Not often
My friends on the
this
phone,
one,
they make
the
your
also
prostate
says
fall out
that the person doesn't obey that, they create a negative energy field of the contagion. Or it's also called a mazik, a damager. And this negative energy being, the Ramak understands it as a real conscious being, not just like kind of diffuse energy, but some kind of like almost demonic force that's out there to do evil. Because a person did an act, an hateful act, then suddenly that person released this negative energy through it. And the Ramak brings down sources to suggest that after 120 years, when you go up to Shemayim, all those categories that you've created, Pastor Shalom, they're all waiting for you. And they say to God, Lone Asan, so-and-so maybe, I belong to this guy. Also called in Kabbalah an olive or a leech, because they are like leeches on your soul, constantly sucking energy from you because you created these negative beings. So this is all kind of spooky stuff, but it gets a little worse, because the Ramak says, as we discussed in the first level, nothing happens in the world unless God gives it energy. So if nothing can exist without the energy of God, how do these things exist? And we created them initially, but what keeps them going? By all rights, they should immediately go to the source of their energy and withdraw what they need in order to continue living. They're kind of like an energy vacuum. Like, you've got some kind of electric circuit that's draining energy. And by rights, they should come back to you and say, hey, you created me. I'm a hateful being. I'm going to make you sick. I'm going to take energy from you, and you're going to pay off your energy debt. I'm going to take it out of you. But Hashem is no se avon. Hashem says, oh man, I can't believe, my human being did this terrible thing. Created this awful container, huge amount of energy drain. I will nevertheless pay the bill. I'll pay a piece egg, and I'll make sure that being has enough energy to keep living without going back to its creator to drain on the creator until the creator can do proper tshuva. And that tshuva is a way of negating that energy deficit and bringing it back into balance. So these containers are like standing around here in this past that's like when, in human terms, you have someone who has done an awful act in your life, and that awful act continues to exert itself in your life. Like, let's say, for example, the example I use in my book is someone, you've told them a million times, please don't park in your parking street. And they keep doing the same thing, and you go to the parking spot, and there he is again. You go talk to him again, he doesn't move his car, right? He says, oh, I forgot, whatever. But, shouldn't you just call the tow company and your co-worker and have that car drawn away? But instead, the Ramak would say, no, tolerate it, talk to him nicely, calmly, give him a chance to figure it out on his own, which is the wrong thing to do. Eventually, he will get there. Don't come down like a ton of bricks on him right away, because that will be devastating to your work relationship with your husband. There's a lot more specific ones here. Here's a third one, which I call take care of it personally. And the Ramak here refers to the, again, it gets into very deep Kabbalistic ideas of where Hashem as it were lives. There are like 4 worlds. We live in the lowest world as Sia, And the forgiveness happens in the third row, and third row from the top. And God, as it were, normally for almost everything that has to happen in the world, he sends out like agents. He says, I have all of these malachim that I create, and they go and they make the weather run, and they control the stock market, and space lasers, whatever is necessary. The malachim do those things. But there are some things he does not. We make a big deal about a Pesach, right? Ani v'lo Sarah. Hashem says, I'm going to do it myself. I'm not asking anyone to do it for me. So when it comes to forgiveness, Hashem, even though we act against him like we saw on the first level, and we have lasting damage like we've seen in the second level, Hashem will personally get involved. I'm not about forgiving you. I'm not just delegate forgiveness. The example that he gives is from Tanakh of the metaphor of washing away so often the filth of the daughters of Zion. That's like actually a literal metaphor, not a symbol. A literal metaphor. The reason I put a picture here of my mother, which is right. But I got that miserable disease. It's just one of those deteriorating. It's just a pain in the ass because I can't eat and drink what I want. Like I can eat as many vegetables as I want. Patricia would have all the Brussels sprouts you ever needed. Why can't I eat pasta and cake? Which can't. And it's hard. It's like being addicted. Food is. I'm telling you, food is an everyday. I'm reminded, oh my God, man, food again, I gotta think about every day. I go to sleep thinking about food. Tomorrow, like, what am I gonna do? Today, I had salad and fruit, and I'm gonna celebrate tomorrow by having a whole lamb leg to celebrate how good I ate yesterday. It's just a suffering. And I understand being addicted. Any smoking. See, yeah, that's you, young man. But it's you'll be people who die. Smokers are like you just know you die. Like flags, patches, and stuff like that. This is not.
And you're going to get cancer, like you want to get cancer, and you're giving other people cancer. You're like, you're not a bad person. I just can't keep it. I can't keep it.
School, winter day. It was like kind of a yucky fall day, and
then the pack of cigarettes, they used to say things like, cigarettes possibly.
Great. And then
now they say it will kill you. You stand.
And I was like completely covered.
And then you got the cigarette boxes in Canada. You ever see Canada cigarette boxes? They got dead babies on the box. Dead baby. Can you imagine smoking and rationalizing? I can tell you something, you're like, man, I made it past his age. How old was he when he started smoking? Day old? Jesus, slow down. He was a filter. I saw some white chocolate covered Oreos. White Oreos dipped in chocolate, man. I was in tears. Like, when I shouldn't eat it, but I was in pain. Like, oh my God. And I'm talking to my son about I can't eat these cookies, man. And they're calling me, and I'm praying to God. And I'm lactose intolerant, but like if I eat these cookies, I gotta drink milk too. I'm gonna go out like a soldier. It's like whatever. Then he say all kind of weird stuff to you to rationalize eating them. I'd be like, you know what? I don't need both of my feet. I need is one so I can drive my car. I'm gonna tell you a love story, man. This is some of how much my girl loves me, and it's amazing. Like I said, I'm not bad, man, but it's true story. We have
how
sex.
Hashem is so
We're
angry
really,
with these people.
really dirty, man.
He
We
wants to
really
destroy them all. So he sends God's wheel.
we pee on each other.
All off in charge of destruction. Go down, get some of the holes from under the
But that's don't get past that. This is true love. So
under the arm.
we're having sex, right? 2 years ago this happened. We're having sex, and then afterwards she's like, that was good, but I think we gotta go to the hospital. Get some of those radioactive because your pee tastes like birthday cake.
Gabriel goes there, and he opens up the Bible, and he looks at some
It's not love. Get past the pee. That's love, man. But she's like, oh, your pee is too delicious. I don't like that. She's like, you pee in my mouth, you nasty. She's just like, oh my God.
after a while,
see these three goofy girls look like, man, you being means you're not going to love me to the degree that I need to save my life, are you?
and the whole story of the
I don't need you. Your man takes my pee and go, something's wrong. You need to go check
so
this out.
therefore he left himself in advance a reminder of something that he appreciates about the gift. He left in the diagram itself this image of a hand of the wood. I know this is bizarre and more doesn't I don't know what to do with them, but the hand reminded him that even though they deserve destruction, they are dead. They do this. So therefore it's an idea that reminds us explicitly this special gift.
Let me explain. She just hit him in his heart. I'm going to explain something to you.
When you are angry with this,
The quicker that a man goes wrong, it makes him look like, go ahead, pimp, you got it
you have to
wrong.
put in your
The
mind
quicker the
some
woman goes
kind of
wrong, it
little
makes you
token.
look.
You have to prepare in advance. It's like forgiveness requires work in advance.
Because
Put in
safe
your mind this
sex
token
is a
that when you
woman's
get to that level of anger,
responsibility.
you remember that token, and it will kind of like you just a little stop sign. You can run right through a stop sign. But it is some kind of
Men are
a
trying
reminder
to do
that
it
I have
first.
is that my wife
Second, we make
always
my protection is just, I knew this. Just not age.
I like that. That's just a constant way that I feel.
Please don't let me get sick and die.
You may be angry with something totally different.
It is your responsibility.
And I use this particular game so much time. There are people
When did
who
y'all
always
decide?
wanted to come to it. They're awful at
How long did it
something.
take? How long did it take?
It
took a while, it was a while.
Deal with it.
What's a while there? Hey, did you do the old bagless trick where you would just slowly, like, just try to put it in without, and you just hopefully she stop you, that old trick, like, oh, okay, all right, it's getting close. I think I'm gonna, I ain't got nothing on it yet. Then it start getting real close. You're like, no, she won't let me.
This is and the remark says that we have this passage, we'll read it most of the time, right?
I can't use a condom no more. It's over. Condom days. I probably put a trash bag on my shit and just like the wham music. It's just dead. I see my balls get fit in there too. Like, all right, how's that, baby? Get both in there, soft with balls and niggas in there. You okay? How's that feel? Filled up? You feel filled up?
They say it is forgiven that with everything they do, he sets aside in a special oath, special treasure of the Rabbi. The Malachim are not allowed to enter that room. It is like
Here's why you should be
sterile. No
responsible
one
for
can
safe
go in there and
sex.
mess things
Like,
up.
how many guys
In
in
that
here,
room
honestly,
is
have used the
special
dental dam?
memories of whatever the treasure that is given. And nothing can touch that. A person can be like, you may have this idea that I did in Avera, and I scored 2,000 Avera points.
Do you know what dental game
I
is?
just cost myself
You do?
2,000 Avera points. And I've only got
See what I'm
20.
saying? You see what I'm saying about the condom? Y'all put that condom
They're
on.
gone.
But you know, the dental dam is a piece of a trash bag, right?
Those 20 mixed points are there forever.
About as big as a napkin that you flip out.
They're like
And you lay
solid.
it on a
And
woman's
that is
vagina.
like a space where you
Just in case,
remember
you know,
just how much
it's
you care about
poison.
this thing. But even when this little boy grew up, I'm looking at what most
Take
people
us from
have
imminent
also.
danger. But
I know it's like
we don't use it because you'll be insulted.
it's like they're
If
taking
I'm getting ready to have sex with you, I pull out a piece of the trash
over.
and you go,
You know, he was a hard kid to deal with in a lot of ways. But if I can remember, like, what he looked like when he went to the first you know, vulnerable and uncertain, you know, it's not to just protect those 20 points and love that person forever. That little core of love. By the way, this is what he looked like after the haircut.
and you go, oh, what is that? Oh, I'm just gonna lay it on my vagina. Just in case it kills me.
I'm going to give you the last one.
I'm sorry, what did you say? If we see that face, nothing. Forget it. Don't even pretend I didn't see that. I'd rather die than
This is the third level.
insult my way out of some pussy. I'd rather
They
just
were
get
not
what you
said
got.
that all the other 12 levels failed. This one never. Real time hard to get something. And I forget. Sometimes people ask me about this.
But that's
I don't
us.
know. I've only used this in my
We are
personal
not
life.
like you.
The regular
Understand
hours of outrageous sports.
We're good creatures. Special. We are. We're just not like you. We're not like we don't
I
tell
don't
the
know what
truth.
to say about those things.
And the reason is because we
The regular
cannot.
life, because
Truth is,
for
here's
the
what truth
person,
is.
the other
Truth
12
is
levels, this
a
level will
feeling
always be.
that goes from your gut
It is
to your
very
mouth
sweet. Every circumstance
instantaneously.
to always
Women
work
get to be
with a
truthful.
person,
You get to
but I
say,
have to say it's like
and you say anything foul because you don't have an editing.
I have
It
used
just
it on
comes up.
the
I
Facebook
just
5 or
let's
6
do
times.
it. 7.
Look to level
Just say
15
it.
to
I
try
don't
to
care. You
forget
be like,
someone.
it's 4.
And
Right? Yeah, it's whatever I want.
Things is a part of your soul. It is really, really hard to do.
Talking, I feel like
Basically, what he says is every human being had moments
men don't do that. We can't be honest with you. Man, truth is cruel.
Every human being
And we told you the truth all the time. That's
where
cruelty.
they were completely happy. Nothing wrong.
Men go from our gut and then it stops at the heart
Nothing
where we
wrong with
edit
it.
it.
What you have to do
We
is
edit what this was. What this was going to be foul. So
imagine
I'm
that
not going to
person
say
has
this.
that opportunity before they
And
become
then it goes
the
into the
specific
brain
metaphor he
for
gives, so what he does talk about childhood is
touch-ups, analysis. Okay, all right, that sounds good. And then you say it. You don't just spew stuff out, man, because how we really feel about you. It's just, it's not cool. Like this, how we feel about you. You said 10 years? Let me ask you a question, honestly. What's your daydream on how to kill him?
Later you'll have arguments, later you'll, that moment of purity, that is uncontaminated by any other feeling,
Here's where you messed up.
that's where you
I'm
have
gonna tell
to
you where you messed up.
And if you can take
He
yourself
says to me,
through that moment,
man, you trying to get
you
me
may still
killed?
be angry about what I was
Do you
saying,
see how we
but
can't
that
tell the
anger
truth?
will be used by
Because
giving
the
him our message
lie,
that yes,
right? That means that he thinks about you. See, the thing is,
that's
you
the
should say, I don't think about killing my
It is,
woman.
yeah,
But
exactly.
you trying to get me killed?
Hard to think
If I
about.
tell you how I kill this bitch, she gonna kill me.
Well, you're still hard, but it's still your favorite. Okay, so I'm
See,
going to
let me get it out now. How do you kill her?
tell a story about
Just so she knows, how do you
this is
date her?
Rafaela when she was about 2 years old or so.
She's looking at it. It's all just sweet. I'm trying to let you understand what you're dealing with. I'm just saying, the fact that you're alive means he didn't go
And
through
it
with
goes
it.
like this. So
And I'll tell you why
this
guys
was when
think
I was
about killing
doing
women.
my dissertation,
It's
and
because we
my wife was working at Westchester at the
because I want
Federation,
you,
and I was unwisely charged of Rafaela.
but I don't want to hurt your feelings.
I would be writing my dissertation paper
So
all the
I'd
place,
rather
and
you be
people should be
dead
doing whatever they want.
than
I
to
was
break
thinking,
your
I would look at my watch and I know my wife minutes, and then the rest of that thing is up.
So we think about how do we kill this and get away with it.
And one day, I'm working
I
really
tell you, I
hard
killed my girl with a gun on my head
and I realized
and shoot twice with a silencer. And the feathers come up and I look into the middle of my eyes, still be able to close my eyes,
and I find them in one of the bathrooms.
and so softly
They have
on her
discovered
face, but she's
the
dead.
joys of fluffing. They would like to wash
You
each
might
other
as well
with
spit it out because
the
it'll help you
toilet
now because it'll be you can blame her on the whole situation instead of later when she's like, so, yeah.
Rabbi was just about 4 years ago.
Cuban, oh Lord, like
It was
whatever accent and whatever English she does in Spanish, she's gonna be on you. So you might as well just say it. Think about it. She's gonna be on you. What is it? What is it? And I don't condone violence against women, but I do condone thinking about it. Because sometimes it's like, how do I get you out of my face? It's just like, what do you do? When a girl's in your face, how do you treat black women? Because you know what? This is probably more important to white women because white women, you do stuff to get killed.
Little girl, 84 years old, ran straight up to me, hit herself
Kill
in the
you.
legs and
Husbands kill you.
how can I be thankful?
Black women do stuff to get hit. Like they make you
running away,
because they be in your face like they can whoop your ass. You be like, what? Put this bitch through a fish tank.
I'm really sorry. I
Don't
immediately
get in my face. I can't even hit you.
I think the lesson
Can't even poke you hard.
love and stuff.
Don't push me like that. What you gonna do? I wish you would. Like, oh my God, man, get out of my face. I've never hit a woman. I've never needed to, and I've been like, wow, man, this would be so much easier if I could. But like, I never even pushed a woman. Any woman ever get mushed? I never get mushed. You know what a mushing is? You don't even know what mushing is. Do you know what mushing is? Yeah, see? Look at the black girl right there. She put a whole hand over it. It's a non-violent movement. When you're in my face, and it just moves you. And sometimes a twist. Let's just get out of my face, please.
Let's take a little bit
I never much. I've never done it. I come close, but I was too scared. I don't want to go to jail with nonsense. Jail said, I don't want to push the I don't want to push the girl. Get out of here. She stumble back, crack her head. She lay on the ground doing the Hulk Hogan from the 80s. Like, I'm like, I'm lifting her hand up like the referee. And on the third one, I'm hoping she go like this, like, oh. Still living.
Is clearly
White women though, I'm gonna tell you why you get killed. This is I'm from Boston. I got a PhD in white people, man. I grew up around. White women, you don't scream at your men. I never seen a white woman really go. You do something different. You don't scream at your woman. You say like really terrible things in his ear, so only he can hear it, and it starts to like upgrade and whittle his spirit down. Like really foul stuff, but nice.
Let's focus on the
his breath stinks.
Because I'm not there, the daughters of Jesus go out there, white things that were
stinks from here.
So when we're fighting,
your friend
words and
as soon as you go to work,
quite expensive owners in the biblical period is actually fairly rare. In the shy
this is over
a little more
years,
common,
and you
but
just
still having the right outfit, is something you really need to have.
So on this particular day, the beautiful custom was that you had to wear something that was borrowed. You had to go with someone else to get it, and that way people wouldn't feel embarrassed by not having one of their own. Kola to Tefillah, all the clothes had to be washed in advance. Now, of course, it's a special kind of ritual washing, but nevertheless, the daughters of Jerusalem would go out and they would dance. They would, cholos means like they would be moving in circles in the orchards, which must have been very beautiful. And what would they say? Bachor, young man, Sana enecha ur'eh, mi'ata bo'arlach. Lift up your eyes and see, who would you choose for yourself? So obviously this is kind of like a sort of a romantic event, and you wonder how that would play in the modern day. I don't know, but we're just reading the Mishnah, right? Al titein enecha b'noi. Don't look at beauty. Look rather at family. Look at where these girls come from. Look at who their parents and their grandparents and so on are. The Gemara has lots of interesting things to say about this afterwards. Sheker achein behevel yofi, isha yiras Hashem iti salal. In reality, charm is vain and beauty is meaningless. A woman who fears God, she should be praised. I think the Mishnah goes on to talk about this in further rate. So it seems that on the 15th of Av, there was a great deal of celebration, especially coming after the 9th of Av, which would have been a day of tremendous sadness. The 15th of Av is a tremendous release and happiness, women going out into the orchards, beautiful things. So the Gemara, after this Mishnah, discusses 6 historical events associated with this day that justified it for this particular celebration. Let's go through those. I've reordered them slightly to make sure they are in chronological order, because historians generally like to move in kind of linear fashion. So first of all, the tribes were allowed to intermarry. If you recall the discussion of daughters of Tzalafchad, when they go to Moses and say, we want to have our inheritance, our father did not have any sons, and we should inherit as well. So there's a discussion there that, yes, they would inherit, but in order to keep the tribal distinctions intact, they would marry within their own tribe. But this presupposes that they had been allowed to marry outside of their tribes before that. So that date of being allowed to marry outside the tribes would have been on the 15th of Av, according to the Talmud. Secondly, it was a day in which the Jews wandering through the desert, who were old enough to have known Egyptian servitude, finally stopped dying off, and those Jews who were born in the desert were, and of course the 2 spies who spoke favorably of the land of Israel were able to go into the land of Israel. So the date on which there were no more deaths, that was the 15th of Av, and the date of celebration. Third, it was the date of the reintegration of the tribe of Benjamin after their exclusion from the body politic of the early ancestors of the Jewish people, as described in Shoftim 21, the book of Judges, chapter 21. Horrible story there. Benjamin was ostracized for quite some time, and then on the 15th of Av, the tribe of Benjamin was reintegrated. Fourth, moving ahead quite a bit now to the late 8th century before the Common Era, when King Hoshea ben Elah removed the guards that were preventing the Israelites who lived in the northern kingdom of Israel, which had split from the southern kingdom of Judah. He removed the guards that prevented the Israelites from making their way down into Judah and to make pilgrimage to the holy city of Jerusalem. Under an earlier king, Yeravam ben Nevat, there was a ban placed on Israelites making their way down to Jerusalem, and this was finally lifted on the 15th of Av. Number 5, this is again moving forward another 900 odd years when you get to the Bar Kokhba event. During the Bar Kokhba event, which was horribly and brutally put down by the Romans, tremendous difficulty, however, there was one final battle at a place called Beitar. And the Romans were so incensed at the difficulty that the Bar Kokhba rebels had posed to them, they did not allow the bodies of the Jewish fighters cleared from the field and buried. So they were left out in the field, guarded by the Roman soldiers until finally on the 50
if you didn't have to give up
which was probably in the year 136 or possibly in the year 137 of the Common Era. Finally, the Romans relented and allowed the Jews to collect their dead and grant them a proper burial. This is, by the way, also memorialized in the grace after meals. The blessing at Tova is also imposed on the last devil. Finally, this date is the last date when wood was chopped for the temple. And the reason provided is because it happens to be the summer solstice, meaning that every day after the festival of the days get shorter, and the rabbi said there's not going to be enough sunlight or a deep successive day to properly dry out the wood, so it will be ritually fit for the temple. So therefore, this is a celebratory day that included another cycle of chopping the wood for the temple. And those are the historical reasons. I probably should have put that one up for the fifth season, like that way predated a couple of those. By the time the Velvet Temple was already destroyed, but oh well, I already recorded it. So that's the 6 historical events that are associated with this particular date.
Risk everything you built with your man just to sleep with him. And look, they're going for it. And they'll pass the test. They're like, they look good, but I wouldn't ask guys the same thing. Boom, love your woman, the kids, the house. Yeah. You see that girl passed out behind the dumpster?
Both those pictures are just since we're just about to begin the amazing holiday of Passover, I thought I'd take a few minutes every day and just offer a short historical insight into either the Exodus as we have it described in the Bible, or the Haggadah, and some interesting things that we find out from extra biblical sources in particular. I'd like to begin today by talking about Pharaoh Nephthah's premature obituary. So, first of all, Pharaoh Nephthah was an important leader of Egypt, of course, in the late 13th century before the Common Era, and in approximately the year 1220 before the Common Era, he made kind of a smash and grab rush north into the land of Israel and wreaked havoc on all kinds of communities there. And later he described it in his stele that he erected that's located in southern Egypt. Here you can see this stele itself. It's a massive obelisk, stands something like 20 feet tall, and there's like some depictions of various ritual things at the top, and then written in Egyptian hieroglyphics is a whole of the amazing achievements of the Pharaoh Nephthah. If you scroll all the way down this document to a piece at the bottom, there's a fascinating little section that has been deciphered and has been interpreted to read: Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Now, there's a lot of things to say about this interesting passage, but what's especially valuable to me is this is the first clear statement of the word and the name and the concept and the people Israel outside of biblical text. Meaning we've got lots of descriptions, very rich, characteristic descriptions of the major founders of the Jewish people, the patriarchs, the matriarchs, kings, queens, all kinds of things like that. But this is the first time we have a clear, unequivocal statement of Israel, the people, existing in the historical record outside of our own family history. Now, there's a few other exceptions to that rule, like, for example, you can see in this execration figurine, which is basically a kind of an early Egyptian voodoo doll that goes back 500 years before Nephthah erected his stele. These are kind of fascinating ritual objects where Egyptians would write the names of people or places they don't like, and then they would ritually defile the statues by burning it or breaking it and things like that. And it's kind of like a way of invoking curses upon the people that they dislike. And when you look at these excavation figures, you'll see that there are place names that are located in the land of Israel, But it doesn't say anything about who's living there or anything like that. This is kind of like geographical, topographical information. Very valuable, but doesn't say too much to us about who these people were, what they stood for, and so on. Or even if they would be the descendants of Jacob, because of course there were people living in Israel prior to the arrival of the sons and daughters of Jacob, sometime maybe in the 13th century. And furthermore, it's not surprising you don't have more Egyptian descriptions of the Exodus for a whole host of reasons, but one of them is the fact that the Egyptians had a distinct allergy to recording stories that was, contrary to the national interest. One great example of this is the story of the Pharaoh Hatshepsut, who is shown here, wearing a ceremonial beard in this Sphinx presentation, although she was a female pharaoh. And one of her offspring later decided to completely remove her from the historical record. As you can see from this wall engraving on the right, you have very clear representations of the cartouches of Thutmose III, but Hatshepsuts are all clearly effaced from the rock, as if they wanted to literally remove her from the historical record. Turns out that this interesting exposure of Egyptian mummy issues was not correct. Well, I shouldn't say that. Mummy issues, that's terrible. Hold on, let's just do that. Anyways, it was unsuccessful because Hatshepsut happened to be a really important pharaoh, and so a lot was known about her activities later, and these attempts to wipe her out of the record were completely unsuccessful. But what I really find fascinating, besides the fact that this is the first time we have anyone saying anything about the ancestors of the Jewish people in the historical record, it is, after all, an obituary. Meaning, Merneptah said that I went up into the north, I went through all these countries, I destroyed, I pillaged, all kinds of things. And when I got to those pesky Israelites, I completely obliterated them. Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Meaning, that's it for the Jewish people, and they will never again rise up and never again show their faces. This is, I think, especially ironic when you think about the fact that Merneptah himself was the 13th son of the pharaoh Ramses II, who many scholars identify as the pharaoh of the story of Joseph. Now, we'll talk about him tomorrow, but it's as if he's like getting revenge for the way that his father was treated when the Egyptian slaves left Egypt. Could be lots of things to think about. But what I think is especially hilarious is like, oh my gosh, they also found Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy. I'm not going to show it on the screen because many people find that very tasteless. I have done it in previous lectures, but he looks terrible. He looks like he's wasted, and his seed is no more. On the other hand, the Jewish people, thank God, are still flourishing, are still, very much active and central in many ways to what's happening in Western civilization. This illustrates two things. It illustrates, on the one hand, yet another example of what we see in the Haggadah, that in every generation there will be someone who rises up to try to destroy the Jewish people that they are miraculously rescued. Here is a kind of hilarious passage from an 1859 Haggadah that was published in the Russian Empire. And the censor said, how can you possibly include that statement that in every generation there will be some kind of massive anti-Semite? That's not true. We live now in the paradise of the Russian Tsar. Life for Jews is fantastic here in 1859. There's no way there's going to be any challenges. So therefore the censor insisted and had added to the text the words Hayu, which is circled here, and the letter Hey before Matzilenu instead of the noun. So in other words, if you forced it to read in every generation, they used to rise up against us. No longer. But back in ancient history, that happened. No longer. And then later he says, it's not that God continues to rescue the Jewish people. It's that he used to rescue the people. He doesn't have to anymore because now life is great. And this, that's the first thing I want to remark on with Merneptah's last obituary, which is really the first obituary we have. Mark Twain, a great writer and humorist about the late 19th century and early 20th century America. There was, of course, a famous story, I'm sure you've heard it, that at one point someone thought he had died and he published an obituary and he clipped the various versions of what he actually said or wrote. But it was kind of something to the effect of, rumors of my demise are greatly exaggerated. And that's also, I think, reflective of Nefta's premature obituary. Let us go back to Mark Twain, though, to close this out. And I often reflect on something he wrote in the year 1899, a remarkable essay in Harper's Magazine called Concerning the Jews. It was later reprinted in 1934. And he writes about a 15-page essay about the status of Jews in Europe and America, and he reflects on the concept of anti-Semitism and so on. And he says a lot of really fascinating things. Some of it is a real power. It's like looking at it a century later to see how wrong he was in many ways. But this conclusion is so powerful. I'm going to read it to you because I just think it's a great sort of mindset to bear in mind as we go into the Passover season, as we go into the celebration of the Haggadah. Once again, we go through another year of reciting this ancestral story and thinking about what it means for the Jewish people and for the world. So here's Mark Twain's conclusion of his essay concerning the Jews, 1899. To conclude, if the statistics are right, the Jews constitute about 1% of the human race. It's actually smaller than I said. It suggests that the nebulous, dim puff of stardust lost in the blaze of the Milky Way. Properly, the Jew ought hardly to be heard of, but he is heard of, has always been. He is as prominent on the planet as any other people, and his commercial importance is extravagantly out of proportion to the smallness of his bone. His contributions to the world's list of great names in literature, science, art, music, finance, medicine, and abstruse learning are also way out of proportion to the weakness of his numbers. But he has made a marvelous fight in this world, in all the ages, and he has done it with his hands tied behind him. He could be vain of himself and be excused for it. The Egyptian, the Babylonian, and the Persian rose filled the planet with sound and splendor and faded to itself and passed away. The Greek and the Roman followed and made a vast noise, and they are gone. Other peoples have sprung up and held their torch high for a time, but it burned out, and they sit in twilight now, for it has vanished. The Jews saw them all, beat them all, and is now what he always was. Exhibiting no decadence, no infirmities of age, no weakening of his parts, no slowing of his energies, no dulling of his alert and aggressive mind. All things are mortal but the Jew. All other forces pass, but he remains. What is the secret of his immortality? Wow, that's an amazing passage. Thank you, posthumously, Mr. Twain, for that amazing conclusion to your essay. And this is what I think about when I go into Passover Seder. I think about how many centuries upon centuries Jews have gathered around the table. What do they do? What do they dress like? How they sometimes would sit on cushions on the floor. How they would, in distant times, they would recline to their left on chaise lounges because that's the way they used to eat in Hellenistic Israel. I mean, it's just so amazing that there's this phenomenal continuity, and what Twain said only a century ago is so dramatically true even today. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you have a fantastic episode.
20, I wait forever. Just wait in the corner like, oh, it's going to happen.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm glad you're back to talk a little bit more about historical background or historical context.
And then you got to start rolling them old drawers down.
Of the Exodus and the Haggadah. Now let's talk a little bit about the Pharaoh who knew not Joseph. Of course, this is a citation from the beginning of this where Joseph comes to the land of Egypt and tremendous things for his army and just gets them through that 7-year famine. And everyone should really be grateful to Joseph for all the tremendous things he did for the country. But And new Pharaoh arose, who knew not Joseph, who didn't remember what the ancestor of the Jewish people had to do in Egypt, and his gratitude was gone. What have you done for me lately? And ended up, descending into exploitation and eventually slavery, which is at the core of the Exodus experience. There's so much to talk about here, but I really want to focus on this Pharaoh and one aspect of his personality. But let me just begin by starting with a more general background concept. I think it would be a mistake to offer these series as kind of like, well, here's all the archaeological evidence that proves exactly what it says in the Bible. Because, the Bible is religious text, religious faith. It is not a book of science, and it does not attempt to conform to the rules of science, hypotheses, experimentation, scientific methods, things like that. That's not really what the book is about. That does not mean one may not rely on for historical data. That's alluding to the title of a great work by Professor Kitchen on the reliability of the Old Testament, which is a remarkable work of scholarship. A lot of the crucial information in the Bible is not something that we can pin down with historical data from actual biblical sources. For a host of reasons, this is a short class, I'm not going to go into all of them, but I do want to illustrate why that's not necessarily the right way to go about thinking about how to read the Bible. Tell you a story about my grandparents. This is a photograph that I got from 1913 of my grandfather Alex and my grandmother Austin. They both Lithuanian migrants to Canada, and we lived out the north of Canada when this horrible forest fire rushed through the area in 1960. On the top of your head. It was absolutely devastating for people who were it killed some 200 people, including quite a few Native First Nations people.
R.I.P. baby.
My grandfather, it's the story of my grandfather, who was not even born at the time, but my grandfather could see that there was something terrible coming, and so he was just starting his business in dry goods at the time. What he did was he dug a massive hole in the backyard, took all of his stock, which was basically like work pants and shirts and boots and things like that, buried it in, he wrapped it in burlap, and then he buried it in the backyard, and the fire came into town, devastated the town, but he and his wife, who was then expecting my uncle, they all ran to the Abitibi River, and they waited in the river until it was safe to come out again when the fire had passed. The town was devastated, people were impoverished, but they could go to my grandfather, who gave them clothes for free. They could pay back later when they were back on their feet and so on. But this act of foresight and courage and kindness ultimately allowed the entire town to survive and my grandfather's business to survive. And it went on for a whole century after that. My father took it over, and then my mother, and it lasted for a very long time. Now, this story is very hard to find in historical data. The records simply aren't there. We know the fire happened. We know the names of people who were killed. We can go visit their graves. But we don't have these smaller family stories of tremendous import. They're just not recorded anywhere. But that doesn't mean they didn't happen. And more importantly, that's the real story that I want to gather from that episode. What my father told me, and he never witnessed it because he wasn't even born. Well, my father told me, and I trust my father. That's the Masorah. That's the tradition. My father told me things about his father and mother that gave me tremendous lessons into how I should lead my own life. And I think that's how we have to look at the historical data we have on the Exodus that leads into the Haggadah and so on. We may not be able to put everything under a microscope and find this factor, find that factor, confirm this idea or that idea, but we will nevertheless find a tremendous amount of information If you want to go into the weeds in this, have a look at Kenneth Kitchen's book. It is absolutely tremendous. He includes, for example, this piece of data, which is so fantastic. We do have some ways of corroborating events in the Bible with extra biblical events, such as, for example, the price of slaves in the time of Joseph. We know that in Exodus chapter 37, verse 28, we have the sale of Joseph for 20 shekels. And when we compare that price of 20 shekels with how much we know slaves cost in the Code of Hammurabi, in texts from Mari and Old Babylonia, we see that that's smack on what we would expect a slave to cost in the precise era when we believe that Joseph was sold. Moreover, if we look at the price of slaves as recorded in Exodus chapter 21, verse 32, with what we know that slaves were going for from documents in nearby Nuzi or Ugarit, we see that, my gosh, it's exactly the same. And finally, when we look at the price of the redemption of the nobles under King Menashe, the nobles were taken into Ashur, they, over there in Kings 2, chapter 15, verse 30, that price exactly maps to what we know about the price of slaves in Assyria. And you track all of these on a chart, and you can see that it's a pretty linear progression that tends to confirm the statement of the sale of Joseph for 20 shekels, placing it appropriately within its historical context. It's pretty amazing, I think, to see this corroboration. This is data that's derived from Dr. Kitchen's work. But let's go to our main subject, which is, of course, the personality of Ramses II, who many scholars believe would be the specific pharaoh described as having forgotten about Joseph. Whether, as we have a famous controversy in the Talmud, he was the same pharaoh who just, chose to forget for whatever reason, or whether he really was a new pharaoh who didn't read the Egyptian history textbooks. One of the most fascinating debates in the Talmud about Pharaoh Ramses is what is the degree of his culpability for the maltreatment of the Jews, especially because as the plagues were instituted, the verse says, and it says this only about Pharaoh Ramses II and his direct administrators, that his heart was made heavy, kaved. In other places, the term his heart was made hard, chazak, for example. We see that, in several places in the Bible. But to see his heart made heavy, it's the only time it's used is with regards to Ramses II. And what exactly does a heavy heart mean? In the English language, we would say a heavy heart would mean, despondent or sad or something like that. But it doesn't seem to make sense. The context of the making of one's heart heavy in the book of Exodus is that Ramses became more belligerent, more obstinate. The opposite of a soft heart or an open heart. It was somehow making him more culpable. Now, here's an insight from Dr. Racheli Shlomi Chaim, fascinating Egyptologist from Hebrew University, who points out that if you look at Egyptian myth, the main thing that Pharaoh has to do, the one job that he has, is to maintain something called ma'at, which is an Egyptian term meaning harmony, order, balance, i.e. that the Pharaoh has to make sure that society progresses in an organized fashion with equity and justice. And this is what a pharaoh is judged for. So, for example, if you look here at a remarkable 13th century representation of Pharaoh Seti I, presenting a little statuette of the goddess of Na'at, the goddess of this kind of balance, indicating that this is what he does, this is his offering. Ma'at is frequently portrayed as having a headdress that is adorned by a large feather. You can see here's another example of that feather. Now, why I'm saying this is because there's an amazing thing that Professor Shlomi Chaim points out, that in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, a very famous scene where after a pharaoh dies and is mummified, part of the process is his heart is removed and placed in a canopy jar. placed in like an urn, a clay urn, and then it is weighed against the feather of Ma'at. Meaning, if he did his job right, then his heart will be lighter than the feather of Ma'at, and he will get whatever benefits there are in the afterlife. But if he failed to maintain Ma'at, if he allowed his heart to become heavy, not hard, resistant, but heavy, then he will be judged negatively, and he will be punished in the next world. As you can see in this 13th century, again, the same era, the Book of the Dead, there's a famous scene where you can see the canoptic jar there on the left side of the scales and the feather of Ma'at on the right. And so far, Pharaoh's hanging in there, but we don't know what's going to end up happening. So this is really the meaning within the Egyptian context of the 13th century, which we've largely lost, except for the research of people like Professor Rachel Shlomi Chaim, who point this out, that it is his failure to maintain a just and equitable society, that is his maltreatment of the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and his forgetfulness for what he should have done for the people of Joseph is fundamentally what caused his heart to become heavy, and fundamentally what brought about his own downfall. Wow, fascinating. I hope this was useful to you, and maybe you'll even talk about it a little bit at your Passover Seder. Thank you very much for watching.
I check my notes and tell me some of the funny things my kids have said over the years, and it will just rattle off a bunch of those things.
Hello, fellow travelers in Jewish history. I had a brilliant idea this morning, thinking a lot about Passover and thinking about my upcoming cruises with Kosher River Cruises. I thought, wait, what if we offered a fully kosher recreation of the Exodus, skipping the slavery part and just going straight from Egypt to the Promised Land? Wouldn't that be amazing? We would not even have to split the sea because we have these beautiful ships that we travel on. Let's just recreate the journey. It would sell tremendously. It would be amazing. The only problem is it's very hard to figure out the actual geography of the route. Where exactly did the Exodus happen? And specifically, where did the crossing of the sea occur? So let's get into the geography a little bit and the archaeology, and we'll try to reconstruct what we know. And unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff that we simply don't know. Now, part of the reason why this is so complicated is because there is natural geographic change over the 3,000 plus years since this occurred. If you have a look at this satellite image here, you can see that the primary geological feature of the land of Egypt is, of course, the Nile River that flows from the south to the north. That's why the lower Nile is actually higher on the map, and upper Nile is actually lower on the map. And for, recorded history and beyond, the Nile has regularly flowed along this route and emptied out into a large delta that flows into the Mediterranean Sea. Now, the challenge is that there is a certain amount of natural change to the geography, as rivers do tend to move a little bit. There are oxbows that form, and as irrigation changes, and this river has been heavily drained for irrigation with canals built over the centuries, sometimes the nature of the delta can change and so on. And this is complicated by the fact that in 1970, a big dam was built in the upper Nile. You can see it at the bottom of this map, the Aswan Dam, and that changed a lot of the features of the water flow as well. So how does that affect what we know about the biblical sites that are described as the settlement of Jews in Israel? Historians believe that Goshen, the place where the Jews settled after Joseph is described as coming to the leadership of Egypt, would be in the eastern delta. You can see where I've indicated it here on the map. And in fact, not too far away is a site called, in contemporary Arabic, Kantir, or Piramese, which is most likely the site of Pi Ramses, one of the sites that we have described in the Bible as a construction site that Jews were forced to work on. And so we know that all these things are happening here in the Eastern Delta. The challenge is that while some things are actually really well supported, for example, the Midrash talks about the actual soil of Pir Ramses being very unstable, and the Jews would engage in building buildings, and the buildings would collapse. That actually makes sense based on the nature of the composition of the soil in the delta there. But we don't have much archaeological, evidence from that period of any of the buildings that may have been constructed according to the biblical account. We do have, however, some new archaeological evidence that has come about as a result of the desiccation of the region related to the creation of the Aswan Dam that indicates some amazing things, like even these phenomenal mud pits that were described there, which are entirely consistent with what we know about brick making in ancient Egypt from, for example, the tomb painting of Restream that describes the entire process of brick making, which is consistent not only with the biblical account, but also with papyri that have managed to survive till this day. And in this particular mud pit that just blows me away, there's actually some remnants of a child's footprints. They measure to be about size 8.5 to 10, which would describe a child of 4 to 5 years old. We don't know, who this child was, Egyptian child, Jewish child, slave child. We don't know. What are they doing in the pits? Well, were they forced to work there? Were they playing there? We don't know, but it is nevertheless a very chilling reminder of the reality of work at that time. Still,
I'm going to say the things that I do not know.
That we're trying to describe. We know
and
that
I'm also not
the
going
biblical account
to
places the Jews in the Eastern Nile Delta.
attest to the veracity
To the
of the
promised
information.
land. The Bible specifically
true or
states
false
that they did not
the
take
information
shortcut,
is.
which is the
I'm going to tell you
Philistine
what
way,
I was
also known as
told.
the way of Horus, that would have
Okay?
been the easiest and
It's
most
not a
logical.
defense of
That
Trump.
would go along
It's not a defense of the
the
administration. In
Sinai
fact,
Peninsula, which
I
actually
think
had
if they do not
several,
release everything they have, they are done.
fortresses that were built by
I believe that.
The Egyptians frequently went
If they do not release, and I told them that, you need to release everything you
They
have.
did go that way. Specifically, the Bible says they took an
needs to
alternate
be
route along
fired.
that somehow
I
had
told
them
them that.
wandering
They know
throughout the
that.
Sinai
The people I
Peninsula,
spoke to,
eventually
person,
ending up in the land of
people,
Israel. But when
person,
you look at the overall
people.
map, you got to wonder, where did
They
they
know
cross the
that.
sea? Where exactly? What sea are we talking about? We should point out.
I
in
went to
Hebrew,
Washington.
the
We had a
term
dinner.
is
It's a small
Yam
dinner.
Suf, which means
What day did it?
literally
When did
the
I go?
sea of reeds.
Wednesday.
The
I
term
went
sea
Wednesday.
here, Yam, has to be not
Here's
used
the
from,
rub.
let's say, a Western
Jeffrey Epstein is an
perspective of
innocent
what
man.
a sea is.
I'm
Sea
kidding.
is
That's
normally
not
a
the
fairly large body of water, but in biblical Hebrew, the word
Yes,
Yam
it's a
is
blackmail
something
operation.
a little bit more like
Yes,
what
it
Americans
was.
call a lake.
Yes,
Maybe
this guy's
not
got
even a great
connections
lake.
to intelligence.
Like Yam
Everybody
Genera,
knows
the
that.
Sea of Galilee, is actually
Yes, the
a
intelligence
fairly
is
small
Mossad and
body of
CIA.
water. I'm not
Most
sure if
likely.
you can easily swim from
We all
side
know
to side,
that.
but you can at least contemplate swimming
Yes,
from one
he
side
was
to the
running
other.
some type
Similarly,
of
the Dead Sea is very small.
blackmail
I mean,
operation procuring
comparison to
young
Great
girls
Lakes,
for powerful
these
people.
are small bodies of water, but in
A lot
Hebrew
of
they are
this
called
was on tape
seas. Now, the second word,
somewhere.
reeds, is interesting. The
When
Sea
Pam
of
Bondi
Reeds. It
came
does
out
not
and said,
describe
I have
the Red
10,000
Sea or the
hours
Mediterranean Sea. It
of
says the Sea of Reeds.
evidence.
So this
What has been
makes it
told
sound a
to
little bit
me
like it could be a wetland,
is that that
kind
is
of like a marshy
Epstein
area, which
downloaded
very much fits with what we know
from
about
the
the
internet.
geography of the
It is
Eastern
not
Nile
the
Delta. And
tapes
so
of
many
powerful
historians have
people
attempted to
in
reconstruct the
compromising
route of
positions.
the
And
Exodus
the
that
person who
goes
told me
through
that
what
said,
are sometimes
listen,
called the Bitter
I'm
Lakes,
not saying those
which
tapes
are
don't
not so much
exist.
like big bodies of
I'm
water.
saying that
Again, that's
the
not
person
necessarily
who
what the
has
term
that,
Yam or
those
sea might
tapes,
mean in biblical
is either
Hebrew,
a foreign
but
intelligence
they might be like
service,
incredibly inaccessible wetlands, so you just can't
It's a guess.
cross them. Maybe the water is
Or
3 feet deep,
a
6 feet deep,
billionaire
lots of
or
like vegetation, and
billionaires,
the only way to get through would be if it
or they
split
have been
and just walk
destroyed.
on dry land, a miraculous
You know,
occurrence to be sure.
there isn't a
Other
tape of
historians
Bill Clinton
suggested
fucking a
that
12-year-old
no, it
that
must have been
Pam
the Mediterranean
Bondi
Sea they were talking about.
has on
And
her
you can see
desk.
there are routes that
She
describe
has
going
commercial
up north and
pornography
then over the Sinai
downloaded from the
Peninsula
internet.
into the Mediterranean
The
and back down
tapes
into the Sinai
that
where they
show
will wander around for a
incriminating
while.
things
There are also
are
theories that say
with
no,
who's
they
ever
went further
blackmailing the these people.
Down
Again,
to the
this is
Red
what was
Sea
told to me.
Cross at that point,
And that,
and then
which,
basically
again,
from there on in, it's
from the
really
outside, I
confusing
can
because
see
one thing I forgot to
whoever is
mention was
running
that
this
the
operation
very first
not being
project
dumb
in
enough
archaeology
to
was
let
really
tapes
topography. We have
get to the
like
desk
biblical
of
archaeology
Pam
in
Bondi,
particular. We have this
who's the
biblical
Attorney
text,
General.
extremely valuable
Now,
as a historical
again,
document,
do
but
I
very
know
difficult to sometimes
what is on
translate
the tapes?
into
Absolutely
what
not.
we know
I really
about
don't
the
want to
actual
know. I don't want a
itself,
trove of
primarily
pornography
because
delivered
we
so I
don't
can
know
analyze it.
which
What was told to me
locales
was
specifically
that
refer
those
to the places
tapes
named in
are
the Bible.
pornography,
And one of the very first things that was
some
done in the
legal,
19th
some
century in the
probably
land of Israel,
not,
archaeologists began
that
to
he
say,
had
okay, we've
downloaded.
got these places like
There are tapes
Beersheba,
of
or
Epstein
Beersheba, and they would
walking
use all
around
kinds
his
of different
house, and there are
techniques,
photos of
sometimes
underage
linguistics,
girls.
sometimes
But there is
Arabic
no tape
place
of Bill
names
Gates
referred
or Donald
to
Trump
earlier
or
Hebrew
Bill
origins,
Clinton
sometimes
engaging in
descriptions
activity
in the
with
text
a minor.
itself that might give some indication as
Okay.
to where exactly
However,
these places are. But we
again, this
simply
is told to me
don't
at a,
know
at a
for
private
sure.
dinner
A lot
that
of
we're having.
places,
I'm
and
not going to tell
especially
you
the
who's
places
with.
associated
I won't.
with the Exodus.
If you're
So there
smart,
are lots of different
maybe you know
routes.
by the end of the
We
episode,
also
but I
don't
don't
know,
know if
for
you're
example,
smart.
where exactly is Mount Sinai. There
I don't know
is
if you're
a
smart.
mountain in the southern part
I'll
of the
drop
peninsula
clues.
that has been identified by
I'll
the
drop
Arabs as
little
Jebel
clues.
Musa, the
I'll drop
Mount of
tiny
Moses,
clues.
and that has been adopted by
I'll
Christians
drop tiny
as Mount
clues.
Sinai. There's a
But
monastery at
I'm
the
not
top
going
of
to
it,
tell
things
you.
like that. But there are also the
People
possibilities that Mount Sinai
speak, I
would be
think,
in
under
what
the
we would call
condition of
today
some type
Saudi
of
Arabia.
anonymity here.
We simply have
Truly.
no
No
concrete
offense.
idea precisely where
So I'm not going to
the
go out and say
ancient
who it was.
Israelites
I'm not going to
wandered
say
as
who
they
it
were
was.
making their way
Tiny
from
clues.
Egypt
Tiny
to the land of
little
Israel, and
clues.
there are lots of constructions. What we do
It
have,
wasn't
however,
RFK.
is some fascinating archaeological evidence
I couldn't
that
do that
points
for
to a
an hour
massive
or
incursion
2 hour
of
dinner.
migrants
Can you
to
imagine
the
that?
land that would be called the land of Israel in the 13th century.
I couldn't do it. That's
Not
not
only
who it
in
was.
terms of like a huge rise
You
in
know they have
the
a problem. They got
establishment
a
of
big
settlements that
problem.
could not be accounted for by natural
You
increase.
have to. I don't think the grand
Migration.
jury docs,
There
which I
is
also said you
some
got to unseal
fascinating
all of
stuff
that.
done by
You got to get
analyzing
Bondi to go to a
refugee
judge and
pits
unseal it.
that are
That
a lot of
will
these
not
regions where we identify with the settlement of
satiate
Israelites.
people.
There's
You
a
need to
remarkable
release all of the
absence
documents.
of pig bones, whereas
Unless
the
you're going
sites
to
that
have
we
a
know are
big
much
problem.
more Roman. There's lots of pig bones. I like
Trump
to
and
joke that
Epstein were
we
friends
find
for a
like
very long time.
Asians who take up
The
containers,
nature
but
of their relationship
and also some really
is
interesting
kind
things
of a
when
mystery to a lot of people.
Canaanite sites are
Donald Trump
found,
has
like,
said, hey,
in
I knew the
Hassor,
guy.
where
He
the
traveled
great
in
archaeologist
society
Yael Yadid
circles, New
found
York,
a
Palm
cultic
Beach.
site with a
Epstein said this guy was my best friend, I think, at
idol,
one point.
the Baal of
I think
Hassor
Trump and
that
Epstein fell
clearly
out
had its
over a
head
house they
lopped
both
off.
wanted to
And here's a
buy.
picture of what it looked like
I know
after
that
surgery.
Epstein
But
hit
archaeological
on
finds
a
of
young
this
girl at
nature
Mar-a-Lago and Trump
support
kicked
the
him out.
narrative that people came
I don't
into this
know
region from somewhere
where they
outside
hung out,
and
what trips
viewed
they
with
took.
hostility the local
I'm unaware of that.
Canaanite
People got
practices
mad at me
and
on the
destroyed their altars
last
and things
episode. They're like,
that.
you're covering
And
for
that is
Trump.
entirely consistent with the
And I'm like, I'm not
biblical account that
covering for Trump.
describes a massive number
Trump
of
has
former
never been
Egyptian
accused of
slaves
anything with an
Israel coming
underage
into the
person.
land, destroying the altars
You know, he's
wherever
clearly a
they
guy that's
encountered
driven
them
like
and so on.
a lot of people by
There's
sex,
so
and
much
he's
more to
clearly
say about
somebody
this. I'm
that
just trying to get a sense, though,
has
of
probably acted
if we were to have
inappropriate.
a kosher river cruise, where exactly
But he was never
traverse
accused
from
of being with
Goshen
somebody who's
to the land of
underage.
Israel?
And I think a lot of people that don't like Trump would tell you
figure out the
that
geography.
wasn't his thing. A lot of these women he was with,
Big say.
Ivana, Marla Maples, are kind of like Vegas showgirls. They look like
Thank you very much.
35, even when they're 25, a lot of them. They're just caked in makeup, huge hair, tits out. They're in like a gold, you know. I mean, now is it impossible that Epstein or whoever has some compromising material on Trump? Absolutely not. I don't know. But I only suggested that thus far, that is not something he's been accused of doing. Okay, that doesn't mean that it's impossible. It's obviously not impossible. And in order to get this type of speculation to quiet down, they have to release everything that they have. And I told this person.
Anyways, what
and this person knows that.
Newsletter? Well,
and we also discussed
in a video a while ago, I
Ghislaine.
signed a major contract with Koren Publishers in Jerusalem to put together a 3-volume history of the Jewish people. And it'll take me a few years to
No one
write this,
offered
and I'm
Ghislaine
really
a plea
excited
deal.
about it. I think it's going to be a good
Nobody
book, and I'm
went
looking forward to it.
to Ghislaine
But
Maxwell
one of the
and said,
advantages
give
of
up
having a large audience of
somebody
people
and we will
interested in Jewish
reduce
history on
your
YouTube is
sentence.
that I can sort of crowdsource
And that could
this.
be for a couple of
Obviously, I'm gonna
reasons.
do the
They didn't
first
want to give a plea
stage
deal
of
to a
writing,
pedophile.
and
That's certainly not a
essentially,
popular
the
thing to
History
do.
Lab lectures are
But
sort
it
of
could
my
also be
first
because
draft
people
of what I
didn't
intend to
want
put in the book. And I get
Ghislaine
a lot of feedback in
to
the
be like,
comment
actually,
section,
I have a
from
funny
personal
story.
emails,
People didn't
and
want that. They
it's
weren't
actually
looking
very
forward
useful
to
in helping
that.
me shape the
They
book.
said, keep your
So,
trap shut.
this is what we intend to do.
Now,
in
I
these
said
newsletters. First
at
of all,
this
let's say
dinner,
a
I
little bit
said,
about what's
Ghislaine
coming up
must
this week.
speak.
The topic for this week
She
is
should
the birth of
testify
Christianity.
before
This
Congress.
is totally coincidental. When I planned
A
out the
couple
fall
of the people
semester,
at
I
the
didn't
dinner,
realize
again, it was a
would
small
have to
dinner, 3 or 4
occur
people.
right at this time of
4
year, but
people,
there you go,
3,
serendipity.
4, then
So
3.
we have 4 videos that are related to this.
They knew.
Shorter videos. On Thursday,
They said that is not
premiered
on the table
Judea
at the
in
moment,
Days of Jesus,
but it's
which
not
is a popular video, actually.
impossible.
It was the #1 popular video
Nobody's
last week.
super
And
jazzed
then,
about it.
later today on Sunday at 1 p.m.
Like it's been
Eastern
suggested.
Time, by the way, New York time.
Like I thought I had the idea first.
Jesus and the Jewish
I
community.
didn't.
I'm a little bit concerned about
Other
this one
people
because
had
we don't
suggested it.
speak
Why don't
about
we get
Jesus
this bitch?
specifically
We know where
in
this
these
bitch
videos
is.
because it tends to generate a lot of
We know where she
comments.
is.
I'll talk
Let's
more about
get
that in a second.
her.
But you know,
Let's
this
put
is
her
the,
under oath.
the plan.
Let's have her raise the right hand, and let's have her talk about what this operation was. That has not been warmly received
On Tuesday, we're premiering the
by anybody over there. Right, left, center. A lot of people in Washington were not excited.
And then
And probably New York,
on Thursday,
Palm Beach,
begin to look
London.
at the origins of the first Roman Jewish
any
war.
city you
So
can
that's what's
afford.
coming up over this week. Also,
People
this
weren't
morning,
jazzed about
I'm
that.
premiering
They
something
weren't
speaking
pumped up
virtually
about
at,
her
Pulla,
testifying.
LA,
You know
which
how
is a
you meet your
conference
friend
organized in
and they're
Los
pumped
Angeles
up.
by the
They're running a
Orthodox Union,
5K
giving
and
a
they're
talk
pumped
on
up
Jewish
and they're
history in
excited
Boston.
about
For
it.
those people
And
not
they're
know
telling
this,
everyone
this
they know
is
about, I'm doing a
global,
5K. Yeah, it's good to see you. I gotta keep running. I'm training for a 5K. And they're pumped up and they're excited. And they keep talking about this thing they're doing to keep pumping. This is the opposite of
my
that.
small part in this year's cycle.
Ghislaine Maxwell testifying in front of Congress, kind of the opposite of that. No one's running through the streets going, let's get her to testify. Won't it be fun? That's not happening. It's not exciting to a lot of people. They have not embraced it. I think it's a good idea. I told the people at the dinner that. They kind of agreed.
Have a look at that. That's going to be airing
They get it.
at 10 a.m.
Put her under oath. Put her in the
LA
chair.
time, but I'll also put it on this channel at 10 a.m. Eastern.
The problem
Okay, that's
is
what's coming up
she's
this
going to
week.
want
In terms
something.
of channel
testify.
member news,
And now
you
you're
may
cutting the
notice that
sentence
I
of a pedophile.
have membership available on this
Now,
channel.
what if she, because
You know,
Ghislaine's
when
an
YouTube
asset,
first
she's
made
an
this
intelligence
available,
asset.
I didn't really
She's
understand
probably
how
not
it
going to
would
hang
be
people
helpful,
with the
but then I
testimony.
realized a really great way that
She
it
knows
was
how to
my
do that.
agenda of
She knows how to
this
say things
series
without
was
saying
the
things.
globe.
I'm guessing. I would
First of all,
imagine.
if you've seen the
Unless she just
manifesto video,
decides to
and
just
talk
fucking
about the
burn it all down.
values, I really believe that Jewish history information should be completely accessible and should be available for free around the world. And so that's really what I've tried to build over the past 10 years or so of working on this channel. But what is not free is my personal engagement, because when you put something out globally, you get so many unwelcome comments. Sometimes a lot of attention from anti-Semites. Sometimes a lot of attention from people who want to convert me to a different faith. Some people who want to convert me to the same faith that I'm currently in, but maybe in a different like version, things like that. And I just don't have time to deal with that. So I have tended to shy away from certain subjects and certain topics because I don't want to spend a lot of time debating with people about these things unless they are serious. Now, what I mean by serious is not learned or advanced. What I mean is people who have a strong level of motivation to study Jewish history, and also that they're prepared to observe basic scholarly norms, meaning to be respectful of others who are in the conversation, to appreciate that other people have a perspective that is may be very valuable, and that if you listen to them, you may actually gain something from it. As the 7 Habits say, my rabbi loves quoting the 7 Habits, right? Seek first to understand, then to be understood. So people like that, I love to have them in classes of any age, and I never tire of engaging in people like that. So membership is a way of trying to filter out hoi polloi and focusing on those people. There are 3 levels of membership. The student level gives people advanced access to all the videos, which is really useful because some of the most helpful comments that I get back are from the students who see it before I release it to the rest of the world. That's when I release to the rest of the world, I get a lot of spam and a lot of things that I have to actually filter out. So it's nice to get just the information from students first. At the researcher level, that's where I start to introduce some of the more difficult things that maybe shouldn't be shared with everybody because of the reasons I've mentioned. Today, for example, I'm recording a book review of the Jewish annotated New Testament, which is a little bit more controversial. And then at the colleague level, there's the invitation to participate in live classes so we can engage in real time and have video conferences and so on. So what's happening for the colleagues this week is we're going to be having a live class specifically on the first Roman-Jewish war, and then the video versions will appear over the next couple of days. Let's close with some fascinating Jewish history news from this week. One fascinating article that came out from Amanda Rothschild, who is an amazing journalist who writes fantastic things, particularly in the realm of archaeology. And she writes that just a few days ago, an amazing seal whose authenticity was doubted for a long time was recently authenticated. And it is a seal that comes from Israel from 2,700 years ago. That's the reign of the second Yeroboam, the second Jeroboam. Here's a picture of it. Wow, it looks so fascinating. I'm going to include in the newsletter the link to this article. Have a look at this. It's absolutely fascinating. And look at everything that Amanda Rothschild writes because it's absolutely brilliant. Okay, I hope this is helpful to you, and enjoy the videos this week. Thanks for studying Jewish history.
All the best reporters in the world are some random person talking to their phone in their basement on TikTok. And that gets spread. This video had millions of views. It was some person that was like, look, go to your Ring account.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope this message finds you and your loved ones well. So this is the second issue of the Jewish History Lab report, and I'm actually really pleased to see how this has evolved. As I mentioned in previous videos, this new format of these briefer online kind of coronavirus optimized videos is a result of my signing a contract with current publishers to create a 3-volume history of the Jewish people, which I'm really excited to be working on. And I thought I would take a year and a half to essentially work through the curriculum that will form the basis of the book and put it out there online. And I would use the feedback and the comments from fellow students of Jewish history like you to shape the direction of my research. And it's actually been really great. A lot of the comments that I've gotten back exposed to me things that I'm really not that aware of, or concerns that I had not really thought of addressing, and I think it's going to be a really positive thing. I'm especially grateful to this week because we got through one of the most difficult passages, really, when we talked about the birth of Christianity. And there was a lot of heat generated by that topic. Very difficult to sort of navigate the possible minefields of controversy. But I'm especially grateful to Boxer Fencer, one of the users on this channel, who sent me a really useful passage from Thessalonians, 1 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 14, which really made me rethink a little bit of what I had to say about St. Paul and the development of Christianity. This is a passage that, when I looked a little bit into the scholarship, it's called the Great Diatribe, by the way. Many scholars actually question whether it is authentic, that it may have slipped into manuscripts as they were copied, but there are no variant manuscripts that failed to show this passage, so it presents an interesting kind of problem. Anyways, you can have a look there if you're curious. I also received, of course, a lot of nasty comments about the birth of Christianity. My favorite actually was one commentator who said some very nice things and said that I was doomed to hellfire, but then at the end he concluded by saying, anyway, I like your work and personality, keep up the great work. Well, I guess I don't know what to say about that. At any rate, thanks also to Barb Todd, who sent along a really useful link from NPR on the use of modern computer technology to digitally reveal the contents of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are, of course, very fragile and very difficult to unravel and difficult to open, so it's very difficult to actually read them. But with new imaging techniques, wow, it's really fascinating. Okay, so here's an update. Last week, we premiered the video on the First Roman-Jewish War, the first stage of it with Cestius Gallus in particular, the war in the north, and then Vespasian's arrival. Today we're going to be releasing the video of the fall of Jerusalem specifically. It's a very important turning point in Jewish history, and I'm looking in greater detail at the way in which Vespasian's son Titus actually besieged Jerusalem and brought it down and burned the temple on the 9th day of the month of Av. A little later this week we'll release the video on the aftermath of the Great Revolt, which will look specifically at Masada, the last holdout of the rebels and the fortress and the mountain swamp in the Dead Sea zone. In terms of moving forward, this week we're going to be looking at the Kitos Rebellion, a very unusual rebellion that was not especially important in Israel itself, but especially important in the Jewish diaspora outside it. That would be in the years 115 through 117. And then we're going to look at the Bar Kokhba revolt in much greater detail and its impact on Jewish thought and civilization and culture thereafter, with some focus on the Asara Heruge Malchut, the 10 martyrs of the state, very important element that has informed Jewish thought and shaped how Jews have related to the diaspora as a whole. In terms of membership perks for this week, the members at the colleague level, we're going to have our live class on Wednesday night, as usual, at 7:30. For researchers and colleagues, I've got a new video that I'm just hoping to release this week, which is a fantastic re-look at Yigael Yadin's amazing book on Bar Kokhba, which was such a classic, and I so enjoyed rereading it, so I thought I'd talk about it a little bit with you. And then at student level membership, we're going to have some advanced access to those videos on the Kitos Rebellion, the Bar Kokhba Revolt, and the 10 Martyrs of the State, and then we will be premiering them to the larger internet audience thereafter. Okay, that's the plan for this week. I hope you all enjoyed watching these videos, and I look forward to interacting with you as we put together this amazing history of the Jewish people. Thanks very much for watching.
Now, the Flip 7, that is an actual benefit, where because you can use those front-facing cameras, doing a little video like that is super easy. You're not using the selfie.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Here's the lab report for this week, the first week of the Gregorian year 2021. Let's hope that it's a much better year for everyone after all of the difficulties of 2020. So last week we premiered a few videos specifically looking at the period of Great Rebellions. We looked at the aftermath of the Great Rebellion, the war that ultimately resulted in the destruction of the Temple in Jerusalem. And then we looked at a lesser-known revolt called the Kitos Rebellion that occurred in the years 115 through 117 under the Emperor Trajan. And then premiering later today will be the final video in that series of rebellions. We're going to look at the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, which is absolutely fascinating in many ways, although there's so many questions that still remain unanswered. I've also issued last week a brief researchers and colleagues video on Yigael Yadin's research in particular. It's so exciting. I really enjoyed so much of it. The plans for this week are to shift a little bit from the kind of chronological march of history and go back to a theme or an issue. And specifically, we're going to look at women in ancient Israel. We touched on this somewhat when we looked at daily life in ancient Israel, but now we're going to focus more carefully on a very difficult topic to study appropriately because we really lack so many women's voices in the historiography, in the material itself. The connection to Bar Kokhba, though, is especially fascinating because I'm looking forward to talking to you about Babata, who was a remarkable woman who left behind a cache of documents relating to her private legal life, dealing with a lot of personal crises that she was going through with multiple husbands and her widowhood and conflict over inheritance, conflict over child custody. Really fascinating materials that gives a great sort of cross-section of what it must have been like to be a woman in the 2nd century. But we're going to start much earlier and kind of cover much more theoretical and historical ground in that lecture. The live version of this lecture will be open to colleagues. We'll check the links in a separate post for that material. I also want to let you know that we are coming to the conclusion of this semester. We go through January looking at the ancient period, and then we're going to make a transition to the medieval period. And as I've mentioned to you before, all of this work is in preparation for the much larger project of creating 3 volumes for foreign publishers on the history of the Jewish people. And I'm using these videos to collect feedback and get suggestions and get support, sometimes criticism, to help me think about how I want to put together these eventual volumes. And I really appreciate all of you who have maintained a steady diet of commenting on the website. I apologize that I can't get to absolutely every comment, particularly when the threads get longer and longer. But I am spending time every day going over the comments and trying to respond to you. And in this context, I want to let you know about a new idea I'm working on right now that I can't post here on YouTube because it doesn't work as well with text. It is, after all, video. But on my personal website, henryabramson.com, I'm thinking I will start putting up drafts of the chapters as they are written for comment from all of you. As much as I'm enjoying crowdsourcing this intellectual project of creating a book of Jewish history with a lot of support from other people, I don't think I can reasonably open up all of the text as it is in formation to 38,000 subscribers. So I'm going to probably set in some kind of mechanisms there to try and filter out people who are not necessarily as focused on the goal of really creating a final text. But I encourage you to go visit my website, henryabramson.com, where you'll see some of these ideas as they are developing. And I'm kind of excited about them. I'll let you know more about them. And in this context, I want to thank all of you for your feedback last week about that crazy idea of creating merch for this channel. I still feel a little queasy about it, and I haven't quite told my college-age son that I think I'm going to try it. But anyways, check it out. I am especially fond of the mugs, and I want to give a special shout out to Jen Goldman and Tommy O'Donovan and Michael Alberta, who suggests really great ideas. And some of them I'm going to put into place because it's actually kind of fun. So there it is. Have a look at the Teespring site. They'll be populating on YouTube later. We've got a Josephus mug, we've got a me mug, and we've got a Shabbatite Tzvi mug, which Mike Klein says he's going to really enjoy taking to the mikvah, the ritual bath, for its proper immersion. Anyways, it's a strange one. I hope you have an amazing week, and it's great to have you as subscribers to this channel. Take care.
September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album Behind Bars in just 5 hours.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so delighted to announce that beginning this Wednesday night, October 27th at 7:30 p.m., we will resume the Jewish History Lab series of lectures. This is going to be the third and final semester of this series, and we're going to look at the modern era. Unlike the two previous semesters in which I had the chutzpah to address many subjects which I knew not too terribly much about, I'm actually a little more adept in the modern era, so I hope it's going to be even more interesting for all of us and less sweat-inducing for me. At any rate, we're going to look at the last 500 years of Jewish history, specifically from the Spanish expulsion of 1492 right up until the contemporary period. And I think it's going to be so fascinating. There's so many amazing, dynamic things that happened to and happened as a result of the Jewish people over the last half millennium, and I can't wait to discuss them with you and hear your questions. So there are three basic ways to participate in the series if you would like to. First is, please attend in person. The classes are sponsored by the Young Israel of Lawrence, Cedarhurst. That's located at 8 Spruce Street in Cedarhurst, New York, led by the incredible Rabbi Yaakov Trump, no relation. Unlike the series that was so rudely interrupted back in the spring of 2020, we are going to be having them live and in person in the synagogue building. They're open to the community, free of charge. Please come by and join us. We would like you to please practice respiratory etiquette. This is a term that I picked up while I was traveling in Europe just recently. We encourage vaccination for everybody, of course, if you are eligible for a vaccine. Please do not come if you are not feeling well. Masks are welcome and encouraged for anyone who feels appropriate wearing one. They are mandatory for those who are not vaccinated. The lectures, I have to say, will not be recorded. So there are some advantages to come in person, and there are some disadvantages. The advantages are that, of course, the live lectures, really, that's the gold standard for an educational experience. The spontaneity of live conversation, questions and answers. There is a small disadvantage that you may be exposed to some of my cheesy jokes, and I apologize in advance for them, but I simply can't help myself. So that's the best way to enjoy it, free of charge, sponsored by Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst. Please join us. And they will be basically every week, every Wednesday night at 7:30. There are some interruptions to the schedule. The second way you can participate is you can attend via Zoom. We are, of course, in a bold new era of education. We're still trying to figure out exactly, what is education going to look like, both at the tertiary level, where I spend most of my energy, or in the adult education, in which I class this series, or even at the primary level. And so we're going to try this semester to offer this as a hybrid option, meaning the essence is going to be placed on the live in-person class. And again, that's the best way to appreciate the information that we're going to share. But we will offer the option of Zoom for those who cannot attend in person for a variety of reasons, not excluding the reality of, the January temperatures in this part of the world. This option, however, is only going to be available to members of the synagogue and their guests. Check your email for a Zoom link so you'll be able to access the Zoom. It's also open to members of my YouTube channel at the colleague level. So please have a look at your community announcements and you'll be able to get the Zoom link and you'll be able to participate. One of the challenges of offering this in a hybrid format is that it's not easy to address a live audience and an online audience simultaneously. So I'm going to put most of my energy into the live audience, but I will try and devote certain periods of time to the hybrid. And we'll see how this works out. Hopefully it will be successful, but we will tweak things as we go along. Finally, if you can't attend in person and you can't attend by Zoom, then you'll be able to watch pre-recorded versions of the lectures, which I have been putting online. There's more than 80 of them in this particular series already available. And this, of course, is open to all because I really believe that Jewish history yearns to be free, yearns to be out there so that people can learn about this amazing and fascinating history. The advantages of viewing the pre-recorded lectures are that one, they tend to be shorter and a little bit more tightly edited and so on. There are very, very few cheesy jokes because I just got too many negative comments about them. there's not as much opportunity for interaction. I simply don't have time to respond to all of the questions and comments that are in the inbox there, but you will have the opportunity, of course, to interact with other audience members. And I do like to participate in live chats more or less once a week, so that we do have a chance to at least interact with each other that way. Okay, that's basically it. We're going to start Wednesday night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and we are going to be looking at the fascinating topic of the Jews of Asia. Thank you very much for listening.
Compatible with post alarm, medical monitoring, and teletypewriter devices. So I think that if I were you, how much you paying for this a month?
Hello and welcome to the first in a large series of projected small lectures that I'd like to call the Jewish History Lab. Now, I'm calling it a lab because this is somewhat experimental in nature. I'm very proud to let you know that I've signed a contract with Koren Publishers, Jerusalem, really important publishing house that does really beautiful work. I have so many of their books in my own collection, and I'm very honored to be producing a multi-volume, massive survey, History of the Jews, for them over the course of the next few years. So these lectures are kind of like my rough draft of the materials that will ultimately find their way into the printed word. And I hope you will snap up copies of them when they're available, because I think they're going to be great. I'm really excited about this particular work. So it's experimental in the sense that I'm going to put my first draft together in this video format and put it up on the internet. And I'd love to hear from you. Please insert your comments in the box below this video and let me know what you think, if you have any questions or suggestions, and then we'll see how we go forward as I transform these lectures into the written word. But let's get straight to the material. Let's look at this little piece of global real estate and try to understand how it fits within the larger perspective of the history of the Jewish people. Many people tend to look at the land of Israel something like this amazing 6th century map that was discovered in Madaba, Jordan. Now, what do I mean? They look at it this way. It looks intriguing and fascinating, but at the same time illogical and confusing. So what exactly is this map? First of all, it was discovered in Madaba, Jordan. You can see here's a screenshot of where it appears on Google Maps, just a little bit northeast of the Dead Sea, a little south of Amman. And it was in the floor of a 6th century church that was designed for pilgrims, Christian pilgrims, who were making their way into the land of Israel from the west. And it was intended as kind of like a permanent physical reminder of how to find the various holy sites. It was discovered in the late 19th century in the course of church renovations, and unfortunately this gorgeous mosaic was badly damaged over the centuries. Nevertheless, a significant amount of it was preserved, and we can learn some fascinating things about how they viewed the region. Obviously, it's not to scale, but I think one of the most fascinating things is that it is disoriented with east at the north. That is, you can see the Dead Sea is right in the middle of that region there. It's boats, massive boats by scale, floating on the Dead Sea, and there's a river, Jordan River, that's at the left that would connect up to the missing Sea of Galilee, or Yam Kinneret. And so this is how pilgrims would have seen the land. They would have seen it with Jerusalem really at its center. Here is a close-up detail of Jerusalem, and comparisons with archaeological data indicate there's a lot of features here that indicate that the mosaic artists actually did have close experience with the land of Israel itself, and the city of Jerusalem, with the Cardo, Roman road running through the center of it. And there's all kinds of fascinating features in the map, such as, for example, if we zoom in on the boat in the Dead Sea, there are a couple of fishermen there, but they look sort of like potatoes, because you can see the figure on the right has a hand extending from it. The reason for this is because Muslim iconoclasts approached this map and wanted to wipe out any kind of reference to human beings, so they disfigured specifically the recognizably human faces on these forms, but we still have some sense of what they look like, and they replaced them obviously with other mosaic tiles. Fascinating kind of look at the land of Israel, but as I said, very confusing. Obviously, deeply affected by political and religious concerns. Here's a more conventional look at the land of Israel, with north at the top, as is the custom in Western cartography. And I think the most important thing that I can point out here is just how small the land of Israel is. I mean, check it out. If you go from the southernmost tip of the land of Israel in Eilat, the Gulf of Aqaba, and you go all the way to the north, roughly equivalent with Mount Hermon in the Golan Heights, and you see that basically it's only 420 kilometers or 262 miles. If you could drive that in a straight road, it's basically 4 hours driving from one end of the country to the other. And the widest waste of the land is only 115 kilometers or 71 miles. You can easily drive across that in about an hour. I mean, this is essentially what people commute to work, crossing the entire country of Israel. When the lightly shaded areas with Shechem or Nablus in the top and Hebron in the south, that refers to the West Bank, which we'll talk about much further on in this course. This is the region, of course, which is not annexed to Israel itself as the Palestinian Authority. And of course, you see the Gaza Strip there, which is a patch that is on the lower left side. Also, really a very small strip of land that looms large in the public imagination. If you were to take the amount of real estate that the state of Israel takes up in today's newspapers, for example, and you were to make that geographically to scale, I mean, it would be the size of, I don't know, Africa or something like that. But it is really a tiny little territory. Looking at it geographically, I think this map is especially helpful. This, of course, turns it on its side, facing to the east, somewhat like the Madaba map we saw earlier. And the most prominent feature, of course, is the Judean mountain range. They're not really mountains by Rockies standards or the Alps. They're really more like dry, desiccated hills. And once again, this map, which is in Hebrew, shows that it's 53 kilometers from the Jordan River over the Judean mountains, and then an additional 16 kilometers to the sea, the Mediterranean itself. And it gives you some sense of the vertical topography and the climactic effect of those fairly low mountains. There's one more view of the same idea. This is once again oriented north-south. You have the coastal plain, which is quite dense and gets a lot more rainfall. Then you have the Jordan Valley and the Dead Sea, which are much lower. In fact, the Dead Sea is the lowest point on the surface of the earth. Now, let's look at the land of Israel in its regional context, because this is where it gets really important. How does this tiny little country subsume so much history and so much politics in contemporary time? If you look at this satellite view, you can see that Israel is very centrally located between the three continents of Africa, Europe, and Asia. And if you remove air travel, which of course was impossible in the ancient world, and if you consider the limitations of water travel, of sea travel because of land barriers, you can see that Israel is the main thoroughfare between those three continents. Any kind of trade typically has to go through Israel, unless you're talking about Europe to Asia directly or vice versa. Really, Africa, Asia, Europe are all connected to Israel over land routes. If you look in a little closer, you see that one of the most important aspects of those connections is the Fertile Crescent. And it is so called because there's kind of like a C shape, or more precisely, kind of like an upside down flat U shape of arable land that extends from the Nile Delta, which is in the lower left of this map. You can see it says in Hebrew Mitzrayim or Egypt, and the hatched area represents the greater arability that is the product of the Nile River that flows from the bottom of this map into the Mediterranean Sea. And then there's a little bit of a dead spot to the right of the Nile Delta where you have the Sinai Peninsula, but then the land of Israel itself becomes fertile again, It goes up north through Lebanon and Syria, and then it curves over and follows the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers down into the Persian Gulf, which would be today's Iraq and Kuwait. There's the two rivers that flow from the northwest and down into the southeast are the Mesopotamian region. The word Mesopotamia is from a Greek word meaning between the rivers, Mesopotamus. And so that's the Tigris and Euphrates represent another great fertile area. Now, these two regions on the extreme west, Egypt, and on the extreme east, Mesopotamia, are really the superpowers of the world, but any kind of land or commerce communication between them has to go through Israel. And note that it is not very practical to try and go straight, like let's say following the latitude from Egypt straight over to the Mesopotamian region, because that's essentially crossing a lot of desert, which is basically impassable and not practical except through camel caravans. It's much easier to follow the fertile, settled regions and actually make travel from the southeast all the way up over the top and then down into Israel. This is in fact the route that the patriarch Abraham followed from ancient Sumer, the city of Ur, and then made his way up over the north through Syria and down into Israel. But we'll talk about that in a later lecture. Here is a roadmap of the ancient world where you get to see the actual routes that they would take. First of all, there was the so-called Via Maris, or in Hebrew, Derech Hayam, the way of the sea. I like to think of this as the scenic route, where you would go from the left, from the Nile Delta, and you would basically follow the coastline. And it's a little rough as you're going along the top of the Sinai Peninsula, because that's quite dry. But then once you hit the region of Gaza and move up north, then you've got quite a bit of settled territory and a lot of arable land, and you can follow the road all the way up and then down over to the right into Mesopotamia. The other route, which was also quite widely traveled, is the so-called King's Highway. There's actually a street like that in Brooklyn, of course, maybe named after this, I don't know, sometimes called the Royal Road, or in Hebrew, the Derech HaMelech. And this was a little bit shorter in the sense that you crossed the relatively small Sinai Peninsula compared to the great Arabian Desert. It's much more passable. And then you make a straight shot north up to Damascus. So it's not nearly as beautiful because you don't have the Mediterranean Sea to your left. At best, you have to travel through the very hot zone of the Dead Sea. But after that initial burst through the Sinai, then you've got fairly clear rest stops along the way, lots of gas stations as you make your way to Mesopotamia. And so Israel was extremely important as these commercial ventures expanded, and of course that becomes a political question as well. Perhaps what makes Israel so important to the rest of the world is the religious context that we are going to be exploring in a lot of lectures as we go on. It is the center really of three major world faiths, Judaism first, and then Christianity, and then Islam to a slightly lesser extent. And it's regarded as the navel of the world. In fact, that's a Hebrew term used in rabbinic literature for Israel and for Jerusalem specifically. This is a sentiment that is echoed by many other cultures. Have a look at this amazing 16th century map by Heinrich Binting, which is meant to be kind of a thematic map. He published a lot of really beautiful maps that capture ideas in cartographic form. And you can see that he has indicated that Jerusalem specifically is at the center of European, Asian, and African history, like a clover leaf. If we zoom in here on Jerusalem, you get a beautiful sense of this very Christian sort of perspective of the region. You see the three crosses there just outside the city. So that gives us a sense of the geographic features of the land of Israel, the political and economic features of the land in its regional context, and just a hint at what we're going to be discussing as we go further in this Jewish History Lab. Thank you very much for watching.
Tech.tv. There you can get show notes to everything I mentioned. And if you want to follow me on social media, @RichOnTech. @RichOnTech is where you can find me there. It is family day here in the studio. I've got my kids with me. Parker.
Logan. Parker's here.
Tanner.
Hello and welcome to the second lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. I'd like to look very briefly at the earliest populations in Iran history. It's important here that we should distinguish three different types of what's called chronological analysis. There is history, which is the area in which I feel most comfortable. And then there is proto-history and prehistory, moving backwards in time. Proto-history is generally understood as the history when we have the earliest written documents. Because historians, we like to work with text, we like to work with words. And as soon as you begin to get words, like in cuneiform or in hieroglyphics, you begin to be able to tease out some of what the earliest generations are trying to communicate. Then you have at least the basis of the kind of things that we sort of work with. On the other hand, moving further back in time, you have what's often called prehistory, which means what happened even before people were writing things down, or we have any written record of what may have been written down but simply did not survive. And when you get into that area, well, historians like me start to feel distinctly uncomfortable. You've got to get into archaeology, you've got to get into geology, you've got to get into scientific fields to understand how carbon dating works and things like that. Those are things that are not really my strongest suit. We will be dealing with much of that, especially archaeology, in the next couple of videos. But for the time being, let's just understand that there is history before that, proto-history before that, prehistory. And let's think about something really basic right now. First of all, how do we know that this is the year 5781? That is, of course, the Jewish year that was celebrated on Rosh Hashanah, which occurred in October of 2020. How do we know that this is really the 5781st year since creation? If you look at the book of Genesis, the first book of the Hebrew Scriptures, there is a counting of years, but it's not really precise. It does not give us a really clear date for the year 1. And until you get to the 2nd century, when an important rabbi, Rabbi Yossi ben Kalata, that is the 2nd century of the Common Era, meaning about the year 160 or so of the Common Era, Rabbi Yossi ben Kalata authored a text called Seder Olam Rabbi. I should say, by the way, it's attributed to Rabbi Yossi ben Kalata. And what the author of Seder Olam Rabbi did is he went back to the text of Genesis and pieced together all of the gaps, like figuring out how old this person was and how old this person was, and added them all up. And there are a couple of areas where it's not entirely clear, like when exactly did the flood happen, when exactly did the generational dispersal happen, things like that. But that's how we got to the calculation of the year 5781. Now, as I'm sure you're aware, a lot of scientific evidence argues with this calculation, suggesting that the universe is considerably older. So what that means for our purposes as historians, and by the way, I know people often think I'm a rabbi, and I suppose it's the kippah and the beard that gives it away, but I'm not a rabbi. I'm just a regular guy who happens to work as a historian. And so the question is not so much a historical question here, because the scientific evidence is generally what historians work with, but it is a theological question. How do you read the Seder Olam Rabbi, and how do we read the text of Genesis? We're not going to go into those issues in this lecture. If you are curious to see how do we reconcile cosmology from the perspective of traditional Orthodox Judaism, and how do we reconcile that with scientific evidence, I strongly recommend you look at this great book, which I actually read twice because it is so fascinating. The Challenge of Creation by Rabbi Dr. Nathan Sliskin. It is not an uncontroversial work, but basically he dips deeply into both science and Torah to look at how rabbis in the past have dealt with these challenges. And this is nothing new. I mean, Jews have been dealing with the age of the universe questions really since the 19th century for sure, in a very forthright way, but there are even some fascinating earlier as to how to calculate these dates. Have a look over there if you want to go further in that direction. anyone who possesses even a cursory familiarity with the first 5 books of Moses, some of the early prophets, like the book of Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and the Kings, will be aware that, of course, there are many peoples who predated the mass arrival of Jews in Israel. The earliest penetration of Jews into Israel, of course, with the patriarch Abraham, as described in the book of Genesis. That's generally understood to be around the beginning of the second millennium before the Common Era. That is something like the date 1750 BCE. The later Exodus and the arrival of Jews in Israel, which is something, again, we've got to push that off to another lecture. There's a lot to say about that. That would have been several hundred years after that date. But there are lots of peoples already living in Israel, and in fact, the interaction with them is a major theme in much of those early prophetic works. Some of the most fascinating archaeological discoveries of the prehistoric peoples of the land of Israel were uncovered by Dr. Dorothy Garrett, shown here in a 1913 photograph. She was associated with Cambridge University, and in fact, she was the first woman to hold a chair at that great school. Unfortunately for her at that point, however, because she was a woman, she was not allowed to receive a full position on the faculty, and although she was allowed to attend faculty meetings, she was not allowed to vote or even to speak, if you can believe that. She was a pioneering figure not only in the field of archaeology, but also in the field of women's rights in academia in particular. And her research led to some phenomenal discoveries, such as these remarkable stone hand axes used by primitive peoples somewhere south of the Sea of Galilee, which, by the way, is also the site of some of the earliest beer manufacturing plants in the history of humanity. Like, so we owe the discovery of beer possibly to the earliest peoples of Israel. In the Kabaran cultures, we discovered these remarkable mortal vessels. You can see there's a little bit of terrain on the left, and you would like take that pestle and you would grind it up, and it's actually quite tactile. You can actually imagine your hands, actually grind and grain to flour. This remarkable sculpture ancestry is also quite fascinating. Her discoveries of things like this tiny little bird medallion indicate that the peoples of ancient Israel had a very rich spiritual life. Looking at grave sites, she was able to discover these fantastic ritual items that were associated with people, such as the inclusion of many tortoise shells in with this grave, which is believed to be of an ancient shaman of the period. But I think one of the most fascinating things that she's associated with is the discovery of these things called desert kites. T.E. Lawrence, already in the 20th century, was writing about these and trying to figure out what do they mean. And really, the only way they were finally understood is a lot of burial photography. They remind me of the Nazca sand drawings. So T.E. Lawrence, writing about this, says, what are these things? You've got these miles and miles of these tiny little piles of stones that seem to be quite deliberate. They run in lines, but what are they there for? You can see on the right a view of what's like on the ground. But when you get up in the air, then you begin to see, oh my gosh, look at this. It's shaped like it's some kind of funnel with some kind of container at the end. In fact, what Dorothy Garrett opined was that these kites might have been used for herding wild deer. And what would happen is you would find a group of wild deer, which of course were roaming Israel at the time, and the prehistoric peoples would like kind of chase them into this kite, and the deer would like run away from them, and then seeing this small barrier, they would be driven further and further into the kite until, here we look at it from the point of view of a hunter, where the hunter's hiding behind this little gathering at the back, which would of course be a killing for, and would provide a lot of protein for the diet of the hunters involved. It's just amazing, bizarre kind of things that are happening in Israel. But if you think that's bizarre, wait till I show you this one. Oh my gosh. Some of the most fascinating things are discovered in the region of Jericho and Judea. In particular, the discovery of these plastered human skulls, which appears that the ancient peoples of Jericho, one of the oldest cities in the world, were preserve the skulls, presumably of their ancestors, and then decorate them, bury them apparently under the floor of their homes. You can see sometimes they have like plaster on top of them, and sometimes they have like specific decorations, like the use of these shells for their eyes and so on. And perhaps it's even associated with some kind of ancestor worship. The people of ancient Jericho were also into trepanation, which is a really wild practice that involves the drilling of holes into the skull, a procedure which people tended to survive, believe it or not, because the skulls actually show evidence of healing. It's uncertain why they were doing this, perhaps as an early medical procedure, perhaps an early psychiatric procedure, maybe with some kind of cultic practice. Who knows, but it was definitely very bizarre. Also discovered in the region of Jericho were a whole series of fascinating masks, which again give us some insight of their spiritual life, perhaps their entertainment. Hard to tell. But you can see here that the masks clearly had holes drilled at the side, so they could be attached to the face, perhaps for some kind of dramatization, maybe in connection with ancestor worship. And a lot of these masks display different kinds of emotions and feelings. They're actually quite clever and appealing in many ways. There are tens of these masks. Some of them, however, do not have holes, and they perhaps might have been decoration, or they may have been some kind of cultic objects like this skull mask here. Okay, so that's it for a very superficial look at some of the prehistoric occupation of the land of Israel. We're going to continue our story with the biblical data regarding the arrival in Israel of the Mesopotamian patriarch Abraham, and what that says for the beginnings of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Side of the 134 Ventura Freeway just before Central Avenue, a car and an SUV tangled in an accident just cleared off the right-hand shoulder. They still have reduced speed from Forest Lawn Drive. Onto the 101 Ventura Freeway heading eastbound just past White Oak. An accident involving a car and a truck is reportedly blocking one of the middle lanes. East 101 is a slow ride from Topanga Canyon to the 405. Speaking of the 405, not far from
Before we begin to approach the earliest period of Jewish history, we have to address the question, how shall we approach the Bible as a historical source? The Bible is, of course, regarded by tens of thousands of generations, millions upon millions of people, as the Word of God, and has a tremendous amount of authenticity simply because of that status. But if we're trying to approach it looking for historical data, is that an appropriate way to understand this text? I'm going to set that question aside for now, but I would like to give you a thought experiment that hopefully will clarify some of the questions that arise as we look at it from the point of view of a historian. One last caveat. I know when people look at me, especially for the first time, they think I'm a rabbi. I think it's the kippah and the beard that give it away, and it's true. On a personal level, I have proclivities towards observant Judaism, and I do my best as much as I can to be as observant as possible. But let's just set that aside as well and look again at this question from a historical perspective. Because I am not a rabbi, I'm just a regular guy who happens to work as an historian. Here's the thought experiment. The year is 1985, and you are in middle school. You're 12 years old, and your teacher gives you an assignment. She gave it to you a few weeks ago, but you ignored it. It's only due tomorrow. You have a few hours left to write it. The assignment is, please write 500 words on the life of Julius Caesar. Middle schoolers today would say, no problem. But it's 1985 and no one has invented the internet yet. So you're stuck. You have a few hours left. The library is closed. What do? You scramble around the house looking for some kind of book that says something about Julius Caesar. And in your older sister's bedroom, you find some of her college textbooks, including a ratty old paperback. It was probably published sometime around 1972 that has on the spine Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Great! This is fantastic. This is exactly the book you look at. It's kind of hard to read. It's not written in modern English, but you sort of skim through it and you figure out a few key things and you scrap together a paper for your teacher. Now, the question is, how reliable is William Shakespeare's account of the life and death of Julius Caesar as a historical account? Can we say that the things that Shakespeare described actually happened? Not terribly likely. First of all, Shakespeare's account was written about 1,600 years after the events described. Oh my gosh. Now, Shakespeare probably had some other data, read other histories to be able to put together the story of Julius Caesar, but he clearly was not even writing a history book. He was writing something for popular entertainment. And what kind of poetic license did he take in producing that particular work? Can we actually say anything real about William Shakespeare's account of Julius Caesar? And just to take it to a meta level, which is going to be very relevant to looking at the Bible as well, the copy that you're holding in your hand was published in the 1970s. Who says that it doesn't actually date from the 1970s? Who says that it even dates from the 1600s? Maybe it really was published for the first time in the era of Elizabeth II as opposed to Elizabeth I. How do you know that this is an accurate copy of something that was actually written 400 odd years earlier? All these questions in the back. Just to make it a little bit more fun, notice the iconic presentation of Shakespeare's Shana Clement, his visage. That's based on something called the Chandros portrait, which is named after its owner, not after the subject or the painter, neither of which are known for certain, but is generally believed to be a depiction of William Shakespeare himself. When you look a little closely at it, you see that Shakespeare himself apparently wore an earring, but that has been removed from his ear in the version that you hold in your hand. So there's just so many possibilities for inaccuracies in understanding the life of Julius Caesar. Shouldn't we say that well about the Bible? Even according to the Word of God approach, whatever that means exactly, many of the events described in the Bible are written down explicitly as having occurred in the distant past. So what do we do with this as a historical account? One more word about the Word of God approach. Can we possibly penetrate the inscrutable mind of the Almighty to determine that the purpose of the biblical text before us is to give us historical data? Perhaps it's to give us religious instruction, oral instruction for our edification, without necessarily giving us a blow-by-blow chronicle of events. It's a big, complex, sprawling document. We will be exploring it in greater depth in the following lectures as it relates specifically to history, but it's a real, tangled mess of complications to try to understand this text as a historical source. But by the time we get to the 19th century, there are a lot of questions about how to approach the Bible as a historical text. We see people like William Albright who say, well, okay, without denying the hierarchism approach that is advocated by people like Wellhausen, we can still go back to the land of Israel and discover the facts as they occurred using this relatively new science of archaeology and construct the past and see how it conforms to the Bible as essentially the template for historical events. In other words, the way Albright looked at biblical history is he said, we have essentially got in the Bible the cover of the puzzle box. Inside are 1,000 pieces, but we see what it's supposed to look like. So all we've got to do is go to Israel, find the places mentioned on the biblical narrative, dig up the ground there, and we'll find evidence of things that happened. We'll go to Jericho, we'll find the walls of Jericho that were destroyed by Joshua, things like that. The thing is, once you get to Israel, you're confronted with a massive amount of data, and who says that it's going to conform to the picture box? Maybe we should instead look at the pieces, put it together without knowing how it's going to look, and then we'll look at the picture afterwards. That's the approach that many later archaeologists began to take, especially when they began to find pieces like this that looked like they didn't belong anywhere in the original picture box cover. So by the time we get to the middle of the 20th century, there is a lot of confusion about how are we supposed to look at the Bible as an historical text. Things came to a head in the 1990s with the development of the so-called Copenhagen School of biblical study. This is an outgrowth of a philosophical cultural movement called postmodernism that essentially questioned the narrative reliability of text, and the Copenhagen School advocated essentially a minimalist approach to the use of the Bible as a historical document. It's sometimes caricaturized as like a rejection of the Bible as a historical document. That's not a scholarly approach at all, and it's hard to really stick that label on any of the major components of the Copenhagen School. But definitely they wanted to downplay the reliance on the biblical text as a roadmap for what happened in ancient history. The reaction to the minimalist school was the so-called maximalist school. And the maximalists, again, it's a caricature of the term, but essentially maximalists are scholars who say, hey, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's a tremendous amount of reliability in the Old Testament, and perhaps the greatest proponent of this school is none other than the great Kenneth Kitchen, who wrote this phenomenal work, which I happen to have my copy of it right here. What a monstrous brick of a tome this is. You can see I've taken a lot of notes because it is absolutely fascinating. And over the course of a lifetime of studying of Egypt, Syria, Babylonia, Ugaritic, Akkadian, and you name it. This is definitely one of the most accomplished scholars of the period. He says that, fundamentally, the historical descriptions that are contained in the Hebrew scriptures are pretty reliable. Now, he's not advocating the Word of God approach. There are certain passages in this particular book that would cross a Rosh Yeshiva's eyes. It's definitely not what we would say in Jewish terms a fruit book. But from a historical perspective, it really cements the idea that the Hebrew scriptures have a phenomenal amount of valid historical data. And that is, we're going to be spending a lot of time in this work as we go through this series because it is impossible to understand anything about the history of ancient Israel without looking at Dr. Kitchen's magisterial work. We'll also be looking at contemporary scholars like Rabbi Dr. Joshua Berman, who wrote a series of books, most recently this very powerful book called Amin. The Hebrew term means I believe, and is clearly an allusion to Maimonides' 13 Principles of Belief. I'd like to mention now just a couple of things about Kitchen's approach to biblical history that will be relevant for us going forward. First of all, in the introductory section to his major work, Dr. Kitchen basically says we can divide the history as portrayed in the Bible into 7 basic periods. Pretty straightforward. The first period is something we talked about in the last lecture, primeval proto-history, which basically goes from the creation of the world as described in Genesis up to about the second millennium before the Common Era, let's say 2250 or 2000 BCE. And that's essentially what's described in the very beginning of the book of Genesis. The second period is that of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and their wives, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. And that goes from the early to mid-second millennium, that is from about the year, let's say 1750, so, maybe go up to Joseph, another couple hundred years, and that's described for the rest of the book of Genesis. The third period, the Egyptian sojourn and Exodus, and that would be the mid to late second millennium. That means around, let's say, 1500 to 1200, more or less, and it's described in the book of Exodus. And then we get to the fourth period, which is settlement in Canaan. Notice that he uses the term settlement rather than conquest. That will become very important when we get to that period later. And that will be the late second millennium, say approaching the year 1000 BCE. And it is described in the book of Deuteronomy, and then in Judges and in Joshua. The fifth period is the period of the United Monarchy. It is the golden period under the King Saul and David, Solomon, and that's described in the first book of Samuel, the first book of Chronicles. And then the sixth period, the divided monarchy, which is moving through the first millennium. Let's say we're getting into the 800s and 700s, and that's in 2 Samuel, Kings, and Book of Chronicles. And then finally, the exile and return, talking here about the Babylonian exile, the 6th and 5th centuries before the Common Era, described in a host of biblical works. Now, 2 quick things. The first is, notice that I have not included all the books in the Hebrew Scriptures because a lot of them are really difficult to provide clear historical data, although they have pieces of it. The book of Psalms, for example, it clearly, heartfelt prayers to God, but there is occasional historical data embedded in Psalms, as we shall see as we go through this course. But secondly, more significantly, in Kitchen's work, he doesn't start at the beginning, the first period, and move through all 7 periods. Rather, what he does is he starts in the 6th period, the divided monarchy, quite late now in Jewish history, well over 1,005 years into Jewish history, and then he moves later in time to the exile and return, and only then does he go back to start at the first period. Why does he do that? Why does he start at period 6, go to 7, and then all the way back to 1, 2, 3, 4? The reason is actually pretty obvious if you're familiar with the data. There's a lot more really cool evidence for the historicity in period 6 and 7 than there is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He still has a lot to say about periods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that is incredibly valuable. But he says, you know what? I want to give you the really powerful, incontrovertible stuff first, and then once you're with me with 2 good chapters of this decent archaeological data, then I'll take you back to some of the more, intuitive and some of the more deductive type of material that is in the earlier period. It's really complicated, I know, but we'll go through it starting from period 1, and I hope you'll bear with me. Let us give you an example of what is like some of the really cool data in both of those sections. So Dr. Kitchen argues that there's basically 2 types of data that prove the Bible has reliability as a historical source. And the first would be external evidence of historical reliability. And what he means by that is data taken from outside the text of the Bible that conforms exactly to the text as we have it. And a great example of this is archaeological finds. So, for example, this black obelisk of Shalmaneser III, which dates from the 9th century before the Common Era, clearly has King Yehu, who is described in the Hebrew Bible as, owing obeisance to King Shalmaneser III, and this monumental architecture clearly describes this from the perspective of the occupying power of Israel, and it seems to lock into place the account that we have of the historical relationship between these 2 powers. So this is the kind of evidence that we love as historians because it kind of confirms everything from an independent vantage point. And most of that really dates from the 9th century onward, 800s onward. And since we're going to be going back to the year 2000 before the Common Era, it gets harder and harder the earlier you go back in time to find this kind of hard external material evidence for the history of the biblical narrative. But that doesn't mean that we're without resources. And a good 350 pages of Dr. Kitchen's work is based on looking at internal evidence of biblical reliability. Just giving you one little example here, and we're going to go through many more of them as we go through the next few lectures. Look at the price of slaves in the ancient world. So, Dr. Kitchen was able to comb through a tremendous variety of data points in dozens of ancient dead languages to find how much it costs in shekels to buy a slave in the ancient world. And then he compared it to a few data points of how much slaves cost as described in the Bible. So if you look at this graph, the red line describes how much slaves cost in various parts of the ancient world, from the Nile Delta through the Mesopotamian region, and we see that it follows that essentially right curve from the year 2250 to about the year 500. And then when you take the few passages in the biblical text that refer to the price of slaves, we see that, you know what, it conforms pretty much to the price of slaves that was the going rate in the ancient world. That's like, very interesting. Now, it does not have the same kind of hard proof. It's not going to fall underfoot like a big piece of monumental architecture will make you say, ouch. But nevertheless, it's really quite persuasive to say, hey, you know, if it cost 20 shekels for a slave in the old Babylonian period, and Joseph was sold 20 shekels around that time, that sounds like a reasonable piece of historical data that we can rely on. We're going to see a lot more of this in the next few lectures, but for the time being, I want to thank you for sticking with me through this difficult historiographic introduction. We're going to get back to the history itself, God willing, in the very next lecture. Thank you for watching.
So it's like if I'm playing Mario Kart and you got all the I mean I know this is a simple explanation, but sometimes you want to play against bots because they're just populating the screen. But if you're in a competitive gaming landscape,
Hello?
you don't want these AI super gamers to have the advantage over the humans. So you can say only humans with this world ID are allowed.
Well, fellow students of Jewish history, I'm very pleased to go on with our Jewish History Lab lectures. We're going to look now at Genesis in historical perspective. I'm, of course, speaking about the biblical book of Genesis. And I've got to say one thing just to start out. I would love to go through the entire book of Genesis, in fact, the entire Tanakh, and just speak about it as a work of tremendous power. And if you have not read Genesis, and in fact, if you have not read the entire Bible, just stop watching right now and go get a copy of the Bible. They're available online and read it, because it is phenomenal. It's incredibly important. It has so much power as a moral document, as a spiritual document, as a transformational document. And even if you're not Jewish, even if you're not a monotheist, if you're a Buddhist or a Hindu or an alligator, I don't know. I think you will find a tremendous amount of value in this incredibly important work that is really at the foundation of Western civilization. I'm going to just speak very briefly about the plot line of Genesis, with the assumption that you have some broad familiarity with it, and this brief lecture in no way should replace general cultural familiarity with this very important document. Okay, let's begin by going through the biblical narrative itself. As we approach the biblical narrative, it's really important for us to recall something that we discussed in the last lecture, and that is that in the world of what we might call biblical history, or the history of ancient Israel, is a strong difference of opinion as to how to approach the Bible as a historical text. There are those on one side of the spectrum that argue for a maximal approach, meaning let us mine this document for everything we can for its historical value. And on the other hand, you have a minimalist approach that says, no, the earliest possible manuscripts that we have for this are far too late, and we can't possibly date it to the earliest periods that it ascribes to. It's written in a highly tendentious manner, definitely trying to promote a particular religious viewpoint. All kinds of objections. Those are called the minimalists, who say we should deal just with the data that the archaeological record affords us and build from there. In reality, most reasonable scholars do not find themselves at either end of the spectrum, the points of the spectrum. They find themselves somewhere along the spectrum, but this is a short video. I just want to make sure that you bear in mind the challenges of working with this for our purposes, which is to understand the earliest elements of Jewish history. So what is the book of Genesis all about anyway? It basically traces, after we go through the cosmology, which we discussed in the last couple of lectures, it traces the life of the family of Abraham and Sarah, called the first of the patriarchs and matriarchs. And there's basically three major generations that are treated. That's Abraham and his wife Sarah, followed by Isaac and his wife Rebecca, and then by Jacob and his two wives and two co-wives, and their progeny. We are completely reliant on the text of Genesis for the oldest account of the life of the patriarchs and matriarchs. We don't have, for example, contemporary Egyptian or Assyrian or Babylonian accounts that will tell us what their life was like. Right now, we're completely locked into the biblical text. So if we just approach that text, what happened to them? So again, just broad outlines. Abraham makes his way from the Mesopotamian region from Ur, shown in the bottom right of this map, up the Euphrates or possibly the Tigris River, and then when he hits what would be modern-day Syria, he sort of makes a looping left-hand turn and drops down, following the Pearl Crescent into the land of Israel. There's an interesting kind of side trip into Egypt, something that will happen to his descendants as well. But basically, they settle in central Israel, where he's a very prosperous herdsman. There are some tempting passages in Genesis that speak about Abraham's involvement in geopolitical activities. For example, his negotiation with local kings, his interaction in a war that involved a war with 4 kings and 5 kings. And there are some tempting things to try and verify there. For example, the names of the 4 and the 5 kings have some interesting correspondences with the region, but nothing really solid they can hold on to. So, continuing with the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah go through 10 distinct trials, certainly the most awful of which is the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, which is shown here in a haunting painting by Caravaggio called The Sacrifice of Isaac. Isaac is shown here as a young man in the Jewish tradition. He's actually 37 years old when this happens, and that's actually one of Caravaggio's actual assistants who's modeling for this. You can tell it's not a Jewish portrait, however, even though it is quite gripping, because of course, Abraham isn't wearing a hat. That's something you would expect him to do. But nevertheless, this is part of the very dramatic story of Abraham's life. It goes on to discuss the adventures and the trials and tribulations of his son Isaac, grandson Jacob, who has tremendous life stories with great challenges, and they're really quite edifying. They give people strength reading about them because they endured such tremendous challenges. But about half of the book is about his great-grandson, Joseph. Joseph is the second youngest of the brothers, the 12 tribes of Israel. That Israel, of course, is the same person as Jacob. Joseph is cruelly sold into slavery by his elder brothers. An act of tremendous fraternal betrayal. I have a whole bunch of images from the great biblical painter James Tissot that I'll use to illustrate this. This is a picture of what ends up happening with the young Joseph, perhaps not quite as young as is portrayed here, but he's sold from one slave trader to another until he ends up in Egypt, and he's purchased by the effeminate Potiphar, who is shown here examining Joseph. And horrible thing to imagine, being sold into slavery, being uprooted from your family in this manner. But an amazing story, which again occupies about half of the book of Genesis. What happens is Joseph proves to be a really intelligent, insightful individual. He ends up in jail, where he begins to interpret dreams, something that is associated with Jews from Joseph all the way up to Sigmund Freud. There has been a very strong connection between Jews and the interpretation of dreams. And here is Joseph, who is summoned before Pharaoh himself, the leader of Egypt, to interpret Pharaoh's troubling dreams. You can tell he's Joseph because he's the only one wearing a kippah here among all these these various magicians and necromancers working for Pharaoh. Pharaoh is, of course, very impressed with the results of Joseph's interpretation, and he promotes him to a position of great authority, giving him the name Tzafnas Paneach, which we'll discuss at the end of this lecture. And here he is adored by so many Egyptians because of his very wise policies that actually get them through a 7-year-long famine and provide great riches for the royal home and security for the nation as a whole. And then, as things work out, this very dramatic story, because of the regional nature of the famine, his brothers actually come down to Egypt seeking food. And they don't recognize Joseph. It's amazing. And there's a lot of things that happen there. I don't want to give away the story. You've got to have a look at it. But in this next image from James Tissot, you see Joseph revealing himself to his brothers, saying, I am Joseph. Does my father yet live? There's a tremendous exaltation that I think Tissot has captured very powerfully. And also, especially when you look at the reaction of his brothers here, these are the brothers who sold him into slavery and now are completely at the whim of this incredibly powerful statement. It's a very, very amazing, dramatic story. And that's basically where the book of Genesis ends. All of the children of Israel, that is the children of Jacob, the great-grandchild of Abraham and Sarah, and their extended family, all moved down to Egypt, to the region of Goshen, which we'll look at in the next lecture, and they're settled very happily. That's basically wrapping up the main elements of the book of Genesis in terms of its narrow plot. Let's look at from the perspective of what historical data we have outside of the Bible that would give us some sense of what's going on in Jewish history at this time. So, as I mentioned, we really don't have much at all. But what little we have is so tantalizing. Perhaps one of the most fascinating types of documents that we have that shed some light on the spirit are the execration texts. I have to tell you, I really like this. Execration is a fancy word for number 2. And the French term, which I happen to notice in some of the ViralRabbi, is text d'envoûtement, which means literally spell text, meaning like recipes for magical curses. But execration has a special ring to it, because basically what you would do in ancient Egypt is you would take one of these potsherds that you see here, and you would inscribe it with various symbols that basically name all the people you hate. And then you go through a ritual that involved all kinds of nasty things done to the potsherd, including like urinating it, throwing it on the ground until it's smashing to pieces. And it's kind of like a voodoo doll way of expressing your desire that the people you're talking about should be excreted or treated like excrement. Here's a really gripping one from the early second millennium, maybe the year 1900 or so before the modern era. You can see it's actually shaped like a figurine, and it's got all these names written all over it, and then it would be smashed. Now, the thing is, what can we hear about Jewish history from these Egyptian execration texts? I mean, I wish we had more detail, but basically we have topographic information. But from time to time, the Egyptians would curse all kinds of different territories. The broken potsherd is primarily dedicated to excreting Nubia, which is the south of Egypt, and some of the execration texts mention cities in Israel, cities whose names appear in the Bible. So even though the execration texts are maybe 150, 250 years prior to Abraham, there is definitely correspondence that there are at least some of the cities described in the Bible are described independently by these texts. Now, again, it doesn't say a lot to us about what happened in those cities, who lived there. How did they change the Jewish settlement? None of that stuff is there. The only thing we know is that the Egyptians didn't like them. It's okay, though. They didn't like a lot of people. Jews were not singled out, especially in this case. We also have amazing documents like the Arna letters. You can see they're not written on paper. And in fact, one of the reasons why we have so little data from this early period of Egypt is because the primary mode of communication would have been papyrus, a paper-like substance that is organic in nature and simply fades with time and rots away. So it's not surprising that 3,000 years later we just don't have any papyrus documents at all. And furthermore, it's really Egypt that we're concerned with, because the Mesopotamian region had very little state contact with the land that is known as the land of Israel, and so they're not recording any monumental architecture or things like that at this point in time. more on this later, of course. But the Amarna letters, also Egyptian, they're these cuneiform tablets on clay, so much more durable, and they're essentially a whole series of official diplomatic correspondence that speak about all kinds of economic and political interactions between Egypt and many regions throughout the ancient Near East. And once again, lots of useful topographic data telling us about places and place names, but not a lot of real detail about, who's living there, what are they doing. And by this time in the Amarna letters, it was 14th century BCE, so by the biblical chronology, we do have Jews living in Israel, but they don't say anything that I can really latch onto as giving us any data about what's going on. Now, here's one more example of this kind of tempting topographic data, but it doesn't really give us a lot. This is some monumental architecture that celebrates Shishak, or Shoshank. He was a king that invaded Israel and referred to a couple of times in the Bible, as you see up here. And he basically listed all these places that he conquered. And when you zero in on one line here, you can see that there's one of these kind of like hieroglyphic elements that names someplace which has been read as Field of Abraham in the neighborhood of Hebron, which would make a lot of sense because we have the grave of the patriarchs and matriarchs, of course, in Maharat and Machpelah, which is in Hebron. Although there is considerable debate among Egyptologists as to exactly how to read this phrase. Since I am not fluent in hieroglyph, I don't know how extensive that debate really is, but this is the kind of information that we get from these pieces of monumental architecture in this very early period. Not great amounts of detail. Much of the historical scholarship on the life of Abraham and his children is really focused on trying to disprove passages in the Bible. And sometimes the arguments are more convincing, and sometimes they are less convincing, depending on your background, your proclivities, and so on. But many of these attempted arguments against the historical value of the Bible end up falling flat with later discoveries, because for the most part, you're trying to argue from a negative. There is no data. How can you argue from there being no, at least very little data? Just to give you one example, for a while it was very popular, for about a century, it was very popular to argue that the Bible could not have been written, the earliest parts of the Bible could not have been written in the time they describe, because there are very important passages that describe camels, such as when Rebecca first sees her husband, Isaac, far off, and she falls off her camel, which I always like to read that literally. Probably means she got gently off her camel, but does say in Hebrew that she fell. So for a long time, scholars argued, hey, there is no evidence that camels were domesticated in the land of Israel at this time. Hence, the Bible must have been much later. Later, research has found many examples, however, that disprove this, such as, for example, this cylinder seal, which comes from nearby Syria, and it dates from about the year 1900 BCE, which is a good, let's say, 100, 150 years before we can estimate Abraham's arrival in the region. And it may be difficult for you to see this. What is a cylinder seal? It's essentially a cylinder which has an incised kind of graphic on it, and then when you would, have a document written in wet clay, you would take the seal, which could be very small, like really if you put your fingers, and then you press it on the clay and you roll it so it leaves your mark embedded inside the clay. People would know that you the author of it. And so we have a lot of these that have all kinds of interesting descriptions that give us a sense of what people thought. But here on this particular cylinder seal, you can see a fanciful image of two men riding one camel simultaneously. The man on the left is just cut off slightly, but if you put that into clay, this is what it would look like. They're just over to the left. You can see the camel is walking. The head of the camel is on the left-hand side, and the two men are conversing, somewhat improbably, set on the two humps of that camel. This is just one of half a dozen odd finds that argue against the supposition that camels were not domesticated. And that's basically how a lot of the archaeological argument seems to go. Let us, though, point out here, and again, I will refer you to Kenneth Kinnisham's amazing work on the reliability of the Old Testament for a much more in-depth discussion of these kind of sideways groups. We occasionally have things which really reinforce the idea that, yes, this could have occurred within the time period described. Here's one of my favorites. This is again from Tissot's collection on the life of Joseph. Here he is on the left, and he's conversing with his older brother Judah, negotiating at this point the return of the rest of the family down to Egypt, and Judah is trying to give reasons. He's giving 3 reasons up front why that should not happen. At any rate, one of the passages in the Bible refers to a name that Joseph was given when he was elevated to a high position. It is called Tzafnat Paneah, which is a very hard thing to translate, and a lot of biblical commentary has been written trying to decipher it. If you look at it as an Egyptian phrase, which of course it would have been, they weren't speaking to him in Hebrew, speaks to him in Egyptian. It appears that the word Tzafnat means he who is called, and the word Paneah is derived from the word which is a symbol that we're familiar with today. It's used very commonly today in jewelry and things like that. It's the ancient Egyptian symbol for life. So in other words, Tzafnat Paneah would have mean he who is called life. Now, his name was Yosef, but I sort of like to think that, his Hebrew name was a very common name, Chaim. So maybe Tzafnat Paneah means he who is called Chaim. I hope you really enjoyed this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the Exodus, which is, of course, the continuation of the story of the children of Israel in the land of Egypt, and then their departure through the Sinai Desert, the reception of the Torah itself, and then ultimately moving on towards their eventual settlement in the land of Israel. I'm looking forward to talking about that with you and looking at the fascinating bits of historical data outside of the Bible that reflect on that notable period of Jewish history. Thank you very much.
Fires Adam Van Herpen says 7 people were taken to the hospital in critical condition.
It was a very chaotic scene, but there was bystanders were helping each other out. A lot of trauma injuries associated with being struck by a vehicle.
The driver had apparently been
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Let's continue our discussion.
He was also shot. Shooter took off. The driver is in the hospital. The LA County Sheriff's Department is
of the Bible in historical perspective, trying to understand the roots of the Jewish people. And I have to share with you at the very beginning a couple of personal things. The whole Exodus narrative is so powerful and so central to Jewish identity that I can recall my own first meaningful encounters with this biblical narrative. And I'm sure that's something that most Jewish people can retain as well. I'll tell you 2 very quick episodes. The first is when I was at a Passover Seder, and I remember this is perhaps the greatest kind of generational pedagogic tool to have this celebration once a year where the elders of the family are commanded to relate, even in whatever imperfect way they can, the teaching of how the Jews were born as a people in Egypt and then in Sinai. And the children, even if they're not interested, they're forced to ask at least 4 questions. And the whole meal is structured around it. It's a kinetic experience. It is an essential experience with all the various tastes, the very special foods associated with things. And in that context, I remember once when I was probably maybe 6, 5, I'm not sure how young I was, but I was at my Aunt Enid's for Passover Seder. That's where we usually went. And my father, of blessed memory, he handed me a spoonful of traditional horseradish. It was mixed with beets. It was not the really strong stuff. But I looked at it, and he didn't tell me what it was. And I thought it was something like candy. It had that deep red color, and so I put it straight in my mouth and like, wow. I don't know what my father was thinking, whether he knew I would do that or whatever. maybe I would taste a little bit of it, but my eyes started watering. I looked up at him and he said to me, Henry, that's what slavery feels like. Very, very powerful as a young child. The other thing that I want to share with you is when I was maybe about 8 years old, Cecil B. DeMille's The Ten Commandments, a 1956 film. Not exactly kosher, but nevertheless very powerful 3-hour epic. Came to the one theater in my hometown in Northern Ontario. And this was a unique experience for me because I was the only Jewish child in that small rural town. And, I just went to the movies as often as I could because I found it so fascinating. It was just up the street from where we lived, on top of my father and mother's store. And I was totally amazed sitting in this matinee showing of this Ten Commandments because this was story I realized was all about me, my family, and where I came from. And I'm sitting in this room filled with, Anglophone Protestants and Quebecois Francophones who were Catholics. And I'm looking around saying, I'm the only Jewish guy in here. I was probably the only Jewish guy except for my parents within about a 100-mile radius. And I was so overwhelmed that I had such an amazing backstory. So this kind of feeling, both the Passover Seder and whatever meaningful encounter a child has with this is transformational. And there's no doubt that the sages were thinking of this when they embedded the Passover ritual so deeply into the Jewish cultural fabric, into the calendar year. Anyways, I've gone on further than I wanted to here. The kind of messages that come out of the narrative of Exodus, as we discussed in Genesis. If you haven't read this, you've got to go read it right away. It's the very beginning of the book of Exodus. Just the first few chapters is like overwhelming. It describes the figure of Moses, who has an amazing story himself, transformed from a near-death experience to become the leader in Egypt, and then realizing his own background, he is exiled and then returned, and he ends up leading this nation of slaves out of the other nations of Egypt, which is, again, a mind-blowing experience. And there's a strong message throughout the book of Exodus that the nascent Jewish people are subservient only to the king who is king over kings, meaning only to God directly, and no human being, even one as powerful as Pharaoh, has any say over their destiny. There is a very strong element here of a collective revelation and the birth of a people as a whole. Yehuda Halevi, among other philosophers, have pointed out that one of the unique aspects of this revelation is that it's not something that happened in a miraculous way with one person or a small group of people, but this is something that happened to the entire Jewish people as a whole, as described in the book of Exodus, and as such, it is something that every Jewish person has a personal share in. There's also, this is not some kind of propaganda piece in the sense that there's a lot of negative history in here as well. The Jews demonstrate terrible failings of the incident of the golden calf, where despite the phenomenal miracles of the 10 plagues and the Exodus itself, they nevertheless, within a short period of time, they're worshiping idols again. So it's a story of, it's a very human story, a very powerful story, and a transformational story. I'm sorry I took so long because I know you want to get to the historical aspects of it, but I really want to emphasize that it's so important to actually read the text. It's amazing. Okay, let's go to the history. So what do we know? Unfortunately, we don't know a lot from the historical record, and that has led many of the more minimalist-oriented historians to say it just didn't happen. To say that the description of the events in the book of Exodus are fictional. I think on a logical level, there's a problem with that. It's hard to prove anything from a negative. A lack of evidence does not mean that something did not happen. All it means is that you do not have evidence. And moreover, a more sophisticated look, especially if you lean towards the maximalist interpretation of this period of history, as I do. I might as well tell you up front. There is a lot of evidence, but it is not as direct and concrete as we might like. It's rather indirect and tantalizing. And I'll leave it up to you, of course, to decide how convinced you want to be by this. Obviously, this is not a neutral historical debate, if there is such a thing. It's highly connected to theological positions and so on. At any rate, why do we have so little evidence? The first most important reason is, the pharaohs, as a matter of habit, were not in the practice of preserving their defeats in monumental architecture or in tomb paintings and things like that. Pharaohs always win. Egypt first, right? There's no strong record of pharaohs expressing humiliating defeats, which is, by the way, another thing that makes the Hebrew Bible as a historical text so amazing, because there's lots of negative information there where Jews do the wrong thing and then have to repent and so on. Secondly, besides the fact that it's not a cultural thing for pharaohs and Egyptian leaders to preserve this data, there's very little actual material from the area that the Jews were residing in, the land of Goshen shown here in this satellite map. The region was in the Nile Delta towards the easternmost range. The Nile, of course, flows from the south to the north. That's why, by the way, the upper Nile refers to the lower area on our conventional maps. And as it approaches the Mediterranean, it fans out through the lowlands and creates this massive, very fertile region. You can see from the green in this satellite photograph. But it is not conducive to any kind of sustained quarrying or even building. All the stone that is used in the building in this region is imported from southern areas, southern quarries, and the course of the low-lying rivers in the delta were known to have changed. As one would silt up, then the river waters would be redirected, and after a certain period of time, the human settlements would be redirected. There's some fascinating allusions to this even in Rashi in the 11th century knew about this phenomenon. The major construction in the region was made out of mud bricks, and these are not very durable materials, and in fact, much of it was actually later burned for other purposes that, it was actually combustible. So this is not material that can last a long time. Finally, papyri, or documents written on a paper-like organic substance, just simply do not survive. There are a very, very tiny number of scraps of paper from the region that are basically preserved when they're carbonized. If they're burned, like let's say in a scroll on the outside is like very tight, it's very difficult to even unroll that and find out any kind of data from the period, such as at Pompeii. There are similar types of data. So, it's very difficult to even gather any data whatsoever from the region about a slave people that, as the narrative describes, inflicted a humiliating defeat on the pharaohs that they didn't want to admit. Nevertheless, we do have some fascinating little bits of things. Like, for example, here's a bit of papyrus that is from the late 13th century, before the Common Era, which describes the brick-making work that would have taken place in this region. And we also have some fascinating tomb paintings, such as this Vizier's tomb painting, from about the time when the Jews would have been in the land of Goshen. And you can actually see them here working side by side with Nubians, that is Africans, and the Egyptians also did not label any of their slaves specifically as Hebrews. They tend to refer to them as one big group as Semites, which included a lot of different people from the region. But that's not surprising either. It's hard to imagine in even 19th century America, the Americans also didn't label their African slaves by the many different tribal designations that they had. So we have lots of evidence that corroborates the story of the Jews being enslaved in the land of Goshen in the Nile Delta, and it's entirely consistent with the description that we have in the biblical text. And fascinatingly, these are amazing discoveries in 2016, later published in 2017, at Ramses, which is the location of one of the two sites described as one of the major areas of building activity in the time of Moses. We discovered some mortar pits that give us an example of what it might have been like to be a slave at that time. Where, we've seen a famous scene in the 1956 Ten Commandments where, Moses is in the dirt, the other slaves, and he's, working the mud into bricks. This is one of those actual mud pits. And they even found some children's footprints. Now, there's no way to tell if these were Jewish children. There's no way to tell if they were made by slave children. But nevertheless, it excites the imagination to place yourself in these footprints and imagine what it must have been like for the children who made them years ago. But I digress. Let's go now to the actual moment of the Exodus. Once we have the idea that, there's a lot of data that is consistent with the description in Exodus, it's not, again, direct proof that clearly confirms everything, but it corroborates. So the most famous element, of course, is the 10 plagues that are visited on Pharaoh and the Egyptians. And I'm not going to go into details about how we could corroborate them with geographic or geological or weather type advice. There are many different historians who try to walk through each of the plagues and say, there's a problem with the river and that caused the frogs to jump out and so on. I think those are very interesting, but I think they're a little further away from where I'd like to go with this particular history series. Let's talk specifically, though, about the departure of the Jews from Egypt and the famous splitting of the Sea of Reeds. Now, there are many different theories as to where exactly was the route that the Jews would have taken on their way out of the land of Goshen. I've shown you here in this particular image the best guess of a very well-known scholar, again, towards the maximalist interpretation of biblical text, K.A. Kitchen. And perhaps the most important thing that people who are new to this should understand is that we're not talking about the Red Sea. For some reason, that has kind of entered English parlance, that the Jews crossed the Red Sea, which was to the south of the arrows here. You see towards the Gulf of Suez. That's not where any medieval authority or any modern scholar would place it. The Hebrew term is Yam Suf, which means literally the sea of reeds, right? Like the sea of the sort of bamboo-like shoots that come out of a wetland. And the image is not necessarily of like a massive miles-long sea, but it could have been an otherwise impassively large wetland or maybe a river area. It's very difficult to estimate exactly where it would be today because the Suez Canal was dug, completely changes the nature of the river flow through the water flow through that region. So we don't know precisely, but Dr. Kitchen opines that they went from Goshen here on the left and moving their way to the right through the wetlands, which would have been completely impassable, especially when you're pursued by Pharaoh and his chariot. So it's still quite a miraculous event, in my humble opinion. And then they made their way down towards the south. There are opinions, by the way, that suggest that the Yam Suf was actually in the southernmost part of the Mediterranean, and that the Jews somehow went north and over it. I haven't indicated that on this particular map, especially because it's very clear that the Jews did not take an overland route along the coast to Israel. The Bible specifically says that God did not direct them there because it was filled with armed camps, which in fact we know the Egyptians had many different stations along the coastline there for travel, protection of travelers, and so on. So I don't understand exactly why some scholars suggest they went to the north. But going to the south, the next big question is, where is Mount Sinai? I have indicated the traditional location, which is so revered by Christians and Muslims, Jebel Musa, or the Mount Moses in Arabic, or Mount Sinai in English. It's not confirmed that this is in fact Mount Sinai. There are at least two other very viable contenders, one of them in the Sinai, one a little bit further to the west. But for the sake of argument, I've created the map based on Dr. Kitchen's best guess, which is much better than my own. Then they moved up towards the north to a place called Kadesh Barnea, and then looped around, and this is a process which the biblical narrative says took 40 years, looped around up to through Jordan, and then crossed into Israel proper at Jericho, just north of the Dead Sea. That would be the most reasonable route to describe the Exodus. Again, on a historical level, many point to the lack of significant remains of any kind of settlement of Jews as they traveled throughout this region. The biblical text describes 600,000 adult males, which would generate a population of 2 to 3 million people, which is a monstrous number in ancient terms, and it's hard to imagine they didn't leave any trace behind. So there are different ways to approach this. Some historians have said we have to reevaluate what that number means. Does the Bible really mean to indicate to us 600,000 on a literal level, or perhaps it is some kind of metaphor? We definitely have a lot of use of metaphoric numbers in the biblical text. So perhaps it's not anywhere near large. And even if it is a fairly significant number, whatever it might be, there's still, it's hard to anticipate that a nomadic Bedouin-like lifestyle wandering the desert is going to leave behind anything. As Dr. Kitchen points out, you're not going to find a lot of ceramic pottery to contain water and wine and things like that, because when you're carrying it around, it's much nicer to carry a wine skin than a wine jug, just for obvious reasons. So, I don't want to get too far into details here, but this is basically the map. I want to conclude, however, with a couple more corroborating elements that gives us a sense of how, even though we might not have really strong direct proof, there are so many points of similarity between what we know about the culture in the region as a whole and what's contained in the biblical text that suggests very strongly that the biblical text is authentic in its historical depiction of the Exodus. Specifically, let's have a look at Ramses II. Now, this is the pharaoh that is most likely the new pharaoh who is otherwise unnamed in the book of Exodus. He lived at just about the right time. The Egyptian propaganda we have on Ramses is pretty frightening. He was a terrifying warrior, fought many battles which are recorded, and so we have a sense of the kind of person. Here's a picture of him in battle, and you see stopping on the head of one of his enemies and about to drive a spear through the heart of another enemy. Here's a couple of interesting propaganda elements. This is from the Battle of Kadesh, a very important battle that was up in northern Syria. The pharaoh ranged far and wide through the whole land of Israel, as we saw with Shoshank in the last. See again with our next class. You can see that on the left here, he is mounted in a chariot, very evocative of the biblical text, which is a sense of what that might have like. Notice here that in one of his most famous victories, he's driving his enemies into a big river where they all drown. Isn't it fascinating that the biblical end of Exodus has an ironic parallel to the enemies in their chariots drowning in water? I don't know. What does that mean? There is an ironic similarity. I'll give you another one, just for you to think about it more. On one of the commemorative wall paintings that describes that particular battle, you see Pharaoh's encampment, and there's a whole bunch of different people here that are performing various functions. But on the right is his sanctuary tent, and you can see there's his cartouche, which has the two winged creatures, which is ironically reminiscent of the cherubim that decorated the ark. And that's not the only thing that's similar. A scholar named Dr. Michael Coleman, who's done some fascinating work in this area in particular, he points out that it's not just the cartouche that's similar. Oh my gosh. It's the exact proportions and orientation of the camp and the tabernacle. The book of Exodus has some really exciting parts. Let's say about 2/3 of it, and then it kind of like gets into the nitty-gritty of constructing this portable ark that will later be transported to Israel and eventually be translated into the permanent temple in Jerusalem. And the structure is very bare, but look how similar it is to the orientation and proportion. Sees the second camp. Now, this is like an astounding kind of series of coincidences. What exactly does it mean? It clearly suggests that the biblical text of Exodus is totally aware of how Ramesses camp was constructed, and is it similar in order to communicate to the young Jewish people that the tabernacle is a place of sovereignty, like Pharaoh's tent would be? Or is it intended to be an ironic kind of jab, saying you think a war tent is what protects people rather than this tabernacle of God? These are questions that would cross a rabbi's eyes. I'm going to leave that to the rabbis to discuss, but I do think the similarities are incredibly striking. And I urge you to look at Dr. Holman's work, also Dr. Joshua Berman's work in this area. Absolutely fascinating. I skipped over a lot of really good things just to try and give you the highlights. Hope you enjoyed this. We're going to continue with the next lecture as we look at the settlement of Israel, moving towards the golden era of Kings Saul, David, and Solomon. Thanks for watching.
They didn't send me by email, they just sent it to me by, I guess, by text.
Okay, well that's a red flag. Now here's the thing.
Up until now, we've been heavily reliant on the Bible as our primary guide to understand the earliest history of the Jewish people. But as the Jews begin to enter the land of Israel, slowly the archaeological record reveals more and more details that in many ways corroborate the accounts that we have in the Bible. In other ways, they pose fascinating questions, and we're just going to have a quick look at some of the references that we have in the archaeological record to the biblical text and try to understand what we can about this early period of Jewish history. So let us recall, first of all, that we can't think in modern terms about the earliest settlement of the Jews in Israel. It's not like they established a modern state with firm borders that clearly delineated what was their territory and so on. We should recall that for centuries after the Exodus, the land of Israel was clearly under Egyptian sway. Egypt was the major geopolitical power, and although the Jews had certainly some autonomy, but they continued to have conflict and moments of coexistence with non-Jewish peoples living in the land of Israel. One of the most fascinating early bits of archaeological evidence that we have regarding this period is a piece left behind by the pharaoh Merenptah, also pronounced Merneptah, who was the son of Ramses II, and the Ramses II is most likely the unnamed pharaoh that's described in the book of Exodus. Have a look at this map here, which shows you one of Merenptah's forays into the land of Israel, and as he made his way north, he described the various cities that he destroyed and laid waste to and dominated and so on. And when he gets to the north, there's one fascinating thing that he records in this big stone obelisk, which is called a stele, also pronounced stele. Merneptah left behind a record of his exploits in the land of Israel in this stele, which was in the 5th year of his reign, 1209 before the Common Era. Fascinatingly, as he goes through his map of the various places he destroyed, he left behind this fascinating little passage that says, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. This is the first non-Jewish or non-biblical reference to the existence of the Jewish people. Now, there's been a lot of debate over what exactly does this mean. It might be a place, but that seems unlikely given the larger context. It seems to be referring to a group of people. The term seed, does that mean literally grain in the sense of like burning down the fields in a particular region? More likely, in the context, it seems it's referring to the progeny of Israel, that is, the children of Israel. And I have to say there's a certain delicious irony here because, it's funny that the very first time the Jewish people are described in history, other than by their own account, they're described as being totally defeated. And, Jewish children, thank God, are still doing very well, as they say, when they're being evil eye. On the other hand, they discovered Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy, and I have to tell you, he is not looking so good. I would show you a picture here. That's not true. At any rate, this is his first description of the Jewish people, which tells us that there is something in Israel, in the land of Israel, referred to as the people of Israel, dating from the year 1209. So if we backdate from that, let's say that as per Dr. Kitchen's analysis, if he has destroyed the Jewish people in the year 1209, I should mention in passing, by the way, that this is just another example of the Egyptian and especially pharaonic historical distortion, where clearly they didn't destroy the Jewish people, but nevertheless they'll mention this in their monumental architecture. We saw it, by the way, last week when we talked about the Battle of Kadesh, which the pharaohs describe as having been a complete rout in favor of Egypt, but in fact the Hittites would disagree, and we know that the region remained basically stable even after the Egyptians leave. So anyway, let's backdate. If Israel was, so to speak, destroyed in the year 1209 before the Common Era, that would mean they would have had to have been there, let's say, at least no later than the year 1210. So that means that the Jewish people of Israel was in this region in the late 13th century, and that actually works pretty well. If you look at the Exodus as it's counted in the Jewish tradition, we spoke a little bit about that a few videos ago. That is recorded in the year 2448 of Anno Mundi, since creation according to the Jewish count, which equals 1312 before the Common Era. And again, working with the biblical count of 40 years wandering in the desert, that means that the entry into the land of Canaan, the land of Israel, would have been in the year 1272 before the Common Era. So it actually lines up pretty well. And up until now, I've been very, very vague about dates because, we're relying on so much different contradictory evidence. It's really hard to pin it down. But beginning with the stele of Merneptah, we begin to see a pattern that we can actually get a lot from. We can even post-date some events based on Dr. Kitchen's analysis. We can say that judges would occur, let's say, around the number about the year 1200 before the Common Era, and extending for about 160 odd years. That would mean that King Saul would have begun his reign somewhere around the year 1042 before the Common Era. You'll note, of course, that these numbers get smaller because we're BC, before Common Era, moving up to the year 0. David around the year 1010, and Solomon, Shlomo, around the year 970. But we're going to catch up with that as we go into later lectures. At any rate, now we have the Jews definitely in the land of Israel in the late 13th century. But it remains to be seen what kind of conquest are we talking about? What kind of settlement does this refer to? In the popular imagination, we tend to think of the Jews coming into the land of Israel and having a series of phenomenal military successes that eventually pushes out all of the indigenous peoples and establishes the permanent Jewish presence there. Permanent, at least until the first exile, which would occur, some 500 years later. But if we go back and we actually read the text of the book of Joshua and Judges in particular, we see that that's not entirely what happened. We tend to work with this idea of conquest, which implies once and for all, but in fact, it seems that was not the case. This is especially so when we look at things like the conquest of the city of Jericho, of Jericho, which is certainly one of the most dramatic early conquests of Joshua and his armies. The famous story, they surround the walls of Jericho with mighty walls, and they blow the shofar and things like that, and the walls come coming down. So obviously, since we know where Jericho is located, there was a tremendous amount of archaeological interest in the late 19th and early 20th centuries in particular about what exactly happened there, and can we line it up with the biblical account. Perhaps one of the most important archaeologists working on Jericho is the great Kathleen Kenyon, who did some phenomenal work in the region. Let's have a look at Jericho itself. Here's an aerial view of the tell, meaning the actual mound left behind by the ancient site of Jericho. And it's been dug over and over again. You see it's quite scarred by many specific digs. The nature of the wall is not like, let's say, for example, the Kotel, the western wall of the temple, where you have a 90-degree vertical structure that is dramatically distinct from the surrounding territory. Rather, this kind of ancient wall, and as Kenyon described, it goes back way, way before the advance of the Jews to Israel, is really something like a massive kind of ramp, where most of the wall is actually kind of like piled up dirt, and there's like kind of like this ramp-like structure that is separated by two distinct walls, an upper wall and a lower wall. It appears that although this wall was definitely destroyed, it was likely destroyed far earlier than the 13th century. Now, that doesn't line up very well with the biblical account, and there are a lot of approaches to this. Some of the minimalist historians have seen to see, therefore, it was destroyed and much earlier than Jericho, and that would argue that the Bible's description of Joshua's attack on Jericho is really borrowing from an earlier tradition. Others, such as Dr. Kitchen, for example, who leans towards the Maximalist school, say no, the wall was destroyed and then it was built up again, and erosion has taken its toll. And in fact, erosion is a fairly good argument for losing a lot of the archaeological data. So it's hard to say exactly what would have happened. Much of this remains an archaeological conundrum to try and fit it together with the biblical text. So a lot of archaeologists have scratched their heads at this and look at what other kinds of evidence indicates this massive scale of Jewish settlement. Many have looked at the style of pottery used in ancient Israel, which argued for some significant shifts in change right around the 13th century. And this would argue that perhaps there was a major population that moved into the region and brought different styles with them. But again, as you can imagine, it's hard to argue exclusively from things like pottery finds. Others have focused on the architectural style, specifically looking at something called the four-winged house, which seems to be very evident in Israel around the period of time that we're looking at, with an argument that the four-winged house was distinctly Jewish. And still others have said that, we know that there's things, interesting things like the lack of pig bones in those settlements which we estimate to have been Jewish. Also fascinating, but none of these things are kind of like knockout blows for the corroboration of the biblical text. However, recent finds have discovered some fascinating remnants that suggest that there's clearly a very strong connection with the Jewish people living in this region. Okay, yes, that's a good one. I wanted to show you a picture of our Neptune. At least I'll show you a picture of it. At any rate, these jars and rooms, arguments, things like that are fascinating, but what do we know in the end? We know for certain that the Jews are in this region, but we have to go back to the actual biblical text and try to understand what was the nature of that conquest. We tend to work with a sort of cartoon caricature of that period. If you go back and read carefully, as Dr. Kitchen suggests very strongly, the books of Joshua, Judges, Ruth that deal with this period, it's very clear that the advance of the Jewish people was not like kind of like conquer a territory and settle there. A lot of the battles described are sort of like sorties where something will happen regarding friction between Jewish people and non-Jewish people living there. Joshua or another general will go out with an army and conquer a territory, and then they retreat. And then there's a similar pattern where there's a threat from another region. They'll go out, they'll fight a big battle, they'll win, and then they will retreat. And it seems like the ebb and flow of Jewish settlement in the region is not so much one in which the Jews are like inching further and further towards the sea, as most of these maps indicate. And this is, by the way, largely based on reading earlier parts of the Bible, such as the book of Numbers, where the land of Israel is apportioned to the 12 tribes. And if you look at the regions that are apportioned to the tribes, that may not correspond to the regions that were effectively conquered under Joshua and his successor, Judges. In fact, when you try to map out the regions where we estimate that Jews had control over the land of Israel, it looks something like this. This is not a map that is widely reproduced, but it's much more historically valid in the sense of you can see that it's kind of a blob, and the Jews are largely denied access to the very coastal region, largely because of the Philistines, the recently arrived sea peoples, and so on. But it does give you a sense of a newly implanted people that have come into the land. They have significant conflicts with the local population. They also have significant conflicts with each other. And in fact, that's where we're going to have to pick up the story in the next video, where we speak about the united monarchy under Saul, which represented a dramatic political and military leap forward for these scattered tribes in Israel. Okay, I hope you found that interesting, and thank you for watching.
Continuously, day and night, and without any kind of oversight or restriction, and that's the kind of Black Mirror dystopian future that I think we want to avoid in the United States. Yeah, so a lot of this really does.
Let us continue our discussion of the settlement of the Jews in the land of Israel.
The police department operates independently, right? Like there's not like one kind of
and the political development into the United Monarchy, which basically is the golden age, which is the high point of ancient Jewish civilization after the remarkable exodus that we talked about a couple of videos ago. So this background image, by the way, is a detail from Marc Chagall's remarkable depiction of the life of David. At one point towards the end of his life, David faced a rebellion from his son Absalom. Terrifying, terrible story described in Samuel 2, in which, among other things, he has to flee Jerusalem, the capital, barefoot, with a handful of men with him. And he is derided by passers-by, Shimon ben Gera. It's an absolutely terrifying look into the collapse of a person's entire world, really an entire empire, and then his remarkable recovery, which is political in nature but not not necessarily familial in nature, because of course Avshalom is killed, civil war that ensues, but just Chagall really beautifully evokes the depth of feeling in this light, this charcoal depiction of David's life. Okay, let's go straight to the historical period actually today. And I want to emphasize that we're going to try and look at the history here. We're not really going to touch the tremendous depth of the biblical text, which is phenomenal, filled with insights, absolutely beyond what I can possibly provide in this very brief historical summary. And so I encourage you, if you're fascinated with this period, as I am, you've definitely got to go to the primary sources. You've got to read the text, particularly of the book of Samuel and early Kings. It's overwhelming, and you'll see what I mean. Okay, so let's go back to where we left off. So the Jews have arrived in Israel under Joshua. We described how they set up a loose-knit series of tribal holdings throughout the land of Israel, engaged in considerable conflict with the other peoples who are still living in the land of Israel, and of course with each other. There's a remarkable array of fantastic figures that are described in the book of Judges in particular, such as Samson, shown here in his battle with the lion. Later, of course, he would have that tremendous battle with the Philistines, but really he has a tremendous battle with himself throughout his entire life. And you got to see the text itself. But the biblical narrative that we have in the book of Joshua and the book of Judges, and to a lesser degree in the book of Ruth, tells us a little bit about what it must have been like living, at least from a political standpoint, in Israel. The historical period, just to give you a sense of timeline that we're describing, is roughly from about the year 1300 before the Common Era to the turn of the first millennium before the Common Era. The high point of the United Monarchy will extend for another 150 odd years after that as well. During this period of Judges, as is repeated several times in the biblical narrative, it was a period of near anarchy, really. Quote, all did whatever was right in their eyes. You had individual tribes, making their own decisions, very kind of like, from American perspective, very states' rights over federalism kind of approach to their political existence, which led sometimes to chaos and indeed violence. These conflicts flared up from time to time, and they really had no unifying figure that could bring them together to meet any mutual challenges. By and large, towards the end of the period of Judges, the Jewish people themselves were quite upset with this, and they implored the prophet Samuel to please give them a king. Samuel actually tries to talk them out of it, saying, no, this is not a good idea. Do you know what it means to have a king? Do you know what the taxation, what the conscription is going to be like? You're not going to be happy with the king. And nevertheless, the Jewish people say to Samuel, give us a king, kechol hagoyim, like all the non-Jews. Like, we want to be a country like every other country. We want to be the same. This is viewed in a critical light. At any rate, Samuel goes ahead with it, and he identifies Saul, as the first king of Israel. This is a early 15th century illuminated manuscript, a Christian Bible, that shows you the anointing of Saul by Samuel. Saul was famously much taller than anyone around him. My grandmother, Allah Hashem, used to say, the verse in the book of Samuel is that from his shoulders up, Saul was taller than everyone around him. And my grandmother, who comes from a family of fairly small people, she used to say that that's exactly how your height should be measured, from your shoulders up, which was always a great consolation. At any rate, Saul becomes the king of Israel. He does not reign very long, and in fact, he will be overshadowed by his successor, King David. And the relationship between King Saul and King David is absolutely fascinating and is really the stuff of Shakespearean discussions later. It is so packed with drama and interpersonal intrigue and psychology. Just absolutely fascinating. Again, you got to read it yourself. But Saul's major political achievement was he was able to unite the tribes under his leadership. It did not happen automatically. There had to be several false steps. But finally, when they met an external foe at one point, Saul, in a very dramatic move, challenged all the other tribes to come together under his leadership. And in fact, he saved the people of one particular town from the marauding of a non-Jewish neighbor, and this cemented the beginning of the United Monarchy. Here, we can speak of the United Monarchy in the sense of its union of all the tribes. Later, we'll speak about the divided monarchy, which represents the time when several of the tribes to the north split away from the United Monarchy, which would this time be under Solomon. But nevertheless, his main rival was his own successor, and in fact, his son-in-law, David. David is certainly the largest figure to walk across the pages of the Bible since Joseph, that we spoke about in a couple of lectures ago. David's life is absolutely fascinating. He goes through an entire arc of personal development. He is the master of repentance after having made some decisions which he later regretted very deeply. And he occupies a fantastic figure in the Jewish imagination as the greatest warrior in Jewish history, and at the same time the greatest poet in Jewish history, being able to express the depths of emotion in his songs, among other things, which are recited in great passions by Jews even to this day. Under David's rule, after an extended conflict with his father-in-law, which ultimately ends in Shaul's death at the hands of the Philistines, David is able to consolidate control over the land of Israel such that the map looks something like this. It's much less the unformed blob of multiple tribes that we saw in the period of the Judges, and instead it is a fairly contiguous area with significant coastal holdings and even a significant amount of land on the east bank of the Jordan River into what would be today contemporary Jordan, and some sphere of influence that reached down quite a bit further south and north as well. However, he had an extended conflict with the Philistines, shown here, which had 5 cities in particular that were especially troublesome. Although, when you read the book of Samuel, you see that it's a kind of a neighborly conflict in some ways. That, for example, at one point when David is literally fleeing from his father-in-law who is trying to kill him, he runs to the city of Gath, shown here, and he approaches the king there, and he tries to, blend in with the population. He is discovered, and this whole discussion of how he manages to escape that situation. He feigns insanity and so on. But nevertheless, just the fact that the borders were so permeable.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Good to be with you, as always, and I'm happy that you are here with me. I hope I have your trust.
Society within the
because I see trust being removed from lots of people, and for good reason. Because we are going to now, I'm going to tell you about a dinner I had with a member of the administration. I'm going to tell you everything that I know, and I'm going to say the things that I do not know. And I am also not going to
at this point, I've given you essentially the biblical narrative.
Attest to the veracity, Google it, of the information. How true or false the information is. I'm going to tell you what I was told. Okay? It's not a defense of Trump. It's not a defense of the administration. In fact, I think if they do not release everything they have, they are done. I believe that. If they do not release, and I told them that, you need to release everything you have. Pam
One of the major
Bondi
reasons for this is, first
needs
of all,
to be
Egypt is completely
fired.
unreliable as a historical
I told them
source.
that. They know that.
They are
The people I spoke
very
to,
loath
person,
to refer
people,
to
person,
their erstwhile
people.
enemies, their erstwhile slaves, in any positive sense.
They know
But
that.
we shall see a couple of interesting hints. And the
I went
Assyrians,
to Washington. We had a dinner. It was a
great
small
power
dinner.
on the scene,
What day
they
did?
don't
When
make
did I go?
contact with this region
Wednesday.
until
I went Wednesday.
3 before the Common Era. And so there's no
Here's the
Assyrian
rub.
records either. And
Jeffrey
that's
Epstein
really
is an
why
innocent man.
David's monarchy
I'm kidding. That's not the
basically
rub.
goes through the cracks. But
That's
there's
not
these couple of fascinating finds. And a few
Yes,
others
it's a
as well.
blackmail
There was
operation.
the Tell dynasty.
Yes, it was. Yes, this guy's got
and it dates
connections
from
to
the 9th
intelligence.
century.
Everybody knows that.
Block of text, which
Yes,
is,
the intelligence is
Assyrian origin,
Mossad and
actually
CIA.
records
Most
battles
likely.
with,
We all know that.
various personages in Israel.
Yes, he was running some type of blackmail operation, procuring young girls for powerful people.
As part of the fate
A lot of this was on tape
of David.
somewhere.
Now, this block
When Pam Bondi came out and said, I have 10,000 hours of
these are descendants
evidence,
of the House of David,
what has been told to me
but
is that is porn Epstein downloaded
really
from the internet. It is not the tapes of powerful people in compromising positions. And the person who told me that said, listen, I'm not saying those tapes don't exist. I'm saying that the person who has those tapes is either a foreign intelligence service.
This is from the King Shishak or Shoshank, who invaded Israel in the mid-10th century. And one of the phrases that is referenced here is Highlands of David. Right? Remember, these are the topographic names, all the various places that Shishak claimed to have conquered. We can't always rely on his testimony, but nevertheless, he lists someplace as the Highland of David, which sounds a lot like what we saw earlier in the field of Abraham. So there are a couple of these tantalizing things which suggest that there was a very important, famous person named David that had a place named after him, and that had a house, a progeny named after him that were sufficiently famous to be recorded in stone. And that's basically all we have from external validation. There is, however, one other really fascinating archaeological find regarding the House of David, but I'm going to leave that for the next lecture. The last king that we should talk about in this context, of course, the last king of the United Monarchy, and that is the King Solomon, shown here in a Renaissance painting meeting with the Queen of Sheba. It's interesting because sometimes the Queen of Sheba is clearly Caucasian, sometimes she is clearly African, but in this particular representation has a certain evocative quality to it, so I like to include it there. Solomon's great achievement was primarily in the area of statesmancraft. He had major diplomatic achievements with linkages with several figures in the area, expanded the borders and consolidated them, and really had some real important connections with the region. He also famously centralized the worship in Jerusalem with the construction of the temple. It's referred to as the Temple of Solomon. It is, of course, on the site which would be destroyed, as we shall discuss, in the 6th century before the Common Era. It would be rebuilt and renovated again, and it would be destroyed again in the 1st century. And now, if the Temple Mount still remains, but it has a mosque on top of the Dome of the Rock. We'll get to that, God willing, probably next semester. But for the time being, the centralization of worship, which began under King David, was really confirmed with the construction of a temple under Solomon. Very important centripetal element in creating a unity of all the tribes by demanding that formal ritual worship no longer be relegated to individual backyard sanctuaries, but rather to this central sanctuary in Jerusalem. Now, let us issue a small corrective here. Again, like we saw with David and certainly with Saul, we don't have much external validation of the biblical text for reasons that I've discussed: the lack of contact with the Assyrian Empire and the Egyptian untrustworthiness of their documentation. But what we also have to realize is that, we're talking now in the early 21st century, after 2,000 years of Christian impact on Western civilization in particular, and we tend to view the Solomonic Empire as being something massive. Just like in our very first lecture, we talked about how the geography of the land of Israel is tiny, but it is, looms large in the Western imagination. The Empire of Solomon was also tiny compared to much larger empires active in his day and certainly afterwards. King Solomon's empire, basically extended through much of what would be today the land of Israel and parts of Jordan with spheres of influence in Syria, and that's it. You have to think of Solomon's empire as being incredibly important for Jews, the people who live there, and their immediate neighbors, but not so phenomenally important on a geopolitical level for the entire region. And so what seems so important to readers of the Hebrew scriptures and then the Christian scriptures, when looked at in a narrow historical perspective, it's really a minor, smaller empire that is active for, less than a century by the time you get to King Solomon. So it's not surprising that it does not make more of a blip on the radar, so to speak, of other countries at this time. Nevertheless, that blip would extend over centuries and have a phenomenal impact on the development of Western civilization in particular. Okay, that's it for our discussion of the United Monarchy. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the way this unfortunately fell apart with Solomon's successors and the division of the Jewish people in the land of Israel. Thank you very much for watching.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. All Arena, September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com. The 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival is brought to you by
Let us resume our discussion of the history of the Jews in Israel by looking at the period of the divided kingdom. And I'd like to begin by going to another Gedanke experiment, another thought experiment that really comes from an old joke. The joke goes like this. This time of year, I'm recording in late October. It's still dark early in the morning, so the joke goes that Reuven comes out of his house one day and he sees down the street is his neighbor Shimon, who's rooting around in the gutter. He goes up and he says to him, "Shimon, what are you doing?" And Shimon says, "I'm looking for my car keys." And Reuven says, "But you live down the block. Why are you looking over here?" And Shimon points to the lamppost and he says, "Well, I'm looking over here because the light is much better over here." So obviously it's silly. If you look at your car keys, you have to look near where your car is parked. But the Gedanke experiment is we're kind of like very interested in the earliest periods of Jewish history, looking at the sources that are discussed in the Torah, Genesis, Exodus, and so on. And they're really hard to find. But that's because the light over there is very dark. However, when we move down the street a little bit and we're under the lights, suddenly we see so much more material. That's really what happens in the period we're going to discuss today. There's so much more archaeological evidence that confirms the narrative of the biblical text, albeit hundreds of years after the events described in Genesis and Exodus, that we're tempted to say that maybe we'll find the information we're looking for. The analogy breaks down, however, because you probably would find some things in the gutter. You might find, let's say, for example, a receipt from the bakery that fell out of your pocket when you're walking into your house and the rain washed it down to the gutter. You might find, a loose sock that matches another one that belongs to one of your toddlers that's upstairs in the drying machine right now. You might find all kinds of connections from what's in the gutter down your street to what happens by your car. You won't find your keys directly there, but they might lead you back to where the keys are. We'll just have to wait as the archaeological evidence is uncovered, literally, as historians and archaeologists go to work in the land of Israel. But at any rate, let's look at some of this stuff that we can find now under the bright lights. Now, Dr. Kitchen points out very clearly that this is such a strong period compared to what we talked about earlier. There are 14 kings of Israel, the northern kingdom, and 9 of them are mentioned in documentation from outside Jewish sources. That's an incredible number, 9 out of 14. And that lends a tremendous amount of credibility to the at least general scope of the biblical narrative. And we'll look at a couple of examples of that. But let's go into the historical period itself. So Solomon, as king, as we discussed in the last lecture, expands and consolidates his control over the land of Israel, building on the conquests of his father, King David, and cementing it really with a lot of statesmancraft by engaging in diplomatic relations with a lot of the kingdoms surrounding the land of Israel. He also centralizes ritual worship by building a massive, glorious temple in Jerusalem. However, what that means is inevitably taxes. There's a great tax burden that is placed on the Jewish people as a whole, and they resent the huge taxation. Under the wise leadership of King Solomon, there was just, scattered grumblings. But once Solomon passes away and it goes to his son Rehoboam, there is a tremendous amount of resentment that's built up over the heavy tax burden. Rehoboam is really of two minds. He, on the one hand, wants to react to the popular pressure, but at the same time, he wants to maintain the fairly lavish lifestyle that he is accustomed to. And prodded by, unfortunately, as the text mentions, younger, inexperienced members rather than the steady guiding hand of his older ministers that served under his father, Rehoboam, in a very dismissive manner, insists on pushing ahead with his heavy tax burden that the northern kingdom in particular is loath to accept. There is a very fascinating and powerful passage. And by the way, I want to reinforce that I'm just going to be skimming over the tops of the historical record as we find in the Bible. It is so important that you actually go back to the text and read the primary documents themselves, because they are fantastic. And if you have a sense that it's going to be dry or boring, just want to refer you to one specific passage with Rehoboam. It's shown here in this wall painting in Basel that's done by the great Hans Holbein. You see that Rehoboam here is portrayed with holding out his little finger. And this is in reference to one highly dismissive and disrespectful remark that Rehoboam makes regarding his father, in which he says that Rehoboam says that his own little finger, his pinky, is thicker than anything his father could bring to bear, meaning to dismissively compare himself with his father, the great King Solomon. And of course, this act of hubris and vulgarity really sends him down the rabbit hole, which will ultimately result in civil war. But I just wanted to point this one out because it's one of those passages that shows you that the biblical text is really, it's quite racy, and it has a lot of very powerful information in it that you don't get with sanitized translations quite often. Well, let's not go further down that scope, but let's go back to where we left off. So, under Yerovam ben Navat, the kingdom of Israel, which is to the north of Jerusalem, splits away from what becomes the kingdom of Judah in the south. Yerovam ben Navat, by the way, receives a very, very bad press in the rest of Jewish tradition. He's considered one of the greatest sinners because he introduced that divisiveness in Jewish politics at the time. Here's a map that shows you the relative locations of the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel. The capital of the kingdom of Judah is, of course, Jerusalem. The kingdom of Israel is in Samaria or Shomron. In subsequent lectures, we'll speak much more about what happened to the people in the kingdom of Israel. They are the so-called 10 lost tribes, more about that in 2 lectures. But it's interesting to note that it seems that they have a consciousness, they retain a consciousness of being one people, albeit separated politically. And although they will fight a civil war and they will have ongoing conflict over the next century and a half, they'll also recognize the centrality of the value of worship in Jerusalem. They will also occasionally marry each other. The royalty of Israel and Judah will still intermarry. And although they have a lot of conflict, it seems to be really a family conflict. But more on that later. The civil war that erupts when Yeravam ben Nebat breaks away with the northern tribes is taken advantage of by Egypt, and King Shishak enters the region, and he makes essentially this parade up the land of Israel, conquering cities as he goes and bringing Israel firmly within his larger sphere of influence. Although Israel still maintains its identity, Israel and Judah, that is, maintain their identity as independent principalities, but nevertheless falling within the geopolitical orbit of Egypt. We've seen this in a couple of previous lectures because he left behind these topographical lists of the various places he conquered. What's interesting for our point is that when he gets to the north, to Megiddo, the site of a place known in English as Armageddon, it's actually a place in Israel, Megiddo, he left behind a stele that is kind of like a Shishak was here stele, that although it's badly damaged, it still retains its cartouche, the sort of nameplate of Shishak, also pronounced Shoshank, by the way, that indicates that he did in fact make his way through northern Israel. One of the most fascinating archaeological finds from the 9th century, however, that corroborates much of the biblical text, is this amazing find, the so-called Mesha stele, also known as the Moabite stone. It was discovered in Dibon, which was in the kingdom of Moab, which is today, of course, Jordan, and it records from the Moabite perspective the results of a very prolonged conflict between the kingdom of Israel and the Moabites. And in fact, this is confirmed in the Book of Kings. There's a lot of discussion of various military engagements they had, which the Jews frequently lost. And here you have this interesting passage that's taken directly from the Moabite stone, in which Mesha, the author of the text, son of Chemosh, God, Chemosh, of course, being the name of their god, complains about how badly he was treated in particular by the son of Omri, which is one of the Jewish kings. And the Omri dynasty was actually one of the most important in the northern kingdoms, especially in terms of its military activities throughout the region. And he talks in this stele about how he beat back the invading Jews and therefore deserved to create this particular monument. It's a fascinating stone. So much more to say about it, but in this brief series, we just want to quickly look at it. The Omri dynasty mentioned in the Moabite stone is one of the most well documented of the northern kingdom's dynasties. Now, during this period, when there is a separation between the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, we have recorded in the Bible some of those fascinating passages from two northern prophets in particular, Elijah and Elisha. The great miraculous activities of these prophets are among the most dramatic passages in the Bible, including a personal favorite of mine, the resuscitation of the son of the Shunammite woman, shown here in this remarkable 19th century painting by Jan Sleuters, where the mother is reunited with her son, who has returned from death. A fascinating passage, definitely worth reading. However, our task here is to approach the prophets as historical sources, and I want to comment on two specific aspects of the prophetic works as being especially valuable. Let us recall that the text that is called by the Jews the Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures, is made up of three distinct sections which have very, very distinct hermeneutic rules applied to them as well. The first 5 books are known as the Torah per se, although that term Torah is also used in a much larger sense, meaning any kind of religious teaching that pertains to the general values of Judaism. We'll talk about that more when we get to the rabbinic tradition in greater detail. But there's the first 5 books of Moses, which have a very high threshold of sanctity within Jewish theology. They are considered to be dictated by God to Moses. Some interesting discussion about what about the passages in which Moses describes his own death, but not for us here. We're looking primarily at the history. From the book of Joshua on, there's a large section called the Nevi'im, or prophets, which is a mixture of materials, sometimes much more historical data, sometimes much more kind of ethical teachings. And then finally, you have the section called Ketuvim, or writings, which include things that really don't fit into either category, like Psalms, for example, or prophets, the Song of Songs, the Book of Esther fit in there, and so on. And these second two sections, Nath, or Nevi'im and Ketuvim, the prophets and the writings, are considered to have a lower degree of sanctity to the first 5 books of Moses. They are clearly written by human beings and recognized, so not dictated by God, but perhaps inspired by God. The commentators will have different approaches to what they actually mean, what's their, so to speak, nuclear weight in terms of understanding the task of Judaism. But from a historical perspective, some of the prophetic works, like Kings and Chronicles in particular, seem to take upon themselves the task of preserving the historical record, much more so than other documents, such as, for example, Isaiah or Jeremiah, which have tremendous amounts of historical information that seem to be much more focused on delivering the prophetic message of repentance and drawing closer to God. In Kings and Chronicles, there's even some, so to speak, kind of footnoting where from time to time, the author of those texts, by the way, the Book of Kings is normally attributed in the rabbinic tradition to Jeremiah himself, which fits at least with the time period that we have. It seems reasonable that it was written in the 6th century. The Book of Kings and Chronicles will refer to earlier texts, such as the Annals of the Kings of Judah, the Annals of the Kings of Israel, which implies that they've done research in terms of the record books of the dynasties. They tend to be really focused on the leadership of the Kingdom of Judah and the Kingdom of Israel, and they say a tremendous amount about the individual activities of this king or that king, often applying a very strict moral and religious judgment to their activity as well. It's fascinating. Other prophets, however, do not spend quite as much time talking about palace intrigue and wars and things like that, but spend a lot more time exclaiming a ethical and religious message. And so approaching these texts, one has to kind of tease out the historical information from some of the later prophets, and at the same time understand the overwhelming religious goal of the more historically oriented prophets. In many cases, they offer us tempting, tantalizing historical data, and that's often confirmed by the archaeological record. For example, there is the horrendous queen Jezebel, or Izebel in Hebrew, and the archaeological record has found this remarkable cartouche here, which is very appropriate to have been owned by a Phoenician woman. It has the same kind of symbols and things like that, whose name was Izebel. Now, it's possible that it belonged to Queen Jezebel herself. It is very large and very expensive compared to similar types of these artifacts, but we have no real proof that this is specifically belonging to Queen Izebel and not to some other Izebel. But nevertheless, fascinating materials that generally point us along the same kind of direction as the biblical text offers. So, returning to the historical narrative, what happens in the northern kingdom is basically they come under the sphere of influence of the Assyrians. You recall that Israel is locked between two major geopolitical powers. To the south is the kingdom of Egypt, or the Egyptian Empire, and to the north is, at this point, the Assyrian Empire, later the Babylonian Empire that overlaps. And Israel, the northern part of the monarchy, Israel feels the threat of Assyria more powerfully. The Assyrian Empire expands in the 9th century and begins to impact the northern part of the land of Israel, place the local kings in a state of vassalage. This vassalage begins in the year 853, and we see, for example, Yehu, who is shown here showing obeisance to King Shalmaneser. This is from the Black Obelisk of Shalmaneser that we discussed, I think, the third lecture or so of this series. And the northern kings of Israel are heavily burdened by additional tribute and taxes that come from the north. Eventually, as we shall discuss a few lectures from now, the Assyrians will simply say, well, that's it for their independence. It's too much of a hassle. They're too rebellious. And the Assyrians will come and take over the northern section, take over the kingdom of Israel. And that's when we talk about the lost 10 tribes. We'll return to that, but for the next couple of lectures, I'd like to take a break from the sort of political narrative of history, and I'd like to look at the daily life in biblical history. We're going to look at the economic, the social, familial, and ritual life of Jews for a few lectures, and then we will return to a discussion of Israel under Assyria. Thank you very much for watching.
On the show for 9 seasons, and I am thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs / pineapples, and general knowledge. We'll also use him and our relationship to it these 20 years later to talk about life and love and art and everything in between.
Let's move away now from the primarily political and religious history that we have explored up until this point, and let's look a little bit more closely at the daily life of the large mass of anonymous Jews living in the land of Israel in the biblical period. And we're going to focus in this little lecture on economic life, and then we're going to look at family rights and ritual life. But for now, economics. Now let's have a closer look at this remarkable painting by Nicholas Poussin, which is titled The Summer, and in brackets Ruth and Boaz. Obviously, it's taken from the biblical story that is described in the book of Ruth, where the wealthy landowner Boaz, shown here in the center with that magnificent yellow coat, meets Ruth, who is there as a very poor woman, and she is engaged in gleaning. That is the biblically mandated reason behind various sheaves and whatever happens to fall on ground during the harvest season. And you get this kind of bucolic feel of farmland and things like that. It's really very beautiful. By the way, I have a son named Boaz, and he once went to the post office. The clerk there was so amazed, African American woman, that we had a son named Boaz who said, "What do you call an unmarried Boaz?" And he said, "You know what?" She said, "Ruthless." At any rate, the problem with using the Bible as our source for economic history is that, as Sala Whitmire-Barron, the great 20th century historian, put it, it's more about the Zolan than the Zayin. It tends to talk a lot more about how the ancient Jews should behave than really giving us a clear picture about how they did. The Bible is rife with data, for example, like in this picture, how they're mandated divine mandates of specific kinds of tithes, charitable donations, of a whole variety of types. And the Talmud goes on great length, categorizing these, talking about the stipulation, who is eligible, who is required to give, and all kinds of things. Maybe we'll get to that a little bit more when we get to the Talmud period. But nevertheless, the Bible is a tremendously rich source. We just have to sort of read it backwards to get a sense of what the economic history of human life, as long as we understand that the primary thrust of the biblical text is ultimately to bring people closer to God, ultimately to make them more compliant with divine mandates and so on. So we do have, however, other sources outside of the Bible for economic history and the period that we're discussing here, but they tend to be really quite fragmentary and cryptic. For example, there are 102 scraps of tax receipts written on pieces of clay that were found in an archaeological dig around the city of Samaria, believed to be associated with the palace of King Ahab. And these are essentially sort of tax notations. It appears that when various taxes were brought to the king, like let's say an amphora of wine or a big container of wheat or something like that, then probably the person who was giving the tax would write, how much wine was in here and who was giving it to whom, which tax collector or something like that, and the date and so on. And it was kind of like a primitive tax collection record system. Unfortunately, of the 102 scraps, only a little more than half of them are legible, and they're all like broken up like this. So it's very difficult to tease out really detailed analysis of the economic life, except that there were taxes, which they say pretty actually you hear taxes as pretty much a permanent aspect of human condition. But at least we get some sense of how it must have been delivered from one place to another. However, as Dr. Barron also goes on, Israel is one particular area, and it's true that we have this very dense text called the Bible to give us some insight into the economics of the region. But we also have much data from the surrounding region, particularly the region of Judah, for example, which would be in contemporary Syria, Lebanon, where if we put together all of this economic data, we can get some better sense of how people live economically, how we support themselves. Let's try and understand a little bit about what we know. So one of the most profound shifts that we see in the Israeli economy of the Jews of ancient Israel is the shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. In this portrait, not a Jewish portrait, it's a Christian portrait of the trials of Moses. Moses is shown here in a yellow robe. It's kind of like a comic book panel of all kinds of adventures that Moses had in his life, and you can see he's reproduced several times over. And in several of them, he is shown as a shepherd. And in fact, the identification of Jewish leaders with shepherding is quite profound and has, philosophical ramifications as well. But David is a shepherd, Abraham is a shepherd, Moses is a shepherd. Over and over again, we see animal husbandry as a feature, particularly of Jewish leaders. When the Jews enter Israel, however, it's clear that there is a shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. And that makes sense because Israel is, after all, quite a diverse area. There are 40 distinct geographic units of the economy in ancient Israel. And the way that the Jews were civilized, and I'm now sort of generalizing, by the way, over 1,000 years, there are 400 settlements, which are called Arim, we translate that as cities, but with less than 1,000 people in each of those cities to be sure. They're essentially farming communities that would have some kind of village settlement, perhaps with some kind of wall around it, to protect them from marauders. Have a look at the map of Israel. You can see that it is dotted with a wide variety of economic resources. Looking from the north, which would be closer to the region of Lebanon, you have timber, the cedars of Lebanon. You have mines for iron, copper will be especially important once coinage begins to be produced. You have the so-called Tyrian purple, even known as argama, which is produced from a particular kind of sea creature that lives on the shoreline, and it's essentially harvested for its blood or some other bodily fluid that's then made into the tefillah, the specific color that they do. Orchards, you have textiles that were very big products, iron, salt, metalwork mines, and of course dates, especially around Jericho, very, very important export that Jews were known especially for the date palm. And so you can see there's all kinds of different industrial activities going on in Israel. In terms of commerce, obviously that flows from the variety of goods that are available in the area. Biblical text refers to what we might call guilds, where artisans, individuals. Sometimes, especially in the Talmud, there are particular towns that are devoted to particular crafts. Like, for example, villages that are filled with tanners. All they do is they tan leather themselves. We do have biblical references to Jews engaging in international trade, especially during the high point of the United Monarchy under Solomon. When, of course, they moved to the divided monarchy and the civil war, the northern kingdom of Israel, in particular, begins to lose its sway, its international sway over the region. And so they're cut off from a lot of their natural markets and a lot of their natural resources. But we see the economy gradually growing from that original animal husbandry through industry and commerce. Ultimately, you have regular coinage produced by the 6th century before the Common Era. I just want to show you this one great image. It's just discovered this month, a 2 shekel weight from the first temple period. Obviously, it's on the left there. Imagine what it must be like to deal with these weights and measures in your daily shopping life. Okay, I hope you found that interesting, and we'll continue by looking at family life. Thank you for that.
The difference is that the bone axis is insulated, and therefore the bit closest to the bone usually is a little more rare than the rest. And no matter what people tell you, more rare is better flavor. So
let's take a little detour from our historical narrative.
Is that people would eat near the bone and think, oh, that's super flavorful.
To just talk a little bit about terminology. We're speaking about the continuous history of one people, one ethnos, that is the people who are known today as the Jews, or the Jewish people. Note, of course, that this is not a racial category, because there are Jews who come from all types of different races that make up the Jewish people, but it is something kind of tribal in nature, because traditionally Judaism is a religion, but it is passed on through one's mother, which is matrilineal. In the 20th century, the Reform movement added a patrilineal concept to it, but that we'll get to that we'll talk about the 20th century. But for now, I've been rather sloppy about referring to these people as Jews, even well before they would have used this term to describe themselves. And I think that's justifiable in the sense that we are talking really about one continuous group of people. But let's just sort out the names for those of you who want to get this information. So the oldest term that is used for Jews is the term Hebrew. And this comes from the fact that Abraham crossed over the Euphrates River on his way to Israel. The word Hebrew, which is used to refer to a Hebrew person, comes from the word avar, which means to cross over or to transverse. And we're talking about a Semitic people who appear in the land of Israel, the ancient land of Israel, but their origins from Abraham are, of course, Mesopotamia, where he comes, as described in the book of Genesis, from the city known as Ur. So the term Hebrew is used to refer to a person, it's an ethnos, but it's also used as an adjective. The term Hebrew means the Hebrew language, for example, although it's an adjective. So the term Hebrew is the oldest term, and this is what we see especially in the earliest books of the Bible. However, the term Hebrew is often used in a retrospective fashion as well, and it's synonymous with Israelite and Jew, as we see in the book of Jonah in the first chapter, where he says to the other members of the boat, Ivri Anochi, I am a Hebrew. Right? So the term Ivri, although historically it is the oldest and it is used later on in time as well, it specifically refers to this people that came from the other side of the Euphrates River. Now, the term Israelites is a little more complicated, because the name Israel, of course, corresponds to Jacob. Jacob, the third of the patriarchs, has his name changed in Genesis to Israel, which means one who struggles with God. But anyway, Jacob and Israel are the same person, and the Bible will use the terms children of Israel, house of Jacob, more or less synonymously. Although Rashi will explain that based on the Talmud, the children of Israel refers to the men, the house of Jacob refers to the women, things like that. And in fact, through much of the early parts of the Bible, the people who we call now Jews are typically referred to as the children of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, also known as Israel. But it's also the term that's used to refer to the Jews once they settled in the land of Israel after the Exodus, after leaving Egypt. And in fact, we even have evidence from non-Jewish sources, such as the Memphis Key shown here, that dates from the year 1209 before the Common Era, which has the first reference to the word Israel, referring to a people living in the land of Israel, probably towards the northern part of the land of Israel. So by the time we get to the late 13th century, Israel is definitely used as a term by Jews and non-Jews for this people. Hence the term Israelite in English, meaning one who pertains to Israel. The term also attains special significance because that's the name that applies to the northern kingdom. The Jews in the land of Israel suffer a civil war and a fracturing of their state in the 9th century after the rule of King Solomon. And the southern part is called Judah, as shown here. The northern part is called Israel. They're all still one people. They recognize themselves as being part of 12 tribes, all descendants of the children of Jacob, Israel. But they call their political entity to the north Israel. You can see this in the book of Kings, for example. There's a lot of discussion about that kingdom of Israel is. So the term Israel, which is used prior to the division of the land into two separate kingdoms, it is especially used after the division. The term Jews becomes especially prominent after the 8th century when the northern kingdom is destroyed by the Assyrians. Here you can see in this map that the Assyrian kingdom expands and eventually conquers the northern part, the kingdom of Israel, and then ultimately destroys its sovereignty and will exile the Jews from there. And as you can see in this map, there is a significant portion of Jews, the so-called lost 10 tribes, who are sent into exile in Assyria in particular. However, what's not widely understood is that not all of the Jews were sent out of the land of Israel by the Assyrians. In fact, it's probably a number around 30,000, which would be a much larger number still in the land. However, under the political pressure of the Assyrians, many of them fled to the south, to the region known as Judah, right? That's the southern kingdom. Judah, by the way, is Yehuda in Hebrew, J and Y on the switch between Western European languages and Hebrew. So a lot of those people who were from the 10 tribes in the north made their way down to Yehuda, where there was considerable mixing of the people. So much so that long afterwards, you have a description of a person who is not of the tribe of Judah living in Persia, of course, the great Mordecai, who is referred to as Ish Yehudi, a Jewish man. So it's really in this time period, the 8th century and onward, when the name Judah is especially associated with Jews, no matter what tribe they may have come from. And in fact, tribal designations are gradually lost. By the time you get to a few centuries later, we have no idea which tribe any people come from, except for the tribe of Levi, which is another section. So that's basically how we get these three terms: Hebrews, Israelites, Jews, all one people with different names they might have used for themselves at different points in time, but they will often use earlier names to refer to themselves later on. Okay, I hope that clarifies. Thank you very much for watching.
That's your playroom floor. That's your baby's clothes. That's my house.
The police hunt down online predators. We tried to go because they used it. No, we didn't. We didn't want to.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. My name is Henry Abramson, and I'm glad you're here. Let me just take a couple of minutes to explain what exactly is going on in this site, and if you find it interesting, how you can get more involved. So first of all, what is this Jewish History Lab. What am I talking about here? So a little over a year ago, I was offered a contract from Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, a great publishing house, to produce a 3-volume survey history of the Jews, which I have creatively titled The Jewish People, A History. And I was really looking forward to getting involved in beginning to plan it and outline it and so on. And then COVID hit. And with the coronavirus, I had to kind of shift things around, but surprisingly, shifting it around has created some new opportunities that have really turned this into something different than I originally intended. And I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Specifically, when I'm involved in a creative project like writing or like making these lectures and things like that, I really depend heavily on the energy I get from my students. As Rabbi says in the Talmud, Tractate Tinus, I have learned much from my teachers, more from my colleagues, but from my students most of all. But with the coronavirus and our enforced separation meant that I didn't have the same kind of interaction with students that I typically did in a live classroom, and I had to rethink a lot of that. But what has resulted is now I'm thinking a lot about crowdsourcing my scholarship by sharing my research in a very different way, and it's proved to be extremely beneficial. Let me explain what's involved. There are several pieces that are all moving together in this Jewish history. The first is, of course, these YouTube videos, and they are research in progress. I'm going into a lot of areas that I had not really delved into in previous years of research. So, you know, they're a little experimental, a little bit rough, but nevertheless, they seem to be working. The second part is I was still giving live classes, both in person, especially once the vaccine came out and people were able to be a little bit safer in gathering, and also on Zoom. And these things are still going on. And I just recently began issuing the draft chapters to my students so I can actually invite people from all over the world to help me write this book, to engage in some of the actual writing process. It's been absolutely fascinating. The fourth part, which is just still in my head, I have not actually done a lot of work on this yet, but I'd like to prepare a teacher's guide. All of these things will go together with this 3-volume history, and I'm really excited about it. So why would you want to get involved? I don't know. But if this excites you, there are several ways that you could be involved in this creative process. The first is, of course, you can just enjoy the videos. I have a strong belief that this kind of information should be as widely available and free to everyone. So that's why I put these videos out there, so that more people can enjoy them and learn from them, discuss them, and so on. The easiest way to do this is to find my channel on YouTube. You just put in my name in the search box, and then you click on the subscribe button, which is marked on the right here by that blue arrow. Once you are watching the videos, of course, you can comment on them, and I love seeing those comments come in. And the subscription is really good for me too, because it makes me feel like, wow, there's some validation to what we're trying to achieve here. And then, of course, share the videos so that more people subscribe, and it becomes like a big snowball effect. And I like snowballs too because I'm from Canada. One of the things I realized early on is that there are so many people who enjoy the videos, thank God, that I simply could not keep up with the comments. In fact, if I were to devote the amount of time required to responding to all the comments, I wouldn't be able to be working on more research and more videos and the book itself. So I've created a few sort of ways in which people can choose to self-select to be more involved, and with those smaller groups, I'm able to devote more time and responses and more interaction. So let me tell you about those ways that you can get more involved. The next level of involvement is membership. If you click on that join button, which is not available in all countries, I have 3 levels of membership. Now, members get extra perks. Members at the student level get, for example, early access to the videos, and sometimes help me weed out really big mistakes before I let it go to the wider world, and give me some useful feedback sometimes on things that's going on. Members at the researcher level get access to, more focused and advanced videos that I occasionally make that I just don't feel like sharing with the wider world, because I would be deluged even more with comments that are not necessarily helpful. I want to work with people who are a little more serious on those more difficult topics. And then finally, members at the colleague level get all of that, and they also get access to live classes that I offer pretty much on a weekly basis right now, but it varies from time to time. So that's another level of involvement. If you really are enjoying these videos, if you want to get more involved in the process, please consider membership. And finally, the last thing, I think this is so cool, is I've begun creating courses that incorporate the YouTube videos and some, quizzes and self-testing things, elements like that. And here's the best part, the actual draft chapters of the book. The first of 3 courses is now online. It's called Biblical Jewish History. It goes from the very beginnings all the way up to the period of the Mishnah in the 2nd and 3rd century. So it's kind of like a bigger biblical history course. I have a special place in my heart for educators who should get lots of this access without any hassles. So please write to me directly if you're an educator and you want this. I will gladly send you a coupon code. So that's basically what this Jewish History Lab is all about. I'm glad you're here. Please enjoy the videos. Please let me know what you think. And I hope you have a wonderful day.
A regular soda has 35 to 55 grams. Black or green tea, 55 grams. Coffee, 80 to 200 milligrams. Energy shots, shots.
Let's take a few minutes to discuss the nature of the family in biblical history. Now, this is an incredibly complicated and massive topic that deserves a phenomenal amount of attention, but we're just going to be able to touch on it briefly within the scope of our historical survey. We will come back to many of these aspects in a much later video when we talk specifically about women. That's going to be an important part of today's brief lecture as well. But I'll explain why this is so challenging. I'd like to speak very briefly, and in general, broad strokes, about the nature of the family from the earliest sources we have, basically Genesis, up until the end of the First Temple period, which is 586 before the Common Era. So that's a massive chunk of time. So we're speaking about really over 1,000 years. So, we're generalizing very heavily within the space of a few minutes. Secondly, we should understand that it's very challenging to try to describe things which are so elemental to the human condition. I mean, we use the word family in a historical context, and we use the word family today. Family is, of course, something that all of us are wrapped up in extremely complex and deep-seated ways. Family is the basics to our identity. And so it's very difficult to separate our own experience of what family is or ought to be from what we read in the textual tradition. For example, if you look at this classic image, it's Norman Rockwell's famous painting, Freedom from Want, which of course was featured in magazines throughout the middle of the 20th century. And this is obviously a Thanksgiving dinner, and you see the happy family around it, and the patriarch and patriarch with multiple generations of the family members around the table, all smiling as they enjoy this large turkey, right? That's the title is Freedom from Want. But this is clearly an idealized image of what a Thanksgiving dinner would be like, right? Everyone's happy, everyone likes to celebrate. No one's on their phone, no one's arguing politics, no one's wanting to get back to the football game. This is kind of like what we want family to be. It's not necessarily what family actually is. So there were elements of an idealized meal that are shown here that we'd like to sort of project backward in time, but it would be absurd to say every single Thanksgiving dinner, especially in the year 1943. Think of what that must have been like, at the end of World War II and the battle in the Pacific and all kinds of very difficult times for Americans. This is clearly an aspirational Thanksgiving dinner. So when we go back and look at the family in biblical times, we're kind of trapped within our own mentality of human experience. And then furthermore, we can't read past what the text actually gives us as data. The text is moreover layers. I mean, we have the biblical text itself, which describes family to some degree, perhaps aspirationally for men in the ancient period. but then it is interpreted through the Mishnah, which we're going to speak about in later classes, but then that doesn't reach a textual form until centuries later. The Talmud still later, the Halakha, meaning Jewish law, still later than that, and then there's individual custom or minhag. So these textual layers, we're reading all of these things backwards to try and ascribe what we think a family should be to sometimes very fragmentary descriptions that go back thousands of years. So with that kind of caveat, let's try to understand at least a few basic things about the family of the ancient world, which may be somewhat counterintuitive to what we think today in the beginning of the 21st century. Perhaps one of the most striking aspects of the family in the ancient world is that one of the relative non-issues is race. Race is incredibly important in American culture, and this is, of course, the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade, Civil War, and civil rights issues, Jim Crow, which is still playing out as I'm thinking these words in a huge Black Lives Matter social justice movement that's been walking in America in the context of a very contentious election. But race does not seem to be a significant category for the Bible. There are references to peoples, and there are occasionally references to skin color, but generally speaking, it does not seem to be a huge, issue. For example, here's a 17th century representation of Moses and his Ethiopian wife. In fact, she is described Zipporah as a Cushi. She's also described in other contexts as Midianite, and there's some dispute over what exactly that means. But the commentators don't seem to be especially bothered by the idea that Moses, who is presumably Semitic in racial characteristics, would marry an African who could be, theoretically Nubian, as we see in this particular representation. So race itself is not nearly as important as peoplehood. That is, who is the ethnos, to which ethnos does one belong. But continuing with gender, that's a far more important thing in the definition of family in ancient world. Whether or not one is born male or female is huge. There's a lot of discussion, which we won't really discuss here for now, but heterosexuality is considered the norm, and homosexuality is deeply frowned upon, especially male homosexuality. There is a discussion in the Talmud later of multiple genders besides simply male and female, and perhaps we'll get to that when we get to the Talmudic discussion. But for the time being, let's focus ourselves on two sexes, male and female, and they're considered to be exclusive for the institution of marriage. However, that marriage can be polygamous. That is, one husband and multiple wives, as in the famous story of Jacob marrying two wives, Rachel and Leah, shown here in Michelangelo's representation. And in fact, there's kind of like a half marriage status, which is called a pelegish or a concubine in English. And a concubine is essentially like a wife in all respects, but lacking the protections that are inherent to marriage. As the Talmud defines it again later in the Jewish tradition, we have the definitions that are explained. A concubine may simply be dismissed at will, whereas a wife has a guarantee in her wedding for marital support during the marriage, and if the marriage is dissolved, then she has a right to support afterwards in the form of a financial settlement. We'll get back to that in just a second. Divorce. It's also important that gender has relationship to the status of children. Patrilineal descent is not recognized in much of Jewish history. It's not entirely clear what exactly is going on in the biblical text alone when you separate the biblical text from the later discussions of it in Mishnah, the Talmud, and commentaries. It appears that there is patrilineal descent in many of the features of the Bible. Joseph course, marries an Egyptian woman. Again, there's a Joshua that would adjust that slightly, saying that Moses, who we saw earlier. Some commentators like Tosfot, just to continue this one more sentence, Tosfot in the Middle Age suggests that before the giving of the Torah, the law was patrilineal, that a child followed his or her father's status, and after giving the Torah, it became matrilineal. Certainly, for the huge bulk of Jewish history, Judaism has been strictly matrilineal until 1983, when the Reform movement introduced the idea of patrilineal descent. Again, I mentioned that in the last video, we'll have to come back to the 20th century. So at any rate, mother is extremely important, whether or not the mother is a full wife or a concubine, or as we shall see later, a casual relationship. Women also have very distinct status with regards to things like slavery. Jewish men may be enslaved, but Jewish women may not be enslaved. Once they reach maturity, they may not be enslaved at all. They have a diminished agency, however. There are certain elements of legal practice, meaning, for example, serving as a witness and things like that. Again, I'm reading the biblical text through the lens of the later commentators of Mishnah and Talmud, but the witness to be at a diminished status when it comes to certain elements of their legal standing. And similarly, in terms of inheritance, the general understanding of women in the biblical period is that women are almost always existing, and it's considered to be an ideal status to be within the shadow of another male, either a shadow of their father, that is, under the protection of their father, later under the protection of their husband, and finally in a widow status, then under the protection of their adult sons. There are always men who are protecting women. The idea of a woman who is separated from this is considered to be placing her at tremendous disadvantage. On the other hand, that does not necessarily diminish a woman's rights as a single person to engage in business, land, affect contracts, and all kinds of things. Much more of this is discussed when we speak specifically about women later on in the series. But there's no question that it would be absurd to describe, kind of modern equality in women in the ancient world. This is a patriarchal society. The only thing that I think is worth really debating is whether or not it is a benign or beneficent patriarchy, if you want to argue that such a thing exists at all. The last thing I should point out is that in terms of the family structure, which was often multi-generational within the same household and things like that, is the idea of lineage. The concept of legitimacy in modern terms, like whether or not someone is illegitimate or colloquial term, bastard. It has a distinct meaning in biblical tense. There is something called a mamzer, again, more fleshed out when we get to Mishnah. But the offspring of a non-sanctioned relationship is not necessarily disadvantaged in their future lives. The only sanctions that are applied, and very heavy sanctions, are when a marriage is prohibited, such as, for example, a marriage that involves a married woman and someone other than her husband, or a brother and a sister, or a father and a daughter, and so on. But relationships which conceivably be consummated, but they have not, been officially sanctioned by religious authorities, nevertheless do constitute, relationships that do not result in illegitimate offspring. And in fact, if I can cite my teacher, Rabbi Uziel Malevsky, he used to say that one should never cast aspersions of anyone's lineage or background, because in reality, when you look at the biblical line of the Messiah, it runs through some very sketchy relationships when we look at them on the surface, such as, for example, Judah and his widowed daughter-in-law Tamar, shown here, challenging passage in Genesis that usually is skipped over in grade school because it is really a little bit too basic. Or Boaz and Ruth's status, and furthermore, David and Bathsheba. All of these relationships all invoke certain questions of legitimacy, and nevertheless, this is considered the line from which the Messiah will be born in the Jewish tradition. So one should never cast aspersions on anyone's family background. Okay, I hope you found that interesting. And we will continue to the final discussion of daily life. We'll go through and look at ritual life very briefly.
Got something good going on. Chop up those tomatoes, give a little freshness on there, some cilantro if you like that. Part of the 10% of the planet that thinks it tastes soapy. You just chop that. No, that's a real thing, Robin. You steak meat, raised up, right? You don't know that? There is, I think it's 10% of the population.
Hello, let us conclude our very
does not like cilantro, not just because they're like, I'm not into that. It actually tastes like soap.
brief survey of daily life in Israel by looking at a very important element of daily life, ritual. And this is something which, like most of the times we discuss here, much longer and really be the subject of long series, but I'm just going to focus on a couple of points here for our purposes. First of all, it's important to note that there is a belief that goes along with this people that we're following from their earliest origins. And that belief system is typically called Judaism. The history of Judaism is quite complex, and there are a lot of amazing things associated with it. But let's point out just a few really important things. First of all, we should note that this is often not understood by viewers from the outside. Judaism, of course, its key text is the Torah, which is normally understood to refer to the first 5 books of Moses. If you pick up your typical Bible, whether it is a Jewish Bible, a Christian Bible, whatever denomination, the first 5 books will likely be Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. That is the Torah. In a few weeks from now about the world of the sages, I'd like to come back to this text and talk a little bit more about what it means and how it fits within the overarching structure of Judaism. So, but for the time being, I'd like to point out that there are really 2 Torahs. There is the written Torah, that's the first 5 books, and then there is the oral Torah, which is, for our purposes right now, basically the series of teachings that encapsulated in Talmud. According to traditional Jewish theology, the oral Torah, which is a commentary on the interpretation of and a discussion of things which are not necessarily included in the written Torah, is a massive body of teachings which was given to Moses on Mount Sinai, along with the written Torah. And what is definitely true is that it is impossible to understand Judaism without working with both of these texts, the written Torah and the oral Torah, which of course later became written down. We still call it the oral Torah, even though it is in textual form studied. Again, I'm going to put that on pause because we'll come back to that when we start talking about the world of the sages. Now, what are some elements of Judaism that are really important to us in the biblical period that we're discussing? First is the great emphasis on monotheism, which is such a strong, central thread that runs through all Jewish teachings. There are modern biblical critics who will disagree with the extent of monotheism in the original Torah, but there's no question that as a people, historically, Jews have understood our faith to be essentially monotheism, worshiping one God. Furthermore, this is not a kind of like distant God who either created the world and set it spinning and ignored it as some kind of theist model, and also not sort of like a huge, immortal, all-powerful child God like you have in a lot of the polytheistic faiths, where if you look at the stories of the Greek gods, for example, they're engaged in all kinds of behaviors associated with character flaws, things like that. This is a God who is deeply involved in history, communicating individually with human beings, making demands of human beings, and even being answerable to human beings to some extent. For example, in the famous negotiation personal theater in the sense that God listens to prayer. That is an innovation very strong within early Judaism that we do not see with the same degree in other cultures today. And finally, a massive contribution to world culture, the creation of the Sabbath, or Shabbat. Sabbath, one day off, seven, commemorating creation, is something which the Jews bequeathed to the world through Judaism and made a major impact on the way that we organize our lives. The way we see our relationship to the cosmos as a whole. Now, these are just some basic core ideas in Judaism, but let us not forget, even a cursory familiarity with the Bible will reveal that one should never confuse Judaism and Jew. This is a thing, so that Judaism may be like fantastic and idealistic and all kinds of things, but Jews don't necessarily live up to those values. So frequently throughout the Bible, really in the Torah itself and in the later sections called the prophets of the writings, you find the Jews as a little backsliding, worshiping local Canaanite gods like this one here, the god Baal, which is basically a weather god, very popular in the region. There are many other gods that are mentioned throughout the text that Jews, for whatever reason, not really the purpose of our discussion today, but for whatever reason, they tend to forget about the God that took them out of Egypt and say, oh, what about this guy? This guy's kind of interesting too. And then they get punished for it, repentance, the whole cycle that you see repeating itself over and over again in the Hebrew Bible. One might argue right up until the 21st century. But that's all I really want to say for a very cursory look at Judaism right now. We will return to it much greater detail when we look at the world of the sages and think about how Judaism works within the context of the world. Certainly, the Jewish calendar is of extreme importance to this early society in Israel. It's an agricultural economy, and these three pilgrimage holidays signify tremendous meaning within the context of the Torah, particularly the written Torah, but also have to coincide with the agricultural season. So, joyous bringing out the first fruits on Shavuot, for example, the harvest season, Sukkot, and things like that. Of course, the most well-known outside of Judaism is certainly the holiday of Passover, which commemorates the departure from Egypt. It's a spring holiday, and we discussed it before how it's such an important ritual because at the Seder table, it's a home-based ritual where the family has to go through the story of the Exodus. Children must participate as well. This is, if you look at this fantastic image, this is from the famous and somewhat confusing birds head Haggadah, 14th century Germany. And one of the unusual things about it is that many, but not all, of the figures represented there have a bird's head instead of a human head. They're clearly marked as Jews. For example, the male figure on the left has a human head, which is a article of coat that's usually required to wear in some parts of Europe for the Fourth Latin Council of 1215. So we know it's a Jew because of that labeling. But why the bird's head? It's most likely related to a hesitancy on the part of Jewish artists to contravene the commandment that prohibits worship and any graphic representation of being. That has been observed or ignored or reinterpreted throughout the centuries in different ways, but in the 14th century in Germany, apparently the artists must have been rather sensitive about it, so rather than portray beings, they kind of backed it off a little bit by portraying, in this case, birds. But let's get back to that when we go to the rationalize and we'll discuss it. Anyway, I really like this particular image because clearly it's a woman who is baking some unleavened bread, but some of it's necessarily Passover, and the Jewish figure on the left is the woman is presumably Jewish as well. The Jewish man on the left is saying, "What? $25 a pound?" Right, which is something that people monitor. Okay, let's look finally at the life cycle and just one quick note here. As we mentioned a couple of lectures ago, really important element of the life cycle is gender. Very different series of events and celebrations which are associated with men than with women. There are definitely points of great celebration for women in life cycle. Marriage is considered one of the high points, but men generally get more of these life cycle events associated with the first Friday night, male's birth, and then there's the circumcision, of course, on the 8th day, which is portrayed here in the 3rd century Mosaic, the upper synagogue of Rudolph, which is a Mesopotamian synagogue. We'll get to that. And then, of course, the bar mitzvah ritual, which formally recognizes a child, a male child, as achieving adulthood, the age of majority. Women also have that age of majority, the age of 12 or even 13, and that happens automatically, regardless of any ritual performed in the synagogue. There's a lot to say about what is the synagogue, what is the temple, and so on. And I would like to return to them really when we can discuss them more fully in the context of the world. For now, it's a biblical period. To leave it at this point. And, thank you very much.
No, but you take these meetings there, and you got to remember the animators were there too. And they always wanted to get stuff in front of them. Gotcha. You can see it coming. People show up his wares or their wares or whatever, and he had his favorites there as well, right? His foods that he liked, that he ordered quite often. Was he the type who ordered the same meal over and over for money for? Yeah, he was pretty much.
Okay, let us continue with our discussion of the political and social history in the northern kingdom of Israel. And I'd like to make a few key points, but really focus on the dissolution of the northern kingdom with its invasion by the Syrians and the exile of the 10 northern tribes and the importation of the Samaritans. We're going to explore those in a little more detail in subsequent videos. But for now, let's just have a look at a few key ideas. First of all, let's just look at something that's important for the 8th century and from the perspective of the outside of the Jewish world. We'll look at some of the Assyrian documents. And I want to go over the map with you in a few minutes, so don't panic if you're not exactly sure where is Assyria. Anyways, I wasn't either. We'll have a quick look at the map and I'll make things really clear. So in this amazing monolith, the Kerf monolith, which celebrates the achievements of the Assyrian king Shalmaneser III, would be very important to Israel. There's a discussion there of the Battle of Karkar, which was in 853 before the Common Era, and a few battles that were subsequent to that particular conflict. This describes a period in which Shalmaneser participated in battles not in Israel, elsewhere in northern Syria for the most part, against a multi-state or multi-regional alliance of 12 kings. And what's especially interesting for our purposes, this alliance was led by the Hatti and the sea coast, which would have been Syria and, of course, along the Mediterranean coast. Listed among the 12 kings there is King Ahab, the Israelite, right? Remember Ahab, married to Jezebel, was one of the last kings of the northern kingdom of Israel. And he provides the largest single contribution of chariots, 2,000 of them, and 10,000 troops, which puts him right up there with the biggest contributions to this war effort, which I think is fascinating because it gives you a picture of what's going on really in the northern kingdom. Now, contrasted to the southern kingdom and Judah, they had a lot of internal problems. Remember, this is the rebel state. They broke away from Judah over issues of taxation and over issues of how they're being represented, so to speak, to use kind of an American motif on recording this, by the way, while they're still trying to figure out who won the 2020 election. The northern kingdom had quite a bit of tumult in the 9th century, especially when compared to the southern kingdom. Unlike the south, they did not have the same degree of attachment to the idea of a Davidic rule through the tribe of Judah. Obviously, the southern kingdom was ruled by Judah, and they had ongoing conflict. Judah over the bordering territory of the tribe of Benjamin. Sometimes they would ally themselves with the south. Sometimes they would actually fight with the south. There's a lot of things going on. They also have turnover of dynasties, as in many cases generals were heavily involved. The northern Israel army was quite powerful, and from time to time the leaders of the army ended up taking over the leadership of the entire region. So there's a lot of internal disruption going on in Israel itself during the 200 years that we're describing now, between the middle of the 10th century and then the kingdom split until the end of the 8th century, when the kingdom was destroyed by the Assyrian invasion. But even in the midst of this tumult, you can see that the northern kingdom of Israel is a player regionally at this point. They are getting involved in larger geopolitical conflicts. They are making big alliances like King Solomon made. They are engaged in far-off conflicts, which gives you some kind of picture of what the northern kingdom of Israel was like within the larger context. Here's an interesting find which points to the instability of the 9th century in Israel, discovered by Nahama Yahalamak, shown here, is this fascinating figurine. We just discovered a few years ago here, and the crown around his head there indicates his period of royalty, very beautifully preserved, 5-centimeter figurine. Now, the big question is, though, he's clearly a king. Which king is he? So just looking at this period alone, it's possible that he could be an Israelite king. This was discovered in the northern part of Israel, which had fallen under sway of the Syrians in Aram. I'll show you a map in just a second. It could have been one of the kings of the kingdom of Israel, as mentioned in the fourth obelisk. It could have been Ahab. It could have been his son Yehu, who mounted a ill-fated rebellion. It could have been one of the kings of Aram that had invaded Israel as the regional treaties between the various 12 kings began to break apart. It could have been Ben-Hadad of Hazael, which were the foreign kings that ended up dominating the northern part of Israel. Or it could have been a king of Tyre, perhaps Tobah. All of these are possibilities.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Good to be with you, as always, and I'm happy that you're here with me. I hope I have your trust, because I see trust being removed from lots of people, and for good reason. Because we are going to now, I'm going to tell you about a dinner I had with a member of the administration. I'm going to tell you everything that I know, and I'm going to say the things that I do not know. And I am also not going to attest to the veracity, Google it, of the information, how true or false the information is. I'm going to tell you what I was told. Okay? It's not a defense of Trump. It's not a defense of the administration. In fact, I think if they do not release everything they have, they are done. I believe that. If they do not release, and I told them that, you need to release everything you have. Pam Bondi needs to be fired. I told them that. They know that. The people I spoke to, people. They know that. I went to Washington. We had a dinner. It was a small dinner. When did I go? Wednesday.
Ultimately,
I went Wednesday.
Would get into trouble with Assyria.
Here's the rub.
Would be conquered by Assyria.
Jeffrey Epstein is an innocent man.
Kind of like the little
I'm kidding. That's not the
bigger fish, by the bigger fish, and so on. But if you aren't,
yes, it's a blackmail operation. Yes, it was. Yes, this guy's got connections to intelligence. Everybody knows that. Yes, the intelligence is Mossad and CIA, most likely. We all know that.
Yes, he was running some type of blackmail operation, procuring young girls for powerful people.
Which had taken over
A lot of this was on tape somewhere. When Pam Bondi came out and said, I have 10,000 hours of evidence, what has been told to me is that is porn Epstein downloaded from the internet. It is not the tapes of powerful people in compromising positions. And the person who told me that said, listen, I'm not saying those tapes don't exist. I'm saying that the person who has those tapes is either a foreign intelligence service, Ireland,
the entire population
to guess, or a billionaire or billionaires, or they have been destroyed. You know, there isn't a tape of Bill Clinton fucking a 12-year-old that Pam Bondi has on her desk. She has commercial pornography downloaded from the internet. The tapes that show incriminating things are with who's ever blackmailing these people. Again, this is what was told to me. And that, which, again, from the outside, I can see whoever is running this operation not being dumb enough to let tapes
organize a rebellion, but to bring into the region a foreign population that destabilizes a lot of the local relationships and alliance and so on. And this would be the population known as the Samaritans, who probably come from the region called Kuta. There are some questions about their origins, but Kuta is where, according to the dominant opinion, the Assyrians took their local population, conquered from the south, and forcibly shipped them to Israel to center around Samaria. In fact, in Talmudic Aramaic, the Samaritans are typically called Kutim, which is plural for Kuthites, people who come from this region. Okay, so that's what's going to happen after 720. We're going to pick it up by looking at the story of those yellow arrows in the next video. What happened to the 10 lost tribes? Thank you very much for watching.
Without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full clip unload. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondery.
Let's just start with what we know from the biblical text and from Assyrian documentation as well. So it seems there were three major periods of deportation in the late 8th century. The first was under Tiglath-Pileser III, known in Tanakh, in the Hebrew scriptures, as King Pul, and this was in the 730s. Records indicate in two different places, when you add them up, something like 13,250 Jews were taken from the northern part of the land of Israel. Those of you who are watching this video without watching previous ones will know I tend to use the term Jew anachronistically. Just forgive me for it, most Jews do that. At any rate, about 13,250 exiles. Appears that all of them were males, were taken from the northern region. It appears also that the Jews had some experiences, we saw in our last lecture, in the military field in particular. They may have excelled, especially in charioteering, and it could be that just supposition that perhaps he took some men of military age over families, things like that. Then we have a second period under Shalmaneser V and his son Sargon. Shalmaneser is on the left, and the figure on the right is believed to be Sargon II. We have a much more specific number from their records of 27,280, or elsewhere 27,290, and this occurred in the years 722 through 720, and would have affected the area around Samaria itself. This is a really hard specific number that feels a lot more real than a lot of the numbers that you see in some of these documents. And then finally, you have King Sennacherib in Hebrew or Sennacherib in English, who claims to have removed 200,000 Jews, a very, very large number, from the region of Judah at the very end of the 8th century. We'll talk more about that 2 lectures. At any rate, these are the 3 major deportations that we're speaking about. It is interesting to note that evidence from the biblical text and also from ostraca that are discovered in the region where they were resettled suggests that the Jews who were taken away were not in fact enslaved, but nevertheless they were forcibly required to remain in these places. And but let's continue the story from there. So what exactly happened to them? Again, based on biblical text and a few little bits and pieces in other sources, we see that the Jews from the kingdom of Israel itself, that is the 10 northern tribes, were sent off to these 3 locations. Hamath, which is somewhere in northern Lebanon and western Syria, the region of Gozan and nearby river, as you can see is the middle circle here, and then finally out to the newly conquered region of the Assyrian Empire in Media. What happened to the Jews when they got there? So we have scattered monastic evidence. Onomastic means proper name, meaning we see evidence of people with Semitic and sometimes definitively Hebrew names, especially because of the theophoric nature of many Hebrew names. Theophoric is another good word. It means like it involves the name of God. Like Jews like putting the name of God in their children's names. Several of my children have one of the seven names of God built into their names itself. Like, for example, the common name Michael, not the name of one of my kids, but means Michael, who is like God. So it's very common to have a name like that. Or Kal-El, for example. So when you look at some of the ostraca that are discovered, such as this one discovered in the city of Nimrud, dating from the late 2nd century, often the texts are in Aramaic, very rarely in Hebrew, and there's clearly some Hebrew names, or at least Semitic names included there. Just little bits pieces of what this might mean. Sometimes these ostraca indicate that there are Jews there, or potential Jews, who were active as charioteers. As I mentioned earlier, there seems to have been some history of Jews involved in that particular aspect of the military. There's one possible Jew who was named as a village manager, again supporting the idea that they were hardly enslaved. When they were out there, they had the possibility of rising to positions of administrative authority. And one especially fascinating passage that refers to Hosea, very Jewish name, who redeems a woman named Dinah from slavery, right, paying a ransom for. This is especially interesting because there is a very long-standing tradition of redeeming captives, a high-value mitzvah or a commandment that develops upon Jews that basically says that you have to drop everything to try and redeem someone from slavery. At any rate, these are kind of like just little bits and pieces that suggest that, yes, the story has historic validity. Jews were living in these regions that the biblical text and the Assyrian documentation coincides, but unfortunately we don't know a lot about what exactly happened to them. If we look at the map with contemporary political boundaries overlaid, we see that these exiles would have been settled in northern Lebanon, southern Syria, which is not terribly far away from Israel. It's easily conceivable that they could have migrated back over centuries. We see them on the border of Turkey and Syria, perhaps in the Kurdish regions, and we see them out in western Iran as well. So most historians assume that the vast majority of these exiles simply assimilated into the larger populations in which they lived. This is actually a very common element of Jewish history, particularly in the diaspora, where Jews over a period of generations simply lose their attachment to their ancestral peoplehood and simply blend in with the populations around them. There are some very significant exceptions, and when we get a little further on in this class, and we start talking about the post-Roman exile after the first Roman-Jewish war, and especially after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, Jews began to develop actual social strategies to maintain their group integrity, which stood them very well over the next 2,000 years, preserving their integrity as a social group, but not perfectly. So, and by the way, going backwards in time, there is a long-standing midrash that says that 80% of the Jews living in Egypt chose not to leave with the Exodus. That is, only 20% of the population actually took Moses up on his word and followed him out into the desert, ultimately in Israel. So the story of Jewish assimilation into the background population is very common and very plausible. However, this rabbit hole goes really deep, and I don't want to take it very far in this particular lecture, but I hope to return to it several times as we go through the entire saga of Jewish history, because the legend of the 10 lost tribes has been a dominant motivating idea that you see in all kinds of Jewish movements. For example, the movement of the 20th century Hasidic rabbi Menachem Mendel shown here, who is one of the greatest leaders of the Chabad movement, and in reality one of the greatest leaders of the Jewish people in modern times, who mounted several campaigns specifically to find assimilated Jews and also to reach out to non-Jews and to educate them at the very least in their connection to the Noahide commandments, and possibly to uncover people who wanted to convert, although that was never an explicit goal, because after all, Judaism is not a proselytizing religion, with one significant exception that we'll get to in about 4 or 5 lectures. At any rate, they're based very heavily on this idea in Hebrew of the kibbutz galuyos, the gathering together of the exiles, which you find several times in the biblical text. I give you one verse here from the book of Ezekiel, Yechezkel. I will take the children of Israel, right? Notably, the Bnei Israel is the Hebrew term used there, but it has that feeling of the northern kingdom as well. From among the nations where they have gone, and I will bring them all around and return them to their land. This idea of the ingathering of the exiles is a very powerful notion that runs its way through Jewish civilization to the present day. We see it also in the secular Zionist movement, headed perhaps most famously by Theodor Herzl, shown in this postcard, which has written in Hebrew and then in German and then in French the phrase, "If you will it, it is no dream." Meaning, if you want to all come back to Israel, they stayed there. Of course, this was stated before Israel as a modern entity became a reality in 1948. Then you have this image of this angelic creature breaking the chains with the flag emblazoned with the Star of David, gathering in all of these tired, oppressed, hungry masses to the land of Israel. This is something that really comes essentially from the legend of the 10 lost tribes. Now, what did people think of it in the ancient period? We see the assertion of socially intact tribes in many sources around the 1st century before the Common Era and the 1st century in the Common Era. Josephus, Paul and James in the Christian scriptures are especially noteworthy for their adherence to the idea that the 10 tribes still exist. Again, this would be 700 years later after the exile. In their that they actually still maintain their tribal identities in Iran and Iraq and so on. Rabbi Eliezer, of course, in the more mainstream Jewish tradition, also held that the 10 lost tribes are still there, intact and waiting. Other opinions, however, and this is typical of the Talmud, that you will have multiple opinions. The very famous, very authoritative Rabbi Akiva says the 10 tribes are back. He argued that once they were taken away they assimilated into the nations beyond them, and they are not going to be pulled out, certainly not in their tribal units. You'll see that in the mission. There is also a discussion in the Jerusalem Talmud, again, more you get later on in the series, what is the Jerusalem as opposed to the Babylonian Talmud, that discusses this amazing river Sabbation, which is apparently a river that was impassable during the 6 days of the week, because it had all these rolling rocks that would run through the ravine rather than water, and it was impossible to cross safely. But on the Sabbath, this mystical river Sabbation would suddenly rest, but because of the laws of traveling on the Sabbath, the Jews, the 10 tribes, would not be able to cross it and make their way back to Israel. Fascinating kind of things. What I will just mention here now is one of the many, literally dozens of theories that developed over the next few millennia as to who the 10 lost tribes are, who did they become. So for one example, but just one of many, really, you have them in Japan, in England, in Africa, all kinds of places. There's a testimony of a crypto-Jewish traveler named Antonio de Montesinos, who was Portuguese and who had outwardly accepted Catholicism in the context of the Inquisition. And like many of his socioeconomic and religious class, left Portugal to travel the world and look for a safe haven. He came to Ecuador, and then amazingly, as he recounted when he came back, he was greeted by the native population there with the Shema prayer. Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Astounding. And he believed that he had come across 10 tribes that had relocated to far-off Ecuador. There were other snacks as well. They gave them Jewish food like chicken soup and egg rolls. I made that part up, but I couldn't have it. I haven't had lunch yet. And he came back to Amsterdam. He reported this to a very important rabbi, Manasseh ben Israel, who was so taken with the idea that he wrote a book. It was translated into English ultimately as The Hope of Israel, Mikveh Yisrael, in which he argued that the country of England should readmit the Jews because we are now in the flourishing of the Messianic period when the 10 lost tribes are being discovered. That was central to the thesis. And it created quite a stir, especially when it was translated into English. And many other works were produced that supported it, such as this interesting one here, I find especially interesting. Jews in America, or probabilities that those Indians are Judaic, made more probable by some additionals to the former conjectures. An argument that the Native Americans are in fact the 10 lost tribes. One of many, many theories as to what became of the 10 lost tribes. Okay. I really intend to come back to this topic later on in the series because it actually plays an important role in many significant, especially pseudo-messianic movements throughout Jewish history. But for the time being, I want to thank you very much for watching. The next video will look at the origins of the Samaritans in Israel. Thanks again for watching.
First baseball game.
Let us just look at one more aspect of 8th century Israel before we move on to the discussion of the Babylonian period. One of the fascinating chapters, in some places it's just a footnote, in other places it's extremely important, is Samaritan, which has a fascinating origin story, actually multiple origin stories, and the intersection between the Samaritans and the mainstream Jewish community are quite significant in the ancient world. Let's have a look at who these people are and where they came from. So the Samaritans are quite old, though they certainly stretch back into biblical times, and there are still several hundred of them living in Israel today, centered around the city of Nablus. In Hebrew, the name of that town is Shechem, and especially Mount Gerizim, which is also figured in the Bible and has many important moments throughout its history. Where did they come from? Who are these Samaritans? So the biblical account of their origins is described in the second book of Kings, chapter 17, towards the end, where there's a discussion of the exiles of the Israelites, the 10 tribes from the northern kingdom going out to Babylon. We talked a little bit about that in the previous video. At the same time, there was a population transfer. This was a very well-known Assyrian technique to try and control their rapidly expanding empire. They would take out, especially the elite and the leadership of a particular community, and they would transplant another community with limited ties, with different loyalties, a minority, and they would break up the traditional power structures. So they brought in, as described in the Book of Kings, people from the region of Babylon, that's a city, Babylonia is the region of the empire, and a city called Kuta, which would be significant because the Samaritans in Talmudic literature would be called Kutim, meaning those who come from Kuta. And they settled them in the region of Samaria to replace much of the local population for reasons that we have discussed. Now that is basically the Jewish account as described in the Bible. The Samaritans, on the other hand, have a different account. There are several of them, but one of the most well known is that actually they believe they go back to the original 10 tribes of Israel. They were Jews like all the other Jews, but there was a conflict over who was going to be the high priest. And Eli, who figures very prominently at the beginning of the book of Samuel, he took the Aron Kodesh, the tabernacle with the tablets of the law, and moved them south to Shiloh, away from Har HaGrizim, from Nablus, and created a separate religion altogether, which we now call Judaism. The original inhabitants, the Samaritans, they just kept moving along with their original Torah, and so they don't hold with them to this foreign importation theory. They believe that they are actually the original Israelites who are observing old-time religion, and it is the rest of the population of Israel who are the innovators who have perverted traditional religion. It's fascinating, and of course the material goes so far back, there are no written sources for this, but nevertheless this is a very different account of their origins. Not surprisingly, the Samaritans and the Jews, the people living in Judah and Benjamin, and the people living in the Assyrian-dominated northern kingdom of Israel, are not getting along so well. There's all kinds of conflicts between them that just expand over the centuries, as we shall encounter as we go through these lectures. But we should note that the religion that the Samaritans practice is very similar to Judaism in a lot of ways. They have, for example, a Torah, which is in many ways really close to the Torah that the Jews revere. It also shows evidence of being closer to the Greek translation of the Torah, to other interesting things like that. But obviously there are massive diversions. For example, the 10 commandments are actually the 9 commandments, because a few of them are combined to get a smaller count, although coveting is actually increased. They made coveting a little bigger and separated out different kinds of coveting. But commandment number 10 is wholly new. It isn't in the Jewish Torah, and that is the reverence for mountains. And of course, on that holy mountain, they still practice a lot of the ancient rituals that Jews associate with Har Zion, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Fascinating kind of difference. Also, a huge difference. The Samaritans lack the oral Torah, which is so central to understanding Judaism. We're going to come back to that in about 4 lectures or so and try to understand what is the oral Torah, how does it shape the Jewish approach to their religion, and so on. But for the time being, the Samaritans have a kind of a parallel Torah, but without the parallel Torah. And as you can see, even from the Northern dress, holding the Sefer Torah, there are certain similarities that, harmonies between them. That harmony would not always achieve in real life. We're going to talk about the ongoing conflict with the Samaritans as we move through the Babylonian and the Roman period in particular. But for now, I'd just like to point out a couple of things. First of all, in the Talmud is a long-ranging debate that seems to take a couple centuries to resolve on the question of who are these Kutim? Who are these people, the Samaritans? Again, the names in the Talmud tradition after the city of Kutim. There's a body of rabbis who feel that they did actually accept the Torah when they came to the land of Israel. Other rabbis, pointing once again to the Book of Kings, say that their conversion was motivated by fear. According to the biblical account, they were attacked by lions, they weren't sure what to do about it. So the conversion was a way of saving themselves. And so some rabbis would say that the conversion is not valid. And so there's a long debate going on. There's some really interesting discussions there. Do you count them, for example, as a quorum to say the special prayers when saying the blessing after a meal? Do they count in that or not? Essentially, do they count a million? Fascinating kind of question. In the end, the conclusion is no, the rabbis do not consider the Jews, but the fact that they have this long-running discussion is indicative of how close they came to that status. There's ongoing political and social tensions, in particular when there was a triangular power relationship, and there was a third party like the Persians, or like the Greeks, or like the Romans who are involved, and the Samaritans and the Jews sometimes find themselves joining against each other for power within a larger context. There's some fascinating stories also in the Talmud about the Samaritans interfering with some basic Jewish communication, such as lighting fires on the top of mountains and signal flares to indicate the beginning of a new month by the sighting of the moon in Jerusalem, but lighting at different times, which threw off the communication system completely. It's kind of like people making prank calls or something like that. Maybe not exactly a little bit, but yes. One last detail which comes from the first century, from the Christian scriptures, which gives you an indication of how the Samaritans are regarded. It is, of course, the parable of the Good Samaritan. In English, the term Good Samaritan means someone who goes out of his way to help out. There are hospitals named after the Good Samaritan son. The parable goes in the book of Luke that there's this guy who's like mugged and bleeding on the road, and he's there in this particular picture by and several other Jewish figures walk past him. Right? He's a Jewish guy lying bleeding on the road, and there is a Kohen who walks by and says, "Oh, I don't want to get involved." And there's a Levite who walks by and says, "No, I don't want to get involved." And it is the Samaritan who steps up and says, "Oh my gosh, this man is hurt. I better take care of him." He picks him up, takes him to him in, and so on. When you read that story, the important note is that when the gospel is written, the Samaritans were basically the enemies of the Pharisees. They were people that they never got along with. And the point in the book of Luke is that it is the Samaritan, it is the person who's least likely to help out, who actually helps the stranger. And the other people let him down. And so it is a good Samaritan, the emphasis on the word Samaritan. Or if you want, it's a good Samaritan as opposed to all the others. That's so surprising about the book of Luke. We're going to talk a lot more about reading the Christian scriptures from a Jewish perspective in a few lectures, but for the time being, I just want to read it. Okay, we're going to come back to the Samaritans a lot as we go through the Persian and the Roman period. But for now, I just want to say thanks very much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this video.
So, that's beyond. I mean, that is a symphony. That's not a piece anymore. That's its own category to me. Just bizarre Avalon. It's just beyond. All right, more to come of whatever this is when we come back.
Where we left off in the biblical narrative, the northern kingdom of Israel has been destroyed, and a significant number of its population, most likely males, leadership level, involved in military crafts have been taken off to exile in Assyria. There still remains the southern kingdom known as Judah that will retain some degree of self-governance it is invaded by King Sennacherib in the year 701 before the Common Era, until it would be invaded by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586. So let's turn now to the south and try to understand what happened to Judah in these crucial years between the Assyrian invasion and later the Babylonian invasion. So the king that is responsible for invading Judah at this point is Sennacherib. He ruled from year 705 to the year 680, and 701 is the key year for his invasion of Judah. The invasion is actually recorded not only in the Bible, in the Book of Kings, but also in the monumental records of the Assyrians. A number of prisons, such as this one shown here, the Jerusalem prison, that specifically mentions the siege of Jerusalem. But Jerusalem itself was not destroyed. That is not a fate that was met by Lachish, a nearby major city in Israel, that was completely devastated by Sennacherib. And here you can see in Assyrian records a series of Jews who were taken captive in Lachish and brought before the king to show obeisance, just giving you a sense of what it must have been like to be conquered by Sennacherib. Judah prepares for the onslaught under King Hizkiyahu Hezekiah by creating a number of defenses, which ultimately would not be successful, but fascinatingly constructing a new or perhaps improved secure water supply. Because Jerusalem is a mountaintop, it has some natural defenses based on the geography, but it's also at a loss in the case of a siege, which was something that happened to Jerusalem multiple times throughout its millennial history. And so King Hizkiyahu creates a new water diversion aqueduct. It may have been a renovation of an earlier one, but it was found in the 19th century, these Siloam tunnels that allowed the inhabitants of Jerusalem to last a little longer in these terrible sieges that would occur. At any rate, this is the status of Jerusalem, invaded and dominated by Sennacherib, but not necessarily destroyed outright, as we saw in northern kingdom. The kingdom of Judah retains a level of self-government and owes vassalage to Sennacherib by paying tribute and taxes and some humiliating rituals as well. But nevertheless, Judah manages to retain some kind of political independence, at least at some level, between the year 701 and 586, when the Babylonians were destroyed. This is a golden age for prophecy in Judah. There's a tremendous number of prophets who are active at the time and whose sayings and teachings were recorded in the Hebrew Bible. Two of the most famous are Isaiah, Yeshayahu in Hebrew, who is shown here in this remarkable ceiling painting by Tiepolo that shows a famous scene at the very beginning of the book of Isaiah where an angel burns Isaiah's mouth because he speaks poorly of his compatriots. And this is kind of like an interesting dynamic that happens with the prophets. Some of them are like royal prophets that speak directly to kings and appear to be somehow associated with historical kings to put them on the straight and narrow. And others seem to be like just, popular wandering teachers who inform the population of their wrongdoings and of their need to repent and so on. There are a huge number of barely named prophets in the Bible, and the allusion to much larger groups who have no name whatsoever. Prophecy seems to have been some kind of like moral enterprise that was very, very common in Judah. Isaiah is one of the most famous of them. Also noted in this interesting painting that he's holding open a codex, an early book. Highly unlikely he would have a book in this form, more likely it would be a scroll. But also unlikely is it the author's attempt to perhaps draw Paleo-Hebrew characters. That is the earliest Hebrew alphabet that we have from this period. it's actually gibberish. Those are not letters at all. Other artists, such as Raphael shown here, portrayed Isaiah more accurately, at least in terms of his Hebrew literacy. This particular painting, which has Greek on the top and a very Christological kind of reference, and some carefully placed white blocks with titles in them. And you can see he's holding up a scroll which actually has in Hebrew a passage from the book of Isaiah. It is slightly strangely written, like the spaces between the words are not well defined. And if you look at the first word there, it says "kisfu," which means open up. But the final letter is written just a little bit wrong. It looks a little bit like a resh, which is a nonsense word. But nevertheless, at least there's a much greater attempt. It's very fascinating. Who exactly wrote this Hebrew? Was it someone imitating the Hebrew script? Or was it someone who was personally knowledgeable, a scribe? But at any rate, you can see that there are more attempts to make a more greater fidelity to the Hebrew original. Also, prophets like Jeremiah, who prophesied for several decades at the very end of the period that we're describing today, and kind of like alternating between speaking to kings and speaking to the broader population. Not an especially well-liked man, because these prophets are bringing along messages of doom, and at the same time demanding that everyone repent, everyone give up their false idols. And of course, there's quite a bit of idolatry going on in Israel at the time, with very limited success. And after all, Jeremiah was doomed to witness the Babylonian exile itself, which we're going to discuss in the next video. So this is a period of tremendous activity of the prophets, giving us biblical texts of phenomenal power and resonance. It is possible that the texts themselves were not at all written down in this period. That is the 8th century and 7th century before the Common Era, the early 6th century, but they were memorized and later actually codified into the text we have in the later Persian period that we'll speak about later on, by the students and the schools of these prophets, as they strove to solidify the teachings of their predecessors. You see this especially because some of the books, Isaiah and Jeremiah in particular, seem disjointed and out of sync with historical political elements, and many recent readers have suggested that perhaps they were kind of composed like greatest hits of Jeremiah, rather than composing them in chronological sequence to fit with the national political issues of the day. Rearranging the book actually makes it much easier to understand Jeremiah's life in biographic form, which is absolutely fascinating. It is also worthy of note that you see that the prophets in Judah played a national role, in the sense that they spoke to major geopolitical events, and at the same time they were very much focused on the ground basic morality, decency, and conduct, and wrote about that or spoke about that in very, very sharp terms. Powerful pieces for the contemporary era had a phenomenal impact on the development of Jewish thought over the millennia. One of the persons who was most deeply affected, perhaps, is one of the last kings of Judah, known as Josiah, or Hebrew Yoshiyahu. A fascinating backstory. He was secluded as a child, became king at a very young age, and very sincere kind of individual. At one point, he was moved to renovate the grounds of the temple, and they found, which is described in the book of Kings 2, chapter 22, they found in the temple a book. Some commentators think it was the full Torah, which is kind of strange, given like what was it doing until now. Others say it was just the 5th book of Deuteronomy, which is also called Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah, because it goes back and kind of summarizes many of the main ethical precepts and historical commandments of the earlier 4 books. But Josiah says, okay, let's hear, what does the book say? And the book is opened, according to rabbinic teachings, to a passage that is one of the most horrible set of curses in the entire Torah, the Tochacha, which describes how the Jews will be punished for their idolatry and so on. And Josiah, realizing how far they have strayed from the teachings of the Torah, he tears his cloak in mourning, right? This is a basic mourning ritual, and he institutes a wide-ranging series of reforms in Judah to try and get it on the straight and narrow. This is also something we see in the biblical text that, especially in the book of Kings as opposed to the book of Chronicles, there's sort of like an epitaph for every king. This was a good king. He did what God wanted. This was a bad king. He strayed from the word of God. Back and forth, this kind of oscillation. It tends to be more black and white, although some of the kings are decidedly mixed in their approaches. But King Yoshiyahu was clearly one of the good ones, bringing the Jews back towards the old-time faith of Judaism as well. He also was a very successful military leader, and as you can see, he took advantage of some of the major tensions between Assyria and Egypt, and actually struck out to the north and expanded the territory of Judah into the region of Israel. Unfortunately, he died in these battles, and Judah could not hold on to this territory. Now, I want to just turn to one last thing from this period that I find absolutely fascinating. I have given you a fairly standard traditional treatment of the ancient history of the Jews, and I have qualified that from time to time in the light of contemporary scholarship that sort of tries to thread the needle between maximalists who basically take the Bible exactly at its words for specific historic events, and that the Bible strives for historicity, meaning it strives to describe in factual terms that we understand today, rather than, let's say, poetic terms or other deviations from what we might consider the chronological record. And on the other hand, the minimalists who say, hey, the archaeological record is so thin, how can you even assume that any of this happened? And we saw earlier that the golden era of United Monarchy of Saul, David, and Solomon is hardly a trace in the archaeological record. You have the Tel Dan stele, which is 150 years later. You have the House of David existed, but who was that? So many historians have opted to consider everything before the Homer rising in the 9th century basically fiction. And it's in my humble opinion, it's a little bit of an intellectual hubris to say that simply because I have not found any evidence other than the biblical text to prove that X, Y, or Z happened, I'm going to assume it's not true. That is, it's not a mathematical conservative position. It is an overreach in denying the value of the Bible as a historical source. So, why I'm saying this to you now is because occasionally archaeologists discover a tiny little thread that connects us to the past in such a powerful way that hammers home the idea that, oh my gosh, this actually happened. This is real. And every single discovery makes a huge difference. Have a look at this one. This is fantastic. This is a parking lot in Jerusalem, or a former parking lot in Jerusalem. And as you can imagine, in the Holy City, there is tremendous amount of archaeological work going on. So this parking lot was discovered to actually be set on top of a major archaeological site. So in 2019, a dig at this site discovered amazing this bola, which is essentially a kind of a stamp that would be used on clay, says it belongs to Natan Melech, servant of the king. If you look at the second book of Kings, chapter 23:11, you see that King Yoshiyahu had a servant who is named once in the Bible, named Natan Melech. So it's exactly the right name, exactly the right place. It helps us confirm the validity of the Bible as a historical source. Fascinating. I love it. At any rate, the story will not end well at the end of this lecture because the Babylonian Empire is going to take over from Assyria, and they are going to invade Israel as well.
The government claims the
This
judge's
invasion
orders
occurs at the
on
beginning of the 6th century before the Common Era.
agents in the LA area is a straight
Next
jacket
great
after
exile
President Trump
of the
from
Jews,
ensuring
this time
that
primarily
immigration laws
from
are
Judah
enforced. The
to
judge
Babylon.
Thursday
And that's
refused
where we'll
to
pick up the
stay
story
the
next
order.
week. Thank you very
California
much.
has sued the Trump administration again, this time over the federal government's decision to pull $4 billion in funding from the state's high-speed rail project. Republican Congressman Kevin Kiley says the state has no path forward without federal funding. The project should be scrapped.
The Babylonian exile could be fairly short-lived, less than a century, but would be highly consequential for Jewish history. Let's have a quick look at this brief period of time that had a major impact on the development of Jewish thought, Jewish religiosity, and of course the story of the Jewish people. This 19th century painting is inspired by the famous Psalm 137 that begins with the phrase, "By the rivers of Babylon," which describes the Jews being taken off into exile. You can see here the patriarch of the clan is wearing a shackle on his wrist. And there we sat down, the psalm goes on, and we wept when we remembered Zion, meaning when they remembered their homeland in Judah. And they were forced by their Babylonian captors to sing them a song of Zion. So hence the harp there that's being held by the patriarch, and everyone is very sad. And indeed, this passage is a very moving depiction of the sadness, frustration, and anger that the Jews felt at being displaced from their homeland by Nebuchadnezzar. The conqueror, of course, was Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. Here you see an arrowhead that was discovered in the region. There's extensive evidence of destruction throughout the land of Judah. Benjamin, however, was apparently not devastated to the same degree, which indicates that it may have surrendered to Nebuchadnezzar without violence, but there's extensive evidence of the incursion of the Babylonians into the region, wreaking havoc beginning in 604 before the Common Era. There are some attempts at revolt against Nebuchadnezzar, and one of the ways in which the Babylonians respond is through progressively exiling the leadership of the region, although it's still a comparatively small number, less than 5,000 if you look, for example, in the book of Jeremiah. There is some indication that, as we saw earlier with Sennacherib's exiles, that the leadership and also skilled craftsmen and potentially military personnel were especially targeted for these expulsions to Babylon. There was no, however, corresponding influx of population as we saw under the Assyrians. The goal was to simply displace those people who might influence the population to continue their revolt without necessarily transplanting new populations in their place. But we have massive destruction, particularly in the final campaign that begins in the year 587 and will culminate in the destruction of the temple. Nebuchadnezzar's destruction of the temple is one of the most prominent dates in Jewish history. It's usually associated with the year 586 before the Common Era, but in the Jewish psyche, it is huge. It is associated. There's a whole series of dates that are associated with the siege beginning, the breaching of the walls, and ultimately the burning of the temple. And those dates are actually incorporated into the Jewish liturgical calendar with a series of fasts beginning in the summer and culminating in the late summer on the date of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which usually falls in late July or early August of the Gregorian calendar. And this whole period, 3 weeks between the breaching of the walls and the destruction of the temple, is observed as a form of semi-mourning by Jews, even to this day, with the limitation on certain types of celebrations. Some communities will refrain from haircuts and so on, listening to live music, all kinds of restrictions meant to reflect upon the horrendous meaning of the destruction of the temple in this year. This is Solomon's temple, of course, that we're discussing. And this entire period from Solomon's creational temple, which would have been in the 10th century up until its destruction in the 6th century, is collectively referred to as First Temple period. The Second Temple would refer to the rebuilding of the temple under Cyrus, which we'll discuss in a couple of videos. At any rate, one more element that's especially important to note is that Nebuchadnezzar placed a person in charge, a Jewish leader in charge of the entire community, with the hopes that this individual, Gedaliah ben Ahikam, would calm the local population and keep them from any further revolts. But he was actually killed in an assassination by other Jewish leaders, by people who were more hot-headed and wanted to rebel against Babylon. The assassination of a Jewish leader by other Jews is also marked in the Jewish liturgical calendar. The date of death is marked on the 3rd day of Tishrei, which is the day after Rosh Hashanah. It's also observed as a fast day in commemoration of this horrible act of intracommunal violence. Fascinatingly, in nearby Mitzvah was found some interesting seals, including this one that bears the inscription in Paleo Hebrew, Gedaliah, who is over the house, which seems to apply that Gedaliah is in charge of at least this particular estate, perhaps even larger than that. Many archaeologists have opined that this could easily belong to Gedaliah ben Ahikam, the individual that we referred to earlier. So when taken all together, besides the figures we mentioned earlier in Jeremiah, it's less than 13,000 Jews who were exiled to Babylon, as far as we can tell. The Babylonian exile lasted from about 586 to 539 before the Common Era, although, as we shall discuss shortly, many Jews chose not to return to Israel after 539. The situation of the Jews in Babylon is recorded in the biblical book of Ezekiel. He was a prophet who actually was active in the region. And according to his account, many of the Jewish exiles were located in the city of Nippur and also in its surrounding area. You'll notice below Nippur is the city of Shushan, or Susa, which is the setting for the book of Esther. There's some significant scholarly concerns about the specific dating of the book of Esther, meaning when does it actually happen based on the names of certain kings and things like that. But it is set between the two temple periods, and all kinds of material inside the book of Esther is in consonance with what we know about the Babylonian reign at that time as well. The Jews living in Babylon were heavily influenced by Babylonian culture at this time, most significantly with the adoption of Aramaic as a lingua franca, as a vernacular, a language that they commonly used, and ultimately Aramaic would displace Hebrew as the living language of the Jews, and indeed of the entire Near East at this point. This is a language that would last over 1,000 years. It is spoken even today in some parts of Syria and Turkey. It is, of course, the language of the Babylonian Talmud, and there are a few different versions of Aramaic that maybe we'll discuss in a later lecture. Hebrew was never abandoned, but it increasingly became the language of scholarship and liturgy as opposed to the daily language on the street. The Jews also adopted the Babylonian calendar, specifically the names of the months, Tishrei and Tammuz and so on. The Hebrew names for the months are simply numbers. The first month would be Nisan in the spring, the second month, and so on. And so the Babylonian custom of naming these lunar months was applied to the Jewish calendar. It wasn't an exact fit because the Jewish calendar has a leap month on a somewhat irregular appearing schedule, and so there are 12 months, but there is one of those months, the month of Adar, which occurs in early spring, which may be doubled. So you'll have an Adar Rishon, an Adar 1, and then an Adar Sheni, the second Adar. Otherwise, he adopted the Babylonian lunar calendar names for each of the months. Okay, let us continue with our discussion of the Persian period, which will follow in the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
Maya, Renee, Wound Kitchen, Highlight Coffee, they're fighting to stay afloat. And they don't have their core customer base. You know, the everyday folk can go in there because those people have been displaced. So it's
Let
just,
us now turn to the Persian
businesses
Curse,
that
which
are
basically
reopened,
covers the
and
period.
some of them are, helping, recovery workers, serving, like Mary's Joint is taking care of people that are out there working. But that's going to be short term. That's going to change.
Until the Greeks under
Local
Alexander
evening
conquered
crowds,
the
they're not
area
around.
200 years later. The background to the Persian conquest of Israel is within Babylonian. You recall that Nebuchadnezzar invaded, destroyed Jerusalem in 586, and the situation with the Jews in remaining during although
Serving 20 people a night, you
were
can't pull that
exiled
off.
to Babylonia, the situation with the Jews remaining was definitely clear. This was especially so during the reign of
Kitchen, just south of
who
Albany,
was
are
the
seeking
king
a
of
20%
Babylon,
drop,
also
or
known as
seeing
king
rather
of
a 20%
Egypt,
drop in business, relying
he
on
reigned
the
from
free
years
services to
556 to
go to Jab Prime Pizza,
530 before the
reopened
conquest.
early
He
to
was
become a hub for
an
workers,
extremely
but
pious sun
co-owners,
worship,
as
as you can see in this
Fish
particular
lines
ceiling
that local
shot,
support is doing.
worshiping various planets there. He
It's
actually was,
dire out there.
a bit of a zealot. He wanted to try and
So one of
impose
these
this
businesses in
kind of
Altadena,
worship throughout his entire empire.
now,
He was known as the proponent of the
it's,
cult
they don't
of
use
sin.
charity.
I also think that's a
They're
rather
not asking for
ironic
charity.
term,
It's
although
not the
I
ones
imagine
that I've
sin
been seeing.
is
What I see is they're asking for
although
customers.
it is kind of funny in English. But at any rate, he was
These
much more,
businesses
I
survive,
would say he was not fit, he was much more
but
insistent
survival
on
only gets you
promoting
to
his
point
religious
one of
views
living in
throughout
right?
the
It only
Babylonian
gets you
Empire.
like
And
to
that turned out
survive
to be
this
a
massive
disastrous
situation. And all that does is get them back to the starting
then
point.
had done the opposite, much more tolerant worldview.
So the message from Altadena and the business
One more
community
note
is
about
they're open for business.
who actually
And now's the time
vacated
to show
from
up.
the central capital
Don't
for
wait for everything to
a
reopen
decade,
again because
leaving
it's
his son
opening slowly.
Belshazzar in charge.
It's a
This is a
massive
scene that
roller coaster of
reference
emotions for people
King
trying to
Belshazzar's
kind of
feast,
revive
which is
their dream
featured in the book of Daniel. The
and make things
chronology
right.
of the book of Daniel and
It's a
chronology
unique
of the book of
place.
Esther within this period of time how
Artists
difficult it is
communicate
out.
with
At
black
any rate,
families,
this
white
famous
families,
scene
anyone
shows
seeking something more
Nebuchadnezzar's
grounded
son, who was the
than
regent, who was
the
basically
basic
in
hustle
charge
and
of the
bustle
country
of
at this
LA.
time, received some kind of
Great
divine
family
visitation, which then
created to go
writes
back to the
some
early
Hebrew
days of
letters
Imagineers
on
for
the
Disney.
wall.
A
It's a
lot
very
of
good
Disney
English expression.
folks
So writing on the
worked
wall.
or lived in that
It's a
area
kind
because
of
it
an
was close
acrostic
to
puzzle, which is
Glendale
fairly
and the
faithfully
original
represented
Disney
here by
offices,
Rick
all
Ratzan.
those
His
things.
well-known association with the Jews of Holland is definitely something that stood in
Not
good stead
only
when it came to
the
his
cultural
political
importance
activism, but basically
of having a
the
large
message
group
was
of
that
black
you are
families
doomed,
in
your
that
empire
area.
is going to be taken
When you're
over
talking about
by
people
a
not
foreign
only
power.
starting
And in
family,
fact,
but
that is
businesses.
what happened. The Persian Empire could swallow up the Babylonian Empire,
They're
and
seeing
that
a
would include, of course, not
takeout.
only Israel, but
Consider Altadena
Egypt
restaurant,
and Libya and
making a
Africa.
pizza night there
This
with
map
wine,
shows the extent
trying to
of
comfort
the
Thai meal
Persian
from
Empire
Maya.
under Darius I, Yavish,
It's
and there's actually some numbers attached to
grab a
the
stack
specific
Mary's
names
Joint
because of the famous
and
verse
spread
at
the
the
word.
beginning of
That's
the
what
book
I'm
of
trying
Esther,
to do here.
which describes
And if you can't go, you don't have the opportunity to hear someone say, man, we're going to go out tonight. Look at any places in Altadena.
The one that's especially important to us is
And the
within
thing that
this
I love
region called Beyond the River,
is that
which is beyond the Euphrates River, of
they
course.
want patronage.
You recall way back we talked about
And
the
the fact that,
word Euphrates, meaning from the other
if
side of
you
the
can't
river.
visit,
That's the name that we
maybe
used for the Jews when
check
they
their
were
website, see
in
if they have
Israel,
gift cards, see if they
because
have
they came
merchandise,
from the
t-shirts,
Euphrates
whatever
River. In
can
this
be
context,
purchased.
beyond the river means
Share
from the
their stuff
perspective
on
of
social
the
media.
capital, way to
Yeah,
the east.
they
This
really
is
are like,
at any rate, beyond the
it's
river,
not about
5
charity,
provinces
it's not
here,
about
and the one that's especially
sympathy, it's
important
about
is the province of
visiting their
It
business,
would
keeping their
obviously
business
relate
in try.
to Judah,
So something to think
Yehudim,
about
the word
during these
Jew.
times,
This
5 months
is
after
the
the fact.
Aramaic term used bag of
The
Persians.
good folks felt is still scraping
Central
by
or
as things are not anywhere
you
close
notice
to
that
normal.
Samaria is
They're opening up their businesses.
many Jews
They're
live
just
there
getting
as well.
closed again.
Also Samaritans who
And
are
nobody goes
quick
and enjoys it. So,
but to the south you
about
see
18
even Baya, very
we
important
continue to
there.
send love to those folks who are
Nearby Edomites
putting
took
their lives back
advantage
together,
of
their
the
businesses,
power vacuum
deal with
to
violence,
expand
out
their
there to
hold
broadcast
over this
somewhere
province during
in the
this
center
period,
of it
and
all,
even included
all
Hebron,
of them on
which was
which
very,
all
very
of them
important city.
that would be
Jewish history is a very
all right.
place
It's more important on the Maker
Sarah,
KFI
for
620.
example,
Let's get the latest news now in the KFI 24-hour news.
But it was actually
I'm Eileen Gonzalez, live from KFI 24-hour news. Here's the latest. A procession has been held in LA after 3 LA County Sheriff's detectives killed in an explosion at the training center in East LA. And hundreds of pigs have been found at a home in South LA.
But
More
anyway,
at the
here's
top of
the
the hour.
home,
We'll
and
check
this
your
is
drive on
a
the
big
405
part
after
of the
this.
Persian Empire.
I can't think about my onlookers without thinking about the craziest night of my life.
Later,
The Onlookers podcast tells the story of my Uncle Chris, a real character.
and as I
Very
mentioned
sharp driver
earlier,
from South Carolina, who's now buried alongside
advanced by the Persian under
wild stories
Cyrus
about adventure, romance,
Darius
crime, history,
Victor,
and
who
more.
was
Intertwined
the
into
opposite
tall
of
tales
the
and hard
late
truths that help me
Babylonian
understand.
policy on religious intolerance.
Listen to Uncle Chris on
Rather,
America's number one podcast.
Cyrus
Follow
promised
Uncle Chris
all
and
the
start
kids
listening to
of
free
his
iHeartRadio episodes.
vast
iHeart is America's number
that they
one
would
podcast
worship
network.
as they
Open
please.
the free
This
iHeart
is
app and
recorded in
explore
all
podcasts
documents
like
like the
this.
Cyrus
September
letter, and a version
1979.
of this
Virginia's
tolerance
top
debate
prison
is
band,
expressed
Major
in the
Daybreak,
Bible.
is
In the
about
book
to
of
attempt the
Ezra,
impossible.
which describes Cyrus'
Recording their
actual
debut
blessing
album
for the
behind
Jews to
bars
return to
in just 5
Jerusalem,
hours.
rebuild their destroyed temple, and to resume their worship there. Out of gratitude, by the way, Jews instituted
They were black
a
artists
daily
serving extremely long felony
sacrifice
sentences.
on behalf of the
They'd
emperor,
grown up under
which
segregation,
retained
only to
its
get caught up in America's prison during their 20s.
of the little
I came in
paragraph that serves
music
on
and culture.
Sabbath prayers.
For the past
that
5
is a
years, I've
public
been talking to
blessing
the band's
for
3 surviving members, Jamal
for
Jawadi, Neil Cade, and
rulers
Gary
of
Cupcake
the
Cole.
time.
But it
At
is
any
funny.
rate, the Jews are very happy to return to this family, some of them, to rebuild the temple. As a result, Cyrus' the two major figures that really stand out
They're out of prison now and in their
society
70s.
builders,
Their past behind
Ezra
them. But they also have some unfinished business.
named after him because of really
They never got that opportunity.
the
But they never
relationship
stopped dreaming. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app. Listen on America's number one podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's number one podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles see a past injuries when telling someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust and can have deadly consequences.
First was, of course, the rebuilding of the temple.
I'm Dugan Arnett, investigative reporter
Physically,
for Boston
and
Globe
the
Spotlight.
reinstitution
And
of
I'm
the
going to bring you inside this
also related to that
the story
was
of
an
one
inserted
at the
effort
forefront of
consolidation
American
of modality of worship. And so much so, all the Rothschild types of worship were strictly banned. And some scholars say that the Persian period is especially important to define the trajectory of Judaism as a whole, because under Ezra and Nehemiah, the Jews really rejected a lot
Listen on America's number one podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's number one podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like
It is
this.
important to note that, as we say to say, if there is no flour, there is no Torah, meaning there has to be some financial support to allow this to happen. And the Persian royal treasury underwrote this activity, underwrote the construction of the temple, provided tax exemptions to all Everything but these sites in particular, which gave huge advantage in their social status, personal wealth. So there was like a real support for the effort of working with excellent experience. At least that's the way she began. Just to show you something. This is a study of this is a window into my world and stories that make me Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. This is a very early
Not only can you get your message to your audience, you can also share how it's working in real time. That goes from broadband messaging and targeted local influencer campaigns alike. Start growing your business today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. I can't think about my Uncle Chris without thinking about the craziest night of my life. The Uncle Chris podcast tells the stories of my Uncle Chris, a real character. The garbage truck driver from South Carolina is now there alongside the founding families of Hannah. Wild stories about adventure, romance, crime, history, and more intertwined to share the tall tales of our truths and help me understand Uncle Chris. Listen to Uncle Chris on America's #1 podcast station. Follow Uncle Chris and start listening on the free iHeartRadio today. Monday at 4 p.m. we'll have the latest on these 3 deputies that were killed. All the details on the family, the services, and more on the investigation. That's Monday at 4 p.m. right here on the Conference Show.
Relative to the estimated exact it's clearly a fraction of all the views who were living in the water at this time. Fair, Exile is already been there for several decades, and they're relatively we have some tribal evidence from some family records that these were involved in both to a place that is has been destroyed. So that the failure how do you want to do that?
Little sanctuary that we gather every Saturday, 2 to 5, to shake off the ugliness of the week, whatever's going on in the news. People I agree about everything. I've never seen so many offended people in my life. That offends me. Your offense. Your offense offends me. I'm really hard to offend. Social legislation that grew up in a big family where you just kind of verbally beat the crap out of each other every day in love. So there's not really, I mean, I guess there's a real people want to talk bad about my faith or whatever.
So they wasted no effort.
There's not really much that bothers me, but I know that the world is really about stuff. And so this is a place where we just hang out. We'll talk about food. Food is good. Food is yummy. It's more than just sustenance. Sustenance can take a pill or something.
This period
but basically you have your real food parody. There's this fellow. He's suing Whataburger for $1 million after alleged onions have. So he says he's allergic to onions. Being allergic to onions is pretty rare. It does happen. It's pretty rare. But there are a lot of people that are sensitive to it. And I don't know if it explains genuinely that he was diagnosed and had more than sensitivity. Again, of course, people are allergic to all kinds of things. But this man, Demery Ardell Wilson, I think it was 3 names, like he committed a crime. He's taking Whataburger to court for nearly $1 million.
The period we're going to begin describing right now is an extremely important period in the history of Jews overall. And in many ways, it is a period that has had such phenomenal impact that Jews today are really still reeling from the encounter between these two very important cultures that are encapsulated by the words Athens and Jerusalem. Jerusalem, of course, we've dealt with extensively now. We're in lecture 18 of this series. It stands for monotheism, stands for the will of the prophets, revealed religion, all kinds of things like that. Athens, on the other hand, stands for a culture that is so radically different and so amazingly tempting, so much powerful information in Athens, that this is the first time that the Jews in Jerusalem really encountered a culture that was so powerful, not in terms of physical, but in terms of its persuasive power, that they were fully engaged with it, and in many ways you risk losing all of your own self-identity in the process. So that's really what we're going to have to talk about right now, is the development of something called Hellenism. So the term Hellenism comes from the word Hellas, meaning Greek. And in this context, I'm sort of using the shorthand of Athens because of all the Greek city-states, Athens is perhaps the most significant and has so much of the golden era of Greek culture, which flourished in the 5th and 4th and 3rd centuries in particular, that affected Jerusalem. Now, the Greeks were guests in Israel long before they were conquerors. There's no question that Hellenistic ideas were penetrating into Israel in the Persian period, but it gets a huge burst forward when Alexander the Great begins his massive conquest of the Near East and goes all the way up through Central Asia until he gets right to Afghanistan and up to the edges of India, really. He dies prematurely on his way back. His soldiers rebel against him, and there's a lot of fascinating stories about Alexander's person. But in our context, we really want to know his relationship to Israel in particular. So there is a story that is related in the Talmud. Apparently, he came to Jerusalem and he encountered the great Rabbi Shimon HaTzadik, who convinced Alexander not to destroy Jerusalem. That much for sure is true. Jerusalem was not destroyed by Alexander, and that's a kindness. It's wonderful. Jews are generally very happy when their cities are not destroyed by conquering armies. It does not happen all that often. The legend goes that as a result, all Jews named their sons that were born in the following year Alexander after this kindness, and in fact, Alexander is a very cool Jewish name as a consequence, even though it is Greek in origin, not Hebrew. In fact, my own grandfather, Olav Shalom, and one of my sons is named Alexander as a consequence of this particular interaction. But what we can say about Alexander's presence in Israel is the fact that he brought with him Greek norms, Greek organization, Greek government, Greek economics, and Greek thought as well. And that is extremely important for our purposes because this is a period in which Jews were fully engaged in everything Greek, even to their own detriment, as we shall see. The idealized cooperation of the Greeks and the Jews is encapsulated in the rabbinic reading of a verse in Genesis that Japheth, who was one of the sons of Noah, will dwell in the tents of Shem. Shem being another son of Noah. Japheth, in the rabbinic sort of like map of the cultural world, represents Greece, and Shem represents Israel. That's a good term, by the way, Semites, for example, from Shem. Jews historically engaged in the thought of these philosophers in a very big way. Platonic elements can be seen in a lot of thoughts, in particular when you look at the mystical tradition. There are a lot of ideas that are congruent with Platonic teachings. Aristotle has a very strong role to play in the way that Maimonides describes, for example, ethical behavior, the idea of the golden mean. There are some very significant differences there, but the central concept seems, really congruent. In fact, Maimonides calls Aristotle ha-philosoph, the philosopher. And it said that Rabbi Yonah, a very important medieval thinker, said that Aristotle was one level shy of actually achieving Ruach HaKodesh, the divine inspiration associated with prophets. So there's no question, there's a lot of respect among the Jewish thinkers, really for much of the ancient and the medieval period, for the great Greek thinkers, and their philosophies were engaged in a very, very important way. One must not think that the encounter of Athens influenced only the highest intellectual levels of the Jewish community. On the contrary, there's abundant evidence to indicate that Jews as a whole saw a lot of value in Hellenistic culture and adopted it in many aspects of human life. For example, as I'm recording this video, I'm thinking a lot about the holiday of Passover. I just finished reading Tractate Sanhedrin in the Talmud, and there's a lot of discussion in the final chapter there about leaning. Of course, those of you who celebrate Passover, one of the elements of the Seder is that one must lean to the left while eating, which is a little bit awkward in regular dining room chairs, especially if you don't have arms on them. But in ancient Greek culture, this would be perfectly normal because upper class free men would typically sit on these sort of chaise lounges to eat. This is a room called a triclinium, which means three reclining, and it would be a dining room for a wealthier Greek family, specifically the men. The room was also called an andron, a men's room, literally, because it was typically men who would eat here, women would eat elsewhere. I don't think that would be entirely true in a Jewish setting, for reasons which are beyond the discussion here. But at any rate, it's very clear from the Talmudic discussion of how people are supposed to eat on Passover is that Jews are supposed to eat like free people. And their model of free people's eating is this kind of strange Greek leaning to the left. So even in common sorts of interactions like dining, like personal adornment, beauty, names, there's so many Greek names that make their way into the Jewish vocabulary, and not just great figures like Alexander, but figures like Antigonus, Ish-Sophon. Antigonus, clearly a Greek name. So there's no question that on all kinds of levels, in a systemic manner, Hellenism penetrated Jewish society. We see it also in terms of, for example, entertainment. The Greeks were phenomenal entertainers. Their tragedians, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, and so on, making phenomenal plays that are still classics today. The Greek myths were so powerful and so engaging that Jews were also engaged in theatrical presentations. Quite often, against the wishes of the rabbis, as we shall see later, their theater was associated with inappropriate behavior in all kinds of ways. But that didn't stop the Jews from going to the theater and just. Here's a beautiful view of the theater at Caesarea that was built later on by Herod. Not in the Greek period, but in the successor to the Greek period. The Romans, in many ways, followed a lot of Greek culture as well. And, Jews were frequently in the theaters, much to the consternation of the rabbis. Even things like the Sanhedrin, which is, of course, a deeply Jewish institution, Sanhedrin being the great court of the Jews. And the idea of the Sanhedrin is already described in the Torah with gathering of a certain number, a large number, in this case here is 72, men to judge cases of Jewish law. But the very word Sanhedrin is Greek in origin. This is not a Hebrew term. And these are just two examples of how Athenian culture really penetrated Jewish culture in so many ways. This was what was going to become a cultura, a culture struggle, but in the first 150 years of the Greek presence in Israel, Jews were grabbing onto it with both hands. The period that I'm describing right now is primarily the period from Alexander the Great, about 332 before the Common Era, to Antiochus Epiphanes IV, who is the wicked king associated with the Hanukkah rebellion. That was in the year 165 before the Common Era. So we have about 150 years of this kind of cross-fertilization of culture, and even a degree of slavish imitation of Hellenistic norms. But let me just give you a little bit of a Gedunk experiment for a second. So let's say you have a bowl of chicken soup, and it's delicious. It's aromatic, it's flavorful, and it's got so much nutrition. But it's really too hot. It's too much, and it's hard to eat it when it's so hot. So you put an ice cube in there, you put a little bit of water in there, and you wait a little bit. It's still delicious, but the fact is, it's still too hot. You really want to eat it, but it's still too hot. So you put some more ice, a little bit more water, and at a certain point, nobody knows exactly when that point is, but at a certain point, it becomes certainly cool enough to eat, but it's no longer chicken soup. Now it is sort of chicken water. And this is precisely the problem in the Hellenistic era for the Jews. This was a moment where the Greek culture was so overwhelming, so powerful, that they were absorbing it so heavily and were at risk of submerging their own identity and their own value. There would be a reaction to that in the period of the Maccabean revolt, which we're going to pick up in the very next video. That's basically when the more traditionalist element of Jewish society stood up and said, no, this is too much. Enough with the Greek stuff already. You are taking on so much of it that you are sacrificing core values in Judaism. So that's where we're going to pick up our story in the next video. Just want to kind of set the scene of the very powerful and tempting culture of Greece that encountered Jerusalem in the 4th century before the Common Era. Thanks very much for watching.
Southern California's trusted home line, 800-307-2010. 800-307-2010 or WedgewoodHomes.com.
You know, if I've ever heard of an accident, I'm calling Sweet James. That's right. Petra's here. I already know that's the team I want by my side, and so should you. Because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the vote. For example, one of our listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light. The insurance company offered him $60,000.
Okay, now that we've had a quick look at the tremendous Maccabean revolt, I'd just like to take a couple of minutes, it'll be a very short mini video, to look at the dynasty of the Hashmonaim, that is the kings and high priests that followed the Maccabean revolt. And this is a period of tremendous consequence in many ways, but I'm just going to treat it very lightly today because we're going to be coming back to it repeatedly over the next coming videos. Basically, the period that we're discussing now is from the Maccabean revolt, which happened in the mid-160s before the Common Era, up until the entry of Pompey, a Roman general, in Jerusalem in the year 68 before the Common Era, so about 100 years. Now, the truth is, the Maccabean dynasty, known as the Hashmonaim, continue, particularly through the line of Mariamne, a great-great-granddaughter who married Herod. But the Herodian dynasty is quite distinct in many ways, and that extends from the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era up until the Great Revolt, which results in the destruction of the temple in the year 70. So we're going to look at the first 100 years from about 167 to about 68 before the Common Era. And bear in mind that we've got another 100-odd years that are quite distinct. We've got a lot of time on them from about 68 before the Common Era to 70 of the Common Era. Okay, let's look at this first 100 years. I think the most significant thing to say about the Maccabean dynasty is the remarkable territorial expansion that took place under their watch. Have a look at this map here, which shows you the center of the Maccabean revolt was essentially in Judea, right in the region around Jerusalem, in the Judean hills, and so on. It was fairly landlocked. It had some access to the Dead Sea and, of course, the Jordan River, but otherwise it was efficiently blocked from the Mediterranean and from significant population centers to the north as well. Under successive Maccabean kings, however, under the brothers of Yehuda Maccabee and then under his nephews, you begin to see significant expansion, in particular under the reign of Yochanan Kohen Gadol, also known as John Hyrcanus. You see very significant extension to the north throughout Samaria, expansion to the coast as well, and most significantly for historical purposes, the expansion to the south into Idumea. This will become extremely important because this is the region from which Herod will descend, and the Idumeans and their conquest by John Hyrcanus is one of the more controversial periods in Jewish history, because this was the first and only time that we have in recorded Jewish history of a forcible conversion of a non-Jewish people. The Idumeans were accepted into the Maccabean kingdom, and they were also forced to accept Judaism. Now, what exactly that Judaism was that they accepted is something we're going to explore in the next 3 lectures of this series to some degree. But this was something that the rabbis later severely criticized. They viewed the negative implications of Herod's rule in particular as a consequence of this forced conversion, and as a result, Judaism put essentially a ban on any type of state behavior like this, or any even communal behavior like this. Forced conversion is simply not a thing in Judaism as a result. You will also see significant expansion under Alexander Yanai, one of the Maccabean kings who was definitely not favored by the rabbis. His wife, Shlomo Malka, we'll discuss in a moment, she had a very major impact, however, on the promotion of the rabbis and sages, who again we're going to discuss in the subsequent lecture. The Maccabean kingdom, which we might even say was a small empire, actually expanded dramatically in all areas of activity, not only geographically and militarily, but also in terms of its political reach, in terms of its cultural activity, in terms of its economic activity. We have an amazing series of coins coming from the Maccabean kingdom. Here you have a beautiful coin which is actually in my possession. This is a pruta, the smallest unit of currency that was circulating in the Maccabean era. This comes from the era of Yochanan Kohen Gadol, or John Hyrcanus. And you can see on this coin there is a double cornucopia. You can see how primitive the coin is. It's stamped off center, and it's lumpy and so on. The double cornucopia symbolizes prosperity and wealth and so on. And on the other side of the coin, this is very difficult to make out, but you can see lots of examples on the web. And it's an interesting kind of take in which Yochanan Kohen Gadol refers to himself as being part of the commonwealth of the Jewish people. This is one of the significant areas in which the rabbis were critical of the Hashmonaim, because historically the office of king and the office of the high priest were separate. The office of the king was assigned to the tribe of Judah ever since David, and the office of the high priest is specifically among the Kohanim, obviously, which are the descendants of Aaron, who was of the tribe of Levi. But among the Maccabees, they took both of those offices to themselves, which the rabbis felt was an inappropriate arrogation of additional authority. And some of the kings kind of tried to soften this by saying they ruled with the consent of the Commonwealth of Jews. Others were less hesitant about proclaiming themselves both high priest and king. This is also an exceptionally important period because we see the rise of a new class of authority figures within the Jewish body politic, quite possibly following a much earlier trend, but only now, perhaps with state authority, do we really see these individuals beginning to rise to authority. I'm talking specifically about the sages, also known as the Pharisees, primarily in Christian readings. These are essentially the rabbis who would become the great leaders of the Jewish people, inspire them, shape the way in which we understand Judaism today and things like this. There's a lot more to say about this, but you'll have to wait till the next lecture. But for now, let's just look briefly at Shlomzion HaMalka, which was an unusual woman. She was the widow of Alexander Yanai. She was known in much of the Greek literature as Salome, but beware, there are several Salomes. This is not the Salome that is associated with John the Baptist. This is Salome Alexandra. Shlomzion HaMalka means simply peace unto Jerusalem, the queen. Her name Shlomzion means peace unto Jerusalem. At any rate, she was, unlike her husband, a great fan of the rabbis. Her brother was very highly placed among them, and when her husband died, she was allowed the freedom, now as sole ruler of the Maccabean kingdom, to institute a new reign, which was very religious friendly. I know it sounds strange because just 100 odd years earlier, they had fought this battle for religious liberty, but under the successive Maccabean kings, this religious freedom was strangely curtailed. And Shlomtzion HaMalka, in many ways, revived it by giving the popular rabbis, whose base of support was really among the wider population, not specifically from the temple ritual, not specifically from the sacrificial cult, and so on. So Shlomtzion HaMalka, in many ways, actually restored this period of religious freedom of expression, and her reign was regarded as a period of unrivaled prosperity, both materially and spiritually. Unfortunately, this all came to an end. We will recall that when Yehuda Maccabee was engaged in his struggles at the beginning of the Maccabean period, he actually appealed to the Romans for the possibility of intervention. They did not intervene at that time, but it helped to stay some of the ambitions of the Assyrian Greeks in Israel at the time. But with the death of Shlomtzion HaMalka in the year 67, her sons engaged in a brutal conflict over who would control Israel, who would be the next king, who would be the next high priest, and so on. They both independently appealed to the Romans, specifically in the figure of Pompey, shown here, a general, who ultimately ended up intervening in that fraternal conflict by invading the region and taking Jerusalem in the year 63. Hard to imagine a fraternal conflict like this with an appeal to an outside source turning out any differently. But at any rate, that's what happened. Pompey enters in the year 63 and effectively establishes Roman dominion over the land of Israel. The Hashmonaim continue, the dynasty goes on, and ultimately it will become the Herodian dynasty. Herod marries one of the last daughters of the Maccabean kingdom, but that's something that we'll have to explore in a further video. For now, though, we've had a quick look at the brief rise and tremendous expansion and the tremendous potential demonstrated by the dynasty of the Maccabees, and we'll have to continue with discussion of the internal religious developments in the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
When the perfect man walks into his life, well, I guess I'm sitting on my I know, I think so. He actually is too good to be true. This is Colin, I'm calling you. To pull off this heist, they'll have to get close. Stars trying to be nervous and erratic. Cautious. Well, you can do it.
It's time now for us to just take a step back away from the political, military, and certainly social history of the era of the Hashmonaim. And I'd like to look a little bit more at intellectual history. In order to do that, we're going to have to expand the chronological scope of the period I'd like to cover. I'd like to take a look at the Second Temple period, which extends in the conventional chronology from the years 539, when the exiles returned from Babylonia under the decree of Cyrus that we described a little while ago, and began to rebuild the temple until year 70 of the Common Era, which is a date normally associated with the destruction of the temple by the Romans. We're actually going to squeeze a little bit past that up to the year 200. So we're talking about a fairly large period of time right now, and I'd like to speak about some of the most important trends and two of the most important intellectual products of the Jewish people at this time, specifically the Midrash in next lecture, and then the Mishnah in the lecture after that. So let's think a little bit, though, about what's happening intellectually and spiritually in the Jewish population after the return from exile. We have a period of time now which is moving from a locus of authority in revelation the high period of the great prophets that we described a while ago, and their direct access to godly intent, which then they would share with people, whether or not the people would like it. And now we're moving into a period in which a lot of that text has been now recorded and is now in circulation. And this on top of the text of the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses. And now the locus of authority shifts from those people who are somehow immediately receiving the word of God, which then they distribute as instruction to people or as review. And now it has to do with people who can interpret the existing text that slowly become canonized in this period. This is a very important shift. It takes many hundreds of years, but it represents the rise of the rabbinic class. A whole different people who are not necessarily known for their somehow innate ability to receive divine inspiration, as the prophets were, but rather they are known for their ability to intuit the meaning of those words and to provide guidance based on text. Now, a lot to say here. There's a lot of theology mixed in with history as well. I'm going to try and deal with both of these things in such a way that we can appreciate history as it develops on a human level, and at the same time understand a little bit about the way in which Jews understood these events on a religious level. Perhaps I should point out right now a beautiful passage that's in Shia Cohen's wonderful work from the Maccabees to the Mishnah, which covers the period that we're talking about today. He asks a great question there of what is Judaism? Is Judaism like an ideal aspirational set of beliefs and in particular practices, and the closer that a person adheres to that, that is normative Jewish behavior? Or do we say that Judaism is what Jews do, whether or not is connected to this aspirational ideal? The former question is answered best by a rabbi, which, by the way, I am not. The latter question is addressed more by a historian. And we will kind of be dancing between these two poles from time to time, as trying to understand both what Jews ideally wanted for themselves, and in particular, how the rabbis articulated what they wanted for the Jewish people. And on the other hand, we'll try to understand what Jews themselves were doing. In today's lecture, however, and the two that follow, we're going to be focusing more on the aspirational way of understanding what is Judaism and what do Jews do. Okay, enough introduction. Let's go straight to the material here. So, one of the most important institutions that develops at this time is something called the Great Assembly. The Knesset Haggadah, the Great Assembly. The name Knesset, in modern Israeli pronunciation, is of course the prime deliberating body of the Israeli government, and it takes its name from this original institution. Had 120 seats in it, just like today's Knesset, and so on. Now, the roots of the Great Assembly are lost in the mists of time. One might assume that perhaps this Great Assembly was created first under Ezra, that he is named, in fact, in some of the later literature as the leader of the Great Assembly. And we know in particular that Shimon HaTzadik, the Shimon the Righteous One, was the last of the Great Assembly. That's a reference right there in the first opening paragraph of Pirkei Avot, one of the greatest statements of rabbinic philosophy in the ancient period. So it's hard to date precisely when Shimon HaTzadik lived. There are different opinions as to which Shimon, the high priest, that was. And the Talmud places him in the late 4th century with the advent of Alexander into the region. But it's also not impossible that this could be a Shimon that lived a little bit later, actually in the period of the Hashmonaim, although that would make the Talmudic reading problematic. At any rate, the actual membership of the Anshe Knesset Haggadah was apparently, high-level rabbis, we should see exactly what that title means, and also some of the latest prophets were included in it. Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, for example, were included in the this body, this deliberative body that was also a legislative body. It's a great mystery. What exactly was it? How did they convene? Who was involved in it? But for the time being, we have to posit that this body did produce a significant amount of religious legislation. We begin to see the development of a new title, Rabbi, which is really not used in prior texts with any amount of frequency. The term rabbi is derived from the Hebrew term rav, which means great or large. In the sense you would address someone, your highness, I guess in English, your greatness. And in Israel, the term used in late antiquity was Rabbi, that's the actual pronunciation, which means my greatness, my largeness, which is translated to be my teacher. That's more colloquial and more accurate in that regard, but it's not exactly what the term is literally. In Babylonia, the term Rav alone is preferred. The term rabbi, with that pronunciation, it's actually kind of nonsensical. In Hebrew, you don't actually have that word pronounced that way in Hebrew, but that's the way it came down to us in English. In Russian, for example, it would be Rabbi. All kinds of different ways to pronounce it, but it means my teacher. Now, in the context, this is not a prophet, this is not a king, this is not a priest. This is someone new. This is like an expert information worker. It's a class of people that rise to prominence in this Second Temple period, and in particular, in the last century before the Common Era, the first century of the Common Era. That's the golden age of the rabbis. In many ways, that's the period in which we get a lot of the great writings. We'll talk about two major sections in the next two lectures. And I want to just make one last point before we go on to the next level. One of the things that you see happening in a lot of popular histories, particularly those written for theologically inclined audiences, is this idea of writing history backwards, of trying to imagine what ancient history was, and looking at that aspirational ideal, even of today, but certainly of, let's say, late antiquity, late first century, early second century, and positing it backwards. The problem is we don't have contemporary texts that will allow us to really get a good look at what it meant to be a rabbi, let's say in the year 500 before the Common Era, or 800 before the Common Era. We don't really have a text. We do have texts from much, much later, like let's say 100 before the Common Era, that will tell us about something that's 500 years earlier. But that, of course, is from a historical point of view, not as ideal as the contemporary period. By the time we get to that weird year zero, there's no year zero, but you know what I'm talking about, we will have lots of interesting texts that are written from outside the rabbinic perspective that also give us a great idea as to what it was like socially. But for now, we have to kind of work with the texts that we have and project backwards as conservatively as possible to try and understand history as it actually unfolded. Here's a beautiful image of Jean Fouquet, the construction of the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem. It apparently looked nothing like this, but what an amazing kind of inspirational image this must have been. The reason why I illustrated this particular slide with the artwork of Fouquet is because we should recall that around this time, there is a big shift in the center of authority. Who do you go to for religious instruction, for religious inspiration? In the pre-Ezra period, or let's say the first temple period, that would certainly be the priest, the Kohen. The Kohen would be responsible to be connected to Jerusalem, to the temple rituals, to the sacrificial cult. That really was the main focus of Judaism. We have scattered tiny, interesting references in various biblical books to types of prayer, which were almost always done at the sanctuary in Jerusalem, or like Hannah, for example, at the beginning of the book of Samuel, at the tabernacle when it was in a traveling mode. But we don't have a lot of really great data about, who would you go to if you lived in, I don't know, Sfat, or if you lived in Alexandria? Where would you get religious instruction in this early Second Temple period? There seems to be a shifting away from the temple itself, although it retains the center, but it becomes more diffuse as people seek out religious instruction, and it becomes to move towards people who are masters of the Masorah, of the tradition, which, as we shall see, involves a lot more than just textual familiarity with the texts that will become canonized and form the Tanakh, but really masters a much larger amount of information, which is enclosed in something we call the oral Torah. The people who inherited this new mantle of authority and would ultimately become much more significant once the temple is destroyed in the first century are, of course, the rabbis. They're the ones who are able to take the portable tradition and implant it in the diaspora and nourish it not only so that it thrives, but in fact it flourishes. And at this point, we should try to understand, what do we mean by the Tanakh? What do we mean by the Bible, to use a Greek term? There's no question that the biblical texts were circulating at this time of the Second Temple, and through a process which is not at all clear, they eventually become canonized. This is a Christian term which is used to kind of imply what is closed, what is now a book that is accepted as having the authority of divine approval. And this eventually forms the tripartite Bible, the Torah, the first 5 books, the Nevi'im, which are most of the prophets, and then finally Ketuvim, or writings, which includes some kind of miscellaneous works like Psalms, which are more like prayers, the wisdom literature, like the book of Proverbs, some other books which seem like they belong in prophets, like Chronicles, and some fascinating miscellany, like Song of Songs, for example. Now, there's no question that these texts are circulating in the 2nd century, but we don't know exactly the process by which they were exactly canonized. The Talmud definitely mentions the specific number of the texts, but nowhere does it actually list all of the individual texts of the Bible. It was kind of accepted by the 1st century. It's just a known thing. Yeah, this is what's included. These are the things which are not included. Now, there are a few passages in the Talmud which speak about whether or not this or that book should be included. Some decisions are made regarding, for example, Song of Songs and regarding Ecclesiastes. And other decisions are made regarding books which are definitely out. Books like Ben Sira, we talked about the book of the Maccabees, for example. Those texts are excluded. The people who earn mastery not only of these texts that become the Bible, but also earn mastery of the interpretation of these texts. Those are the rabbis. And we should also point out one last detail here. They have different rules of interpretation depending on which book it is. The 5 books of Moses, the Torah, that is considered sacrosanct, on the highest possible level. There are no accepted errors, there are no typos, other than obviously scribal ones, which would render a Torah scroll invalid for use. And there's a whole series of hermeneutic rules as to actually how does one interpret the written text of the Torah. What we're looking at, by the way, is the oldest existing text of the Nevi'im and Ketuvim. Unfortunately, the Torah section was lost. It is the Aleppo Codex, which dates from the 10th century. And as you can see, there are a lot of Masoretic markings on the inside, which specifically indicate, for example, how the text is to be pronounced and so on. We'll talk more about this when we get to the Masoretic movement later. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff going on. That's kind of like an introduction to the rise of this new information class of the rabbis. Let's look at two of their major occupations, which was the recording something called the Midrash and something else called the Mishnah in the next two lectures.
Just showers in the high desert with lows in the low 60s to low 70s. Tomorrow, low clouds and fog in the morning, then partly cloudy with highs in mid 70s to around 80. Right now, it's 85 in Diamond Bar, 88 in Monrovia, 78 in Carson, 95 in Palmdale. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
Number one on your car radio.
One of the most fascinating aspects of early rabbinic work is a method of interpreting the Torah which is known as Midrash or Midrash. This is a fascinating approach to the text of the Torah, specifically the first 5 books of Moses itself, but there are Midrashim on the rest of the Bible as well. Let us understand what exactly is this Midrash and how it is understood today. So the golden era of rabbinic hermeneutics, meaning the way in which rabbis understood the Torah, was towards the end of the period we're discussing today. That is between the years 100 before the Common Era and let's say up to about 200 of the Common Era when the Mishnah was redacted. That does not mean to say, however, that all the texts that are described in Midrash are from that period. They are really quoting much older statements which have been handed down as part of the oral tradition and then eventually become recorded by a class, a historical period known as the Tanaim, and the later class known as the Amoraim. More on that in a few lectures. So the texts that we're describing today, many of them can be dated with accuracy no earlier than say about the year 100 before the Common Era, but they are quoting much earlier traditions. And we see this, by the way, in other groups as well. Homer, for example, the Odyssey and the Iliad, the great classics of Greek early literature, were also handed down as oral traditions until they were finally recorded in text. Now, the term Midrash is a way of approaching the text of the Torah, interpreting the text of the Torah. It comes from the word Midrash, which means to seek out, to request, or to examine. And it is a fascinating and often quite disruptive means of understanding the meaning of the Torah text itself. It's really quite creative. In many ways, it's not dissimilar from a lot of modern literary techniques, such as deconstructionism and so on. Fascinating ways of reading the text, often reading it with multiple valencies in contradictory directions. Absolutely fascinating. I should point out, it's very important to understand, that according to Jewish theology, Midrash also comes from Sinai, that it is an oral tradition that goes all the way back to the roots of the written text itself, and as such has tremendous importance. However, when you have midrashim that move in different directions, or midrashim that seem to be, highly hyperbolic in nature, it can be very difficult to understand what exactly they mean. Many approaches, particularly in the modern era, understand the midrash to be, very poetic in nature rather than hard and fast and meant to be taken on a literal level. But I will leave that to the rabbis to figure out. I'm just a regular historian, not a rabbinic authority. So there is halachic midrash and there is Aggadic midrash. Halachic, an adjective, an English form of an adjective, based on the word halakha, which means to walk or to travel. And this is the word used for Jewish law. We'll have much more to say about this as halakha is developed, and especially when it's codified in the medieval period. At any rate, halachic midrash are midrashic readings of the text by the rabbis that inform how Jews should behave, hence halachic. So, For example, you'll see on the left here is a photograph of an IDF soldier who is wearing phylacteries, or in Hebrew, tefillin. These are leather boxes that are commonly worn during the weekday prayer. The box on the top contains several scriptural passages, and the box on the left arm also contains scriptural passages, and there's a ritual for wrapping them around the arm and so on, and then prayers are read while these are worn. Now, a question might arise, where does all this come from? If you read the Bible itself, it says in Deuteronomy that you shall bind them, which appears to be a reference to the words of the Torah, as a sign upon your hands and as frontlets upon your eyes. Now, what exactly is a sign in your hand? What does that look like? Frontlets between your eyes, what does that mean also? So the Midrash steps in to give us some explanation. Let's have a quick look at one example. You'll note in the picture here that the box that's filled on the arm is worn on the left arm, on the bicep, slightly tilted inwards towards the heart. If you worn correctly. Let's have a look at how we get to that from the Midrash. So this is from the Midrash Halacha called Sifrei, which is written on the book of Devarim, or Deuteronomy. And I've taken these citations from the amazing website Sefaria, which is a fantastic place to get Hebrew text. It's huge, free, wide open. I love it. So here it is. I'll read in Hebrew. The Torah says that you wear the tefillin on your hand, and that means the high part of your hand. So what would that be? Well, you figure that's up towards the top. Maybe perhaps on the bulge of the bicep. But you said it should be on the high part of the hand, but maybe it should be on the hand itself. I mean, the text only says on your hand. Talmud will be for you as a sign upon your hands, for you as a sign, and not as a sign for others. Right? So if you read what's happening here, the Midrash is kind of looking with a microscope at the text itself, and you're trying to figure out, well, where do you put this box? You put it on the back of your hand, you put it on your forearm, where does it go? It says, well, the rest of the text says it shall be for you as a sign, something that's closer to you. So that would mean up here, which is close to the center of my body, myself, my heart. So it's interesting. Like the Midrash is investigating, asking. It's not written like a series of rules. It's written like a give and take. We'll see about that in the Mishnah. These words shall be on your heart. It means that it should be something close to your heart. Where is close to your heart on your hand? Well, that would clearly be your bicep. Right? So here's an example of the Midrash really picking apart the text, finding a couple of words. One is for you, and another one is your heart. Those are one word each in Hebrew because they're prefixes and so on. So that's how you know where the tefillin should be worn. It doesn't exist in the text itself. You have to unpack the text to get to the meaning. Now let's just go a little further. Midrash, by the way, goes deep and further like you wouldn't believe. Davar Acher, another interpretation. That itself is going to say. Midrash would allow multiple interpretations. Yatza Zesmol. When it says on your hand, it means your left hand. Why? You say it's the left hand, maybe it's the right hand. Says, okay, I can't prove it to you for sure, but I can give you kind of an illusion. Look at the book of Judges. It says, so then the Midrash goes on, I'll paraphrase in English, that in the reference there where Yael kills Sisera by driving a tent peg through his temple. Yikes. Her hand reaches out to the peg, and her right hand is holding the hammer. So there you go. Whenever it says hand on its own, without specifying right hand, must mean it's the left hand. Okay, nice. That's not a proof, but it's at least one example. In number 9, then Rabbi Natan says the same thing, that it combines binding with writing. So that means that the hand that you do the binding with is the same hand that you do writing with. For most people, that is the right hand. And the Midrash will go on and on. I'm not going to do the last part here because there's so much of it. What about if you're naturally left-handed? What about if a person is an amputee? All kinds of things like this that Midrash will explore. And of course, this is just the beginning of a long exploration, which you'll also find in the Talmud. So Midrash is such a clear example of how the rabbis now, as information workers, are teasing out the meaning of the text and providing direct, clear instruction on halakha, how to behave. The other major area of Midrash, and I would argue that especially since the Talmud, the Aggadic Midrash is even more important. Unlike halakha, which deals primarily with what Jews should do, how they should act, Haggadah, on the other hand, which is related to the word Haggadah, like in the Passover Seder, means the telling, refers to how Jews might want to think, refers to lessons of the text, philosophy, history, geography, metaphysics, all kinds of things about the text that reveals to us that doesn't necessarily specifically mandate a particular course of action, but does mandate some kind of thought process. So just to give you one example, the binding of Isaac is described in Genesis 22. So in that passage, when God first approaches Abraham and says, I want you to sacrifice Isaac, the actual text of God's request is a little more specific. It says, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, even Isaac. Now the Midrash asks, why all this detail? Why not just say, take Isaac? What is this business of all these other phrases? So let's look at Bereshit Rabbah. Bereshit is the Hebrew word for Genesis, once again from the amazing Safari website. And the phrase says, the Yomer Kachna es bincha, etc. Take your son, and so on. Amar lo, and by the way, you'll notice that in the printed text, they don't bother quoting the rest of the verse, because you really should know it. What are you doing this, studying Midrash, if you haven't studied the Torah properly? You got to know your verses very well. Amar lo, kasha mincha kachna es bincha. So God says to him, please, take your son. Amalei, train beneath these sleep. So Abraham says back to God, this is not in the biblical text. This is the Midrash interpolating a dialogue that is not reproduced in the biblical text. How to approach that interpolation? Is it imaginary? Is it a thought experiment? Is it actual? What exactly does it mean? That's the rabbi. God, and note, by the way, if you're sensitive to language, that this is written in Aramaic rather than Hebrew, which indicates a sense of it would have been written down in text form, even though it could have been repeated over in Hebrew much longer, further back in the period. It's recorded, certainly, in the period when Jews spoke Aramaic more than spoke Hebrew. Anyway, Abraham says to God, what do you mean? I've got two sons. Which son are you? Right? Don't forget, Abraham has Ishmael, the older son, and Yitzchak, the younger son, Isaac. Amaro, so God says to him, Es Yechidcha, your only son. Right? Remember that the text in the Bible said, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, even Isaac. So God says to Abraham, I mean your only son. So Abraham doesn't need to go on. Amaro, Ze Yachid L'Hibo, Ze Yachid L'Hibo. God, I don't understand. This one, Ishmael, is the only son of his mother, and this one, Isaac, is also the only son of his mother. Ishmael is the only son of Hagar. Isaac is the only son of Sarah. Which one do you mean? Amaro, Asher Ahavta. God says, okay, Abraham, the one that you love. Right, so listen to what Abraham says. Hello. He says, is there Are there limits to emotions? Meaning, is it possible for me to measure which one I love more? If there's no limit to this, I don't know. So, and finally, God says to him, Amrlo es Yitzchak. He says to him, okay, Isaac, that's what I'm going to keep talking, and meanwhile, I'm going to put the English up here so you can review my translation. But basically, what's going on in this midrash is God is stretching out the conversation with Abraham. Or perhaps we could say that Abraham is stretching out the conversation. The conclusion of the midrash is that God stretches this out in order that every aspect of this commandment should be cherished. Meaning, it's a long, detailed description of what Abraham is supposed to do in order that Abraham should take it very seriously and perform it with great precision. Now, I would like to suggest as well that there are other readings of this midrash as well. That's one of the amazing things about the Rabbinic midrash is that it's so rich and powerfully deep in meaning that you can really think so many profound thoughts as you try to live through the midrash. Also, note please that the midrash seems to be intrinsically opaque. It's not transparent. It doesn't give it to you on a platter. Everything the midrash is trying to say requires you to respond to it. Perhaps this is another way of understanding the word midrash itself. It's a search. It's a journey for meaning. It's an attempt to discover something. And in that sense, midrash is absolutely fascinating and beautiful to study.
There may be some clarification coming in regards to the
okay, let us go on in the next lecture to talk about the Mishnah, another incredibly important achievement of this particular period of Jewish history.
The employment status of college athletes should maximize the educational benefits and opportunities that schools can provide through their athletic departments.
The FDA is allowing Juul Labs to continue selling its e-cigarettes and refill cartridges. Juul has faced controversy over its early marketing practices, which critics say targeted young consumers under 21.
Let us now discuss the Mishnah. As you can see from this photograph here, the Mishnah was, for the vast majority of Jewish history, the preserve exclusively of men. This is a highly androcentric activity. The yeshiva is, for most of Jewish history, a men's club where guys get together, typically in uniform like this, with black kippahs and white shirts, and they struggle to understand the meaning of the text. In the 20th century in particular, we see a lot of change. God willing, we'll speak about that change later on in this series, but for the time being, this is essentially a man's activity, but that's not where I'm going right now. Let's go to the text itself. One of the major things that happens towards the end of the period that we're discussing right now, right around the year 200 of the Common Era, is a fateful decision by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, who is a Jew charged with the political leadership of the Jewish population in Israel. And remember, this is a good 130 years after the destruction of the temple, after tremendous devastation, persecution of the Jews, expansion of the diaspora, Jews taken into slavery, phenomenal economic pressures, all kinds of things are threatening to tear apart the Jewish people. And Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi decided to take a fairly dramatic step, which was heavily criticized in its time, of taking all this body of information, which we have called the Oral Torah, and recording it in writing. That is, taking something which has been for centuries handed down from rabbi to student, debated orally in study halls such as the one I showed you earlier, and suddenly say, you know what, now we're going to capture it in specific words on a page. They're going to be reified, there's going to be a text, it's going to be like the written Torah, which has more or less been canonized since the first century at any rate, and now we're going to take this intentionally flexible document and body of teachings, and we are going to freeze it in stone, canonize it much like the Bible has been canonized, and that's going to change the way Jews learn their Torah forever. It's also after the disastrous Bar Kokhba rebellion that results in even more devastation, particularly in the region of Jerusalem and Judean mountains. And so the Jews had a very, very difficult time in their history, politically, socially, economically, and especially religiously. So what Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi did, and we'll speak more about this, God willing, when we get to the 2nd century in our discussion, he took the teachings that would become the Mishnah, but he specifically did not list it as a law code. He did not list all of the conclusions. He rather listed a series of debates. He listed a series where Rabbi X says this and Rabbi Y says that. And like if you're looking to the Mishnah to try to find an answer, how can I cook this chicken? Is it kosher or not? You won't find that answer there. You have to enter into the debate because you see that Rabbi X says it is kosher, Rabbi Y says it isn't kosher. And the only way to know it is to actually engage in the debate and see how that debate eventually ends. Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi does not offer that to you because he intentionally retained this open-ended dialogue necessary document. It's absolutely fascinating. Let me give you a look at a couple of examples. So this is a passage from the Mishnah in Peah. That's a tractate that describes how when you are harvesting your field, you have to leave a corner of the field behind for the poor people. So we'll pay out. So the payout is the corner of the field, the first fruits that you would bring to Jerusalem as a sacrificial offering, the appearance in Jerusalem, like showing up, and the acts of kindness. And finally, the study of Torah. These, on the other hand, are the things which one enjoys the interest thereof in this world, but the principal value is in the next world. And notice here, by the way, the rabbi is making explicit reference to Olam Haba, the world to come, heaven as it were, which is not something you find in the Bible in the same way. Kibbud Av V'Em, honoring father and mother, right? You enjoy like an ancillary benefit of that particular commandment in this world, but the principal value, the reward of it is in the next world. And kindness to others, Bahava Shalom Ben Adam V'Shamirot, bringing about peace between people, the Talmud Torah, and learning Torah. Well, that's the best of it. Okay, very nice. So that's the Mishnah. It's kind of an open-ended statement in terms of you want to know what more about these things, but there's no internal contradiction until you get to the very next passage, which says, Ein Kochasim L'Peah Mishisha. You can't leave less than 1 part in 60 as the sacrificial offering of Peah. What? You just told me that there's no shiur, there's no size to Peah. Now in the very next Mishnah, you're saying there's a size. The Mishnah continues, even though I know, I just said that there's no measure to it. It has to do with the greatness of the field, the size of the field, and according to the needs of the poor, and according to how much of yield the field gives. So it just throws out the first Mishnah out the window, and now we're going with the second Mishnah. And we also don't have a clear large size. We have 1 in 60 that the rabbis give us, but we don't have a larger size. And then if you look at the third part of this Mishnah, which I'm not going to go into, then there's not only size in terms of how much area you have to divide, but when you have to divide it, where in the field you divide it, and so on. And so the Mishnah offers right away different approaches to the same question, and the only way you can really understand what you're supposed to do is by engaging it, hopefully engaging it with a study partner, and especially engaging it with a master, a rabbi, who will then give you the course of the debate and bring you to a conclusion. That's how the Mishnah works. It is intrinsically dialectical in nature. You must engage it. You must ideally engage it with other human beings as well. What's in the Mishnah? So the 6 orders of the Mishnah form the acronym Zman Nakat, which means takes time, or if you like, time flies, and they are as follows. The first 3, making up the acronym Zman, or time, are seeds, which are primarily dealing with agricultural law. We saw that in the Mishnah on Peah. We just looked at. That's referring to agricultural laws in Israel. How do you take the Peah from your field? The second section is times, which primarily deals with holidays, the Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, things like that. The third section, which is the largest section, is women, nationally. And this also gives us a sense of how androcentric the document is. It's primarily written by men, for men, and so it is about women. And so the section on women deals with how does one marry a woman, how does one divorce a woman, how does one pay the divorce settlement, and all kinds of things like this that are dealing primarily with relations with women. Then the fourth section is damages. And yes, there's a lot of yeshiva jokes about the sequence here. But damages are kind of like the classic section of the Mishnah. By the way, all of this forms the core of what would become later the Talmud. So the Talmud is essentially an extensive discussion of the Mishnah. More on that in a later class. And then holy things, which deals primarily with the temple, sacrificial laws, and finally purities, which deal with the complex laws of personal purity, such as with bathing and ritual immersion and stuff. So those are the areas that are of concern to the Mishnah, divided into these 6 sections. The 6 sections are known in Hebrew as the Shisha Sidrei Mishnah, the 6 orders of the Mishnah, and abbreviated that as Shas, and that's also an abbreviation for the Talmud because it follows the same order. So when someone learns Shas, they're typically saying they've learned the entire Talmud, usually the Babylonian Talmud, although the root of that term comes from the Mishnah. Let's just reflect for a moment now on the implications of this document in the Mishnah. It's hugely important, immeasurably important in terms of the survival of the Jewish people. Rabbi Yehuda Nassi's achievement was to take a text which was rooted in revelation as a source of authority, first the revelations of Moses and Sinai, then the revelations of the prophets and so on, and firmly transform the chain of tradition, in Hebrew term is Masorah, into a text which is theoretically far more accessible to anyone. Now, he retained a lot of the features of the transmission that required human engagement, such that it's not appropriate for a Jew to simply pick up the Mishnah and say, well, I'm going to learn the Mishnah, and I'm not going to ask anyone else what it means, I'm not going to engage with a rabbi or with a study partner and so on. I'm just going to approach the text on my own. I will do the best. That is not the traditional form of Jewish learning, certainly not what Rabbi Yehuda Nassi intended by keeping the arcane and open-ended nature of the Mishnah available. Rather, what Rabbi Yehuda Nassi did was he cemented the need for a centripetal force in Jewish intellectual activity that Jews needed to gather to focus on this text. But at the same time, he allowed the entire Masorah to become far more portable. Suddenly, in the absence of the temple, Jews could still engage in study as a religious activity, which is certainly enshrined in the earliest passages. A little while ago, with the Shema, for example, it talks about speaking out the words of Torah as you walk upon the path. But the Mishnah was hugely forward in preserving the Torah that would later be expanded in the Talmud and would really perpetuate itself to the present day. Okay, that's it for our very quick 3 brief lecture look at intellectual history and the rise of the rabbis. We're going to go back to political and social history with the Roman period next. Thank you very much for watching.
The Writers Guild of America East and West is calling on the New York Attorney General to launch an investigation into the cancellation of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. CBS says the final show will be in May. CBS owner Paramount says the show will end due to financial reasons. However, the Guild is accusing Paramount of offering...
At this point, we should have a brief look at the very consequential
settlement with the president on his lawsuit filed against CBS News.
presidential reign of King Herod in Hebrew Hurgus. Herod reigned in Judea from 37 till the year 4 before the Common Era, put in place some of its most magnificent architecture that lasts to the present day in some cases, and had a dramatic impact on the nature of the interrelationship between several elements of the population. He was a tyrant, a madman, but a very effective administrator at the same time. And although he made tremendous efforts to try to win over the local population, he never quite managed to do so. He created a tremendously important image of the land of Israel far and wide. He really brought the fame and the prestige of the region into a much broader discussion and consensus of the world, but at the same time he ruled with an iron fist and was quite feared. The story of Herod's rise to power will give us a sense of what the times were like and the tremendous separation between the ruling classes and what the common person would have thought of as the ideals of Judaism. You have a look at this map here. You see this is what the Roman Empire looked like in the middle of the first century before the Common Era. The blue area on the right represents the conquest of General Pompey that were mentioned very briefly recently, but it is in this context that we understand the precursor of Herod's rise to power. Basically, as we picked up on last week, when the last great queens of the Maccabean regime, Queen Shlomitzion Hamalka, Alexander Salome, she passed away. Her two sons, Hyrcanus and Aristobulus, got into a fratricidal conflict over who would be the king over Israel. Antipater, who was one of the Idumeans, that is, you'll recall, I'll show you a map in a second. Idumea was south of Judea, and this was a region that was forcibly conquered, and the people there forcibly converted to Judaism by John Hyrcanus, very controversial in Jewish history. Antipater was of the descendants of that people. He was kind of like a nefarious figure in the last waning years of the Hashmonaim. He advised Aristobulus, one of the brothers, to go out to the Nabateans, they were a kingdom that were in the south, but also in the east on the other side of the Dead Sea, and seek Nabatean aid to try and to push his brother out of rulership. His brother decided to go to Pompey. In particular, Pompey brought both figures before him and decided that Hyrcanus was likely the weaker of the two, and therefore he decided to back Hyrcanus. Because he would be easier to manipulate. So that's how Hyrcanus was named the ruler under Pompey. Pompey then takes advantage of his type of invitation. Pompey then marches to Jerusalem, and after a brief siege, gains access to the city and massacres some 12,000 inhabitants, according to Josephus. He also, because he's heard about the temple, very curious to see exactly what is the ritual of the Jews, and so he desecrates it by his presence. He does not destroy the temple, but he actually walks into the Holy of Holies to investigate what he finds there, and is rather surprised to see that there's nothing inside the Holy of Holies, that the Jews really do worship an invisible God. Here's a powerful painting by Jean Fouquet, 15th century, showing Pompey's entrance into the Holy of Holies, and you can see at the bottom the land of Jerusalem is littered with corpses. He divides up the area in 4 distinct regions. So Judea actually has 4 pieces to it at this point, and it is geographically landlocked, that is, from the Mediterranean, does have access to the Dead Sea. Working from the south, you see Idumea. To the east, you have Araya. This would be on the east bank of the Jordan River. And then there's the Samaritan land, and up to the north is the Galilee. These were 4 regions that were assigned to Judea at this time under Pompey. In the larger history of the Roman Empire, of course, Pompey gets locked into a major conflict with none other than Julius Caesar. And what ends up happening is that Antipater, the Idumean, you'll recall him, he was involved in affairs with earlier. He ends up joining with Caesar against Pompey, and when Caesar ultimately defeats Pompey, then Caesar names Antipater the de facto ruler of Judea. Hyrcanus, who's still around, is named simply Ethnarch, which means leader of the people, but it doesn't actually have the force of rule that Antipater had. Antipater in turn named his two sons to leadership positions. The elder son, Phasael, was given the governorship of Judea, the central part, and his younger son, Herod, was given control of the Galilee. At that point, Caesar was assassinated, and shortly thereafter, Antipater himself was assassinated. Herod would revenge his father's murder later. But while this is all happening, the Parthians invade. These are people who live to the far east in the region of Babylonia. They come in, they completely take over the region for a short period of time. They crown Aristobulus' son. Remember, this is the other brother in the Civil War. And so his son Antigonus, with his name as king, and they take Hyrcanus, his rival, and they physically maim him so he can't take the position of high priest. The role of high priest was exceptionally important, especially in the Maccabean era, because it was not uncommon for the high priest and the king to be the same person. Phasael, Herod's brother, is captured and he ultimately commits suicide. Herod flees by way of Alexandria to Rome. In Rome, he's a big hit, and he ends up being named the King of the Jews. So he returns back to Judea in year 39. The Parthians are driven out, and after an extensive struggle with a tremendous bloody conflict, he ultimately approaches and conquers Jerusalem in year 37, and of course there's a massacre of the local population. And so from that year 37, with his conquest of Jerusalem, then he reigns basically undisturbed until the year 4 before the Common Era. A Stalin-like period of time, and in many ways ruled like Joseph Stalin ruled the Soviet Union as well. We will have plenty of occasion to speak about Herod's madness and his cruelty, but we should also remember at the same time that he was not a typical despot. He apparently had very strong feelings about how the country should be run, and he was willing to meet the local population halfway as long as he could maintain the control in the manner that he decided. He attempted from time to time to have councils with the local people. He attempted to intercede for them on behalf of Rome. He also gave taxes during years of drought. There were a few things that we can point to which were exceptions in his reign, but the main positive element of his long rule over Israel was his role as a builder. Let's look at three specific areas where he was extremely significant. The first is, of course, a major renovation of the temple grounds. This is a modern reconstruction, of course, but Herod expanded the footprint of the temple grounds. He lavishly decorated the entire facility. He built brand new walls. In fact, most of the stones to the Kotel, the remaining western wall, most of the ones that are visible are in fact stones from the Herodian era. Much lower down you'll find the stones of the Hashmonaim and so on, but you have to go into archaeological sites to see the lower levels. This was a calculated ploy which was designed to win over unsuccessfully the affections of the people. Herod knew that the temple was definitely the spiritual center of the Jewish people, and he thought by magnifying it, he would develop greater connections with the larger population. And also, this did work, develop the fame of Jerusalem as a major capital of the ancient world. And in fact, the fame of the eternal city did spread far and wide. Many people were very curious to see what is this great temple that the Jews worship at. He also, at the same time, maintained very strong connections with Rome. Although he himself was of somewhat dubious Jewish origin, he, of course, was Idumean. There was always questions about how Jewish were the Idumeans to begin with, given their forced conversion. But for certain, he was a citizen of Rome. And in Jerusalem, it was difficult for him to express that well, although he did, for example, attempt at one point to erect a Roman eagle on the temple grounds, which offended the Jewish sensibilities so terribly that once it was taken down, he simply did not try it again. But in the port city that he built, Caesarea on the Mediterranean, he created essentially a Roman-style polis. That's a Greek word for a kind of self-governing city, which had all of the trappings of the greatest Roman cities around the world, including this beautiful amphitheater and many other facilities that were much more Roman in style. And in fact, for the next couple of hundred years, the Romans would prefer Caesarea as their capital, as their main base. Even though Jerusalem had far greater status, it was much too Jewish, it was much too religious. Caesarea, not only did it have better access to the sea and so on, but it had a culture that was far more welcoming of Roman mores. There was a very large Jewish population in Caesarea, but it was essentially a Roman city on Jewish soil. One of my favorite of his constructions is his remarkable palace at the rocky outcrop of Masada, which is in the middle of the Judean desert. You can see the Dead Sea in the background there. This gorgeous facility, very remote and craggy. His summer palace. Maybe this is his winter palace, I'm not actually sure. But built with tremendous engineering ingenuity and also with an aesthetic sensibility. I've climbed, as many young Jews have done, to the top of Masada as part of my coming of age experiences, and watching the sun rise over the mountains of Moab in Jordan is an absolutely amazing experience. One can only imagine what it would be like to have your palace located, or one of his several palaces. Right, that gives you a sense of his vision, his connection to the outside world, and his grandeur. However, as I mentioned, he failed to make a connection with the people as a whole. The population, from the very beginning of his rule, favored Antigonus, who was a legitimate leader from the Hasmonean dynasty, even though it was a flawed dynasty, and his father Nicola had quarreled miserably over who would control Israel. Nevertheless, Herod was never able to get over the taint of his association with the Judeans, and also his brutal use of force to impose his will on Jewish people was not seen with much charity. In some cases, he was, if you look at this coin, for example, you get a sense of him trying to find the balancing position. This is a Herodian coin from his era, and on the left is depicted an eagle. This is the first time that a Jewish king, since the Persian era, had put any kind of living being as an image on a coin. This was considered to be something that was deeply offensive to the Jews of that era. We've already mentioned the Roman eagle at the temple grounds. And this coin was circulated primarily in Caesarea, but all the other coins that circulated elsewhere were free of images of human beings or of animals and so on. So it's like he was prepared to do some things for the Jewish people, but he really didn't believe it himself, and he wanted to stick with Roman values elsewhere. He failed to win over the people, and in particular the Pharisees, who we'll speak about shortly. They refused to take an oath to him, and his multiple acts of cruelty, the Christian scriptures describe an incredibly awful incident in which he murdered thousands of infants. We will get back to that a little later when we talk about the birth of Christianity. Meant that he was never a popular king. He also had an incredibly bizarre and tragic family life. He married multiple wives, like many of these kind of Eastern kings, for various purposes to connect himself, usually unsuccessfully, with local populations. He married many wives. The most famous of them, certainly the highest status of them, was Mariamne, as was shown on the first slide here. Mariamne was the last princess from the line of the Maccabees. and through her, he hoped to gain some legitimacy as a king coming from the Maccabees. Ultimately, however, he would murder Mariamna, and then in a fit of regret and rage, he would order her body preserved in honey, which is just bizarre because he wanted to be close to her even after death. He would also murder all of her sons in a fit of rage, that is, his own sons by Mariamna, as he murdered many of his children, many of his wives, feeling that they were seeking, in some cases correctly, to overthrow him. In the last years of his life, he was overcome with madness and regret, and ultimately he passed away in the year 4 before the Common Era. And the legacy that he left to his successors is going to unfold in the first century in some very significant ways, resulting, for example, in the birth of Christianity, which occurs under his successors, and then the Great Revolt, which will ultimately lead to the destruction of the temple. Okay, that's a very quick look at King Herod. Let us continue in the next lecture with a discussion of the Jewish population at this time. In particular, we're going to look at sectarianism before we return to political history. Thank you very much for watching.
But there's a dark side. So, what is this?
It is perhaps a common misconception that the Jews of the first century were somehow better than the Jews of the 21st century. They were more cooperative, more sensitive, more morally acute, and generally more politically aware of their realities that surrounded them. There are some theological arguments to say that perhaps they were more spiritually sensitive than the current generation. I'll leave that to rabbis to discuss. But when it comes to a historical perspective, I am reminded of my father's oft-stated motto, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, which means the more it changes, the more it stays the same. And the fractiousness of the Jewish community in the first century before the Common Era through the first century of the Common Era was absolutely incredible, and in many ways quite comparable to our own 2,000 years later. So I'd like to look at 3 groups today, very briefly, and then in a following video, I'd like to look at the fascinating incident of the Qumran community, most likely the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but I'll save that for another video. For today, let's just look at 3 major groups: the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the Zealots. How we know about these groups, and in fact the names for these groups, comes to us almost entirely from the testimonies of Josephus, who we've discussed in great detail, but we will come back to again and again in the ancient period, and Philo. Philo we haven't spoken about very much yet. He is an important first century philosopher who lived in Alexandria, Egypt, and he was one of the very important conduits of Jewish thought to the outside world. And both of them give us some insight into the range of Jewish political, religious, and social expression of this era. We can fill in the gaps from what remains from Josephus' and Philo's testimonies with passages from the Talmud and the Midrash and the Torah and the Christian scriptures and so on. But we're really heavily reliant on the overall structure that we get from Josephus and Philo. And I'll try and point out some of the lacunae that we still have in their records of these groups. But for now, let's concentrate on the 3 main groups. The first one for sure we've got to consider are the so-called Pharisees. This is not a term that we find within the Jewish scriptures or within the Jewish writings such as the Mishnah and the Talmud and so on. They may be known as the Perushim, which means those who separate. It's an interesting term. The etymology is not quite certain. It could be that it was originally a term of opprobrium cast at the Pharisees because they somehow separated from either the political structure of the day or from the lower classes. I'm going to explore that in just a second. And then perhaps the rabbis took this as an adequate designator of who they are and who they stood for. This happens actually very commonly in history, where one group will find some kind of nasty label for another group, and the other group will end up taking that label on, saying, "Yeah, that's us." One example that is quite close to what we're talking about today would be the term Orthodox, which was originally hurled at the so-called Altgläubiger, the old believers, the traditionalist Jews of the 18th century in particular, and early 19th century, and the term was meant to be an insult. Orthodox means one belief, which is not at all entirely true, but we'll get to that later on in the series. And ultimately, the Orthodox, so to speak, took on that term and said, "Yeah, that's us, we're Orthodox." Who are the Perushim? Who are the Pharisees? They are, by scholarly consensus, identified with the rabbis, the rabbinical group, meaning the people who laid claim to an ancestral tradition known as the Masorah, that we've spoken about briefly, like in the past, and would ultimately be the survivors of this tumultuous time and would be the intellectual foundations of Jewish expression for thousands of years. Again, let me reiterate that during the first century before the Common Era, the first century of the Common Era, there were very many definitions of what is Judaism circulating, and many different groups were laying claim to that label. The Pharisees, or the rabbis, the Perushim, were the ones who emerged successfully. What to make of that multiplicity? Well, I guess it depends on how you feel about the rabbis, but this is definitely where Judaism connects itself through the tumultuous couple of centuries we're looking at to the distant past. Now, who were they? They were drawn largely from the middle and lower classes, and generally speaking, not from the aristocracy. There were priests among them, Kohanim among them, but they were by and large not associated with the temple in a direct and controlling manner. Although there are some really fascinating recent analyses that suggest that the temple was in fact run according to Pharisaic principle, even though it was another group, the Sadducees, we'll discuss next, who were primarily in control of the temple activity. They were known as popular teachers. They were known as people being close to the spiritually sensitive elements of the population, and they were kind of like charismatic leaders. Think, for example, of 18th century and 19th century Hasidic leaders gathering around them, the common people who come to them for spiritual guidance. That's not to say that they did not disdain the common people, the so-called Amei Haaretz, which in Hebrew means people of the land, but is often shorthand, at least in Pharisaic writings, for ignoramai. That's a plural, right? Ignoramai, plural, ignoramus, meaning unlearned. And the rabbis actually made a very careful distinction. There's a discussion that's quite fascinating about how one would become a chaver, a colleague, which was like the membership of a faith circle, by agreeing, not necessarily by mastering a massive amount of text, which was definitely the desideratum of the rabbis, but by agreeing to be strict about certain particular practices that had perhaps fallen into disuse. For example, to be very strict about taking the tithe from one's produce, to be very particular about the laws of diet or the laws of family behavior and so on. And so people would take on this status before a beit din, a court. The three rabbis, they would say, I am going to undertake to follow the laws of tithing, and they would be considered a chaver, a friend, a colleague, a member of the circle. So even though they tended to look down on the totally unwashed and unlearned, this was not an exclusive kind of thing. This was a sense where they wanted people to rise above their educational limitations as much as possible. And this was also not a monolithic approach with the Pharisees either. But at any rate, some scholars suggest that that's perhaps why they were called Perushim, or separators, because they held themselves above. At the same time, they were definitely much more popular with the broader population than any of the other groups that we will be discussing here today and in the following lecture. And I've already mentioned the connection with the temple very briefly. There's no question that they had very particular ideas about how the sacrificial ritual should be performed and by whom, and they felt that the appointment, often for a year or less, of a high priest by King Herod was completely illegitimate, that this should be something that is handed down, father to son within a legitimate line of priests and so on. But nevertheless, they had a very strong influence on the way that the temple was managed. How many were there? Well, Josephus offers the number 6,000 at one point, which it's hard to know whether that's a big number or a small number. If it's referring to the leadership, I'd say that's a pretty big number. If it's referring to everybody who considers themselves a Pharisee, that's a fairly small number. And we don't know very much about how to contrast that with the larger numbers as a whole. When you contrast that, however, with Josephus's reference to about 4,000 of the Essenes, which are a fairly radical group that we'll talk about in our next lecture, then you get the impression that it would have been a very small group indeed. At any rate, we have some sense of who they were, how they were connected to the larger population. They often found themselves at odds with the political leadership because they disagreed because their most important agenda item was following the Torah and following the Masorah, meaning the oral Torah that explained the Torah. And they had very little patience for the Hellenizing tendencies of the other classes, and especially of the ruling class under Herod and his successors. The next major group were the so-called Sadducees. They are known in Hebrew as the Tzedukim. That's where we get that strange word Sadducee from. And they derive their lineage from Tzadok HaKohen, a high priest named Tzadok, who goes all the way back to the Persian era. The Sadducees were very heavily invested in the temple ritual. They tended to be from the aristocratic classes. They had a very high concentration of priests among them for obvious reasons, but also they're known for their rather extreme Hellenization. There's probably an overlap between the Sadducees and the initial groups that advocated for more Hellenization during the Greek period. The Sadducees are often the enemies of the Pharisees in Pharisaic doctrines like the Talmud. Sadducees are often giving the rabbis, the Perushim, a hard time, and the Perushim have smart answers back. And there's so many reasons why their ideologies conflicted. The Sadducees had a series of beliefs which were heterodox when compared to the Pharisaic beliefs, such as they did not believe in the world to come. It's not correct to suggest they did not believe in the oral Torah at all. It's impossible to follow the Torah itself without some form of additional commentary to explain how it's translated into real life. But they disagree definitely with the extent, scope, and authority of the oral Torah that the rabbis held. They were frequently allied with the Romans, and as we approach the later part of the 1st century CE, of course, they'll be quite involved in the pro-Roman position vis-a-vis the ultimate Roman-Jewish war. Ultimately, they will disappear at the end of that war, and will have no further influence on the continuity of Jewish thought. There is, however, some overlap between certain ideas of the Sadducees and medieval movements like the Karaite movement that we'll have to discuss when we get there next semester. And finally, borrowing once again from Josephus' terminology, is a group called the Zealots. It would be more appropriate, however, to speak of multiple groups, all harboring a variety of ideologies at this point. Some of them were highly politically motivated, some of them were religiously motivated, some of them were simple criminals who engaged in brigandage and highway robbery, creating a greater atmosphere of discontent in the 1st century. The roots of the Zealots definitely go back to the disagreement over whether Herod should be king as an Idumean or whether Antigonus should be king since he was one of the Maccabean line. And there was a tremendous amount of intra-Jewish violence associated with the various zealot movements. Again, grouped under this term without necessarily formally agreeing to belong to any kind of umbrella group. The most notorious of the zealots were undoubtedly the so-called Sicarii, literally dagger men, named after their short daggers that they would carry under their cloaks and engage in assassination of Jewish leaders whom they disagreed with. A very nasty period of time with a lot of intra-Jewish violence. This will escalate throughout the first century and will have a major contributing factor to the Roman-Jewish War that we'll be exploring in a while. Okay, that's it for three of the main groups identified by Josephus and to a lesser degree by Philo. And in the next video, let's talk about the mysterious Essenes and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Thank you very much for watching.
Someone else price increases of more than 10%, that emergency has been extended multiple times. Michael Monk's KFI News.
Attorney General Pam Bondi and Interior Secretary Doug Burgum have toured Alcatraz as part of the administration's discussions about possibly reopening the island as a federal prison.
Alcatraz can hold the worst of the worst. It can hold middle-class violent prisoners. It can hold illegal aliens. It can hold anything.
No final decision has been made, but the visit signals growing interest in bringing the historic site back into use. The Justice Department is
in 1947, just months before the modern state of Israel was to be born, a dramatic discovery came to light. A massive cache of ancient documents, scrolls, discovered in a series of caves in a very forbidding part of Israel, in the Judean desert, not too far from the Dead Sea, hence the name Dead Sea Scrolls. The series of caves was located around a community known as Qumran, an ancient community long since abandoned, and this promised to be the library of that community. And the documents dated to approximately 150 before the Common Era to the Great Revolt, 66 through 73 of the Common Era, and they promised to shed a tremendous amount of light on the nature of Jewish society at this incredibly important time, including a discussion perhaps of what it must have been like for the early Christians in this period. So let's have a very quick look at the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves and ask some questions about who wrote them and what exactly were they saying. So here's a map of the modern state of Israel on a satellite. And as you can see when we zoom in a little bit, the Qumran region and the caves are just to the west of the northern part of the Dead Sea. The location of these caves as a possible source of documents was actually known long before 1947, and documents would occasionally trickle out onto the black market, but the major discovery came out in 1947. Here's a look at the topography of the region. You can see these caves are far up in the hillside, and this would be a place where many outcasts from society or rebels against the regime, like the Bar Kokhba rebels, would ultimately be hiding out. And they're very difficult to get to and a great place to hide things. The arid climate also helped preserve these documents, which proved to be absolutely fantastic. As I mentioned, the collection was positively dated from about 135 before the Common Era to about 68 of the Common Era, which exactly sandwiches the late period of the Hashmonaim, the reign of King Herod, the rise of the rabbis, all of these fantastic things, and of course the period of Christianity right up until the Great Revolt. So very important period in Jewish history and indeed in world history. And so what these documents had to say really captured the world's attention. One thing for sure was fascinating early on is that when these documents were painstakingly opened up, it was discovered that they had a tremendous number of biblical fragments in there. Typically, not entire samples of works, but there are pieces of the entire Hebrew scriptures, with the exception, interestingly, of the book of Esther. And there are also many other documents in here that say a lot about what it must have been like to be Jewish at this particular point in history. So who were the authors of these documents, especially the ones other than the biblical texts, which of course were copied from earlier texts? The We know quite a bit about the Qumran community. This, by the way, is an aerial view of their settlement. The documents were found far away in small caves that were quite inaccessible. So obviously they must have stored them there for safekeeping, and this was not actually where they lived. They lived down in the valley in these large communal areas. They describe their own community, particularly in many of their manuals of discipline, which are recorded in the scrolls. And so we get a sense of who they were, or at least how they lived. We know that members of the Qumran community were Jewish, that they observed communal property. The idea is that they lived in a kind of, if you will, a strange kind of religious kibbutz-like environment where all property was held in common, but they had a very highly defined sense of religious mores. They dressed all in white. They had a very strict regimen of maintaining personal purity with a great series of ablutions after, relieving oneself and so on. And they had, all kinds of rituals about how they would gather in silence, eat twice a day with higher status people receiving food first. Really fascinating kind of things that talk to us about the specifics of their day. We know that they valued celibacy, although it's not clear if they were actually celibate. So it may be that celibacy was considered some kind of ideal, perhaps after one had children. Of course, having children, by the way, is a very positive ideal in Judaism as a whole, and so they would not have been able to exempt themselves from this until after they had fulfilled that quota, at least if they were thinking like the Pharisees would in the Masoretic tradition. They may be the so-called Essenes, a mysterious group that are named in Josephus, and a lot of the behaviors that they indicate are those that the Essenes would have held. In their own documentation, they never refer to themselves as Essenes, though, so it's hard to make this label stick. The term Essene is of dubious etymology. It does not appear to be a Hebrew word. Josephus uses obviously the Greek alphabet is all that survived of his description of them. And, there's a lot of guesses as to what that name actually could mean. But what the Qumran community call themselves are the sons of light. They often contrast themselves with other groups, and again, it's tempting to try and attach these labels to other groups that we know existed. There are the sons of darkness, perhaps those are the Sadducees, and some theories point to the possibility that perhaps the Qumran community were like disaffected Sadducees. Certainly their hyper attention to purity issues are not unlike those requirements that would have been mandatory for the Kohanim, and perhaps they felt that the perversion of the temple ritual under Herod required them to separate, maybe even earlier, maybe even during the Maccabean period, and they have separated. These are all questions. They also have a teacher of righteousness, which may have been some kind of like historical figure, but it's very difficult to identify which historical figure would that have been. We have other records of them. And they also refer to a group of people called the seekers of smooth things. And some have opined that perhaps this refers to the Pharisees, perhaps that refers to the rabbis, because there are elements of the Qumran's community behavior which definitely overlap with Pharisaic ideals as well. These are all great questions that I'm sure over the next century or so people will discover more and more. There's a lot of fascinating things that are being discovered now. For example, looking at the DNA content of the animal skins that were used to write most of the Dead Sea Scrolls, as others, one of the most famous ones, is written actually on copper. Fascinating. In terms of the content, what do the Dead Sea Scrolls actually say? So, first of all, the biblical texts are instructive in themselves. It is great to know that the biblical texts that are included in the Hebrew Scriptures today were definitely in circulation at the time of Qumran. But the texts that the Qumran community have are mainly fragmentary. They're partial texts, And in some cases, they are expanded texts. There are larger books of the Bible, or like a book that we know that is in the Bible today, but the Qumran version is significantly larger, and there's more material in it. So there's a lot of material to study here in terms of who these people could have been and how they fit with the rest of the Jewish world at the time. But it does indicate that there is definitely a growing consensus about what would be canonized as the Hebrew Scriptures, and it's generally believed that the full decision was made through the first century. Again, the Talmud does not have any extensive discussion of how it was decided to include certain books and others not. There are a few scattered passages, but no systematic discussion of it. What's more fascinating thing about the Dead Sea Scrolls is that quite often they have their own commentaries on texts. Like, for example, a commentary on the Book of Nahum, which is absolutely fascinating and tells us so much more about how the Qumran community must have viewed themselves vis-a-vis other groups. And as I mentioned, it's hard to pin down exactly which groups they're referring to because there's so much euphemistic language, but for sure we can determine that they felt that they were on the precipice of the Messianic age, that the Messiah would soon be revealed really within their lifetimes, and they were preparing themselves as a community to be caught up in the new Messianic transformation. This certainly feeds very well into the notion that the first century was just cooking in terms of a spiritual vortex and was ripe for the kind of movement that ultimately would express itself in Christianity, because the Dead Sea Scrolls are giving us a sense of a population that is preparing itself for this kind of moment. There's also, as I mentioned earlier, some fascinating manuals of behavior for conduct, which has overlaps with both the Pharisees, who are very interested in halakha and personal conduct, and also with the Sadducees, who are especially involved in issues of personal purity. And that gives us a general sense, I think, of what's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's so much fascinating research, so much that is unknown about them still, but I'm very glad to have been able to talk about it with you for a few minutes. Let's go back now to Judea proper and try to understand something about the birth of Christianity within this larger historical context. Thank you for watching.
On the land that reads Barton's Mound, and it signifies the location as a registered historical landmark in California. That plaque, if you're interested, is right off the San Diego Pike.
Let's continue our discussion of Jewish history with the
company's Los Olivos apartment community. So it's nestled
three short lectures that are going to look specifically at the birth of Christianity. This is obviously an incredibly important moment in world history, although if you ask most Jews in the first century, they probably would not have noted the appearance of this movement, which would ultimately change the world because it simply faded into the background of so many other things that were going on at that time. Let's begin first with the discussion of the political background. So, as you will recall from the previous lecture, Herod dies in year 4 before the Common Era. The Romans are not thrilled with the idea of giving his descendants, that is, those who survived his multiple murderous rages, the title of king. So, his eldest surviving son, one Archelaus, was given the diminished title Ethnon, which means essentially ruler of the people, but not having nearly as much power as king per se. The real power would be vested in Roman authorities. Now, Archelaus was given the most important section of the territory. You can see on this map here. He was given Judea itself, which is more towards the south, and Idumea, the region conquered under the Hashmonaim, and then also Samaria. His mother was actually Samarian, and up until Galilee, the Galilee region. This was the highest status region of the entire area. It was a mixed population of Jews and non-Jews, primarily Samaritans. His younger brother, Herod Antipas, was given the much more Jewish Galilee region and the Perea, which is on the eastern bank of the Jordan River. And another younger brother, Herod Philip, was given the region that was more recently conquered in what would be today's Syria and Jordan. his Herod's sister Salome was given the region on the coast, which included Yamnia, which is in Hebrew tradition known as Yavne, a very important place later on in the first century, and also a little bit of territory on the Jordan River Valley. So that's basically how the territory was divided up. It didn't last long, however, because Archelaus was regarded as an unusually cruel and incompetent administrator, and due to a significant amount of local pressure, the Romans decided to simply remove him from rule, and he was exiled to the new settlement of Vienne, which is in the south of France on the Rhone River. It's actually, not too bad if you get exiled to south of France, but this was not definitely an ideal place for a Jew to go. He is nevertheless the first named Jew in France in the year 6 before Christ. And the Romans put in place Roman administrators who were called first prefects and later called procurators. And even when we would have a Jewish king a little bit later in the first century, it was really the prefect or the procurator who would be the person in charge and really having significant power. Two of the most important of these figures were Pontius Pilate, who's extremely important, of course, during the story of Jesus' life and death, and Gessius Florus, who's very important in terms of understanding the background of the revolt that would erupt in the year 66. Now, in terms of the Jewish kings, there were two of them. They were both named Agrippa, also known as Agrippas. The first one, Herod Agrippa I, reigned from the year 41 to 44. And the reason why his kingship was reinstated had less to do with politics in Judea, but more to do with politics in Rome. He was favored by incoming emperors, and as a result, he was given some territory back. There's a lot of interesting things to say about him as an individual, but I'd just like to focus on two things for our purposes today. First of all, he appears negatively in the Christian scriptures, which we'll talk about more in the next lecture. In the book of Acts, chapter 12 in particular, this is the Agrippa that actually does very badly with James and also Peter. However, in the Talmudic tradition, he appears with some frequency as a sadly heroic figure, and this seems to have a significant amount of historical support. He seems to have been sort of a divided character. He was raised as a Roman and with Roman sensibilities, that is, not so much in tune with the much more religious sensibilities of the population. Jerusalem, especially not the rural countryside, that he would have been much more comfortable in the Roman enclaves of Caesarea, for example. However, he did establish significant connections with the Pharisaic community, and in many ways attempted to, at least feign some kind of support for their Jewish ideals. The Talmud describes an unusual passage in which he is invited to read from the Torah, and he comes upon a passage that essentially describes how he, as an Idumean, because he is a grandson of Herod, would be invalidated from being the high priest. His eyes filled with tears, and the rabbis in their presence say, "You are our brother, Agrippas, you are our brother." This, incidentally, they were criticized as it was a sort of serious thing to say at the time. Nevertheless, figure will take us too far off to discuss it. His son, as Marcus Julius Agrippa II, also called king, but not of Judea. He was actually given territories that were primarily not Jewish in the region of Syria that I showed you earlier.